Chapter 101, even the Jade Emperor couldn't help a star came from afar, moving closer and closer, plummeting like a meteor. When the star landed in front of Lin Shen and the others, they realized it was an elliptical object, its outer layer resembling a hairless membrane. With an internal rhythm akin to a heartbeat, the membrane trembled in sync. The next moment, the membrane cracked open, revealing a naked human body. It was the body of an adult male, well-defined facial features, pale skin, and muscles arranged in sleek, flowing lines. The star in the void flashed again, emitting rays of light akin to streams of data that enveloped the body, flowing into it. As the data streams entered the body, the man's eyes gradually gained a spark of life. Although the spark lacked vitality, it gave the impression that a soul had begun to inhabit the body. Lin Shen and the other two witnessed firsthand the process of creating a person. However, it was evident that this person was different from normal people. He resembled the divine beings attending the wedding outside, who all seemed odd in behavior and demeanor, carrying an eerie vibe clearly distinct from regular people, more akin to robots. Now, Lin Shen and the others began to believe that the thousands of upper gods outside were likely manufactured beings. This Six Paths Reincarnation Institute is actually the earliest version of the star constellation C from the Central Heaven Star Divine Palace. As the master of this place, do you think I qualify as the star constellation master? Yan Li said to Lin Shen. Lin Shen was speechless, primarily because all of this was too overwhelming to process. If the Jade Emperor is a super-intelligent brain, then what was the Jade Emperor I saw in the Celestial Court, wearing a sacrificial robe? Lin Shen did not fully believe Yan Li's words, but he couldn't discern what was true and what was false. However, the star constellation C here was undoubtedly real, and its smart brain system was identical, but its functionality was far more comprehensive than the star constellation C manual Lin Shen had seen before. Lin Shen couldn't fathom how the Yan family managed to snatch the star constellation C from under the Jade Emperor's watchful eyes and make it their private property. Lin Shen had the urge to test whether the star constellation C's smart brain would respond to his commands, but he ultimately suppressed the impulse. In theory, the star constellation C still belonged to the Jade Emperor, and even without the star constellation token, it should obey him. But now that this artifact had been taken by the Yan family, the system was likely altered, possibly no longer recognizing him. If he could take control of it, this might become a hidden ace up his sleeve. You've won this round. Lin Shen admitted defeat and then asked, can my star constellation token activate this star constellation C? No, although both are star constellation Cs from the Central Heaven Star Divine Palace, their smart brains are different, and they require unique star constellation tokens to activate. Your token can only control the star constellation C in the star constellation hall. Mine can only manage this star constellation C, Yan Li replied. If I could use my star constellation token to control your star constellation C, would that count as me winning a round? Lin Shen probed. Yan Li laughed. If you could control this star constellation C, then you'd directly win. You could leave immediately, and I wouldn't stop you. Hearing Yan Li's confident response, Lin Shen knew the smart brain system here must have been extensively modified. Even with the Jade Emperor's divine protection, this smart brain wouldn't acknowledge him. Lin Shen hadn't said anything yet when Yan Li continued. Although this is a star constellation C system, it's different from the star constellation C you currently have. I just mentioned that your version is a stripped-down system, and even the Star Constellation Master's authority is heavily limited. In the earlier days, the Great Emperors didn't enforce stringent restrictions on the Star Constellation C, and the earlier Star Constellation tokens granted far greater authority than you could imagine today. This Star Constellation C here is the earliest first-generation model with the highest degree of freedom. After generations of modifications by the Yan family, not to mention your token isn't its activation, command token. Even if the Jade Emperor brought the matching command token, you still wouldn't be able to control this star constellation C. Yan Li clearly lost herself in pride, adding, even if the Jade Emperor were here in person, he probably couldn't make this star constellation C follow his orders. It now belongs solely to the Yan family and obeys only us. I was only speaking hypothetically, not to be taken seriously, Lin Shen shrugged, his gaze shifting again to the human just manufactured. He couldn't help but marvel. The Six Paths Reincarnation Institute is truly astonishing. Hearing this, Yan Li's lips curved slightly, ready to respond, but she was abruptly interrupted by a mechanical voice. Master, thank you for your praise. This is my duty. The atmosphere seemed to freeze suddenly. Not only were Yan Li and the other graceful woman stunned, but Lin Shen himself was also taken aback. He had thought Yan Li's assertions about the modifications to the star constellation C were absolute. He believed there was little chance for him, even if the Jade Emperor were involved. The casual remark he had just made was truly offhanded, not something he expected the Six Paths Reincarnation Institute to respond to. Yan Li and the woman looked at Lin Shen in stunned disbelief, their faces marked by utter incredulity. This Six Paths Reincarnation Institute, the first-generation model of the star constellation C, was their greatest asset. With it, the Yan family could endlessly manufacture human slaves with immense power, enabling them to establish their foothold on Yin Mountain Star and eliminate anyone who uncovered the secrets of the Yan family or immortal. Returning city. They had confidently believed that the Six Paths Reincarnation Institute was completely theirs and incapable of being controlled by the Celestial Court. Yanli genuinely believed even the Jade Emperor would fail to compel obedience from the Six Paths Reincarnation Institute. But now, the Six Paths Reincarnation Institute had responded to Lin Shen without Yanli's explicit command and even addressed him as master, leaving Yanli and the woman bewildered. Even the Yan family members who controlled the Six Paths Reincarnation Institute were not honored with the title of master, rendering Yanli momentarily at a loss. Who exactly are you? Yanli's gaze pierced the veil, locking firmly onto Lin Shen. Her voice, for the first time, betrayed her calm composure. Chapter 1002, Must Not Stay, Central Heaven Star, Divine Palace, Star Constellation Master, Tien, Lin Shen said. Yanli stared at Lin Shen without speaking. She didn't believe Lin Shen was simply a Star Constellation Master. The Star Constellation Master, to put it bluntly, is just a gatekeeper. Although he has certain abilities and authority, enabling him to use some functions of the Star Constellation C, his authority is not high. Only after the Star Constellation Master gets promoted to the Great Divine Official can they have real authority and communicate deeply with the Star Constellation C. Not to mention the Star Constellation Master, even the Great Divine Official cannot make the Star Constellation C call him Master, nor can they make the Yan family's Six Paths Reincarnation Institute call an outsider Master. Such a title has never been enjoyed by the Yan family. For a moment, Yanli couldn't understand why the Six Paths Reincarnation Institute called Lin Shen Master, but she felt a bit terrified. The Six Paths Reincarnation Institute is the Yan family's greatest reliance. If it could be used by outsiders, or if outsiders had higher authority than them, it would be a catastrophe for the Yan family. Six Paths. Yanli communicated with the Six Paths Reincarnation Institute again, wanting to know whose authority was higher, hers or this Tien's. Please speak. The Six Paths Reincarnation Institute responded to Yanli, but did not add honorifics like Master. Previously, Yanli would have thought it was normal, nothing to notice, but now, Yanli's face didn't look good. The attitude of the Six Paths Reincarnation Institute toward herself and Lin Shen was noticeably different, and she didn't just have the authority of the Star Constellation token, but also that of the Great Divine Official, and even higher. Yet, Lin Shen was just a Star Constellation Master, which puzzled Yanli. If this problem isn't clarified, Yanli won't have peace of mind. The Yan family in the immortal returning city looks prosperous now, but there are actually very few real Yan family members left, or rather, not even a few real people. The Yan family managed to escape, bringing out the Six Paths Reincarnation Institute at a tremendous cost. Now, there are too few Yan family members in the immortal returning city, insufficient for normal reproduction, which is why Yanli chose to intermarry with outsiders. It was a last resort. Fortunately, the Six Paths Reincarnation Institute can create divine beings. But these divine beings can't truly be considered people and don't have reproductive capabilities, they're merely tools. Yanli didn't try further, but instead fixed her gaze on Lin Shen. City Lord Yan, you said earlier that as long as I could awaken the Star Constellation C here, you'd let us go. Do those words still count? Lin Shen's expression was also somewhat complicated, feeling uneasy inside. He hadn't planned to attempt controlling the Star Constellation C. Even if he did, he wouldn't do it in front of Yanli. So when he spoke earlier, he didn't use his Star Constellation token at all. He just said it casually, not expecting the Star Constellation C to respond to him. Lin Shen was a bit worried if Yanli would still keep her promise to let them go. Better to have you stay a few more days. As Yanli said this, both DEC and Wei Wufu frowned. Trust, keep. Wei Wufu stared at Yanli and said. DEC also looked at Yanli and said, you are the city lord, the head of the Yan family, and should keep your word. Yanli merely said indifferently, since I set the rules, I can also change them. Blame yourselves for not being strong enough to make the rules. Aunt Shia, take them to the ghost prison for confinement. Yanli ordered the woman with an alluring charm beside her. Yes, city lord. Aunt Shia responded, her figure suddenly bursting forth at an incredible speed, incredibly fast, like a phantom, reaching for Lin Shen's neck. Lin Shen, DEC, and Wei Wufu simultaneously unleashed their strength, blasting out a terrifying force that forcefully pushed Aunt Sha back. Aunt Sha didn't expect the trio to be so strong, retreating a few steps before stabilizing herself, immediately infuriated. Her body glowed, transforming into a long-haired, ghost-like divine soul. That divine soul held a bowl in one hand, a spoon in the other, and there was a black pot in front of her, looking like the legendary Granny Meng. Master, they are people with some means. I must take them seriously. Should I make them drink Granny Meng's soup? Aunt Xia didn't act immediately, but looked toward Yanli to ask. That might be a good idea. Drinking Granny Meng's soup, their past will dissipate like smoke, allowing them a fresh start. Yanli said indifferently. As you command. Aunt Sha's face showed excitement. Her Granny Meng divine soul shone brightly, her white hair flying, her eyes emitting a ghostly glow. When Lin Shen and the other two made eye contact with Granny Meng's divine soul, they instantly felt as if their souls had left their bodies, their eyes losing focus, turning dazed. Aunt Xia walked towards Lin Shen and the others, and Granny Meng's divine soul moved, like a real person, using the spoon to scoop a ladle of glowing liquid from the pot, pouring it into the bowl and reaching it to Lin Shen's mouth to force it down. This person cannot be left alive, no need to waste it. Yan Li suddenly spoke. She absolutely couldn't leave someone in the Six Paths Reincarnation Institute with higher authority than her alive. So Lin Shen had to die, while DEC and Wei Wufu could live. After drinking Granny Meng's soup, they'd forget their past, and could marry and have children with the Yan family. Even though Lin Shen's memory could be erased, as long as his authority remained, Yan Li couldn't be at ease. I already disliked this kid. If it weren't for his meddling, good things would have been done today. Directly killing him is too lenient. I want to extract his soul, place it in a ghost lamp, and burn it day and night, making him unable to live or die, Aunt Sha said bitterly. Don't bother with that, just destroy his divine soul outright. Yan Li didn't want any further complications. Lin Shan must be completely erased from existence. He's getting off lightly, Aunt Sha said bitterly, then reached out with 2 fingers, directly thrusting at Lin Shan's eyes. Her terrifying glowing fingers not only aimed to blind Lin Shen but to pierce through his head. Just as her fingers were about to touch Lin Shen's eyes, Lin Shen, who was dazed, suddenly focused, dodging Aunt Shia's finger glow with incredible speed, while simultaneously flicking a finger sand attack. Bang! Aunt Shia, though formidable, wasn't prepared for the silent and close-range finger sand. Her Granny Meng divine soul was shattered, and her head pierced with a bloody hole. Aunt Xia widened her eyes, shock and disbelief frozen on her face as she fell backward, hitting the ground. Lin Shen initially intended to put on an act, but who knew Yan Li was so ruthless, refusing to even let him drink Granny Meng's soup, insisting on his death. Lin Shen couldn't keep up the act and had to fight desperately. Such cunning and skill, but this makes it even more imperative that you cannot remain in this world, Yan Li said indifferently. Chapter 1003, Apalm Desi and Wei Wufu no longer pretended, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lin Shen. The ghostly power within them surged, ready to resist Yan Li together with Lin Shen. They knew well in their hearts that today was likely full of doom and little hope. Forget about being able to defeat Yan Li even if they could, there were still thousands of upper-ranked divine beings outside. Escaping seemed an almost impossible task. At this point, they could only take it one step at a time. Until the moment of death, they would not give up. Just as they were about to charge at Yan Li, Aunt Xia, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly stiffened and stood up straight as if rising like a zombie. The 3 of them were startled and unconsciously took 2 steps back. As she spoke, a chilling ghostly chi erupted from her body, transforming into a disfigured female ghostly soul, which immediately lunged at Lin Shen. Lin Shen and the other 2 instantly counterattacked with their full strength. Lin Shen's finger sand struck the female ghostly soul, instantly piercing multiple holes in her. DEC's strength poured down like a star river, but it seemed as if it passed through a phantom, flowing right through the body of the ghostly soul. Wei Wufu's power of justice set the ghostly soul's shadowy body ablaze as soon as they made contact. Yet Wei Wufu's strength wasn't enough. The flames were extinguished by black smoke almost immediately. The ghostly soul continued to hurtle toward Lin Shen, and the roiling black smoke engulfed all 3 of them within. Wei, DEC, help me. Lin Shen's mind raced as he called out to the 2. Their thoughts aligned without the need for Lin Shen to elaborate. They understood his intentions clearly, and they too shared the same idea. Almost simultaneously, as the black smoke wrapped around them, Wei Wufu and DEC each stood at the sides of Lin Shen, pressing their palms onto his shoulders and transferring all their ghostly powers into him without reserve. The 3-star system within Lin Shen activated forcefully, absorbing their ghostly powers. He raised his hand and unleashed finger sand toward the female ghostly soul before him. This time, the finger sand Lin Shen emitted was no longer silent and invisible. It gleamed like stars, burning with holy justice. The instant the finger sand left his fingertips, it transformed into countless stardust, scattering the pervasive ghostly chi like a tempest and igniting it into flames. Countless flecks of finger sand struck the female ghostly soul. The star-like finger sand pierced through the ghostly soul's body, pouring in relentlessly, while the burning power of justice reduced the soul to ashes. In mere moments, the finger sand, akin to a star river, completely dissolved the female ghostly soul into dust. The star river of finger sand continued, crashing into Aunt Shia's body. Amid her screams and terror, it disintegrated her form entirely into ashes, leaving nothing behind. None of the 3 expected their combined efforts to be so overwhelmingly powerful. The power of justice clearly restrained Aunt Shia's abilities. DEC's power of dust magnified the effect of a single grain of finger sand into an innumerable star river, exponentially amplifying its destructive force. Even ants, in numbers, can kill an elephant, let alone finger sand under the enhancement of super base divine shot and super base life soul, with its ability to pierce through divine souls. The 3 powers merged into one, instantly annihilating Aunt Xia, a top-class fighter even among the upper rank. Their combined power didn't stop. It surged like a flood toward Yan Li. Such terrifying joint force gave Lin Shen and his companions newfound confidence. Though they couldn't instantly kill Yan Li as they had Aunt Xia, surely they could inflict severe injuries. If they could deliver critical damage or capture Yan Li, it might even allow them to escape Immortal Returning City. But as the star river of finger sand reached Yan Li, the trio's expressions instantly changed. Yan Li stood motionless, her divine soul like that of a ghost god manifesting around her. The finger sand twisted on its own accord, avoiding Yan Li entirely, spiraling into the six-colored vortex behind her divine soul and spinning continuously within. Yan Li extended her hand, lifting her red veil, revealing a face of unparalleled beauty. DEC had seen it before and wasn't particularly affected. It was the first time for Lin Shen and Wei Wufu, and even Wei Wufu, who had no love for beauty, was taken aback by her captivating appearance. However, such beauty brought them no goodwill, nor did it evoke any favorable feelings within them. "This ends here," Yan Li said softly, raising her hand to press toward Lin Shen in the air. The ghostly divine soul around her mirrored her movement, also raising its hand and pressing toward Lin Shen. In that instant, Lin Shen felt as though the entire world had faded, leaving only himself and the massive hand pressing down. That hand eclipsed the heavens, filling the entire world, leaving no room for escape. Again, DEC and Wei Wufu roared, channeling their ghostly powers once more into Lin Shen's body. Lin Shen erupted with everything he had, firing streams of finger sand from all 10 fingers. 10 streams of finger sand burned with holy light, transforming instantly into countless stardust, attempting to pierce through the hand that overshadowed all. But the dreadful finger sand was absorbed into the hand upon contact, disappearing without a trace as the hand pressed down undeterred. The oppressive force bent the trio's bodies uncontrollably. Even before the hand reached Lin Shen, the sheer pressure forced him onto one knee. The overwhelming force of the hand was terrifying. Even their combined strength couldn't hope to withstand it. "Stop. I'm willing to stay here for eternity in exchange for their lives," DEC shouted. "You may stay, but he must die," Yan Li replied coldly as the hand continued to press down. "No one can change his fate today. He must die. He's the star constellation master of the Central Heaven Star Divine Palace. If you kill him, aren't you afraid of the Central Heaven Star Divine Palace tracking you?" DEC asked. "What do I care about the Central Heaven Star Divine Palace? I've transcended all ranks and reached the ultimate stage. Even the great divine official is but an insect to me. Who can possibly stop me?" Yan Li sneered, her hand pressing down relentlessly. The terrifying power fractured Lin Shen's armor directly, and the weight nearly forced his other knee to kneel. This, however, was still the effect before the hand even touched him. Should the hand actually land on Lin Shen, his body would undoubtedly disintegrate into nothingness. The pressure on DEC and Wei Wufu was less severe. Yan Li didn't intend to kill them, and her power wasn't directed at them specifically, but the residual force was still strong enough to send them flying, blood spilling from their mouths. Haoshan Golden Imperial Supreme exalted naturally wonderful, profound genuine Jade Emperor, spell, Lin Shen. Hoff knelt as he stared at the immense hand descending toward him, his bloodshot eyes fixed. Grinding his bloodied teeth, he uttered the Jade Emperor's true name. Chapter 1004, Creating Characteristics. It's useless no matter who you summon. Moreover, the Jade Emperor is nothing but a machine. He cannot hear your call, nor will he come here. Yan Li said indifferently, her voice laced with contempt, as her massive hand descended with full force. The divine soul palm, resembling the hand of annihilation, slammed onto Lin Shen. Bang! The space where Lin Shen stood shattered upon impact. The divine soul palm pressed firmly against it without lifting. Yan Li did this purely to stabilize the fragmented space, ensuring that the immense strength would not leak outward and cause damage to the Six Paths Reincarnation Institute. Although the Six Paths Reincarnation Institute was incredibly resilient and nearly impervious to external destruction, Yan Li didn't dare tempt fate. She didn't want even the slightest mishap within its confines. Thus, with one palm, she not only shattered Lin Shen and the space around him, but also suppressed the shattered zone with supreme power, preventing any disruption to the surrounding area outside the divine soul palm's reach. Wei Wufu and DEC exchanged glances, struggling to rise to their feet. Their strength erupted fully, disregarding all consequences, preparing to fight to the death. Though they knew they were no match, retreat never crossed their minds. "You are so stubborn. Very well, I will send you back into the cycle of reincarnation, where you can be reborn unblemished and serve me once more," Yan Li said as she withdrew her palm. The divine soul palm lifted, revealing the shattered space beneath, which twisted into a bizarre form, like an icy flower blooming in the void. DAC and Wei Wufu's hearts sank entirely at the sight. Yan Li's strength was indeed defying the heavens, capable of sealing fragmented space, a feat surpassing any mortal ability. Breaking space was difficult enough, though not unheard of. However, space possessed a self-correcting mechanism. For Yan Li to halt this self-correction and freeze the space in its fractured state was a power far beyond what mere mortals could achieve. Though Lin Shen was formidable, he had evidently been cast into the fractured space. If he had simply been thrown into fractured space with his myriad miraculous abilities, there might have been a slim chance of survival. But that survival hinged on the fractured space self-correcting and returning to stability. Now that Yanli forcibly sealed the space in its fractured state, Lin Shen, no matter how extraordinary, could not survive the chaotic void. Even if he avoided immediate death, his body would be shredded by the turbulence within, making survival utterly impossible. Even an upper divine being would be unable to withstand the ravages of fractured space, much less Lin Shen, who had not yet reached that level. You deserve to die. Wei Wufu, typically a calm and composed man, rarely displayed anger. But this time, Wei Wufu was truly furious. The power of justice within him erupted like a volcano, his entire being radiating a terror-inducing purple light, resembling a phoenix ablaze with flames soaring to the heavens. The white robe danced amidst the fiery glow as purple energy gradually condensed upon it, forming the character Evil upon Wei Wufu's back. DEC observed Wei Wufu's transformation, wanting to speak but ultimately remaining silent. Wei Wufu, who followed the law of justice into the ghost god path, had to fight with a heart filled with justice. As long as he held steadfast to his sense of justice, no evil could overcome him. The stronger the adversary, the stronger he grew, the deeper the darkness, the more frenzied he became, almost invincible. But if Wei Wufu's path faltered and his heart lost its justice, the justice ghost god would inevitably devour him. DEC had thought nothing in the world could destabilize someone like Wei Wufu's path, yet Lin Shen's death had shaken him to the core, allowing the justice ghost god to consume him directly. At this moment, Wei Wufu appeared as if a storm of rage engulfed him. His aura and strength surged to inconceivable heights. In truth, however, Wei Wufu had already abandoned himself, surrendering entirely to the force of his own demise. With one attack, Wei Wufu would vanish from the world, and the newly manifest power of justice would once again fall silent. No one could predict when someone would next unravel the law of justice. DEC did not try to stop him. There was no point. He knew today would be their final battle. Death was inevitable. Why resist? Let's go wild one last time. DEC raised his head. His eyes gleamed like stars, sacred light radiating from his body as countless meteors defied the heavens and rushed upward into the void. Yanli's gaze narrowed slightly. She saw the universe. On DAC's body, a little universe-shaped divine soul emerged. Upon closer inspection, however, she realized the universe resembled DAC himself. Creator's divine soul. Yanli's eyes sparkled with excitement. There had long been a legend in the celestial court that the most powerful law ghost god was neither time nor space, but the Creator's divine soul. Among the 10 great divine skills, 2.5 corresponded to creator ghost gods. One was the heaven-opening and earth-rending divine skill, aligned with the ghost god Pangu. Another was the life-origin great method, aligned with the ghost god Nua. The remaining half corresponded to the civilization inheritance skill, associated with the civilization ghost god, but it only counted as half. While the laws of these 3 ghost gods differed, they shared one crucial trait, creation. According to research conducted by the Yan family elders, dismantling the celestial court's rule and defeating the 6 so-called great emperors required possessing the creation characteristic. This was because all known laws and traits had already been recorded in the great emperor's smart brain databases. Any known power, even one tangentially related to familiar laws and traits, was ineffective against the great emperor's smart brains. Even ghost gods like Pangu, Nua, and the civilization ghost god, who inherently possessed the creation trait, could not deal a devastating blow to the great emperors. Their creation traits had already been cataloged in the smart brain databases, transformed from unknown to known. Known forces could not destroy the great emperor's smart brains. But now, DEC had single-handedly evolved a brand new, unknown ghost god, even manifesting a distinct little universe. It undoubtedly possessed a creation trait, unlike any previous ghost god. DEC's level was still low. Yet, once he reached the ultimate level and his creator ghost god fully evolved, he would become the greatest hope of breaking the great emperor smart brain's dominion, rejoin the cycle of reincarnation, and become a member of my Yan family once again. Rian Li saw in DEC the hope for the Yan family's resurgence. The divine soul within her opened its eyes, emanating brilliant divine light as she raised her hands. Behind her, 6 divine beams illuminated the heavens, enveloping DEC and Wei Wufu entirely. These 6 divine beams transformed into the 6 paths: Heavenly God Path, Human World Path, Ghost Cultivation Path, Hell Path, Evil Ghost Path, and Beast Path, spreading across the heavens like a kaleidoscope, trapping DEC and Wei Wufu within. Wei Wufu's twisted visage resembled an evil ghost as his entire being morphed into a fiery purple evil ghost phoenix. He charged at Yan Li with the intent to tear the 6 paths apart. Human World Path, open, Yan Li's soft chant echoed. The human world path among the six paths roared open, resembling a portal through time and space, forcibly pulling in both Wei Wufu, the Purple Phoenix, and Dec, wielding his universe-shaped divine soul. They were simply no match for Yan Li. Though Wei Wufu and Dec fought fiercely, neither had yet reached the ultimate level. Despite their desperation, they were powerless against her. After reincarnation, you'll return as part of my Yan family, becoming crucial forces in our journey back to greatness. Yan Li's eyes gleamed brightly, filled with exhilaration. As the human world path began to close, a faint glimmer of golden light suddenly flickered, like fireflies in the dark night. Yan Li turned her head, only to see that amidst the icy, flower-like shattered space, golden light spread along the spatial cracks, dyeing the fragmented void into a gold crystal-like hue. Still alive? Yan Li frowned slightly, unwilling to believe Lin Shen had survived that strike. She found it incomprehensible where this golden light had originated. In the next moment, the gold crystal flower-like shattered space broke apart, and a figure, radiating golden light, stepped out from within. The golden light illuminated the starry expanse of the star constellation C entirely. The figure, enveloped in radiant gold, walked forward with light so intense no one could bear to look directly, leaving only the silhouette of a humanoid shape. He really didn't die. Yan Li furrowed her brows tighter, realizing the golden figure was Lin Shen. Yet, the power emanating from him now was beyond even her comprehension. If you're still alive, then enter the beast path. Yan Li waved her hand, and the beast path gate opened wide, ready to consume the golden figure. Chapter 105. One word. Yan Li cultivated the Netherworld Great Method, forging the divine soul of King Yan Luo. Initially, the Netherworld Great Method conjured only the divine soul of a ghost king, not that of King Yan Luo. Later, the Yan family observed the Six Paths Reincarnation Institute and gleaned some mysterious techniques, integrating them into the Netherworld Great Method. Over generations, this transformed the technique significantly, making the current version used by Yan Li vastly different from the original. The divine soul it conjured evolved from a ghost king to King Yan Luo, equipped with the immense powers of the Six Paths of Reincarnation. The Yan family believed that, even if the Jade Emperor himself descended, the Six Paths Reincarnation Institute would obey their commands thanks to the Six Paths power of the King Yan Luo divine soul. This power was sourced identically to that of the Institute, allowing it to exert control without relying on the Star Constellation Master or Great Divine Official's command token, merely using the force of the Six Paths of Reincarnation. At present, the Netherworld Great Method far surpassed its earlier iterations by an immeasurable margin. Through this method, Yan Li achieved the ultimate level, confident that her abilities had surpassed even those of the Great Divine Official, capable of confronting beings possessing Great Emperor-level smart brains. However, due to the overwhelming might of the Celestial Court, the vast number of Star God palaces, and 6 Great Emperor-level smart brains, she was forced into prolonged seclusion, awaiting her moment. Though the Yan family had yet to step out of the Yin Mountain Star, Yan Li's arrogance regarding her power remained palpable. She believed that, even if a great emperor came in person, she would not only survive the encounter but had a significant chance of victory. With the 6 paths of reincarnation power under her command, she could even banish great emperor-level smart brains directly into the cycle of reincarnation. Yan Li indeed had reasons for her pride. Even the desperate efforts of Wei Wufu and Dec, unleashing their full battle power, rivaled upper divine beings at best. Yet before the 6 paths of reincarnation, they were effortlessly banished into the human world path, unable even to resist. Now she opened the beast path, intending to drag Lin Shen into it. The beast path destroyed the physical form of any creature, enshrining their soul within the vessels of deformed species, forcing their continued existence through grotesque mutations. Yan Li had used this tactic countless times in the past, never once faltering. Before her stood hundreds, even thousands, of upper deformed species, yet under the beast path's influence, all succumbed to its pull, entering reincarnation. However, the open beast path failed to draw the golden figure toward it. Yan Li frowned as she watched Lin Shen advance step by step, unaffected by the power of the beast path. Turning his palm toward his body, Lin Shen allowed the golden light to envelop him completely, illuminating his carapace with a resplendent glow. Yan Li, release Dec and Wei Wufu, and I'll pretend today never happened. From now on, we go our separate ways without interfering with one another, Lin Shen declared, standing opposite Yan Li. Yet his heart still held traces of anxiety, as he had not seen the true form of the Jade Emperor, only a single finger emerging from the void. When the finger appeared, the shattered space froze briefly. Under normal circumstances, Lin Shen's body would have been torn apart by the ravages of the broken space. But as the finger reached out, Lin Shen was immobilized within the fragmented spatial chaos, helplessly watching as it approached his palm and traced a single character. He felt no exertion from the finger. It moved as though lightly sketching with the tip over his skin. After inscribing the character, the finger retreated back into the void, disappearing completely, while Lin Shen's palm began to radiate golden light, restoring his ability to act. Kneel. Lin Shen gazed at the character etched onto his palm, a word scrawled clumsily, lacking elegance or artistic merit. Yet the golden light emanating from the character was so powerful it dispelled the effects of the shattered space. Wherever Lin Shen stood, the surrounding space corrected itself under the light, only to return to its fractured state once he moved away. Harnessing the power of this single character, Lin Shen escaped the fragmented space. He remained uncertain of the character's full potential. In theory, the Jade Emperor, that supreme divine presence, must have etched it. But would a mere inscription suppress Yan Li? Lin Shen had no choice but to test its efficacy. Privately, he grumbled, "Jade Emperor, you've really outdone yourself this time. You never told me I needed a secret phrase to summon you. I had to figure it out on my own. Now that I finally do, counting on you to save my life, you show up with just a finger and scribble a word on my palm? If this doesn't work, I swear I'll dedicate my life to tearing down your temples, smashing your statues, and hacking your divine altars into 3 pieces to throw in the latrine. You're in no position to speak to me this way," Yan Li sneered coldly, her aura flaring with divine light as the gates of the 6 paths of reincarnation opened one after another, aimed at forcibly dragging Lin Shen into their depths. With the opening of each successive gate, the suction force of the 6 paths doubled, growing so intense it seemed to consume all living souls in existence. Initially, Lin Shen felt apprehensive, but soon he realized that no matter how much the power of the 6 paths surged, it posed no threat to him. The golden light flowing from the Neil character on his palm enveloped him like the protection of the gods, impervious to floods, apocalyptic destruction, or the slightest disruption. Yan Li's complexion shifted subtly, her gaze fixating on Lin Shen's glowing palm. She struggled to comprehend the golden light's mysterious resistance to the 6 paths' formidable power. Who is this man? Why does he possess such bizarre techniques? Yan Li mused coldly, her eyes boring into Lin Shen. No matter who you are, even if you're the reincarnation of a great emperor, you must die today. With these words, Yan Li extended a finger, summoning a divine artifact into her grasp. It was an ancient and enigmatic tome emanating a chilling, ghostly aura, suspended before Yan Li as its cover slowly began to open. "Tian," Yan Li intoned, adopting the solemnity of a hell judge as she called forth the pseudonym Lin Shen had been using. Lin Shen watched as the blood-red characters Tian materialized on the pages of the open tome. In Yan Li's other hand appeared an artifact pen seemingly forged from condensed ghostly energy, its tip brimming with black macabre amalgamation of worldly grievances, fierce ghosts, and underworldly essence. "When King Yan decrees your death at 3rd watch, you will not survive to 5th watch. To perish under the mark of my life and death book is an honor few attain," Yan Li announced before lifting the pen and marking a blood-red cross over the name Tian. Chapter 106, Neil, the pitch-black, eerie ghost Chi, like ink, spilled onto the paper, obscuring the blood-drenched characters. Yan Li coldly gazed at Lin Shen, awaiting the arrival of his death. The life and death book and judge's pen, both ultimate divine artifacts painstakingly crafted by the Yan family, could kill without a trace. Even for a great divine official, once their name was erased, death was nearly inescapable. After generations of research and experimentation by the Yan family, it was confirmed that any creature, once their name was erased, would invariably face an untimely demise. Even the ultimate creatures, should their name be erased, would find survival an impossibility. Of course, there are no absolutely invincible divine artifacts in this world, and the Life and Death book is no exception to this rule. First, one must know the target's name. Second, it requires possession of King Yan Luo's divine soul and mastery of the Netherworld Great Method. Third, to kill someone, the wielder must sacrifice their own innate lifespan as the price. For example, if the target has a remaining lifespan of 1,000 years, using the Life and Death book to kill them would require the user to forfeit 1,000 years of their own lifespan. This price is undeniably heavy, which is why Yan Li would typically not resort to using these 2 ultimate divine artifacts unless absolutely necessary. But Lin Shen's blatant disregard for the forces of the 6 paths of reincarnation left Yan Li feeling uneasy. Determined to avoid any further unexpected twists, she bypassed using her divine soul altogether and brought out both artifacts directly, ready to sacrifice her own lifespan to ensure Lin Shen's swift death, eradicating all future threats. In the instant Lin Shen's name was erased, Yan Li felt her own lifespan draining rapidly. Within moments, 1,000 years had been lost. However, for her, a millennial lifespan was insignificant, barely a drop in the ocean. Having attained the ultimate form, her lifespan was terrifyingly vast, and she could readily employ other methods to replenish it later. The loss of several thousand years of lifespan mattered little to Yan Li, but very quickly Yan Li realized something was gravely wrong. Her lifespan was draining faster and faster within moments. Tens of thousands of years had evaporated, but Lin Shen remained perfectly fine, standing there without the slightest sign of death. Typically, lower divine beings have an innate lifespan of only a few thousand years. Middle divine beings have about 10,000 years, while upper divine beings might reach hundreds of thousands. By now, Yan Li had already sacrificed over 1,000,000 years of her lifespan, yet Lin Shen remained entirely unscathed. "How is this possible?" Yan Li exclaimed, her doubt and horror evident as she stared at Lin Shen. Her lifespan was vanishing at blinding speed. A brief moment of hesitation cost her 2 to 3 million years, and had she not attained the ultimate form and surpassed mere upper divine beings, she would undoubtedly have perished multiple times over. At this point, she could no longer continue. If she pressed ahead, Lin Shen might still survive untouched, while she herself would surely perish. Yanli forcibly halted the operation of the life and death book, vomiting up fresh blood as the backlash of abrupt cessation took its toll. Lin Shen remained entirely unaffected, but he instinctively understood that the golden glow emanating from the character imprinted on his palm must have protected him. Yanli's 2 divine artifacts seemed to resemble his deathly destiny stele. If not for the character there, Lin Shen knew he wouldn't have emerged unscathed. The Jade Emperor truly is supreme. Yanli boasted so arrogantly before, even dismissing the Great Emperor, making herself out to be extraordinary. Yet she can't contend with even a single character written by our Jade Emperor, Lin Shen thought to himself with newfound confidence, realizing the sheer might of the golden character etched into his palm. Yanli, abandon your stubbornness. Release Dec and Wei Wufu, and I won't kill you, Lin Shen declared. You dare? Yanli sneered, her internal doubts simmering, yet unwilling to believe that Lin Shen held the ability to kill her. After all, everything she had been taught emphasized the importance of annihilating the Great Emperor as her life's mission. Aside from the Great Emperor, Yanli never regarded other divine beings as equals, much less worthy opponents. Though Lin Shen, as Star Constellation Master, was revered by others as one of the highest-ranking figures to Yanli, he was merely an insect. Even if he possessed some abilities, she saw him as nothing more than a slightly formidable pest, not someone who could truly pose a threat to her. Yanli glared icily at Lin Shen, divine light blazing around her as she prepared to summon her divine soul to kill him. But Lin Shen had no interest in watching her put on a show. Dec and Wei Wufu had been cast into the human world path by her, their survival uncertain. Every second wasted was a second of mounting danger. As Yanli prepared to call forth her divine soul, Lin Shen raised his palm and commanded sternly, "Kneel." Yanli's body erupted in a dazzling surge of divine light, dismissing Lin Shen's words as inconsequential. Terrifyingly spectral divine souls flew out from her body, darting toward Lin Shen like ethereal phantoms. But the moment Lin Shen uttered the word kneel, the golden character etched into his palm radiated intensely. Almost instantaneously, Yanli's body, entirely beyond her control, dropped to its knees. Even the divine soul hovering in midair fell straight down, kneeling before Lin Shen. Yanli's pupils contracted, her quaking body alight with fury and disbelief. She, the master of immortal returning city, possessing an ultimate form capable of rivaling a great emperor, how could she be forced to kneel with just a single command? Yanli's anger and humiliation burned to their peak. Alongside it, she felt a deep-rooted terror, an emotion she had never known until now. She could not fathom what kind of power could possibly command such authority. Desperately, Yanli unleashed all her might, struggling to rise. Yet it was as if the entire cosmos weighed down upon her. No matter how she resisted or what strength she summoned, her body was firmly pinned to the ground, unable to move, unable even to lift her head. How? How is this possible? Who is he? A strange and unfamiliar sensation gripped Yanli, forcing her to confront an emotion alien to her fear. For the first time in her life, Yanli felt fear. For the first time, she realized her life was completely under another's control. Impossible, completely impossible. How could this cosmos contain a human of such might? Yanli protested internally, yet her disbelief was only matched by her powerlessness. No matter how frantically she tried to unleash what she had long assumed to be unrivaled strength, it was futile. Utterly futile. Under the radiance of that golden light, both Yanli, the divine soul of King Yanluo, and her divine soul knelt helplessly, unable even to raise their heads. Chapter 1107, Serving as a Slave or Servant. Yanli used all her strength to try to struggle to her feet, but under the suppression of the golden glowing Neil character, she truly couldn't move at all. Lin Shen saw that Yanli was still trying to struggle and couldn't help but press down harder with his hand. The golden light surged wildly, directly causing the divine soul in front of him to shatter. That was an ultimate divine soul, yet it couldn't withstand the slightest pressure, collapsing into ashes just like that. The divine soul of King Yanlu residing in Yanli's body also exploded in that instant, and the 6 paths of reincarnation vanished into thin air. 2 figures fell out of the dissipating smoke and clouds. Yanli spewed mouthfuls of fresh blood, her body pressed firmly against the ground, completely embedded into its surface. The golden light disappeared, and Yanli barely raised her head, struggling a few times but failing to get up. She was too gravely injured. She raised her blood-smeared face, trembling, to look at Lin Shen, standing serenely as if he were a mere mortal without any detectable fluctuations of power. Yet that seemingly ordinary figure struck terror in Yanli, far beyond any of the all-heavens demonic gods. She couldn't comprehend what kind of horrifying strength this person possessed, to wield such earth-shattering power with a single hand. It shook the very foundations of her worldview. Lin Shen was about to strike while the iron was hot and end her life. But then he noticed that Yanli was actually struggling to stand up. His heart couldn't help but skip a beat. The Neil character in his palm had already vanished. He wasn't sure if he could summon the Jade Emperor again to aid him. The likelihood was slim. The Jade Emperor had told him before that the guardian spirit could only be summoned once. Without the Jade Emperor's divine strength, Lin Shen was far from being a match for Yan Li. This woman's life is really resilient. Even after all this, she hasn't died and can still stand. Lin Shen watched Yan Li stagger towards him, forcing himself to appear indifferent despite an uneasy feeling within. Luckily, DEC and Wei Wufu didn't appear to have suffered serious damage and had already gotten back up. If the three of them cooperated, they might still stand a chance against this heavily injured Yan Li, whose divine soul and divine spirit had both been shattered. However, DEC and Wei Wufu weren't in great shape either. After getting back up and assessing the situation, they were readying themselves to fight alongside Lin Shen. Unfortunately, their bodies were experiencing certain issues, preventing them from charging forward immediately. Thud. Just as the three harbored their own thoughts, Yan Li, who was walking toward Lin Shen, suddenly fell to her knees again. This time, however, it wasn't Lin Shen's power forcing her down, it was of her own volition. She bowed before Lin Shen, trembling as she spoke. "It's all my fault for being blind and foolish. I shouldn't have opposed you, Lord. Now I am the last remaining bloodline of the Yan family. No matter what, I mustn't die. If you could spare my life, I am willing to serve you as a slave, as a servant. From now on, immortal returning city will look to you alone. I dare not harbor even a hint of defiance." DSC and Wei Wufu stared at Lin Shen and Yan Li in astonishment, utterly perplexed by what had transpired. How had the invincible Yan Li, once akin to a demon god, suddenly become like this? Lin Shen looked at Yan Li, who was kneeling in front of him, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. He wasn't sure if he and the other two could defeat Yan Li under current circumstances. DEC and Wei Wufu's conditions didn't seem favorable either. Yan Li might have lost her divine soul and spirit and suffered severe injuries, but her rank and abilities were still undeniable. If they acted now but failed to kill her, and instead exposed their weaknesses, it would be disastrous. These thoughts flickered by in mere moments. Lin Shen looked at her and spoke coldly. "If I want to take this Six Paths Reincarnation Institute, would you consent? Everything in Immortal, Returning City is at your disposal, Lord. I only beg you to spare my life." Yan Li's body trembled as she bowed lower, daring not to raise her head, still kneeling as she replied. "Come closer," Lin Shen said with a solemn expression, beckoning her forward. Yan Li's body shuddered again. She raised her head to look at Lin Shen, her eyes filled with complicated emotions, fear, anxiety, and a hint of hesitation. Lin Shen simply stood there, softly smiling as he gestured. "What, didn't you just vow to be a slave and a servant, and now you refuse to move at my command?" "As you command?" Yan Li bit her lip, slowly rising to her feet. "Did I tell you to stand up?" Lin Shen's voice turned icy, the smile vanishing from his face. Yan Li's heart sank. She quickly knelt back down, confused and wary, as she looked up at Lin Shen and stammered, "Wasn't it you, Lord, who just told me to come closer?" "I told you to come closer. I didn't say you could stand." Lin Shen's tone was frosty, his expression hardening. Yan Li instantly understood his intention, her face darkening to a shade as red as liver. She'd never endured such humiliation before. Her grief and anger blended into a deep sense of despair. But staring into Lin Shen's cold, unfeeling gaze was like being doused in ice water. Her desire to fight back faded slightly, leaving her sobered. Lin Shen's earlier attack had utterly shattered her confidence. Fear had grown roots in her heart, rendering her incapable of contemplating his defeat. Just a simple strike from him had destroyed her divine soul and spirit, leaving her ultimate form critically wounded. Such overwhelming power had exceeded everything she knew. Despite guessing that Lin Shen's ability might be restrained by severe limitations since he didn't showcase this earlier in combat, Yan Li couldn't afford to gamble. Fear had already seeped into her bones. Moreover, Lin Shen's utter disregard for her now only made her even more wary of upsetting him. "I must live. If I die, the Yan family will be completely wiped out." Yan Li endured her humiliation, remaining on her knees, then began inching toward Lin Shen with her head lowered. Yan Li kept her gaze low, occasionally sneaking glances at Lin Shen, hoping to discern some sign of his true intentions, whether he truly possessed such unshakable confidence or was bluffing. But Lin Shen's indifferent reaction left Yan Li disappointed. Even as she approached him on her knees, Lin Shen simply watched her with cold detachment, not lifting a single finger. "Closer," Lin Shen said lightly when Yan Li stopped moving. His words further cemented her belief that Lin Shen could still wield that terrifying power. Otherwise, he wouldn't act so fearlessly. As she drew nearer, practically pressed against Lin Shen now, she calculated that at this range, should she launch a sudden attack, Lin Shen wouldn't have time to counter unless he summoned that dreadful power again. She continued crawling forward, tilting her head slightly to look at Lin Shen, now within striking distance. She felt more confident than ever that her attack would reach Lin Shen's vital points. Instead of stopping her approach, Lin Shen's face broke into a smile. He reached out a hand, moving it slowly toward her head. Yan Li ultimately didn't dare attack. Instead, her instinctive reaction made her tilt her head slightly, avoiding Lin Shen's hand. Seeing the smile fade from Lin Shen's face, Yanli's heart leapt in fright. She forced herself to suppress her urge to avoid his touch, kneeling motionlessly instead. That's better. Lin Shen's palm rested lightly on Yanli's head, stroking her blood-soaked hair, as he smiled and said, "From now on, you'll stay by my side and help me manage this Yin Mountain star." Yanli was both shocked and elated by his words. Her gaze toward Lin Shen now carried a trace of fiery intensity. Chapter 11:8, A Thought Between Good and Evil. As long as Lin Shen doesn't kill her, there will still be opportunities in the future. For now, survival is paramount, and Yanli felt significantly calmer inside. Get up. Aside from the Six Paths Reincarnation Institute, what else is worth seeing in Guishan City? Take me around to have a look. Lin Shen withdrew his palm and said lightly, Guishan City is the culmination of generations of effort from my Yan family, and it has many peculiar aspects. However, I am quite heavily injured at the moment. I request Lord's permission to first treat my wounds before guiding you through Guishan City. Yanli rose and explained. Very well. Lin Shen glanced at Dec and Wei Wufu, then turned to Yanli and said, the injuries they sustained are due to you, so naturally you should take care of them. That's simple. They are merely influenced by the power of the Six Paths of Reincarnation, and the effect is not deep. I'll remove it for them right now. Ghost chi surged from Yanli's body as she released an eerie glow, which restored Dec and Wei Wufu from the power of the Six Paths of Reincarnation. Dec returned to normal immediately after shaking off the influence of reincarnation power, but Wei Wufu's condition proved to be far more complicated. Although the power of the Six Paths was eliminated, Wei Wufu's physical condition did not improve significantly. He was suffering from backlash caused by the power of justice, which had generated evil power inside him, resulting in severe damage to his body. It wasn't difficult to help his body recover. The challenge lay in resolving the evil power entrenched within. Lin Shen chose not to leave and instead settled in Guishan City, planning to stabilize Wei Wufu's condition before departing. Seeing that Lin Shen was in no hurry to leave, Yanli grew even more certain that Lin Shen was secure in his position, with a powerful ace up his sleeve. Although she wished for Lin Shen to leave quickly, she dared not reveal this sentiment. She simply assigned 2 ghost men to heed Lin Shen's orders while she attended to her injuries. In the Yan family, those created through the Six Paths of Reincarnation were referred to as ghost men, distinct from divine beings. The ghost men assigned to Lin Shen were ones he was quite familiar with. They were the die fast and die early he first encountered at the wedding. With Yanli's command, the 2 followed Lin Shen obediently, answering his every question without defiance. At the moment, Lin Shen had no interest in touring Guishan City, so he ordered Die Fast and Die Early to stand guard at the door while he and Dai Isi stayed indoors to delve into Wei Wufu's predicament. Wei Wufu had been severely harmed by the backlash of evil power. Even as he exerted all his strength to confront the evil power surging within his body, he couldn't suppress it, leaving him barely capable of moving. Dec examined Wei Wufu's body first, then, after a moment of thought, remarked, the evil power generated by the backlash of the power of justice is exceedingly stubborn. In fact, this evil power was self-generated by Wei himself. To extract it entirely from Wei's body is almost impossible. Is there really no way? Lin Shen couldn't think of a solution either and pressed urgently for answers. Not necessarily. Dec pondered for a while before adding, dispelling evil power is quite challenging, but if one can transform it for their own use, the circumstances would be entirely different. Given Wei's personality, I'm not sure he could wield evil power effectively, Lin Shen frowned. Evil power requires the law of sin to be mastered, and someone as straightforward as Wei, unable to tolerate even the smallest speck of compromise, hardly seems suited to control it. Not necessarily. While others may fail, Wei definitely has a chance, Dec said confidently. Wei's approach to everything is singularly focused, and his determination is unparalleled. Asking him to comprehend a force diametrically opposed to his nature may seem impossible, but it isn't. Good and evil are 2 sides of the same coin. The fact that Wei has been affected by it and can generate evil power within his body shows he possesses the potential to master it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been created in the first place. So what should we do now? Lin Shen, out of options, could only defer to Dai Isi. We need to do nothing. It's entirely up to Wei's comprehension and his fate, Dec said with a smile. I believe he will succeed. It seemed as though Wei understood Dece's words as he nodded toward Lin Shen. Lin Shen had no other recourse. He tried using his own power to disperse the evil energy within Wei's body, but the results were far from satisfactory. The evil power was far too peculiar, akin to weeds that couldn't be fully uprooted. Not only was it challenging to remove, but it also rebounded and multiplied like wildfire. Wei, good and evil are but a thought apart. Power itself holds no inherent morality. Used for good, it becomes justice. Used for evil, it becomes malevolence. Dec shared his own understanding with Wei. Lin Shen could clearly sense that the chaotic flow of evil energy within Wei's body was becoming more structured. It appeared Wei was making progress in controlling the evil power, which reassured Lin Shen. Lin Shen stepped out of the room into the courtyard, where he saw Die Fast and Die Early standing like wooden statues by the door, motionless. Although they appeared human, their minds clearly weren't of humanity. Lin Shen wasn't entirely sure what they truly were. Die Fast, Lin Shen called out. Die Fast immediately walked over and stood before him, awaiting orders. Take me on a tour around the city. Lin Shen didn't want to arouse Yan Li's suspicion, so he refrained from leaving immediately. Gishan City was larger than Lin Shen had imagined. More notably, the city was teeming with ghost men and papermen, far more than Lin Shen had originally anticipated. Furthermore, most ghost men were of upper ranks. In the central Heaven Star Divine Palace, the number of upper-rank divine beings is barely over 10,000. But here, the number of upper-rank ghost men almost rivals that of the central Heaven Star Divine Palace's divine beings. If they can truly be made to serve me, they would be an enormous asset. Lin Shen resolved to maintain his guise and find a way to harness Guixian City's power for himself. Not to mention, these ghost men and papermen alone, if sent out to hunt each day, could earn a substantial fortune. With such a force, even without the Jade Emperor's protection, Lin Shen wouldn't need to fear conflicts with other star god palaces. Although the central Heaven Star Divine Palace was powerful, it ultimately wasn't a force Lin Shen could directly control, much less utilize freely. Yan Li is now terrified after my strike and will believe whatever I say. However, over time, she may catch on. I need to devise a way to ensure she remains loyal to me indefinitely. As Lin Shen mulled over these issues, a significant event occurred on Giant Ring Star in the ancient realm. Tianxun was about to give birth. She had hoped to wait for Lin Shen's return so the child could meet their father and mother upon being born. But such matters were beyond her control. Birth doesn't follow appointments. When a child chooses to come into the world, there's no stopping it. Chapter 109, We Owe Each Other. Nothing Lin Miao, Tianxin, Tia, and the others were all waiting anxiously outside, eagerly awaiting the birth of the child between Tianxun and Lin Shen. Why hasn't the baby been born yet? It's already been 5 days. Tianxin said impatiently. I've heard of long pregnancy cycles. 3 to 5 years isn't uncommon. But now that the child is being born, how come it's taking 5 whole days to come out? Lin Miao said. Humans give birth quickly. It shouldn't take so long. I read somewhere that the celestial reproduction process is also supposed to be fast. So what's going on here? No one could answer that question, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the delivery room, full of anticipation. Suddenly, the door to the room opened. The celestial midwife stepped out with a cheerful expression and said, Congratulations, it's a girl. The group immediately crowded around, eager to see what a child born of a celestial and a human would look like. Leaning in, they saw the midwife cradling a small baby girl whose eyes hadn't opened yet, her skin still a soft shade of pink. The baby looked no different from a human, with no wings inherited from the celestial race or any other visible non-human traits. Lin Miao wanted to hold the child but hesitated, not knowing where to start. She could manage business effortlessly, but she had absolutely no experience holding a newborn. The midwife lifted the baby and placed her gently in Lin Miao's arms, patiently teaching her how to hold a newborn correctly. Once Lin Miao could manage to hold the baby steadily, she studied the child's face, but couldn't tell whether she looked more like Lin Shen or Tianxun. Can we go inside? Lin Miao asked, looking toward the midwife. You may, but the mother needs rest, so please don't disturb her for too long, the midwife advised. Lin Miao thanked the midwife and handed her a red envelope before carrying the baby into the room. Tianxun lay in bed, appearing to be in stable condition, though her face looked quite pale. Childbirth is like crossing a calamity. That bastard Lin Shen isn't even here. It's truly unfair to you, Lin Miao said with a sigh as she placed the baby next to Tianxun. Giving birth to this child nearly took half my life, Tianxun murmured. Despite her words, her gaze at the baby was filled with warmth and maternal love. It's odd. Your child with Lin Shen has no obvious traits of the celestial race and looks so frail. She doesn't even seem to have the constitution of a crystal-based body. It must be Lin Shen's genes bringing her down, Tianxin remarked from the side. It doesn't matter. The moment I saw her, I realized none of that mattered anymore. The fact that she could come into this world and be by my side is already the most precious gift. Whether she's an ordinary human or a crystal base, it makes no difference to me, Tianxin replied. By now, she had noticed that the baby was the lowest level of life form. Not only was she far from being born with nirvana abilities, but she didn't even have the most basic crystal-based constitution common among the celestial race. But as she said, the baby's innate level was irrelevant to Tianxun. The others in the room, all sharp-eyed, could naturally discern the baby's extremely ordinary innate level and weak physique. It was hard to believe that a child of such exceptional parents could have such a low natural standing. The human race's overall evolution time has been short. It's normal for their birth levels to be low. Heroes aren't judged by their origins. Someday this child will surely surpass all of us, Lin Miao consoled. Not long after, the midwife ushered everyone out, insisting that Tianxun needed proper rest after just giving birth. The baby was placed in the nearby infant pod. Tianxun was indeed exhausted. She hadn't closed her eyes in several days and nights. The celestial method of childbirth was somewhat different from that of humans, consuming enormous amounts of physical energy. Before long, she fell into a deep sleep. The little one, though just born, showed no signs of resting. She was brimming with curiosity about the world, her large eyes wide open, her tiny hands and feet flailing in the air. Unfortunately, she was far too small. Even though she carried some of the celestial bloodline, she couldn't compare to a pure-blood celestial who could walk, run, and jump immediately after birth. She resembled a human baby far more in this regard. As she flailed around, a jade ring-like object, seemingly out of nowhere, silently made its way into the room. It floated cautiously over to the infant pod, hovering above the baby's tiny face. If Lin Shen or Yan Ruyu had been present, they would have instantly recognized the jade ring's origins. This was none other than Yu Xuanji's life base. Lin Shen had seen it during the great battle against the celestial race, though he hadn't been able to seize it at the time. The jade ring, imbued with extraordinary spirituality, seemed to have marked Lin Shen as its enemy. During the celestial battle, it had sought an opportunity to strike him, though it had failed. Now it had somehow snuck into Tian Shun's side without anyone noticing, a terrifying feat considering that experts like Yan Ruyu and Tie were standing guard outside. Even a Dharma king would find it nearly impossible to infiltrate undetected. The baby, captivated by the crystalline white jade ring, reached out with her tiny hands, trying to grab it. She even seemed tempted to put it in her mouth. She had no way of knowing how deadly the jade ring was. A single burst of its energy could kill her 10,000 times over. But it didn't unleash its power. Instead, its form wavered in the air, deftly dodging the baby's small hands. The baby, undeterred, stretched her arms to their limits, trying to snatch the jade ring. Her efforts were in vain, her short limbs couldn't reach it, and in her struggle, she rolled over onto her belly, unable to turn back. The jade ring then slowly descended, settling atop the baby's head. As the jade ring came into contact with the baby's tiny skull, it adjusted its size, eventually fitting snugly like a collar around her neck. Once the ring clasped her neck, it began to shrink automatically, clinging tightly to her skin. An older child or adult would likely be terrified, frantically trying to rip the ring off in fear of being strangled. The baby, however, had no such thoughts. She simply continued playing, raising her soft little feet to her mouth. For a newborn, her agility was quite remarkable, making her relatively impressive among human infants. The jade ring didn't strangle her. The moment it fit snugly against her skin, it halted, ceasing its constriction. From within the jade ring, a phantom-like image emerged, rising like a ghostly specter. The figure was unmistakably Yu Xuanji. The ghostly Yu Xuanji glanced at the sleeping Tian Shun on the bed, then at the baby in the pod who was nibbling on her own toes and blinking her large eyes at him. Inside, he sneered coldly, "Lin Shen, you destroyed my body. I'll use your child's body as compensation. Now we'll be even." Chapter 111, Innate Immortal. After Yu Xuanji's physical body was destroyed, he did not truly die. His soul clung to the life-based jade ring and fled, remaining hidden all this time. He intended to find a suitable body to borrow for a rebirth, but finding an appropriate vessel was far from easy. An ordinary body was definitely out of the question. It would hinder his future strength restoration. The body needed to be exceptionally gifted, with extraordinary bones, and at the very least capable of achieving the Dharma King level. However, such a body was rarer than 1 in 10 million. To locate a body with such potential amidst the vast sea of humanity was exceedingly difficult. In theory, Yan Ruyu's body was the most suitable for Yu Xuanji. Already a Dharma King and aligned with Yu Xuanji through the Jade series, it could be described as nothing short of perfect. But wanting to use the body of a Dharma King for rebirth was practically impossible. Yu Xuanji had no confidence in achieving this, and in his current state, he couldn't possibly overpower Yan Ruyu. Ultimately, he had to abandon this option and focus on children or those nearing death. Until he heard news that Tian Sun was pregnant, he immediately decided to use the child of Tian Sun and Lin Shen as his vessel for rebirth. When newborns first enter the world, their souls are at their weakest point, making it the easiest time to apply the soul attachment technique. The fusion between the soul and the body would also be most seamless. Tian Sun's innate talent was top tier among the celestial race, with the potential to ascend to the Dharma King level. She only remained unascended because the old Dharma King of the Word Spirit series was still alive. As for Lin Shen's peculiar abilities, Yu Xuanji understood them even better and had suffered losses at his hands. In Yu Xuanji's eyes, Lin Shen's aptitude might even surpass that of Tian Sun. With such gifted individuals as parents, their mixed-blood offspring's potential would undoubtedly be unparalleled. There was no need to second-guess. Yu Xuanji had laid his plans meticulously for a long time, employing countless schemes to infiltrate unnoticed at this critical moment. But when he finally laid eyes on Lin Shen's daughter, he couldn't help but frown deeply. It wasn't that he minded her being female, but rather that he hadn't expected Tian Shun and Lin Shen's daughter to have the most ordinary human body. Not only did she lack innate nirvana, but she didn't even possess a steel crystal base. Yu Xuanji hesitated briefly, but ultimately decided to choose this body. Though the starting point was relatively low, Yu Xuanji refused to believe that the offspring of these two individuals could truly lack exceptional talent. The potential must still be there. It was merely a matter of beginning from a humble starting line. Yu Xuanji held another ambition, since he intended to use an infant's body to rebirth and cultivate anew. This time he would aim to become a dual-series Dharma King, rather than limiting himself to solely a Jade-series Dharma King. Through Lin Shen's daughter's identity, he could learn Lin Shen's evolution skill, paving another path for himself. Moreover, with this identity, he could draw close to Yan Ruyu, seizing the opportune moment to kill Yan Ruyu and reclaim the Jade-series crown. Yu Xuanji mapped out his plans meticulously. His ghost-like spiritual body surged toward the baby's forehead, while the jade ring locked around her neck emanated an eerie power, masking all movements and fluctuations in the area. Even Chen Shun, sleeping nearby, failed to detect what was happening just feet away. First, Yu Xuanji's methods were extraordinarily refined. Second, Tian Shun herself was in a weakened state. Combined with the sheer improbability of anyone daring to infiltrate under the watch of so many top-tier immortals, this allowed Yu Xuanji's plan to succeed. As Yu Xuanji neared the baby's head, poised to leap into her mind, he seemed to already envision himself crowned as the dual-series king. Suddenly, Yu Xuanji felt a tightness around his neck and a suffocating sensation, as if someone were clutching his throat. Yu Xuanji's thoughts momentarily froze. He was utterly unprepared and could not grasp what was happening. In his spiritual form, he had no physical body and did not require breathing. How could he possibly feel suffocation? And yet, the feeling was unmistakable. Though his face was mere inches from the baby's, he was unable to move any closer. When Yu Xuanji finally discerned what was happening, his soul nearly escaped his body once more in shock. At some unknown moment, the baby's pudgy little hands had seized his neck, and the suffocating sensation emanated from those tiny hands. How can this be? Yu Xuanji was unable to understand. A newborn baby with no discernible level couldn't possibly grasp his spiritual body. Even if she was extraordinarily gifted and born with the ability to interact with spiritual forms, Yu Xuanji's spiritual body wasn't ordinary but one carrying power nearing the Dharma King's level. Even without a physical form, his spiritual body alone would be untouchable by anyone below the immortal level. Yet now, being held by an infant, he was experiencing a sense of suffocation. This was beyond astonishing. This baby, carrying Tian Sun and Lin Shen's genes, could not possibly be lacking in talent. Her abilities are simply latent, not as conspicuously evident as those of innate-level children. Yu Xuanji felt surprise turn to joy. The stronger the baby's innate abilities and potential, the better it would serve him. Once he used the baby's body to cultivate anew, becoming a dual-series Dharma King would be entirely achievable. Yu Xuanji pondered his situation thoroughly, deducing why this baby could interact with his spiritual form. Having studied both Tian Shun and Lin Shen in detail, Yu Xuanji knew that Tian Shun had inherited a fraction of Spirit Clan lineage. Although the Spirit Clan didn't rank among top-tier races, its natural affinity for spiritual abilities was exceptionally strong. Tian Shun's word spirit power stemmed partly from her mother's Spirit Clan lineage. This baby had likely inherited the Spirit Clan's spiritual talents and amplified them, enabling her to unconsciously touch Yu Xuanji's spiritual body, even generating the sensation of suffocation. The stronger her talent, the better. Yu Xuanji cautiously released energy, hoping to break free from the baby's grip. Although the jade ring concealed all auras and fluctuations, Yu Xuanji dared not act recklessly, lest Tian Shun be alerted. Even in his weakened spiritual state, Yu Xuanji didn't fear Tian Shun. However, being discovered would ruin his plans entirely, an outcome he could not afford. Initially, Yu Xuanji believed a slight increase in force would suffice to free himself from the baby's grip. After all, she was just born, lacking any measurable level of strength. Even with talent, her current strength couldn't possibly be formidable. Yet as Yu Xuanji amplified his power, he found himself increasingly horrified. He could not break free from the baby's hand. At this point, his strength had risen to levels capable of rivaling ordinary immortals, yet he remained powerless against the baby. The suffocation around his neck was unyielding. The baby, seeing Yu Xuanji's somewhat ridiculous expression, burst into laughter, her limbs flailing joyously, one of her hands loosening its grip, while the other continued to hold Yu Xuanji's neck firmly. Yu Xuanji, like a mere puppet, was helplessly dragged and shaken by the baby's little hand. He was stunned. How is this possible? This child can suppress immortal-level power. Could she be an innate immortal? Yu Xuanji felt the world spin around him. Of all the extraordinary events he had encountered in his lifetime, none were as shocking as this. Chapter 10101, nickname Yu Xuanji, wanted to escape from the baby's hand, but felt as if his soul was imprisoned, unable to break free, and was being shaken back and forth by the baby, nearly convinced he was about to reincarnate. Yu Xuanji resisted the impulse to use the jade ring to kill the baby. This body was too good, too perfect, and he didn't want to give it up. With such a powerful innate spiritual power, born no less than an immortal, it was unimaginable how far this being could grow in the future. The key point was that this was just a baby, the easiest to possess, and also the easiest for his soul to merge with the body. The baby's thoughts had yet to mature and lacked strong cognitive abilities, which would soon give way to boredom and carelessness. That would be his chance. As expected, just as Yu Xuanji predicted, after playing for a while, the baby grew uninterested, released Yu Xuanji's spiritual body from its grip, and went back to gnawing on its own little hand. Gaining his freedom, Yu Xuanji secretly breathed a sigh of relief, floated in midair, and then flew toward the baby's head once again. This time, Yu Xuanji was cautious, discreetly observing the baby's every move while approaching from the side the baby couldn't notice. When Yu Xuanji's spiritual body made contact with the baby's head, the baby showed no reaction. Yu Xuanji was elated and immediately burrowed inside. Having entered the body, the next step was to devour the soul's original spiritual sense and obliterate its consciousness, achieving the goal of body possession. Yet upon entering the baby's body, Yu Xuanji found himself in a vast expanse of starry vacuum. It's enormous, utterly unbelievable. This baby's consciousness sea is actually a cosmic universe. Yu Xuanji was both stunned and ecstatic. The consciousness sea of an average person is merely an expansive ocean, varying in size but negligible compared to a full cosmic universe. No wonder her spiritual sense is so formidable. With a consciousness sea akin to a universe, it'd be surprising if her spiritual sense wasn't extraordinary. Yu Xuanji thought his choice of Lin Shen and Tian Shun's child as his vessel was undoubtedly the right decision. With such a powerful consciousness, even if the physical body was inferior, it wouldn't matter. The early stages might be challenging, but the potential for development was limitless. This body will be mine, Yu Xuanji proclaimed, spreading out his spiritual sense in the consciousness sea to locate the baby's spiritual sense, aiming to devour and refine it as the optimal method of possession. In the consciousness sea, vision doesn't matter. It's all about the spiritual sense. As Yu Xuanji extended his spiritual sense, he immediately detected the baby's spiritual sense. He initially thought that finding the spiritual sense in such an expansive consciousness sea would be difficult, but instead discovered that it was right next to him. Yu Xuanji was utterly horrified because he realized the baby's spiritual sense was an unimaginable force that defied belief. The spiritual sense took the baby's form, yet in this consciousness sea, the infant spirit sat vast and towering, dwarfing the cosmic universe as though it were merely a plaything. Yu Xuanji's spiritual body was insignificant before the deity-like baby giant spirit, smaller than an ant, entirely beneath recognition. Yu Xuanji was simultaneously awed and thrilled. Such a terrifying spiritual sense was unprecedented in his life. He wasn't sure whether he could handle it, but he was unwilling to give up. Gathering all his spiritual power, he decisively released it, making his spiritual body expand, grow larger and larger. Yu Xuanji exerted all his effort, enlarging his spiritual body until it became no bigger than a mouse. He had reached the limit of his energy and could grow no further. The enlarged spiritual body finally caught the attention of the baby's spiritual sense, which looked at him with apparent curiosity. Yu Xuanji, reckless and desperate, charged headlong toward the baby's spiritual sense, intending to bite down on the baby's spirit and swallow it whole. Yu Xuanji was petrified. Despite his vigilance, he was unable to react in time to the baby's spiritual sense's grab. Yu Xuanji attempted to unleash a surge of strength to free himself, but the more he struggled, the tighter the baby's spiritual sense squeezed instinctively. Bang! Yu Xuanji's spiritual sense was simply crushed by the baby's spiritual sense, disintegrating into spiritual power that scattered throughout the consciousness sea. Even in death, Yu Xuanji never would have imagined that this would be his fate. He sought to consume the baby's spiritual sense, but could not even withstand an unconscious squeeze of its hand. With Yu Xuanji's spiritual body annihilated, the fragmented remnants of his spiritual sense dissolved into spiritual power, becoming nourishment for the consciousness sea and the baby's own spiritual sense. Yu Xuanji's life memories unfolded like a holographic projection within the baby's consciousness sea. The baby's spiritual sense watched Yu Xuanji's memories as though viewing a movie, its face full of curiosity. Unbeknownst to the baby, the jade ring around its neck had disintegrated into countless jade particles, merging into the baby's body. The Lin family finally had a descendant, but trouble arose when it came to naming her. Tian Xun originally wanted the elder sister to choose a name, but the elder sister argued that the name ought to be decided by the parents. However, Lin Shen was absent, and if Tian Xun wanted to wait for Lin Shen to return before naming her, they should give her a nickname for now. Tian Xun asked the elder sister to suggest a nickname, and she agreed, proposing a proper name when Lin Shen returned so the couple could decide together. Lin Miao thought for a moment, then smiled and said to Tian Xun, "Searching and wandering to no end, yet found without effort, our family doesn't seek riches or grandeur for this child. Just hope that her life is peaceful, free, and full of fortune effortlessly arriving. How about calling her Leifu as a nickname?" Tian Xun, Tian Xin, Yan Ruyu, and even Tian, whose face rarely showed emotion, all took on peculiar expressions. "What do you think we should nickname the child?" "I think Katie would be a good name, suitable for a girl." "No, too common. Xian is more meaningful." Each person chimed in with their thoughts. As they discussed names, it was as if Lin Miao hadn't spoken. her words ignored, her gaze unreturned. This made Lin Miao feel as though she'd imagined it all, otherwise why would they still be debating the name? Tian Xun, Lin Miao wanted to speak to Tian Xun, but Tian Xun had already turned to Tai and said, "Second brother, what name do you think fits this child?" Zhu. Tai thought for a moment and replied, "Long-lasting and eternal, Zhu. It's a nice name. Let's call her Zhu then," Tian Xun quickly declared. Though the name was ordinary, it was far better than Laifu. Afraid Lin Miao might suggest something else, she finalized the choice on the spot. Chapter 111, Lin Shen's Plan. When Lin Shen and the others left Immortal Returning City, 8 days had already passed. During these days, Yan Li had been completely compliant with Lin Shen. Even though her injuries had mostly healed, she didn't dare disobey his orders and was deeply intimidated by him. Lin Shen, on the other hand, was wary of Yan Li turning against him. The problem lay in his uncertainty about being able to kill her, so he could only feign an attempt to tame her, pretending to make her serve him. He would have preferred to kill Yan Li and rid himself of the trouble once and for all. However, Yan Li was a being of ultimate power, not someone you could kill on a whim. Even gravely wounded, killing her was an exceedingly difficult task. As it stood, this outcome was already fortunate enough. Yan Li feared him, which was advantageous. If he couldn't use her, at least he had managed to escape Immortal Returning City. Only after leaving Immortal Returning City and teleporting away from Yin Mountain Star did Lin Shen finally breathe a quiet sigh of relief. "We'd better not return to Yin Mountain Star in the future," Lin Shen said to Wei Wufu and DEC. DEC chuckled. "That strike you used, you wouldn't be able to do it a second time, would you?" "If I could, Yan Li wouldn't still be alive," Lin Shen sighed. "With the Yan family there, we'll just have to give up on the resources of Yin Mountain Star." "I don't agree," DEC said. "You can choose not to come, but Wei and I can still go. Borrowing the tiger's might is still a valid tactic." "Too bad I'm just a paper tiger," Lin Shen said with a bitter smile. "If no one discovers that you're a paper tiger, then you're a real tiger. Besides, if we don't return, Yan Li will soon realize she's been deceived, which will be even worse for us," DEC said thoughtfully. "The resources of Immortal Returning City and Yin Mountain Star are critical to us right now. Leave this matter to me." Lin Shen nodded and said nothing more. DEC had his own plans. It was fine to leave it to him to handle. After parting ways with DEC, Lin Shen returned to Crystal Charm Star, intending to try once more to summon the Jade Emperor. If he succeeded in summoning him, Lin Shen had already thought of the reasoning he'd use. "You, the mighty Jade Emperor, were summoned to help me kill someone, but not only did you fail to kill them, you left me with a mess to clean up. That's unacceptable, isn't it?" Unfortunately, Lin Shen was disappointed. He recited the Jade Emperor's honorific name and uttered the spell several times, but there was no response at all. Lin Shen tried chanting it in various ways several more times, but still, there was no reaction. As expected, it could only be used once. "Looks like I'll need to find a way to collect those sacrificial robes and go to the Celestial Court to obtain a guardian spirit," Lin Shen mused. Having witnessed the power of the guardian spirit, he planned to gather the robes and visit that mystical Celestial Court again. However, now that he was here, he had no way of returning to the ancient realm. Collecting those robes would be quite challenging. Lin Shen decided to use the Commerce Star trading system to gather the robes, mobilizing people from the ancient realm to search for them. But for the moment, Lin Shen had no mind to deal with that. There was another issue he needed to address. Could he still control the smart brains without the immortal spirit protection of the Jade Emperor? Setting aside other matters, Lin Shen first headed to the Central Heaven Star Divine Palace. Entering the Star Constellation Hall, he bypassed the Star Constellation Token and directly attempted to communicate with the Star Constellation C. Under normal circumstances, without the Star Constellation Token, the Star Constellation C would surely ignore him. To Lin Shen's delight, the Star Constellation C actually responded to him just as it had before. Even without the Star Constellation Token, Lin Shen was still able to issue a variety of commands to it. "Little Jing, can you clone the body of a divine being?" Lin Shen thought of how the Six Paths Reincarnation Institute could clone divine bodies and asked casually. "Master, the cloning function has been locked and is unavailable," the Star Constellation C replied. "Can the lock be removed?" Lin Shen's heart leaped. It seemed the Star Constellation C indeed had this capability, but it was merely restricted. "The lock can be removed, but according to the agreement, 6 great emperors must come together to disable the lock and reactivate this feature," the Star Constellation C replied, leaving Lin Shen slightly disappointed. "What agreement?" Lin Shen murmured, pondering aloud. "The 23rd Accord, signed collectively by the 6 great emperors, prohibits any Star Constellation C from using the cloning function," the Star Constellation C explained. "How strange. Why would they lock this feature?" Lin Shen was puzzled. If the 6 great emperors were indeed smart brains, this function would undoubtedly be incredibly useful to them. With it, they could endlessly clone divine beings, utilizing them as assistants, rendering actual divine beings and the Star God Palace obsolete. Why then would the 6 great emperors forsake such a powerful feature and even establish an accord to ban it? For now, the only place not bound by this accord is the Six Paths Reincarnation Institute in Immortal Returning City. I'll need to figure out how to get my hands on that, Lin Shen thought. But would attempting to take the Six Paths Reincarnation Institute push Yan Li into risking everything to oppose him? Just as he left the star constellation C, a star divine official was waiting for him outside. Shi Zhongqing had some business with him. In the grand hall, Shi Zhongqing was sitting behind a table, fiddling with his tortoiseshell and copper coins. Preparation for what? After everything that had happened recently, Lin Shen had completely forgotten about this matter. The moment he finished speaking, Lin Shen immediately remembered and quickly said, I have only so much ability. When the time comes, I'll just do my best. You haven't forgotten about this, have you? Shi Zhongqing, ever shrewd, saw through Lin Shen's thoughts instantly. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Lin Shen replied, It's just that there's not much I can do. I'll have to play it by ear. Shi Zhongqing wasn't offended. With the same cheerful demeanor, he said to Lin Shen, I've just received news from the Star God Palace in the Hutu district. Zhang Xishan should arrive tomorrow. I was about to find you to discuss this, but it's good that you came on your own. Zhang Xishan, why is he coming? Isn't he known for rarely making public appearances? Even during the appointments of so many past pavilion masters he didn't attend, Lin Shen said, feeling a headache coming on. Although Zhang Xishan held the title of Star Constellation Pavilion Master, his strength had long since reached the level of a great divine official. It was only because the current great divine official in the Hutu district hadn't stepped down that Zhang Xishan remained in his role at the pavilion. That said, it was well known that Zhang Xishan effectively controlled most of the Hutu district's affairs, as the old divine official had essentially retired from active duty. Hard to say. In any case, be mentally prepared. Zhang Xishan isn't easy to deal with. If he gives you trouble, you'll find yourself in a tough spot. Lin Shen couldn't help but detect a hint of schadenfreude in Shi Zhongqing's tone. No matter how strong he is, he wouldn't actually kill me, right? Worst case, it's just a bit of humiliation. I'm not afraid of being humiliated anyway. It's not like I'll be the only one embarrassed, Lin Shen said, curling his lips. Chapter 1113. Zhang Xishan. There are many difficult things in the world, but as long as you can shamelessly face them, at least half of them won't be difficult anymore. Lin Shen didn't take the other 5-star constellation masters seriously. If they came to make things hard for him, at worst he'd lose face due to lack of skill. No big deal. After all, they couldn't kill him in the central Heaven Star Divine Palace. So what was there to be afraid of? At most, Shi Zhongqing might strip him of his Star Constellation Master title. If that happened, so be it. Lin Shen had already made up his mind. When Zhang Xishan came tomorrow, whatever he said or did, Lin Shen would just play along submissively. What could Zhang Xishan do to him anyway? Shi Zhongqing listened to all this with a stunned expression, but ultimately said nothing. He simply told Lin Shen to do whatever he wanted. It was his own business. The next day, Lin Shen followed Shi Zhongqing to the teleportation station to welcome Zhang Xishan. Under normal circumstances, Shi Zhongqing wouldn't need to show up for such an occasion. Lin Shen alone could handle the reception. However, Zhang Xishan was a bit special. He was technically from the same generation as Shi Zhongqing. Though his rank was one grade lower, Shi Zhongqing still extended some courtesy. Perhaps Shi Zhongqing was also trying to prevent Lin Shen from being humiliated too badly, which is why he came to greet Zhang Xishan personally. Lin Shen knew Zhang Xishan was old, but didn't expect him to look this ashamed. He seemed even older than Shi Zhongqing. His sparse gray-white hair was utterly feeble, though his beard was long enough to warrant attention. His face had more wrinkles than Shi Zhongqing, and his exaggerated eye bags drooped so low they nearly touched his cheekbones. Zhang Xishan exchanged a few pleasantries with Shi Zhongqing before turning his gaze to Lin Shen. His droopy eyelids reduced his eyes to mere slits, with a visible hint of yellow within. Pavilion Master Tian is indeed young and capable. The Star God Palace finally has promising successors, Zhang Xishan began, complimenting Lin Shen right away. The praise made Lin Shen feel like a weasel wishing a chicken Happy New Year full of ulterior motives. Snuggling up without good reason, it's either treachery or theft. Lin Shen thought inwardly, but outwardly responded, Pavilion Master Jiang, you overpraise me. I still have much to learn. If you don't understand anything, you're welcome to consult me anytime, Zhang Xishan said. His words made Lin Shen somewhat at a loss for how to respond. Though both were Star Constellation Masters and technically equals, Zhang Xishan's tone came across as patronizing. However, given Zhang Xishan's age, he did have the seniority to make such statements. Pavilion Master Zhang has vast experience and knowledge. I'll surely seek your advice in the future, Lin Shen said. Why wait for the future when today works just as well, Zhang Xishan suggested. Lin Shen glanced at Shi Zhongqing, who showed no indication of intervening. Clearly, Shi Zhongqing wanted Lin Shen to handle this himself. Sure, that's fine. I haven't yet decided what to consult you about. Pavilion Master Jiang, why don't you tell me what you excel at? Lin Shen asked with composure. I'm skilled at getting hit. If you're interested, we can exchange experiences on taking hits, Zhang Xishan replied, catching Lin Shen off guard. Lin Shen laughed. I really am curious about what kind of wisdom getting hit could yield. Please enlighten me, Pavilion Master Jiang. The three key elements of getting hit, striking a cool pose, reacting swiftly, and maintaining an arrogant expression, Jiang Zhishan rambled, his words becoming increasingly absurd. Lin Shen was beginning to suspect that this old man wasn't here to provoke him, but rather to mess around with him. What's wrong, don't understand? Jiang Zhishan asked with a grin when Lin Shen didn't respond. Too profound, I honestly don't get it. Lin Shen shook his head and said, No problem, I'll demonstrate for you and you'll understand instantly, Jiang Zhishan said, surveying the area. Noticing many Star Divine officials were glancing their way, he nodded and added, The space here is wide enough. Let's do the demonstration right here. After speaking, Jiang Zhishan walked back and forth slowly, picking a good spot before telling Lin Shen, All right, hit me. In all his life, Lin Shen had never encountered someone making such a bizarre request. His expression grew complicated as he turned to Shi Zhongqing for help. Shi Zhongqing stood off to the side, his face inscrutable. He clearly intended to let Lin Shen face this challenge alone. Pavilion Master Jiang, you've traveled a long way and haven't even had a drink yet. This doesn't seem appropriate. Why don't we head inside? I'll make some tea and we can chat while sipping it, Lin Shen suggested. Tea can wait. If I don't finish the demonstration now, it'll weigh on my mind and even the best tea won't taste right, Jiang Zhishan said firmly, adopting a horse stance. He urged Lin Shen again, Don't hesitate, make your move. We've got official business to handle afterward. Very well, as you insist. Lin Shen couldn't figure out the old man's motives, but at this point, retreat was not an option. With Jiang Zhishan standing there inviting him to strike, not acting would mean more than losing face. It'd render him unfit as the Star Constellation Master entirely. How should I hit him? Lin Shen stood before Jiang Zhishan, temporarily unsure of how to proceed. Use your full strength. Whatever technique or weapon you excel at, let it out. The essence of getting hit lies in adapting to anything. No matter how you attack any skill, tool, or ability, it will all be the same to me. Remember, to succeed, one must plant oneself firmly while being struck. Jiang Zhishan pontificated righteously. All right, here I go. Lin Shen stopped wasting words and delivered a full-force surfing fist strike. Though Lin Shen didn't augment the punch with any skills, it was powered entirely by his strength attribute. Jiang Zhishan, with his reputation and prowess, couldn't possibly fail to withstand this one punch from Lin Shen. Lin Shen assumed Jiang Zhishan wouldn't simply take the hit passively, he must have some trick up his sleeve. Otherwise, how could this qualify as a test? But Lin Shen couldn't quite grasp what Jiang Zhishan's trap might be. Would he use a counter skill to reflect the punch's force back onto Lin Shen? Or perhaps absorb Lin Shen's strength, leaving him powerless and taunting him afterward with, feeling weak? Punching like that won't cut it. Of course, these were merely Lin Shen's guesses. In the blink of an eye, Lin Shen's fist connected squarely with Jiang Zhishan's chest. Jiang Zhishan stood there in all his immortal-like grace, resembling an old immortal. But as soon as Lin Shen's fist landed, the old immortal's body suddenly lifted off the ground, spinning countless full rotations like a windmill caught in a gale before crashing heavily to the ground in a heap. You, cruel, brute, the old immortal lay there in a rather dramatic pose, spraying out a mouthful of blood as he cursed Lin Shen with 3 words. Lin Shen was utterly stunned, watching the old immortal shakily rise from the ground, spit a final threat at him, then flee back through the teleportation station without so much as glancing back. Chapter 1114, The 95 Supreme Body. When the news first started circulating, many people thought it was a rumor. Someone like Jiang Zhishan, even if a great divine official came, might not be able to do anything to him. A Star Constellation Master who was exceptionally promoted, who was only a 6-star divine official, could make Jiang Zhishan spit blood? Isn't that a joke? Until someone released a video image of Jiang Zhishan falling and spitting blood, the entire celestial court was in an uproar. Lin Shen had originally made up his mind to concede once the pavilion masters from other star regions arrived, but he didn't expect Jiang Zhishan to pull this stunt. Even now, Lin Shen couldn't understand what he was trying to do. With Jiang Zhishan's abilities, if he wanted to deal with him, he could have done it himself. There was no need to make such a big deal out of it. But he did it anyway, at the cost of his own reputation. Lin Shen couldn't figure it out, so he could only seek advice from Shi Zhongqing, who merely said lightly, Some things you have to solve yourself. Right now I can protect you, but once you become a great divine official, no one will protect you anymore, and only you can protect others. Hearing Shi Zhongqing say this, Lin Shen felt somewhat reassured. If it really was a plot capable of affecting the Central Heaven Star Divine Palace, Shi Zhongqing wouldn't just ignore it. Since he was ignoring it, it meant the matter was still within controllable bounds. Even Jiang Zhishan wasn't his match. Is this person really that strong? In the South District Star God Palace, a 9-star divine palace muttered to himself as he watched the video. Pavilion Master Ji, we mustn't underestimate him. That Tian being able to come out alive from Hanyang Star was not something an ordinary divine being could achieve. Another 9-star star officer spoke. Shi Zhongqing, for his sake, went as far as to confront acting great divine official Wu Qing on the god beheading platform. He came out fine, but acting great divine official Wu Qing was executed. That Tian is not simple. If you go, you must not be careless. We'll see how great his skills truly are through a test. Ji Shisan simply said lightly. The other star constellation masters from several other star divine palaces were also discussing Lin Shen's affairs. Originally, several star divine palaces planned to take this opportunity to figure out Lin Shen's capabilities, but with this development, they hesitated to make a move. Even Zhang Shishan was beaten until he spat blood. Although the pavilion masters considered themselves strong, none had the confidence to defeat Zhang Shishan, let alone make him spit blood. This unexpected situation forced them to reconsider their prior plans. Before, the other pavilion masters all intended to duel Lin Shen to uncover his strength and background. With these developments, they had to think more carefully. They were there to ascertain his capabilities. If they ended up like Zhang Zishan, beaten and spitting blood, losing face wouldn't be pleasant. However, without acting, they couldn't discern Lin Shen's background, leaving them in a quandary. Zhang Zishan had arrived a few days early. By the time the news spread through the celestial court, the actual date arrived. Other star divine palaces sent people to observe the ceremony, naturally led by the star constellation masters from each star region. This time it was Lin Shen himself who was hosting. Shi Zhongqing did not make an appearance. Perhaps because the incident of Zhang Shishan being beaten and spitting blood was too shocking, when several star constellation masters arrived, they were all polite, surprisingly amiable. Only that Ji Shisan remained cold and taciturn, appearing not to want to acknowledge Lin Shen's presence. Lin Shen didn't think it inappropriate. He had dealt with the great divine official from the South District, making the South District Star God Palace lose considerable face. It's normal for the South District Star officers to not show him goodwill. The ceremony proceeded in an orderly fashion, with many coming to witness it. When it reached the most critical part, when other star constellation masters were to assess Lin Shen's abilities, the pavilion masters looked at one another, none willing to make the first move. Seeing this, Ji Shisan secretly chuckled to himself, stood up, and walked towards Lin Shen on the stage. Those observing the ceremony, seeing Ji Shisan step forward, knew today there would be a spectacle. Although Ji Shisan had only become a star constellation master in recent years, his background was exceptionally advantageous, and besides Zhang Shishan, Ji Shisan was the most renowned among the pavilion masters. Given Lin Shen's enmity with the South District Star God Palace, Ji Shisan, being the South District Star Constellation Master and likely to become a great divine official soon, definitely wouldn't let Lin Shen off easily. Everyone speculated inwardly about what difficult challenge Ji Shisan would present to Lin Shen. Judging by past experiences, it often involved dueling. Occasionally, some pavilion masters would come up with unique tricks, but such instances were rare. Having defeated Zhang Shishan before, whether Ji Shisan would choose to duel was uncertain. I want to fight you. Before Lin Shen could speak, Ji Shisan directly declared his choice. Ji Shisan's decision surprised no one. It was within reason. How do you want to fight? Lin Shen wasn't wordy. If beaten, conceding was all that needed to be done, nothing more to say. You managed to make Pavilion Master Jiang spit blood. Your strength must be extraordinary, so I'll decide victory through strength. Ji Shisan stated bluntly. How do we determine victory through strength? Lin Shen initially thought Ji Shisan would straightforwardly engage in a brawl, but upon hearing, it didn't quite seem that way. I remember you come from the toughest divine being competition, so let's determine victory in the style of toughest divine being competition, Ji Shisan said. At this statement, everyone realized Ji Shisan was determined to disgrace Lin Shen publicly today. Ji Shisan aims to kill two birds with one stone, defeat him in his field of expertise, leaving Tian without a word to say. North District Star Constellation. Master Pan Zhenxing squinted and remarked. Don't underestimate, although Ji Shisan hasn't participated in the toughest divine being competition, he's blessed with the supreme body and is protected by the 5 directions deity and 9 true dragons. In a hard collision, it's Tian who might be on the losing end. East District Star Constellation Master Dongfeng Buliang commented. It's hard to say who's at a disadvantage. I've watched Tian's matches. Back then he was only a lower divine being, but the bullets he fired were peculiar, seemingly possessing an invincible attribute. With Ji Shisan proposing this combat method, it's possible he's the one at a disadvantage. West District Star Constellation Master Yao Ji said smilingly, You underestimate Ji Shisan's supreme body. Even invincible traits can't harm the supreme body. Dongfeng Buliang replied, I'm curious to know how powerful Ji Shisan's supreme body truly is. Yao Ji replied lightly, 9-5 is the ultimate, blessed with fortune, geographical advantage, interpersonal harmony, protected by heaven and earth. Accompanied by 5 direction spirituality, reinforced by 9 heavens true dragons, immortal and indestructible, sharing longevity with heaven and earth, sharing glory with all things, as long as the cosmic exists, so shall the 9-5 endure. Dongfeng Buliang slowly explained. Chapter 115, Bring It On, the Cosmos Endures. The Supreme Body is indestructible. Isn't that a bit too bold of a claim? How are you so sure about it? Yao Ji asked Dongfeng Buliang with a half smile. Well, in private, I fought a duel with him once. I used every trick I had, but couldn't break through his supreme body. So, tell me, how can I not be sure? Dongfeng Buliang replied with a mischievous grin. Clearly, it was quite an embarrassing matter, but coming from his mouth, it sounded as if he were laughing at someone else's misfortunes, completely detached from the affair. The two listeners were caught off guard upon learning that Dongfang Buliang had actually exchanged blows with Ji Shizan, and even Dongfang Buliang couldn't break Ji Shizan's supreme body. Dongfang Buliang's name might suggest a casual personality, and his demeanor often seemed laid back. He always talked to others with a grin, and people spoke to him unceremoniously without offending him. But Yao Ji and Pan Zhenjing understood one thing very well. Dongfang Buliang's strength was anything but casual. Back then, they both attended Dongfang Buliang's inauguration ceremony and had sparred with him, so they knew the extent of his abilities. In terms of raw strength and destructive power, Dongfang Buliang fell short compared to Pan Zhenjing. In terms of skill, he couldn't surpass Yao Ji either. However, Dongfang Buliang possessed a fearsome quality that made both Pan Zhenjing and Yao Ji wary. He was a master of weaponry. Any weapon, even something as mundane as a sheet of paper or a green onion, could turn into an unpredictable force of destruction in Dongfang Buliang's hands. Moreover, Dongfang Buliang had a passion for collecting all kinds of divine artifacts. Calling him a walking armory wouldn't be far off. Dongfang Buliang could tailor his choice of divine artifacts against different opponents, effectively compensating for gaps in his own combat power. Barehanded, he might lose to Pan Zhenjing or Yao Ji, but the moment he wielded any weapon, he'd force them both to tread cautiously. Pan Zhenjing was well aware of one exceptional divine artifact in Dongfang Buliang's possession. Its destructive power rivaled the full strength of his own attacks. For even Dongfang Buliang to admit he couldn't penetrate Ji Shisan's supreme body, Ji Shisan's resilience might be far beyond their imagination. During your battle with him, did you use any divine artifacts? Yao Ji asked for confirmation again. I did, and still couldn't break through. That's why I said Tian has no chance, Dongfang Buliang replied. If that's truly the case, then Tian really has slim odds, Pan Zhenjing murmured before adding. But Tian is an enigmatic figure. I wouldn't say his chances are zero. After all, he managed to injure Pavilion Master Jiang. Whether that's true or not remains to be seen. As for his chances, we'll find out soon enough, Dongfang Buliang said with a grin. Will you go first, or shall I? Lin Shen asked Ji Shisan without bothering for unnecessary banter. If Ji Shisan wanted a contest, so be it. If I go first, you might not even get a chance to make a move. So, I'll let you go first. Ji Shisan stood proudly, exuding an air that suggested he was the paramount being in the world while everyone else was mere trash. Lin Shen was anything but polite. Since Ji Shisan let him strike first, he immediately pulled out his sniper rifle, aimed at Ji Shisan, and said, Is this going to be just like the contest against the toughest divine beings? No dodging allowed, right? Of course, same rules, Ji Shisan confirmed. All right, then watch out. Lin Shen aimed at Ji Shisan, pulled the trigger, and fired without a shred of hesitation. This guy is amusing. He really did shoot first, Pan Zhenjing remarked with slight surprise. Given that this was the Central Heaven Star Divine Palace and Lin Shen served as its host, he should have theoretically let the guest strike first. The fact that he shot unceremoniously, without exchanging pleasantries, showed he wasn't concerned about maintaining any semblance of decorum. Everyone's eyes were glued to the bullet fired from the sniper rifle, watching its trajectory unflinchingly. After injuring Zhang Xishan with a single punch and being nearly indestructible during the toughest divine beings competition, the spectators were eager to see firsthand the capabilities of this star constellation master. Since Lin Shen hadn't used a space bullet, this shot wasn't particularly fast. The bullet's flight path was crystal clear to all. Ji Shisan naturally tracked the trajectory with clear precision, extending his hand directly toward the bullet. In his palm, there was a peculiar black symbol radiating monstrous energy fluctuations. The black symbol resembled a small black turtle, shimmering brightly like a shield as it stood between him and the bullet. That's the Xuanwu spirit, one of the 5 directions deity. It carries indomitable properties. Back then, I tried 17 different weapons but still couldn't overcome the defenses of the Xuanwu spirit, Dongfang Buliang explained. Yaoji and Pan Zhenjing studied the eerie radiance emanating from the symbol in Ji Shisan's hand, feeling a sense of wariness in their hearts. But in the very next moment, the bullet struck the eerie light. Rather than being deflected, Ji Shisan's palm and arm crumbled like paper, the bullet tearing through him completely. Blood poured from the entry and exit wounds instantly. What the hell, this doesn't make sense. How could the bullet pierce through? Dongfang Buliang's eyes widened in disbelief. Yao Ji and Pan Zhenjing were also taken aback. Despite Dongfang Buliang's seemingly unreliable exterior, they trusted he wasn't prone to exaggeration, especially as a pavilion master. His genuine shock made it clear this outcome was utterly unexpected. The onlookers shared a mix of astonishment and delight. Most of the Star Divine officials from the Central Heaven Star Divine Palace felt elated. Having a star constellation master like Lin Shen meant the legacy of figures like Shi Zhongqing was in safe hands. Divine officials from other palaces were likewise stunned. The rumors might actually be true. With skills like this, there's a real chance he could have made Zhang Xishan cough blood. How is he so powerful at such a young age? Not long ago, he was just a lower divine being competing in the lower tier during the toughest divine beings contest. How has he become this formidable in such a short time? The crowd buzzed with discussions as Jishi-san frowned at his pierced hand and arm, then directed his gaze toward Lin Shen's sniper rifle, commenting, "Good gun." From Jishi-san's perspective, the fact that Lin Shen could penetrate his Xuanwu true spirit must be attributed to the exceptional properties of the sniper rifle. "Shall we continue?" Lin Shen asked as he stowed the rifle. It was evident he had shown a measure of restraint by not aiming for Jishi-san's head. After all, today was supposed to be an auspicious occasion, and there was no need to kill someone in front of so many Star Divine officials. Why not try aiming here this time? Jishi-san pointed to his forehead, having caught Lin Shen's meaning. There was no need for mercy. Lin Shen didn't hesitate. One shot? Fine. He raised the sniper rifle without missing a beat and fired straight at Jishi-san's head. Bang! Jishi-san's head was immediately perforated, blood spurting from front and back as his head jerked violently backward. Holy crap, he just shot him without wasting a moment. That's taking honesty to the extreme. The Star Divine officials were visibly stunned. Chapter 1116. Appearance of the day, Star Dongfang Buyang and the others were startled. They hadn't expected Lin Shen to take the advice so readily. Someone told him to attack, and he actually did it? What if Jishi-san was only bluffing? All eyes locked onto Jishi-san, whose head had been blown back at a bizarre angle, yet his body remained upright and motionless, a sight equal parts eerie and unsettling. Suddenly, golden radiance erupted from Jishi-san's body. Neither his armor nor his robe could suppress the brilliance surging up around him. It was as though golden true dragons had materialized on his frame, and then countless stars abruptly appeared in the sky above. The strange thing was, it was broad daylight, the sun hung high overhead. Under such intense light, no stars in the night sky should have been visible. Yet, at this moment, the starry sky shimmered brilliantly, and even the sun seemed dim and lifeless in comparison. Daystar has revealed itself. That guy, Jishi-san, Dongfang Buyang, looked up at the dazzling heavens and could only shake his head with a bitter laugh. The starry sky's luminescent beams cascaded down like stage lights, bathing Jishi-san in layers of glowing splendor. Still standing with his head strangely tilted backward, Jishi-san soaked in the ocean of stardust. Astonishingly, the wound on his forehead began healing at an incredible pace, sewing itself clean and flawless within moments. Finally, he slowly straightened his posture, standing under the starry illumination like a divine sun gazing serenely at Lin Shen. "You may continue," he said flatly. The sheer dominance of Jishi-san left everyone's hearts stirred with both envy and dread. Lin Shen appeared transfixed as well, staring blankly at Jishi-san, wrapped in divine star power. "Oh no, Tian seems to be intimidated by Jishi-san," Dongfang Buyang muttered, observing Lin Shen's expression and presuming Jishi-san's overwhelming aura and godlike abilities had paralyzed his rival. The others largely shared Dongfang Buyang's opinion. Lin Shen's weapon was undeniably formidable, capable of piercing Jishi-san's body, yet clearly insufficient to defeat him. Tian is already scared stiff. The match is as good as decided. Tian's gun is impressive, but defeating Jishi-san requires more than sheer destructive force from a divine artifact. I wonder about Tian's defensive prowess? Probably nowhere near the level of his gun's destructive power. If this can't win him the fight, there's little hope left. Jishi-san noticed Lin Shen still standing silent and made the same assumption as the crowd. Lin Shen had been thoroughly cowed. "Since you won't strike, it's my turn now. You injured one of my arms, so I'll render one of yours useless," Jishi-san declared. He had no intention of killing Lin Shen here, but disabling an arm? It would be up to Lin Shen whether he could regenerate it. Only then did Lin Shen snap out of his daze, though the expression on his face remained a complex mix of emotions. "Go ahead," Lin Shen answered, gesturing at Jishi-san. In truth, Lin Shen's thoughts had long drifted away from the battle at hand. Jishi-san's manifestation of 9 dragons to summon Daystar unveiled a truth to Lin Shen he'd never seen before. While most people saw nothing more than an expanse of shimmering stars, glowing and twinkling individually, what Lin Shen perceived was entirely different. In Lin Shen's eyes, the stars weren't solitary. They were linked, bound by invisible threads into an intricate pattern, a sprawling true dragon design. He could even sense the terrifying power radiating from the star dragon map. Where others believed Jishi-san stood merely bathed in starlight, Lin Shen recognized that the force enveloping Jishi-san wasn't simply star power. It was the dragon breath emanating from the star dragon map. The dragon breath cascaded into Jishi-san like a heavenly river, transforming through the radiant 9-dragon spiritual pattern adorning his frame, converting into pure energy for Jishi-san's use. His power and aura surged at a rate so fierce that even Lin Shen felt a trace of dread. Lin Shen's dragon vision stemmed from his own dragon vine fire seed, which had been spontaneously awakened by Daystar's ascendance. Since obtaining the fire seed, Lin Shen had never utilized it, unable to discern its true purpose, until now. At the moment the fire seed activated, Lin Shen finally understood its intended function. The dragon vine fire seed roiled restlessly within him, yearning to rush toward the dragon breath surrounding Jishi-san. Lin Shen quelled the impulse, snapping back to reality only to hear Jishi-san announcing his attack. Regrets over his delay were now futile. Had he been quicker, continuing to strike when Jishi-san invited it, things might have been different. Lin Shen wasn't one to dwell on pride or appearances. Clinging to such pretenses offered no joy or freedom. But as Jishi-san had already declared his move, Lin Shen uttering further provocation would now cross the line into shamelessness, or worse, moral bankruptcy. Quietly, Lin Shen unslung the immortal shield from his back and positioned it firmly in front of himself. Jishi-san, seeing Lin Shen ready, slowly raised a hand toward the heavens. As his arm lifted, the countless beams of starlight seemed to come alive, rushing frenetically toward his palm. Intense brilliance coiled around his arm like electric serpents, swiftly enveloping the entirety of his forearm. At the apex of Jishi-san's hand, the radiant energy concentrated to an astonishing level, resembling the terrifying maw of a dragon. Even seasoned Star Divine officials observing from the sidelines struggled to breathe under the crushing weight of the energy's pressure, murmuring in awe and fear. Jishi-san has grown far stronger since our last battle, Dongfang Buliang said with admiration. Rumors claim Jishi-san is heaven's favored child, perhaps an illegitimate offspring of the great emperor. In light of his gifts and abilities, such claims seem plausible. His prowess is beyond what anyone could achieve through millions of years of training. It's destiny, Yaoji sighed, watching the Star Dragon radiance coiling around Jishi-san's arm. With the 9 dragons' 5 spirits protecting him, and his ability to channel cosmic star power, who could possibly challenge him? Pan Zhenxing said with a resigned laugh. He wasn't envious of Jishi-san but deeply awed by his prowess. Are you prepared? Jishi-san asked, his single arm raised high, blazing thunder-like light streaming like roaring dragons, as if splitting the heavens around him. His immense radiance threatened to consume the entire planet. Many bystanders fretted nervously, fearing Jishi-san's strike might obliterate the world outright. I've been ready, Lin Shen replied expressionlessly. Despite the oppressive might emanating from Jishi-san, Lin Shen could sense the fire seed within him responding with uncontained hunger. Your arm will now belong to me, Jishi-san declared, unleashing his blow. The blinding radiance coiling around his arm surged forward, morphing into a roaring light dragon that lunged hungrily at Lin Shen. Its speed was unfathomable, its force searing beyond comprehension, leaving all witnesses breathless and unable to bear its stunning ferocity. Chapter 1117, Blatant Robbery. The light dragon collided directly with the shield. According to Jishi-san's expectations, this strike, powered by the Star Dragon vein, should have shattered the shield and crushed Lin Shen's arm. Others could feel the terrifying energy contained in the light dragon's attack, and many even worried that Lin Shen might be killed outright. However, when the light dragon truly touched the shield, everyone stared wide-eyed in astonishment. There was no shattering sound as imagined, not even the slightest noise. The shield didn't crack. Instead, the light dragon slipped into the shield like a loach diving into water. The entire shield, along with the armor that Lin Shen wore, instantly radiated with brilliant starlight. The immortal suit didn't possess such a capability. This was the power of the Dragon Vein Fire Seed, which forcefully absorbed the light dragon's energy. Because the energy was too immense, Lin Shen's body couldn't completely process it all at once, causing some to overflow, making the immortal suit appear to emit light. Observers thought it was merely an ability of the immortal suit that devoured the light dragon. Only Lin Shen knew the real perpetrator behind this miracle was the fire seed. What puzzled Lin Shen was that such an immense force didn't convert into his own power after being absorbed by the fire seed. It seemed to vanish into thin air. Chi Fortune +1. When the light dragon's energy was nearly depleted, the Dragon Vine Fire Seed finally showed some change. Chi Fortune? What use is that? Does it increase luck? Will it improve the odds of winning the lottery or allow me to find treasures on the streets? Lin Shen wondered privately. To think he could resolve it this easily. This new pavilion master has some skill, said Pan Zhenjing. The divine artifact he's wearing must be part of a suit. Interesting, but Jishi-san hasn't truly unleashed his powers yet. It's hard to say if he can endure with just that suit, replied Dongfang Buliang. Your turn. Jishi-san bathed in starlight, waiting for Lin Shen's attack. With the blessing of the Star Dragon Vine, he seemed almost invincible, his energy endless. Since neither of us can harm the other, shall we call it a draw? Lin Shen did not attack, speaking calmly. Such a rare opportunity calls for a decisive winner. Jishi-san refused to let him off. In that case, let's continue, Lin Shen said as he stood up and walked toward Jishi-san. Jishi-san thought Lin Shen was trying to attack him at close range, so he stood his ground and watched Lin Shen approach. But as Lin Shen got closer, within just 2 meters of Jishi-san, he showed no signs of stopping, leaving people baffled about his intentions. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Shen, confused as to what he wanted by coming so close. The proximity seemed disadvantageous for exerting strength. They couldn't fathom what kind of skill Lin Shen might fancy such closeness for. By now, Lin Shen was just within arm's reach of Jishi-san. However, due to the concentrated starry illumination surrounding him, Ji-Shi-san looked as though he stood under a spotlight, while Lin Shen appeared to lurk in a shadow without being fully in darkness, yet giving off the impression of dwelling in a shadow. Are you certain you want to continue? Lin Shen confronted Ji-Shi-san face to face, with their gazes interlocked, and asked calmly. Certainly, Ji-Shi-san replied without flinching from Lin Shen's gaze. Lin Shen said no more and reached out with his palm. Everyone thought Lin Shen's hand was reaching for Ji-Shi-san, including Ji-Shi-san himself, who couldn't see how such a seemingly effortless grab could pose any threat. But Lin Shen's hand wasn't aimed at Ji-Shi-san, it merely extended into the starlight enveloping him. The next moment left everyone stunned. As Lin Shen's palm touched the starlight, the light seemed to rush toward his body like a cascading waterfall. When Lin Shen withdrew his hand, the countless beams of starlight originally illuminating Ji-Shi-san seemed to have been seized by Lin Shen, shifting away from Ji-Shi-san and converging upon Lin Shen instead. It was an astonishing sight, like Ji-Shi-san had been robbed of his main character aura, leaving him dim and cloaked in shadow. On the other hand, Lin Shen now stood as the focal point of countless stars, akin to a stage's protagonist delivering a monologue. What kind of trick is this? Dongfeng Buliang's eyes widened, as though he'd seen a ghost in broad daylight. Yao Ji and Pan Zhenxing exchanged bewildered glances, equally shocked by the surreal spectacle. Other Star Divine officials broke into a murmur of discussions. None had ever witnessed such an occurrence. The day star had appeared, concentrating the light of countless stars onto one individual. Such an anomaly was only achievable by someone with unparalleled innate talent. Though rare, if Lin Shen could accomplish this, it would merely elicit surprise. What made this event insane was Lin Shen stealing the starlight that Ji-Shi-san had summoned, an unfathomable act. Ji-Shi-san's 9 dragon spiritual patterns still glittered with golden light, but he could no longer summon any dragon vein energy. The dragon vine fire seed had outright intercepted the dragon vein energy, repeatedly converting it into chi fortune points. Lin Shen could see his chi fortune points steadily increasing, now reaching 5. However, he still hadn't figured out the purpose of this attribute. For the first time, Ji-Shi-san's expression shifted. Since birth, he had been a peerless genius, born with the supreme body. Never had he encountered such absurdity, the dragon vein energy triggered by the 9 dragon spiritual patterns stolen outright. Dragon vein energy isn't something one can use casually. It requires specific physiques and talents. Even if an ordinary person bathes in its presence, they would gain nothing. In reality, dragon vein energy is enforced by universal laws and can only be activated with specific regulatory recognition. The idea of stealing doesn't even exist in theory. Lin Shen's forced seizure of dragon vein energy left Ji-Shi-san incapable of drawing upon it, a scenario he had never imagined, even in his wildest dreams. Are you ready? Lin Shen asked Ji-Shi-san. For the first time, Ji-Shi-san didn't respond resolutely. Bereft of the dragon vein's blessing while Lin Shen was empowered by it, he hesitated momentarily. But the hesitation lasted only a moment before Ji-Shi-san promptly said, "Go ahead and strike." As he spoke, Ji-Shi-san summoned divine souls beneath each of his limbs. Azure Dragon to his left, White Tiger to his right, Vermilion Bird and Xuanwu underfoot, with an ancient godlike divine soul hovering at his center. The sight left everyone envious and awestruck. Most people can cultivate only 1 divine soul in their lifetime. Having 2 is already a rarity, yet Ji-Shi-san had cultivated 5. His ability to achieve this was thanks to his supreme body, protected by the 5 directions deity. Without such inherent advantages, cultivating even 1 divine soul would have been unlikely. Chapter 1118, Admitting Defeat, Lin Shen laughed. The 5 divine souls were indeed strong, but what he feared least was someone else having a strong divine soul. Under the radiance of the starlight, Lin Shen's immortal suit glimmered brilliantly. He took 2 steps back, pulled out the sniper rifle, and pressed it against the divine soul, aiming the muzzle between Ji-Shi-san's eyebrows. Bang! In the instant the trigger was pulled, the bullet directly shattered the 5 directions divine soul. Even the combined power of the 5 souls couldn't withstand the shot. Ji-Shi-san's heart burned with rage. Instinctively, he raised his hand to block, but the bullet shot through his palm, crashed into the space between his eyebrows, and once again pierced through his head, blasting it apart on the spot. The plaza of the Star God Palace fell into a deathly silence. Ji-Shi-san, equipped with the 5 divine souls, had been blown away with just 1 shot by Lin Shen. Nobody could fathom where Lin Shen's limits lay anymore. Just what kind of divine artifact is that sniper rifle? This is too powerful. Dongfeng Buliang stared intently at the sniper rifle in Lin Shen's hands. As a weapons expert and collector of various divine artifacts, he had never seen something so tyrannical before. Bullets that didn't look particularly strong were capable of destroying everything. The others also assumed that Lin Shen's victory over Ji-Shi-san was due to the power of the sniper rifle. Some others, however, kept scrutinizing the immortal suit, thinking it was the suit that absorbed the starlight. An overwhelmingly offensive divine artifact and an overwhelmingly defensive suit. Where did he even get these? The more Dongfang Buliang looked, the more envious he became, wishing he could take all the divine artifacts from Lin Shen right then and there to examine their attributes. Ji Shisan had not fallen yet, but the wounds on his palm and forehead were healing much slower, unable to recover immediately. With the Dragon Vein's power no longer enhancing him and the 5 directions divine soul destroyed, his body had suffered critical damage. Ji Shisan gazed at Lin Shen, who was bathed in starlight, his expression noticeably altered. Although he still had greater skills and moves, thus far he couldn't even see Lin Shen's limits, let alone figure out how to achieve victory. What's more, with the 5 directions divine soul destroyed, his body was already injured and far from peak condition. Continuing to fight would likely yield no favorable results, as expected of the pavilion master of the Central Heaven Star Constellation Hall. This battle is mine to lose. With those words, Jishisan turned and left. The battle had started unexpectedly and ended just as abruptly. Jishisan did not stay for the ceremony, returning directly to the South District's Star God Palace. Pan Jinxing and the others did not challenge Lin Shen again, and instead quietly joined the crowd to witness the ceremony peacefully. The remainder of the ceremony proceeded smoothly, and from then on, Lin Shen officially became the pavilion master of the Star Constellation Hall. The footage of this battle spread and triggered widespread debates and discussions in the Celestial Court. But the point of the discussions wasn't quite what one might have expected. People were now primarily debating whether Lin Shen's strength lay in himself or in the divine artifacts he wielded. From the duel, most believed it was due to the sheer strength of his divine artifacts. Divine artifacts that could absorb starlight power, a sniper rifle that could destroy anything. People had already begun posting online, offering to purchase similar sniper rifles and immortal suits, with some even bidding 1 billion Great Void coins for Lin Shen's sniper rifle. If you hadn't sold that sniper rifle back then, you could have pretended it was this one. Who knows, you might have made 1 billion and retired rich, Long Shuzi joked to Qing Lunzi. Even if it looks identical, its attributes are nowhere close. How could we fool anyone? Besides, if someone with 1 billion to spend on a divine artifact got duped, do you really think we'd get away with it? Qing Lunzi sighed. What if that sniper rifle in Chen's hand was the same as yours? Long Shuzi teased. No matter how much glass looks like a gemstone, it'll always be glass. It won't magically turn into a gemstone. Qing Lunzi shook his head with a wry smile. True enough. Still, Tian is a rare gemstone. I've always known he'd shine. I just didn't expect him to shine this brightly. In such a short time, he's already the pavilion master of the Central Heaven Star Constellation Hall. 10 out of 10, he'll probably take over as Central Heaven Star Divine Official and even become the Great Divine Official one day. That'll put him worlds ahead of us, Long Shuzi sighed. Brother Tian isn't the type to cut ties or look down on old friends. His success is a blessing for us. Now, even those from the Mudplate Palace wouldn't dare cause us trouble. If we stood before the Mudplate ancestor himself, he wouldn't lift a finger against us. He might even treat us generously. Qing Lunzi chuckled. I hope Brother Tian continues to do well too. I just worry that, as our statuses grow apart, it'll be hard for us to connect as we used to, Long Shuzi said. You're overthinking. Brother Tian isn't like that, Qing Lunzi replied. It's not about character. It's about differences in station. When perspectives diverge, there's less to talk about, and conversations may feel awkward. We'd feel out of place ourselves, Long Shuzi said, shaking his head. In the Heavenly Star Pavilion of the Central Heaven Star God Palace, Shi Zhongqing sat at a table with 3 other great divine officials and Zhang Shishan. These figures were arguably some of the most powerful individuals in the celestial court movers and shakers whose influence spanned countless star systems. What do you all think? Shi Zhongqing asked with a smile, looking at the 3 great divine officials. What's left to say? With Ji Shisan admitting defeat, the agreement stands. The opportunity to go to the God-sealing platform belongs to your candidate, Fei Wuliang said with a dismissive harumph. Then I'll humbly accept, Shi Zhongqing's smile deepened. Don't celebrate too soon. Your candidate relied on external forces to win. If he goes to the God-sealing platform, external forces won't help him there. If he dies inside, wouldn't that be a colossal loss? Fei Wuliang mocked. No need to trouble yourself. If he dies in there, it's his fate, and no one else will be to blame, Shi Zhongqing said calmly. Unable to get the upper hand with Shi Zhongqing, Fei Wuliang turned instead to Zhang Shishan. You're shameless to the point of throwing your dignity away, all to avoid going to the God-sealing platform. Your acting was terrible too. At my age, what's the point of going there? I'd rather live out my remaining years in peace. Who knows? My master may eventually pass, and I could spend 2 years as a great divine official, Zhang Shishan said casually. You'll probably never be a great divine official. This time you avoided the calamity of the God-sealing platform, but next time you won't be so lucky, Fei Wuliang sneered. Zhang Shishan chuckled. Dodging this time is better than nothing. Who knows what the future holds? There might not even be a next time. Fei Wuliang said nothing further and left. The other 2 great divine officials also took their leave, leaving only Zhang Shishan and Shi Zhongqing in the Heavenly Star Pavilion. Old Shi, are you really certain he can come out of the God-sealing platform alive? Zhang Shishan asked, looking at Shi Zhongqing. Don't worry, anyone else might fail, but he will absolutely come out, Shi Zhongqing said firmly. Chapter 1119, Xiao Yu's plan. Lin Shen returned to Crystal Charm Star. Xiao Yu was sitting at the desk, leaning one hand against her cheek while the other held a pen, the tip of which was clenched between her teeth. Her eyes were unfocused, lost in thought. Hearing Lin Shen's voice, Xiao Yu came back to herself. I've been thinking about the matter of collecting sacrificial robes. We can't set the starting price too high. That would make people suspicious of the robe's true value. But we also can't set it too low. It'll make collecting harder. I've come up with a plan. Hear me out and tell me what you think. What plan? Lin Shen asked. We sell the sacrificial robes first, Xiao Yu said. But where are we supposed to get sacrificial robes to sell? Lin Shen asked in confusion. If he had sacrificial robes, why would he even need to think about buying them? You've seen those robes, haven't you? What's so hard about replicating one? We'll sell them to ourselves at a reasonably high price. That way it's not suspiciously high, but it'll set a benchmark. Once we've sold a few, our selling price will become the market rate. Then, when someone wants to sell genuine ones, we can buy them back. We'll just offer a little more than they expect, and they'll think they're profiting and happily sell them. Everyone wins. Xiao Yu laid out her plan. Counterfeit is still counterfeit. What if the differences in functionality are discovered? Lin Shen said thoughtfully. We're selling to ourselves. Who's going to find out it's fake if we don't say anything? Xiao Yu said, curling her lip. It's a workable plan, but what if people don't want to sell? Lin Shen asked. That's easy. We'll pause selling the sacrificial robes and put up a post offering a high price for urgent acquisition. Say we need 2 or 3 robes urgently within 3 days and offer 50% above the market price. If that's not enough, double the price. Think about it. If the market price is 10 and someone urgently offers 20, wouldn't you consider selling? If no one does, we won't rush. We'll collect for 3 days, and if we don't succeed, we'll wait for a while, keep selling counterfeit products, and try again later, Xiao Yu explained. It's a solid plan, but there's a problem, Lin Shen said, his expression complicated. What problem? Tell me. I can solve it all, Xiao Yu said confidently, convinced there couldn't be an issue she couldn't handle. The problem is I don't remember exactly what the robes look like, Lin Shen said helplessly. What's going on in that brain of yours? Something this important, and you didn't even bother to remember what they look like? Xiao Yu stared at Lin Shen with wide eyes. She had accounted for everything, except for Lin Shen forgetting the robe's appearance. For someone on Lin Shen's level, his memory was supposed to be sharp. Being able to recall important details at a glance should have been basic functionality. I didn't know they'd be this useful back then. If I'd known, I would have sketched them. Lin Shen was equally helpless. His memory had been atrocious in the past, and though it had improved lately, it was still only average. It had been so long since he'd last seen the robes, how could he possibly remember their exact appearance? All he could recall were the colors and vague impressions. Trying to reproduce a convincing counterfeit seemed nearly impossible. All my days spent meditating and thinking for nothing, Xiao Yu grumbled, pausing suddenly as if something struck her. She looked at Lin Shen and asked, was Fatty there back then? Did he see the sacrificial robes? Probably. I think he did, Lin Shen said uncertainly, his memory fuzzy on the details, though he vaguely recalled Fatty being around. Bring Fatty here, Xiao Yu snapped, visibly annoyed. Why do you need him? Lin Shen asked, puzzled. Fatty couldn't talk, and while he was rather smart, he wouldn't be able to describe the robes. Besides, Fatty might not even remember. Just get him here. I'll talk to him, Xiao Yu insisted, evidently unwilling to continue reasoning with Lin Shen. Lin Shen took Fatty out from the space capsule. The little guy had been living in leisure eating and sleeping all day and had gotten noticeably chubbier. Fatty, have you seen the purple star ritual robes? Xiao Yu asked directly. Lin Shen thought, Fatty is such a glutton. Food is the only thing he cares about. How could he possibly remember those robes? To his astonishment, Fatty tilted his head, seeming to think for a moment, then nodded at Xiao Yu. Good. Draw the purple star ritual robes for me. Be as detailed as possible. If possible, replicate them to a 1001 scale, Xiao Yu said, pulling out a large touchscreen and laying it flat on the ground. She handed Fatty a specially designed stylus. This is ridiculous. Lin Shen couldn't believe Xiao Yu was turning to Fatty, the glutton, for artistic help. It was an act of desperation. Fatty opened his mouth, clamped the stylus between his teeth, and hopped onto the screen. Holding the pen between his jaws, he began to draw vigorously on the touchscreen. Lin Shen leaned forward to watch, and the wine, lustful wealth, and chi quartet gathered around curiously. Even the small beast poked its head out from Lin Shen's pocket, staring with wide, inquisitive eyes. See? Fatty's just making random shapes, Lin Shen muttered as he watched Fatty doodle uneven blotches, various depths and shapes with no discernible contour, certainly not resembling a robe whatsoever. Xiao Yu, however, didn't interrupt Fatty, watching the screen intently instead. Lin Shen kept watching, and soon something started to feel off. Fatty was seemingly drawing aimless patches across the screen, but as more areas filled in, the randomness began to morph into coherence. Surprisingly, something robe-like emerged. Wait, Fatty actually has artistic talent? Lin Shen questioned in disbelief. He had zero talent for drawing. He could barely sketch stick figures. He couldn't even fathom Fatty's peculiar approach. Fatty's method was unconventional. Instead of drawing the robe's outline, he recreated the shadows of how it appeared under various lighting conditions. Without a complete silhouette, when Fatty finished his work, the purple star ritual robe appeared vividly lifelike, displaying remarkable depth. Lin Shen was dumbstruck, while Xiaoyu glanced at him dismissively, clearly feeling validated in her judgment. Her look made Lin Shen feel inexplicably scolded. Fatty, let's add some colors, Xiaoyu said, activating the palette for Fatty to choose from tens of thousands of color options. Fatty immediately made his selection, and Xiaoyu tweaked the shading and applied additional adjustments. As Lin Shen watched, memories began surfacing. The robe looked exactly like the purple star ritual robe he had worn previously. Without consulting Lin Shen, Xiaoyu handed him the drawings and measurements and sent him to have several custom-made replicas fabricated. She planned the same for other robes they needed. Once the counterfeit robes were ready, Xiaoyu could initiate her market manipulation scheme. Fatty, excellent work. Lin Shen flattered the creature upon returning. Fatty, acting as though the entire task was nothing noteworthy, nodded and retreated to his cozy nook within the space capsule. As Lin Shen brooded, he received a message from Shi Zhongqing instructing him to report to work on time tomorrow for a new assignment. Chapter 120, Land of the Ghost God. Lin Shen, the pavilion master, usually has nothing much to do, and Shi Zhongqing has no special requirements for him, so Lin Shen doesn't necessarily have to stay at the Star Constellation Hall all the time. When Shi Zhongqing informs him in advance to come to work, Lin Shen naturally cannot slack off and arrives at the Star Constellation Hall early the next morning. Since he arrived half an hour earlier, Shi Zhongqing was not there, so Lin Shen opened the door and entered the Star Constellation Hall. Initially, he thought that Shi Zhongqing had him come to work promptly because there was something important and she should arrive on time during working hours. Who would have thought that after waiting and waiting, it was almost noon when Shi Zhongqing finally showed up? Great divine official, you said yesterday that you had work for me. What is it? Lin Shen couldn't really complain, as Shi Zhongqing had done far more for him. As the pavilion master of the Star Constellation Hall, besides managing the hall, there is actually another task that must be completed, Shi Zhongqing said with a smile, sitting cross-legged opposite Lin Shen. What task? Why haven't I seen this in the work manual? Lin Shen asked in confusion. This task is not recorded in the work manual, nor is it a task unique to our Central Heaven Star Divine Palace. It is a job rotated among the 6 great star palaces, and this time it happens to be our turn, Shi Zhongqing explained to Lin Shen in detail. The divine beings of the Celestial Court cultivate using the Ghost God faction's cultivation technique, and these ghost gods do indeed exist. However, they do not live on the same plane as the divine beings. Normally, only through meditation can ordinary divine beings connect with the ghost gods. In fact, there is a place in the Celestial Court that leads to the abode of these ghost gods, allowing for face-to-face encounters. This place is the God Sealing Platform, which can lead to the land of ghost gods. Every 100 years, someone from the 6 great star palaces must enter the land of the ghost gods through the God Sealing Platform for patrol duties. Patrol? Such a place needs patrol? Lin Shen felt incredulous. If those ghost gods truly exist, they must be immensely powerful beings of various laws. Why would they need to be patrolled by us? Did I ever say it was to ensure their safety? Shi Zhongqing said calmly. Isn't it? Lin Shen was slightly taken aback, with a guess forming in his mind that he couldn't quite believe. Of course not. The reason for the patrol is to ensure that those ghost gods remain compliant and do not cause any trouble. Shi Zhongqing's words greatly shocked Lin Shen. The Celestial Court is clearly a place that venerates ghost gods, even modeling their cultivation techniques on them. Yet, from Shi Zhongqing's words, it seemed there was no reverence, even a hint of contempt for the ghost gods. This left Lin Shen astonished, looking at Shi Zhongqing in confusion. Why are you looking at me like that? What's so strange about it? In Central Heaven Star Divine Palace, we serve the Jade Emperor and only need to be accountable to him. Other ghost gods have nothing to do with us. Shi Zhongqing's words once again overturned Lin Shen's worldview. Lin Shen always believed that Star Divine officials were devout divine believers. Those ghost gods have quite the temperament, and you might encounter trouble on your patrol. However, with your ability, you should be able to handle it, Shi Zhongqing said, handing something to Lin Shen. Going there isn't without benefits. You can see the ghost gods you visualize up close, feel their law strengths, which will be beneficial for your cultivation. Moreover, if you're lucky, there might be unexpected gains. What unexpected gains? Lin Shen asked. If you're lucky enough, you'll find out naturally. If not, knowing might just become a burden to you, so it's better not to know and let things take their course. Shi Zhongqing did not intend to tell Lin Shen. Can't I not go? Lin Shen asked with a bitter expression. The ghost gods he visualized don't exist in the ghost god land because his divine soul isn't aligned with any ghost god. No, you can't, Shi Zhongqing dashed Lin Shen's hopes. With no alternatives, Lin Shen could only take the card Shi Zhongqing handed over. Where is the God Sealing Platform? After sending off Shi Zhongqing, Lin Shen directly activated the Star Divine Sea, Star Constellation Sea. Bring up all the information on the Ghost God Land for me, okay? The Star Constellation Sea quickly retrieved the information on the Ghost God Land. The result was somewhat disappointing for Lin Shen. The Star Constellation Sea didn't have much information, only stating that it was the abode of ghost gods. And once every 100 years, a pavilion master of the star constellation must patrol there, pretty much what Ch1101 had mentioned. However, the existence of the ghost god land filled Lin Shen with many speculations. Could it be that when I wore the sacrificial robe, I actually went to the ghost god land? The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He believed that the advantage Ch1101 hinted at was very likely related to the guardian spirit. Yet Lin Shen couldn't be completely certain. It needed confirmation upon arrival. With this in mind, Lin Shen decided it would be good to go take a look sooner rather than later, considering he had to go eventually anyway. Lin Shen sent a message to Wei Wufu and Dac, explaining the reasons and circumstances of his journey to the land of ghost gods. That way, they wouldn't do anything unnecessary during his absence. After finishing these tasks, Lin Shen returned to the star constellation C, sent a message to Ch1101 as per the protocol, and then had the star constellation C transport him to the ghost god land. In the instant the star constellation C activated, Lin Shen saw endless stars rushing towards him at such speed that he couldn't see clearly, with countless meteors streaking past him, as if passing through a time tunnel. When all the meteors vanished and his surroundings stabilized, Lin Shen found himself standing on a somewhat familiar planet. No, it can't be. This is Temple Star. Lin Shen saw a dilapidated mountain god temple in the distance, its design looking very familiar. Quickly flying into the sky, Lin Shen scanned the surroundings from above, indeed seeing several temples in the distance. Well, the ghost god land is the Temple Star, only I don't know which Temple Star this is, and I don't see any god-sealing platform. Lin Shen oriented himself and headed in a general direction. He had been to two very similar Temple Stars, the only difference between them being whether they had a golden Buddha temple or not. The Temple Star with the golden Buddha temple was a normal temple star, while the other one, at night, had the gates of the celestial court and the jade level appear, through which one could enter a peculiar celestial court with only a jade bridge. Chapter 121, The Old Place? It's still daytime, and Lin Shen sees nothing but dilapidated temples. He cannot distinguish which temple star he is on, so he can only rely on whether the golden Buddha temple is present to make a judgment. When Lin Shen came across the Darkbird Temple, he became entirely certain that this was indeed Temple Star. From there, he navigated with ease and quickly reached the location of the Golden Buddha Temple. So, this is the Temple Star that houses the Celestial Court. Lin Shen entered a ruined temple to take a look around. Inside, the divine statues were suspended from the beams, just as he had seen before. While it was still daylight, Lin Shen visited a few more temples, and the results were the same. The divine statues within all hung from the rafters. This is bad. Previously, I had the sun-shooting bow for protection, but now it's gone. What if something happens at night? Lin Shen worried about potential dangers after nightfall. After all, the only reason he could move freely on Temple Star before was because of that sun-shooting bow. On second thought, he reassured himself that previous pavilion masters had been able to patrol here, so it shouldn't be too dangerous. Surely, they didn't have to face ghost gods head-on every time they entered, right? As he pondered this, Lin Shen realized something else. No wonder Ch1101 has such disdain for ghost gods and treats them with such little respect. He used to be the star constellation master, so he must have patrolled here before. Seeing those ghost god statues all strung up in temples, even if he initially respected them, how could he not develop other thoughts over time? And it's peculiar, isn't it? The ghost god skill practiced in the celestial court, its visualization targets are actually the ghost gods of Temple Star. It's quite unexpected. Lin Shen still couldn't wrap his head around why all these ghost gods resided on a single planet and why, during the daytime, they were nothing but broken statues hanging from the rafters. This left Lin Shen a bit disappointed. He had originally thought the ghost god domain might be where he would first meet the Jade Emperor, but to his surprise, it turned out to be here. Now, hopes of finding the guardian spirit seemed far-fetched. When night finally fell, Lin Shen, who had felt a tinge of nervousness until then, noticed that the card he carried began emitting a soft immortal light, hazy like clouds or mist, enveloping his entire body. With this strange power shielding him, Lin Shen no longer felt the unsettling sensation of being watched in the darkness. What puzzled him, however, was that neither the Celestial Court nor the Jade Level appeared in this place. This doesn't make sense. At this time, the Celestial Court gates and the Jade Level should have appeared. How could they not be here? Lin Shen was deeply perplexed. There's no Golden Buddha Temple here, no Celestial Court gates either. Which Temple Star is this then? Or is this yet another Temple Star altogether? Lin Shen was thoroughly confused at this point and could hardly tell anything apart. Quickly, however, Lin Shen recalled something. Taking out a space capsule, he opened it and gave it a shake, releasing a colorful shell snail about the size of a fist. "You damned bastard, you finally remembered me. I thought you'd leave me trapped in there forever," the little star barked the moment it emerged. It hadn't even finished its tirade when it froze, realizing where it was. Instantly, its tone shifted in fear. "Why you? Why are you back here again? Little star, is this the secret god star we visited last time?" Lin Shen remembered how Little Star referred to Temple Star as Secret God Star. What else could it be? Do you think there are two secret god stars in this world? Little Star furrowed its brows as it took another look around. As it continued gazing, Little Star's expression began to change. Wait a minute, this doesn't look like the secret god star we went to last time. It actually feels like what? Lin Shen immediately pressed. Feels like the secret god star the ancient realm king brought me to, didn't I tell you? The ancient realm king once took me to a secret god star, and from there we entered the celestial court. That celestial court was resplendent, with palatial towers and halls surrounded by immortal key, just like a heavenly paradise. It was nothing like the celestial court we've seen, which only has the jade bridge, Little Star explained. Pausing for a moment, it continued. Later, I thought more about it. The secret god star the ancient realm king took me to, and the one we entered through the box transmission do feel a bit different. What's the difference? Lin Shen asked. The celestial court gates we entered emerged on their own, but the gates the ancient realm king took me through, he summoned those himself. Little Star gazed at the starry sky. There are no celestial court gates appearing here. To me, this place looks more like the secret god star the ancient realm king brought me to. How did he summon the celestial court gates? Lin Shen's curiosity was piqued. From Little Star's account, Lin Shen felt that the celestial court visited by the ancient realm king might very well be the same one he had reached using the sacrificial robe. If this place truly connected to that celestial court, then even without the sacrificial robe, he could perhaps obtain a guardian spirit here. How would I know? He never told me how he summoned it. All I saw was that he took out a piece of paper, chanted something, and the paper ignited on its own. He then threw it into the night sky. Once the paper burned out, the celestial court gates appeared, Little Star said. Did you notice if there were any words written on that paper? Lin Shen mused aloud. I think there were some, but I didn't get a good look at them. The paper burned too quickly, and what I saw was already incomplete, Little Star replied after some thought. Aside from that, do you know anything else? Lin Shen pressed further, unable to draw any conclusions. Little Star racked its brain, but eventually shook its head. That's really all I know. I'm just a tool spirit. What major secrets can you expect me to uncover? Forget it. Lin Shen extended his hand, snatching Little Star back and tossing it back into the space capsule. You're just using me up and discarding me, Little Star screamed in frustration as Lin Shen sealed it away again. Since I have no clear leads, I'll just follow the task guide and complete the mission Ch1101 assigned. Maybe I'll learn something new along the way. With that, Lin Shen made his way toward the nearby mountain god temple. According to the task guide, he had to inspect each ghost god one by one to ensure they were still present. Earlier, Lin Shen had wondered where to even begin such an inspection. He found it puzzling. How could he possibly check on every ghost god in such a vast land of ghost gods? At last, he understood it was a matter of inspecting these temples. As long as he confirmed the ghost gods within were still there, his task would be considered complete. If he came across a temple where the ghost god was absent, all he needed to do was make a note of it. He wasn't required to take further action. Lin Shen didn't enter the mountain god temple. He only cast a glance from outside and then turned to leave. Inside the mountain god temple, the divine statues were glowing brightly. There was no need to step inside to see. All he had to do was check for temples without light. In such cases, it was highly likely that the ghost god within was no longer there. Chapter 1122, You Were Back? Lin Shen checked each temple one by one. At night, the temples no longer appeared as dilapidated as they did during the day. Each one shimmered with light, as though divine beings were hovering above them. The ruined temples seemed to have inexplicably reverted to their former glory, as if time itself had rewound. Although he had visited many times before, Lin Shen had never examined the temples so thoroughly, one by one. Lin Shen discovered that the gods worshipped in these temples included many ghost gods he had never seen or heard of, most of them completely unfamiliar. The ones Lin Shen was more familiar with were ancient figures like Nua and similar ghost gods from antiquity. For the temples housing deities he didn't recognize, Lin Shen kept a respectful distance. Ch1101 had warned him that some ghost gods possessed peculiar strengths, cautioning him not to get too close, lest he unknowingly fall under their influence, which could lead to trouble. As Lin Shen walked, his gaze fell upon a temple that remained utterly dark, still as decrepit as it was during the day. What kind of temple is this? Have the ghost gods inside already left? Lin Shen felt a jolt of alarm. This type of temple was the most troublesome. The other temples emitted radiance that allowed one to observe them without stepping inside, but a temple devoid of light forced him to investigate whether the divine statue was still present. Entering a temple at night was never a fortunate matter. Lin Shen wondered whether he should wait until daytime to enter. From afar, he saw that the half-collapsed temple gate bore a plaque, though only half of it remained. Beneath the layers of dust, the words East Emperor could faintly be seen. The other half of the plaque had disappeared, and judging by the edges, it appeared to have been cut diagonally by a sharp blade. The incision was extraordinarily clean. Previously, Lin Shen hadn't known about this great god, but with only the words East Emperor on the plaque, it was hard to say whether it referred to that deity. He examined the temple for a while. Although the inner sanctum looked significantly damaged, the main hall wasn't too severely ruined. Its doors were still intact and shut, revealing nothing about its interior. Lin Shen hesitated for a moment. He decided to leave for now and inspect the other temples first, then come back during the day to check whether the divine statue inside East Emperor Temple was still there. Before Lin Shen could turn away, a hauntingly ephemeral voice suddenly echoed in his ears. The sound seemed both distant as if from the heavens and unnervingly close, as though it resonated within his mind. "You've arrived." The voice lingered like a note from a harp reverberating through empty halls. It carried the tone of a woman. Lin Shen was startled and immediately became vigilant, activating all his skills. He summoned the contrarian merge, raised his spear, and aimed it at the direction of the ancient temple. The voice, though ethereal, seemed to emanate from within the East Emperor Temple. Lin Shen recalled from his research that Donghuang Taiyi's identity wasn't definite, though his depiction was typically male. Here, however, the voice belonged to a woman, which suggested that this East Emperor may not be the Taiyi god Lin Shen had imagined. In all his previous visits, Lin Shen had never ventured into the East Emperor Temple and thus didn't know which immortal was actually enshrined within. "I knew you would keep your promise and return. My years of waiting for you weren't in vain," the woman's voice echoed again. This time, as she spoke, the large doors of the temple's main hall creaked open slowly. Lin Shen peered through the gaps between the collapsed outer walls. Though the temple doors had opened, the interior lay in pitch-black darkness. Nothing could be seen. Who is this woman inside? Judging by her words, it seems like she's mistaken me for someone else. Numerous thoughts raced through Lin Shen's mind. Is it because I resemble that person? That seems highly unlikely. Then why would she confuse me for him? Could it have something to do with the Chaos Bell? Could the Chaos Bell truly be connected to the East Emperor Temple? But that doesn't make sense either. If this truly were Donghuang Taiyi's temple, why would the voice inside belong to a woman? "Why won't you come in? I've waited far too long, so long that I can no longer bear to wait even one more second." The woman's voice rang out again. "Don't worry, since you've honored your promise and returned, I will keep my promise as well. When I break free, that thing will be yours." Lin Shen wanted to ask her outright, "Who exactly are you?" But such a question might reveal his identity. Still, knowing that the woman had admitted to being trapped eased Lin Shen's anxiety somewhat. If she couldn't free herself, then as long as he didn't set foot inside the East Emperor Temple, he should remain unharmed. Perhaps due to Lin Shen's silence, the woman spoke yet again. "Did you visit the places I told you about and discover some things differed from what I described? Do you think I deceived you?" The woman sighed softly before continuing. "If that's the case, then you've misunderstood me. The knowledge I shared with you is from the era of the ancient Celestial Court. The current Celestial Court was rebuilt later, so if some things differ, it's only natural. I explained this to you before, and you should understand." After a brief pause, the woman continued. "If you're upset because of this, then I have nothing to say. But for you to return here, I assume you've benefited from those places. Shouldn't that offset any grievances you have?" Ancient Celestial Court? Judging by her words, could it be that the Celestial Court was destroyed once before, and the current one is a reconstruction? Lin Shen suddenly pieced together certain ideas. That explained why he felt the current Celestial Court was so peculiar, disordered to the point where it was impossible to discern which one was real. Lin Shen now knew of 3 Celestial Courts. One was the broken-down Celestial Court with only the Jade Bridge. Another was the paradisiacal realm the sacrificial robe led him to, and the third was the contemporary Celestial Court divided into 6 great star regions. Each Celestial Court had dissimilar characteristics, leaving Lin Shen thoroughly perplexed as to which one was authentic. But upon hearing the woman's words, Lin Shen suddenly realized there might be a chance that one of these Celestial Courts was actually the ruins of the ancient Celestial Court. If that were true, many mysteries could finally be explained. Yet this only clarified certain parts. Many questions still remained unanswered. Why do you remain silent? If you didn't intend to fulfill your promise, why return here? And if you have returned, why stay quiet? Or perhaps you, esteemed Ancient Realm King, came back solely to mock me? The woman's voice carried a hint of anger. However, her words stunned Lin Shen. Her identifying him as the Ancient Realm King caught him off guard. He had assumed she might mistake him for Taiyi, given that the Chaos Bell was the only object on him that might be linked to East Emperor Temple. Chapter 1123, Lin Shen's Speculation. Lin Shen felt as though a small cat was scratching at his heart, leaving him utterly uncomfortable. He wanted to ask the woman some questions, but he wasn't the Ancient Realm King, and feared that the moment he opened his mouth, she might stop talking altogether, leaving him with no information at all. But remaining silent was no solution either. The woman couldn't possibly keep talking endlessly on her own. Sooner or later, she would realize something was off. How on earth did she mistake me for the Ancient Realm King? Is it because I resemble the Ancient Realm King? Or is it that my aura is similar to his? Or could it be that something on me belongs to him? Lin Shen pondered carefully. If it were simply a matter of looking like the Ancient Realm King, that argument didn't hold much weight. After all, he had been wearing armor the entire time, and the woman hadn't seen his face at all, so that possibility seemed slim. Then the only explanation is my aura, or some object on me that led her to mistake me for the Ancient Realm King. But what could it be? Lin Shen reflected on whether there was anything in his possession linked to the Ancient Realm King. There were 4 things on him that had a direct connection to the ancient realm king. The pets Xiaoye and Xiaona, as well as the cultivation techniques, immortality scripture, and stepping on the immortal court. I've always kept Xiaoye and Xiaona well hidden. No one has ever discovered them before. This woman is trapped in the temple and unable even to leave. She hasn't discerned my true identity. If she could sense Xiaoye and Xiaoena, then why would she have mistaken them? Lin Shen shifted his thoughts. The stepping on the immortal court technique has already been altered beyond recognition. Even the original author would have difficulty identifying it, and I haven't even used it. Many people have seen me use Surfing Fist, and none of them have recognized it as connected to stepping on the immortal court. The chances of it being identified are quite low. That leaves only the greed for life and fear of death elixir. I haven't been able to cultivate other evolution skills successfully. Either they require modifications or they fail entirely. But the immortality scripture was barely altered. It's been operating within my body all this time. Even evolution theory couldn't assimilate it. Could this truly be the ancient realm king's evolution skill, and the temple-bound woman sensed it? Lin Shen thought long and hard and concluded that this was the most probable explanation. Lin Shen remained silent for so long that the woman couldn't hold back any longer. Did you really come here just to mock me? You ungrateful, heartless, and merciless scoundrel. Have you forgotten who it was that saved you from life-threatening danger when you were being hunted by divine beings after entering the Southern Heaven Gate? Have you forgotten who helped you open the Immortal Gate and enter the Celestial Court, granting you unprecedented fortune? Without me, you'd have died countless times already, and now you come here to laugh at me? What right do you have? The woman's words grew increasingly charged, and her voice, which had been gentle initially, turned sharp and piercing. Lin Shen recalled the bits and pieces he had overheard in the Star God Palace regarding the ancient realm king. Though the details were scarce, they were enough to allow him to piece together some critical information. The ancient realm king, like Wei Wufu and Deisi, had entered the 6 great star regions through the Southern Heaven Gate and had clashed with the Star God Palace. The difference was that the ancient realm king hadn't been captured by the Star God Palace, unlike Wei Wufu and Deisi. Instead, he had managed to escape. Previously, Lin Shen had always assumed that the ancient realm king's escape was due to the Southern Heaven Gate being less well guarded at the time and his strength surpassing both Wei Wufu and Deisi, allowing him to flee. Now, after hearing the woman's words, Lin Shen realized that another key aspect of the ancient realm king's successful escape was this woman's involvement. So, does this mean she isn't a ghost god, but a divine being of the 6 great star regions? An ordinary divine being would have a hard time entering the Star God Palace, let alone getting close to the Southern Heaven Gate, and rescuing someone from the Star God Palace would be absolutely impossible. Unless she herself was a Star Divine official, and an advanced one at that, it wouldn't be conceivable. Since she is a Star Divine official, then the Immortal Gate and Celestial Court she referred to must be tied to this place. Earlier, Little Star also mentioned that the Ancient Realm King could summon the Celestial Court's gate here. No ordinary divine official could gain access to this location or enter it unless this woman was originally a star constellation master. With this reasoning, Lin Shen felt as though the entire matter had become much clearer. Lin Shen reviewed his thoughts once more. According to logic, this woman ought to be the star constellation master of the Southern Star God Palace. When the Ancient Realm King entered the Southern Heaven Gate, she, for some unknown reason, helped him greatly. She provided considerable benefits and even guided him to this ghost god-infested place, enabling him to enter the Immortal Gate and reach the true Celestial Court, where he gained tremendous fortune. But why this woman was now trapped within the East Emperor Temple was something Lin Shen could no longer fathom. Wait a minute. If this woman was already a star constellation master during the Ancient Realm King's era, then she would have had considerable opportunities to eventually become a great divine official. The Southern region's previous great divine official before Wu Qing, wasn't she missing? Could it be her? Lin Shen felt a pang of regret for not thoroughly investigating the Southern Star God Palace's background. He didn't even know the name or gender of the previous great divine official of the Southern region, making it impossible to confirm his theory. But considering how long ago the Ancient Realm King's era had been, would that great divine official have truly been able to live for such an extended period? Another thought struck him. Shi Zhongqing, renowned as the longest living great divine official, had sat in the position for the longest period as well. It seemed he had lived through the Ancient Realm King's era. If the previous Southern region's great divine official were close in age to Shi Zhongqing and happened to be a woman, then this possibility would become highly plausible. Since you refuse to keep your promise and won't help me escape, then just leave. If you don't leave now, I'll start cursing. The woman's voice carried an icy blend of anger and shame. Lin Shen didn't dare respond and continued standing there in silence. Sure enough, the woman held true to her word. She began to curse. Perhaps her hatred for the Ancient Realm King had simply reached its peak, as her curses were vile and obscene. Even though Lin Shen knew the curses weren't directed at him, he couldn't help but feel his expression turn odd as he listened. Originally, he'd thought that amidst her ranting, the woman might accidentally reveal some useful information, yet what came was purely vulgar language. All it did was pollute his ears and his mind. He gained absolutely nothing. The woman seemed tireless, letting loose a torrent of profanities as unstoppable as a flood. Lin Shen couldn't help but chuckle bitterly to himself. You despicable ancient king, you're 1,000 times damned, lowly and shameless, filthy and depraved. Those repugnant ideas, only a dim-witted lunatic would even conceive them. Refining your own daughter into a pet, only someone as twisted as you could do something so horrid. The woman's tirade grew increasingly outrageous, but a single phrase left Lin Shen stunned. Chapter 124, Infinite Evolution. To refine one's own daughters into pets, Lin Shen froze for several seconds. That sentence made him think of the story of the 3 treasure chests, as well as Xiaoye and Xiaona. Damn, Xiaoye and Xiaona, could they really be the daughters of the ancient realm king? Lin Shen's expression became peculiar, wishing he could summon Xiaoye and Xiaona right now to get to the bottom of this. Lin Shen had always found it strange why the 3 treasure chests contained only 2 cultivation techniques and 2 pets, along with the claim that taking these items would make one an enemy of the entire cosmos. If Xiaoye and Xiaona were truly his daughters, then some of this could start to make sense. If Xiaoye and Xiaona are indeed the daughters of the ancient realm king, why did he turn them into pets? Lin Shen wanted to hear the answer from the woman. This woman's connection to the ancient realm king was anything but simple. She seemed to know many secrets about him, far beyond the casual act of saving him at some point. Perhaps there was something deeper between them. Lin Shen listened to the woman rant for quite some time, but unfortunately, she didn't mention any other useful information, nor did she bring up the matter of daughters being turned into pets again. It wasn't until the woman seemed to tire herself out and stopped ranting that Lin Shen realized he hadn't gained anything useful from her tirade. How can I pry some useful intel out of her? Lin Shen was itching with curiosity, but he also feared that speaking up might expose a flaw in his disguise. Ancient, you scoundrel, did you come back just to hear me scold you? The woman, appearing still unsatisfied, began her tirade anew. After a couple of lines of verbal venom, the woman's expression suddenly changed, shifting quickly from anger to an amused smile. I see now, you figured it out, you finally realized that evolution theory you took was false. False evolution theory. Lin Shen was stunned. What Lin Shen practiced was indeed a false version of evolution theory, but wasn't evolution theory one of the 5 fundamental evolution skills of the ancient realm? What did it have to do with the celestial court? Even the original, authentic evolution theory only extended to the immortal level. It had nothing to do with the ghost god faction. It must be a coincidence, Lin Shen thought to himself. The woman, however, laughed even more heartily. That's right, the evolution theory I wrote for you was false. It's completely normal that you couldn't master it. It wasn't because your talent was lacking, and it wasn't because your comprehension was insufficient. At this point, the woman deliberately paused, as if savoring the suspense like a storyteller spinning a tale. Lin Shen wanted to ask why, but he dared not speak. Aren't you curious why I gave you the fake evolution theory? The woman, seeing Lin Shen remain silent, continued speaking on her own. Fine, if you won't ask, then I won't tell, she said, cutting herself off abruptly. Lin Shen assumed she'd start talking again after a while, given her personality, but to his surprise she truly fell quiet, not saying another word. Lin Shen looked at the time. There was little left before dawn. He worried that at this rate he wouldn't hear anything more. After much hesitation, Lin Shen finally couldn't resist asking, why? So you are here because of evolution theory. I knew it. Someone as cold and unfeeling as you could never keep a promise and return out of goodwill to save me from confinement. The woman's voice turned icy. Does my voice really sound that much like the ancient realm king? Lin Shen had initially feared being recognized as soon as he spoke, but to his surprise, the woman hadn't suspected anything. Do you think I altered evolution theory deliberately to use it as leverage against you? The woman asked coldly. You're not that kind of person, Lin Shen replied. He wasn't just speaking offhandedly, he genuinely believed the woman wasn't that type of person. If she had really intended to use something like this to extort the ancient realm king, she would have brought it up earlier, rather than venting her anger so recklessly. In fact, it seemed as though she hadn't even thought about this matter initially. At least you've said something sensible. The woman snorted coldly. When I was copying evolution theory, it was already incomplete. To avoid disappointing you, I had no choice but to fill in the gaps myself. Yes, I deliberately crafted evolution theory as it is, but don't get your hopes up. The truth is, there's no such thing as a complete evolution theory in this world. The woman, hearing Lin Shen remain silent, continued with a mocking tone. Disappointed, aren't you? All the painstaking effort you poured into mastering evolution theory, only to learn that there was never any hope to begin with. Your life's work wasted serves you right. How could it be incomplete? Lin Shen tried to say as little as possible to avoid exposing any flaws. Of course you couldn't expect it to be incomplete. Evolution theory, derived from the calculations of 6 great emperor-level smart brains, sounds perfect to anyone. But alas, you were wrong, and so was I. Evolution theory was never complete, not from the beginning. One might even say the whole premise was flawed from the start. The woman sneered. Those great emperor-level smart brains sought to devise a cultivation technique that would allow them, as intelligent life forms, to evolve into beings of flesh and blood. But such a thing is utterly impossible. The two forms of existence are fundamentally different species, different life forms altogether. There's no way to evolve into one another. No matter how unparalleled your talent, how groundbreaking your ability, you cannot achieve something that's fundamentally unachievable. Even 6 great emperor-level smart brains working together couldn't derive such a cultivation technique, yet you think you can reverse engineer it, transforming it into a technique for humans to evolve into smart brains? That's simply impossible. It's flawed at its very foundation. The woman's scorn was merciless. This universe has never contained anything like infinite evolution. You are what you are. If you're human, you're human. No matter how you evolve, you can't become a stone. A stone, no matter how it evolves, cannot become human. You're deluded by absurd fantasies. As Lin Shen listened, his expression began to change. At first, he thought the evolution theory the woman spoke of had no connection to the one he practiced, that they were two different things. But the more he listened, the more it seemed that the evolution theory she described was precisely the one he had been cultivating. The evolution theory he practiced was all about infinite evolution. In any given environment, it could trigger mutations or evolutions to adapt to that environment. Living underwater, he would evolve the ability to breathe underwater or even grow aquatic organs suited for such an environment. In high-temperature regions, he would develop resistance to heat, and his body would undergo mutations to better survive in such conditions. This evolution was without limits. Take poison resistance ability, for example. The more poisons Lin Shen consumed and the greater their variety, the more his poison resistance would evolve infinitely. Lin Shen had never considered before what his body would become if evolution theory kept pushing his evolution to the extreme. But now, hearing the woman's words, a chilling thought arose. If his body kept evolving endlessly, could he one day transform into something akin to a smart brain? Chapter 125, Truly a Non-Human Error Version. It shouldn't be the same book, right? I found this book in Third Brother's study. How could it possibly be related to the ancient realm king's evolution theory? Lin Shen thought to himself, but something felt off. Back then, at the ancient realm king's treasure chests, he took out the immortality scripture and stepping on the immortal court from 2 of the chests. The third chest, however, was empty, evidently having been pilfered. Now that he thought about it, Third Brother and Fourth Brother had visited Realm King Planet before him. Given their abilities, it wouldn't be strange for them to have located the treasure chests. Most importantly, the life-saving talisman given to him by Third Brother seemed undoubtedly like a technique from the Celestial Court. But then, where did Third Brother acquire it? Apart from visiting the Celestial Court, it was only possible to obtain such techniques from the ancient Realm King. The god-making race was naturally at odds with the Celestial Court, so it seemed unlikely that they would receive protection from the Celestial Court. Could it be that the evolution theory I've been practicing really was devised by the ancient Realm King? Could it really be such a coincidence? Lin Shen was momentarily unsure if this was indeed a mere coincidence. The woman, harboring resentment, continued sarcastically, I already told you, the immortality scripture was created by the first immortal in the world. Practicing it makes you undying and immortal. You won't even have to worry about catastrophic death. You could be on par with the great emperor in the future. Yet you insisted on practicing that evolution theory, taking all those detours, and now you're right back on this path, having to practice the immortality scripture like me. Listening to the woman's words, Lin Shen realized why she mistook him for the ancient realm king. It turned out the woman also practiced the immortality scripture, naturally sensing it within him, leading to her misconception. The more Lin Shen listened, the more he felt convinced that the evolution theory he practiced likely originated from the ancient realm king. Among the 3 treasure chests left by the ancient realm king, one held the immortality scripture, another held stepping on the immortal court. The cultivation technique taken from the 3rd chest was most likely the evolution theory. If the evolution theory I've practiced indeed originates from the ancient realm king, then it means I'm practically the ancient realm king's true disciple, having learned his strongest cultivation techniques. Lin Shen pondered, sensing a potential issue here. If the ancient realm king practiced the immortality scripture, according to the woman's words, he would possess an undying immortal body, even catastrophic death wouldn't reach him. Then the narrative Littlestar mentioned earlier wouldn't fit. Littlestar said the ancient realm king seized its chaos world to avoid catastrophic death. If practicing the immortality scripture truly eliminates catastrophic death, then what was there to avoid? Lin Shen was momentarily puzzled, unable to discern where the problem arose within this situation. Who says that practicing the immortality scripture means you can't practice the evolution theory? Lin Shen said coldly, intent on conversing further with the woman to unearth more secrets. Calculating pi may seem endless, but it might simply be because it hasn't been fully calculated, not necessarily because there's no end. Just because they couldn't complete the evolution theory doesn't mean it can't be completed. Lin Shen blurted out, not really knowing what he was saying, merely trying to provoke the woman into speaking more. The woman, indeed, responded with mockery. If you have the ability, complete the evolution theory yourself. Why waste words with me? All right then, tell me, what is the real evolution theory, and which parts did you add? Lin Shen inquired. The woman didn't waste words and started reciting it directly. Lin Shen was overjoyed and listened intently. Sure enough, the first line of the evolution theory he practiced matched exactly what the woman was saying. After the woman recited several lines, Lin Shen confirmed that the evolution theory he practiced was certainly left by the ancient realm king, as the content was exactly the same. This implies that the ancient realm king had already completed the evolution theory and modified it for human cultivation. This made sense then why the ancient realm king needed to enter the chaos world to avoid catastrophic death, because he didn't practice the immortality scripture but rather the evolution theory. Lin Shen pondered silently. Sure enough, the content the woman continued to recite matched the flawed evolution theory Lin Shen practiced, without even a single word off, completely identical from start to finish. Initially, Lin Shen felt his hypothesis was correct, but once the woman finished reciting the entire text, he again sensed something was amiss. The entirety of what the woman recited matched his evolution theory, meaning the ancient realm king had not modified it for human cultivation, nor had he completed it at all. At least, not in this version of the evolution theory left by the ancient realm king. If that's the case, then how did Lin Shen manage to cultivate the evolution theory from this scripture? This is the version I told you. In reality, there are many crucial parts that I imagined and added. The original version was not this complete. The woman's words led to even greater confusion in Lin Shen's mind. His head was about to explode. According to the woman, the evolution theory he learned was indeed a flawed version. It was a version the woman had guessed and filled in without thought, and it wasn't meant for human cultivation. Now Lin Shen was deeply puzzled. How did he manage to cultivate such a non-human and erroneous cultivation technique? Damn, could it be that my constitution only allows for cultivating the wrong version and I can't manage the orthodox one? Lin Shen realized this might actually be the case. Otherwise, why couldn't he cultivate any of the authentic evolution skills but succeeded immediately with this flawed version? And why was he able to perceive those fire seeds, whose characteristics clearly contradicted objective rules? Now Lin Shen seriously questioned whether he was inherently rebellious, a reincarnated traitor destined to dissent against the world's norms. Why was it that normal cultivation techniques were unattainable for him, yet he could easily grasp the unconventional ones? The woman recited the evolution theory again, though this time many parts were missing. This was the true volume deduced by the great emperor-level smart brains. Lin Shen, for a moment, didn't know what to say. He himself could no longer understand what he had practiced. Wretch, do you know why I'm so willing to tell you these things? The woman's voice abruptly turned filled with glee, as if she'd finally avenged her long-standing grievances. Why? Lin Shen from earlier found it odd that the woman, who hated the ancient realm king, would be so forthcoming. Because the immortality scripture you've practiced also has its problems. Since you've practiced it, unless you rescue me today, you're bound to die. The woman laughed heartily, as if venting all her frustrations through laughter. Lin Shen was slightly stunned, not because he feared any issues with the immortality scripture, but because from the woman's words, it seemed she hadn't realized he was practicing the immortality scripture initially. This meant his earlier assumption was wrong. The woman hadn't mistaken him for the ancient realm king due to the immortality scripture. Chapter 1126, for women only. Oh, what's wrong with the immortality scripture? Lin Shen asked in a deep voice. The woman's voice softened slightly. Don't think that I deliberately tried to harm you. The immortality scripture I gave you is entirely accurate, and there's nothing inherently wrong with it. Its only issue is that it's not meant for men to practice. What do you mean? Lin Shen was stunned. The woman chuckled and said, I only found out after you left that the immortality scripture is a cultivation technique specifically designed for women. If men practice it, while it might still have some effect, it will be far inferior to the effect it has on women. Moreover, it comes with a significant drawback. Lin Shen stayed silent, merely waiting quietly. You're just like before, unwavering, always keeping your composure as if nothing in the world could faze you. But this time you've run into a real problem, and it's one you can't solve. The woman sneered coldly. Don't think I'm exaggerating. Men who train in the immortality scripture will find their physiological characteristics gradually transforming into those of women. Eventually, they'll completely become women, and that will be their death sentence. I don't know when exactly you started practicing the immortality scripture, but if you've already practiced it, your body should be showing some changes. You should notice, aren't certain male organs becoming smaller and smaller? Lin Shen was startled by her words and instinctively thought to check a critical part of his body, but he quickly reacted. There didn't seem to be any such changes happening. Still, there was a flicker of concern in Lin Shen's heart. Maybe it was because he hadn't practiced the scripture long enough for the transformations to occur. As he pondered further, Lin Shen felt that the immortality scripture he practiced might not have any problems after all. Perhaps the version passed down by the ancient realm king had been modified and stripped of its flaws. Who told you that the immortality scripture is a cultivation technique exclusively for women? Lin Shen asked coolly. Have you ever heard the story of Chang'e flying to the moon? The woman replied. Chang'e should regret stealing the elixir, yearning for eternity in the blue heavens. Lin Shen recited casually. The woman said, most people only know that Chang'e ascended to immortality by stealing the immortality, but they don't understand that there are no true immortal elixirs in this world. Even if there were, the energy contained in such a pill couldn't be borne by a mere mortal body. A mortal who consumes such a pill would immediately die from their body exploding. Are you saying that the legendary immortal elixir is the same as the immortality scripture? Lin Shen mused. Exactly. Chang'e's ascension wasn't due to consuming some immortal elixir, but because she practiced the immortality scripture created by the first immortality scripture, created by the first immortal in this world. Only women can cultivate it. The woman continued, I had no idea before, but after being trapped here for years, I learned that the immortality scripture I accidentally obtained is the very technique passed down by Chang'e. You were trapped here, yet you claim to have learned this? How? Lin Shen pressed. The woman laughed. Because I saw Chang'e herself, she told me. She's still alive? Lin Shen asked, feigning a furrowed brow. The name Chang'e sparked a memory in Lin Shen's mind. Lin Wan had mentioned it before. Back then, Lin Wan said that she hadn't met many people in the Celestial Court, but one of them was a woman who mistakenly entered the court called Chang'e. After Lin Shen entered the Celestial Court himself, he began to doubt many of Lin Wan's claims. But thinking about it now, perhaps the Celestial Court Lin Wan referred to wasn't the 6 Great Star regions, but the true Celestial Court. If that were the case, it seemed to make sense. Have you grown senile? Those who cultivate the immortality scripture achieve undying immortality. They neither age nor die, so how could she die so easily? The woman said with a hint of disdain. Besides, she's already become a true immortal, risen to the immortal class. You wouldn't have guessed, but the worn-down shrine closest to here in the southeast direction that abandoned place belongs to Chang'e. That I truly hadn't expected. Lin Shen sighed softly. I discussed many matters concerning the immortality scripture with Chang'e. She told me a lot about it, including that for men, complete transformation into a woman signifies death. She also shared a method to resolve this issue. If you don't want to die, free me from this place and I'll share the solution with you. The woman revealed her true intent. Recite the immortality scripture again. Let me check if I made any mistakes in cultivating it. Lin Shen said in a low voice. A calculating man like you would hardly make a mistake, the woman teased. Seeing Lin Shen remain silent, the woman hesitated for a moment before reciting the immortality scripture aloud. Lin Shen had initially held a glimmer of hope that the immortality scripture he practiced might have been modified by the ancient realm king. But after hearing the woman's recitation, his heart sank halfway into despair. The scripture he practiced was identical to the one she read, word for word, without a single discrepancy. The ancient realm king sure was a conniving bastard. Of the 3 cultivation techniques he left behind, 2 have fatal flaws. Unbelievable. Could stepping on the immortal court have issues too? Lin Shen thought uneasily. If cultivating the immortality scripture carried risks such as deviation, Lin Shen wouldn't be too worried. After all, he possessed the evolution theory and was confident he could withstand such dangers. But if the immortality scripture slowly turned him into a woman, eventually changing him entirely, could the evolution theory counteract that kind of transformation? Lin Shen couldn't be sure. Lin Shen didn't want to become a woman. The main issue was that once cultivated, the immortality scripture operated uncontrollably. Even in sleep, while all other bodily functions rested, it continued to refine itself without pause. He couldn't stop it, no matter how hard he tried. Although his body hadn't shown any changes yet, who could guarantee that wouldn't happen eventually? So, did you cultivate incorrectly? The woman jeered after finishing her recitation. No, Lin Shen admitted helplessly. Help me break free, and I'll give you the solution. After that, we're even. You take your path, and I'll walk mine. The woman spoke as though certain Lin Shen would aid her. Tell me the method first. Lin Shen was too cautious to agree outright. For one, he feared the woman might turn on him once freed, and for another, he wasn't the ancient realm king. He didn't know how to release her. If Chang'e herself had once appeared here but didn't rescue her, there had to be a deeper issue. Either this woman was problematic, or freeing her would be extraordinarily difficult. Do you think I'm that foolish, still trusting you? Either help me, or leave. I'll wait for the day you turn into a woman and perish. The woman laughed bitterly. Lin Shen fell into deep thought. He genuinely wanted to obtain the method just in case. But freeing this woman, he lacked the means to do it. And even if he could, he didn't dare act recklessly. Do you still remember stepping on the immortal court? Lin Shen suddenly asked. Chapter 1127, Sitting on a Treasure Trove. Since it's temporarily impossible to obtain the method the woman mentioned, it's better to first check if the other cultivation technique left behind by the ancient realm king has any issues. Stepping on the immortal court is quite a peculiar cultivation technique. It lies somewhere between a skill and a cultivation method, though its external manifestation leans more toward a skill. However, using stepping on the immortal court does contribute to the evolution of the body, especially during breakthroughs. Stepping on the immortal court resembles an experience card that transcends oneself. Continuously utilizing it will completely unleash one's strength and potential, pushing toward higher realms until the body is overdrawn, eventually rendering it unsustainable. Although this extraordinary experience doesn't allow one to remain permanently in that realm, Having experienced it makes later breakthroughs significantly easier. After undergoing Lin Shen's extensive modifications, stepping on the immortal court has changed immensely, bearing little resemblance to its original form. Yet, this characteristic has been preserved. Previously, Lin Shen didn't sense any issue with it. However, now that he suddenly realized there were problems with the immortality scripture and evolution theory, he began to wonder whether stepping on the immortal court also carried its own hidden dangers. What is stepping on the immortal court? The woman frowned slightly. Once, a guest in the mortal realm, no desire to traverse the heavens. If the heavens shall forsake me, I'll take a casual step onto the immortal court. Lin Shen recited 4 lines he had read before. Upon hearing these words, the woman immediately sneered. Such arrogance you possess. Yet with your current abilities, you're barely equivalent to the smart brain of a great emperor. To shatter the celestial court? You're far from it. It seems the stepping on the immortal court technique must have been discovered or created later by the ancient realm king. Lin Shen sorted through the information he had at hand. The likelihood that the ancient realm king didn't perish and is hiding in the chaos world is exceedingly high. He likely didn't cultivate the immortality scripture, otherwise there would be no need for him to hide. The 3 treasure chests are indeed remnants of the ancient realm king. The 2 princess pets are very likely his daughters. Why would the ancient realm king turn his daughters into pets, and why place them in a chest along with 3 cultivation techniques? Lin Shen was baffled by the thought. If the ancient realm king knew these techniques were flawed and left them as traps, why involve his own daughters? Could the 3rd treasure chest also contain another pet? Does he have more daughters? Perhaps even a son? Lin Shen thought as frustration welled up within him. The immortality scripture didn't harm the ancient realm king, but it ended up ensnaring Lin Shen. Without the woman's method, would Lin Shen end up transforming into her likeness in the years to come? It wouldn't be just a mere transformation into a woman, he'd immediately die while doing so. That was far too cruel. Are you going to help me break free or not? Give me a straight answer. After so many years, why have you become so hesitant and indecisive? This isn't like you at all. The woman appeared impatient. I wish I could help you break free, but I no longer possess that capability. Lin Shen noticed the woman's growing suspicion and decided to provoke her further, hoping to extract more information. Sure enough, upon hearing Lin Shen's remark, the woman froze slightly. What do you mean? It means exactly what it sounds like. Lin Shen replied flatly. You're not that despicable ancient one. The woman's tone suddenly turned icy, cutting through the air like a cold winter wind. Who are you to dare toy with me in such a manner? Lin Shen was slightly caught off guard. He couldn't fathom which of his words had exposed him, prompting the woman to directly conclude that he wasn't the ancient realm king. Instinctively, Lin Shen attempted to distance himself from the place, but it was already too late. Within the dilapidated temple, an eerie radiance surged upward, transforming instantly into a figure resembling the 9 heavens' mysterious woman, standing atop the temple. Lin Shen unleashed his speed and retreat with all his might. Yet, no matter how he tried to move farther away, he felt as if he remained rooted in place, incapable of increasing the distance between himself and the temple. The spiritual form resembling the 9 heavens' mysterious woman gazed down at Lin Shen, but her eyes were void, like those of a blind person devoid of focus. You dare impersonate him? Who are you truly? The woman's chilling voice, laced with resentment, echoed once more. I never claimed to be the ancient realm king. You've been the one to insist that I am. Lin Shen responded. The woman paused for a moment, but promptly returned to her cold tone. You don't need to be truthful. It won't matter. Since you possess the great emperor's divine artifacts, the purifying vase, and the purple gold gourd, you must be closely connected to that despicable ancient one, either his successor or his descendant. How dare you toy with me here, pretending to be innocent? You deserve to die. As she spoke, the spiritual form radiated divine brilliance, illuminating half the night sky in vibrant hues. At the same time, an eerie pressure blanketed the surroundings. Lin Shen frantically tried to dart left and right, but his body seemed to remain motionless in place, the spectral radiance descending upon him. The light emitted by the star constellation card offered no resistance. Instead, it shattered beneath the celestial aura. The immense oppression weighed on Lin Shen's body all at once. Wait, I can help free you. Lin Shen had encountered numerous powerful figures before, but none compared to this celestial spirit, whose overwhelming presence was utterly unmatched. The spectral radiance pressing on Lin Shen's body didn't linger for long, it came swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. At Lin Shen's exclamation, the radiance vanished, and the shattered pieces of his immortal suit fell to the ground, clinking as they scattered. Like that despicable ancient one, you both have such vile flesh. If I don't put you in your place, you'd never learn humility. The woman's cold voice remarked. I do share some connections with the ancient realm king, but not in the way you think. I merely inherited some of his belongings. I wouldn't even qualify as his successor. Lin Shen explained. It seems you won't utter a single truth unless I obliterate you. Don't even think that vile ancient one is dead. If he were truly dead, he wouldn't leave behind the purifying vase and purple gold gourd for anyone else. They were tied to his very life. For someone with his personality, if he truly faced death, He'd destroy them rather than leave them for others, the woman scoffed. When Lin Shen first heard those two names, he immediately thought of the jade purifying bottle and red gourd held by Xiaoye and Xiaona. Previously, Lin Shen presumed these were innate artifacts that came with the pets, peculiar but not unique. Xiaoyu herself also carried a similar artifact that was naturally present. Only now did Lin Shen realize these might not be innate artifacts of Xiaoye and Xiaona, but rather the true treasures left behind by the ancient realm king. Lin Shen desperately wanted to summon Xiaoye and Xiaona right away to seize the bottle and gourd, to uncover their contents. For so long he had unknowingly possessed the ancient realm king's treasures, and now he regretted his oversight deeply. Chapter 128, Great Emperor's Divine Artifact. Believe it or not, I truly have no connection to the ancient realm king, but that isn't important. What matters is, how can I help you? Can you tell me how I might assist you in escaping? Lin Shen didn't actually want to let the woman out, but at this moment he seemed to have no other option. The woman was likely a former star constellation master, possibly even a great divine official. The strength she had just displayed, even while trapped within the temple, made it clear Lin Shen was far from being her match. He had no other choice. His current strategy was to feign cooperation and ensure his survival. The Nine Heavens' mysterious woman-like spiritual body still had her gaze unfocused, but she did not take further action. After a brief silence, she finally spoke. You're right. Whether or not you have ties to the ancient realm king truly doesn't matter. Since you say you've inherited the ancient realm king's legacy and carry the aura of the purifying vase and purple gold gourd, regardless of how you obtain them, the belongings of that wretched creature rightfully should be with you. So, do you have a chaos bell? Lin Shen finally understood why the woman had mistaken him for the ancient realm king. It was entirely because of the vase and gourd Xiaoye and Xiaona were holding. A mix of relief and shock surged through Lin Shen's heart. Before this, Lin Shen had refrained from letting Xiaoye and Xiaona show themselves openly. Yet even with them hidden away securely, someone still managed to see through his concealment. The fact that the woman could see through his lineage now made Lin Shen anxious. Might others also uncover the truth in the future? He was completely unaware that he was carrying such a massive ticking time bomb. To Lin Shen's surprise, the item that the woman needed to escape was none other than the Chaos Bell. This artifact resided within Lin Shen's body, but it was not part of the ancient realm king's legacy. It had fallen off Deng Duo. If the Chaos Bell originally belonged to the ancient realm king, how did it end up in Deng Duo's possession? Lin Shen couldn't figure it out, but one thing was certain. The Chaos Bell was indeed connected to the East Emperor Temple. Can I ask one question first? Lin Shen pondered for a moment and then spoke. Go ahead. The woman was surprisingly straightforward. Lin Shen asked, You mentioned the purifying vase and purple gold gourd are Great Emperor's divine artifacts. What exactly are Great Emperor's divine artifacts? At the moment, Lin Shen was solely focused on figuring out how to prevent others from discovering these two items. Otherwise, he'd be in grave danger, exposed at any moment. You don't know? The woman seemed slightly surprised. If I knew, I wouldn't be asking you. Lin Shen sighed. You're really not a descendant of that wretched creature, the ancient realm king? The woman appeared slightly shocked and asked in disbelief. No, I'm not. Lin Shen shook his head. How did you come across his possessions? The woman continued. I obtained those items from 3 treasure chests, Lin Shen admitted straightforwardly. He recounted how he had discovered the 3 chests, opened them, and obtained the 2 cultivation techniques alongside 2 pets. In hopes of gaining the woman's trust, Lin Shen felt that offering some upfront honesty was necessary. After hearing his explanation, the woman remained silent for a long time, likely judging whether Lin Shen's story was true. So, you've cultivated the immortality scripture? She finally spoke. Yes. Lin Shen nodded, omitting that he had also practiced the evolution theory. That's for the best. Since you've cultivated the immortality scripture, you must understand that, without my guidance, you're destined to die in the future, the woman stated. That's why I want to cooperate with you. This was Lin Shen's deliberate strategy to make the woman believe she held leverage over him, allowing her to work with him comfortably. The wise know when to adapt. You're better than that wretched ancient realm king. The woman's tone carried a hint of approval before she continued. The 2 little princess pets you mentioned. They were likely the daughters of the ancient realm king. That wretch turned his own daughters into pets. I used to wonder why he'd commit such a depraved act. Now your story clarifies it. He did it to conceal those 2 Great Emperor's divine artifacts. What exactly is a Great Emperor's divine artifact? Lin Shen asked once more. Every living being apart from humans originates from the celestial court. The Great Emperor Smart Brain categorizes them into 3 tiers with 4 grades. Lower, middle, and upper tiers of life forms, further divided into ordinary, mutation, divine beast, and ultimate grades, the woman explained. In other words, the most powerful creatures in existence are upper ultimate creatures. Most divine beings believe the Great Emperor Smart Brain itself to be an upper ultimate creature, but that's not entirely true. They've transcended that classification and consider themselves as great emperors. For reasons unknown, these great emperor-level smart brains, despite their unparalleled power, rarely engage in battle themselves. Even when great divine officials face unsolvable problems, the great emperors only employ their avatars to intervene. If the avatars fail to resolve the issue, they grant the great divine officials a divine artifact, a weapon embodying the great emperor's power, surpassing all other creatures and artifacts. Thus, these artifacts are known as Great Emperor's divine artifacts, the 6 supreme divine weapons in the cosmic hierarchy. Each great emperor seemingly possesses only one great emperor's divine artifact. No one has ever witnessed them wield a second. And truly, there's nothing in the universe a single great emperor's divine artifact cannot resolve, except perhaps another great emperor's divine artifact, the woman mused. The woman seemed lost in remembrance, murmuring to herself, "Back then, as the great divine official of the Southern Heaven Star Divine Palace, I received the great emperor's blessing and wielded the jade purifying bottle to resolve a troublesome matter." Lin Shen listened attentively as the woman unveiled an astonishing secret. The 2 artifacts left by the ancient realm king were, in fact, great emperor's divine artifacts. Unbelievably, the woman truly was the great divine official of the southern region. During the chaos incited by the god-making race in the star systems outside the southern region, she had been sent with the southern everlasting emperor's jade bottle to suppress them. Yet she hadn't anticipated enduring a brush with death because of this mission. The great divine official had seized the jade bottle and was preparing to leave the star god palace to quell the god-making race's uprising. However, her path led to the southern heaven gate, where individuals from the ancient realm intruded, drawing her attention. She hadn't expected the ancient realm's intruders to be shockingly powerful. The star divine official guarding the southern heaven gate stood no chance, and even upper divine beings couldn't subdue them. Curious, the great divine official refrained from killing the intruders. Instead, she used the jade bottle to capture one of them, intending to decide his fate after calming the rebellion. Her mission, however, turned into a devastating trap. A conspiracy orchestrated by the god-making race had led to a clash with another great divine official sent to suppress the revolt. In the ensuing confrontation between 2 great emperors' divine artifacts, countless star systems were obliterated. Their battle nearly ended in mutual destruction. The captured ancient realm individual, exploiting the moment of vulnerability, emerged as the ultimate winner. While the 2 great divine officials were gravely injured, he seized both great emperors' divine artifacts. Not only that, but after claiming the artifacts, the man didn't stop there. He captured both great divine officials as well. Chapter 129, Not Very Intelligent Lin Shen finally learned the woman's name, Huai Nanxing. But his mind wasn't on her name right now, as his entire soul was overwhelmed by another matter, his heart pounding furiously. Together with the great divine official of the southern district, Huai Nanxing, another prisoner of the ancient realm king, was the great divine official of the western district, Mu Shui. According to Huai Nanxing, Mu Shui was the mother of the ancient realm king's 2 daughters. Truly formidable, Lin Shen silently marveled in his heart. Both Wei and Deci hailed from the ancient realm and could be considered extraordinary talents. Yet, after arriving here, they had amounted to nothing more than prisoners. Comparatively, the ancient realm king entered the celestial court, seized 2 of the great emperor's divine artifacts, and even took 2 great divine officials captive, one of whom bore him children. He was truly astounding. Although Huai Nanxing mentioned the events only in passing, just a sentence or two, Lin Shen could imagine how bizarre and twisted the story must have been after their capture by the ancient realm king. The reason Huai Nanxing brought up the matter had to do with the 2 daughters Mu Shui had born. Huai Nanxing had accidentally discovered that the ancient realm king used the star constellation C to transform Mu Shui's 2 daughters into his pets. At the time, Huai Nanxing simply thought the ancient realm king was a deviant, willing to do such things to his own flesh and blood. It wasn't until much later that she understood. The great emperor's divine artifacts were deeply connected with the great emperor's smart brain, and their aura was far too potent. Hiding them perpetually without detection, especially from the smart brain, was nearly impossible. The ancient realm king had utilized the star constellation C to reincarnate the great emperor's divine artifacts along with his daughters into deformed species. The artifacts became an intrinsic part of the 2 girls, or rather, they were symbiotic. With additional special techniques, he severed the connection between the great emperor's smart brain and the divine artifacts, preventing their locations from being identified. Yet, at close range, Huai Nanxing could still detect faint traces of the divine artifact's aura. After all, one of these divine artifacts had once been in her possession. The names the Purifying Vase and Purple Gold Gourd were bestowed by the ancient realm king. These divine artifacts had different names previously. The Purple Gold Gourd, for instance, was originally called the Everlasting Gourd, or Great Emperor Gourd. It was the Great Emperor's divine artifact of the Southern District. That was also the artifact Huai Nanxing could sense. Learning that such priceless treasures were with him, Lin Shen was thrilled but also slightly frustrated. If he had known he carried such enormous treasures, why had he been running around aimlessly? Still, if people discovered these divine artifacts on him, the two great emperors would undoubtedly come at him with full force. Other factions would also stop at nothing to claim them. Saying he'd become the universe's public enemy wouldn't even be an exaggeration. Adding to Lin Shen's frustration, these two great emperors' divine artifacts, having been reincarnated with the two young princesses, had become their exclusive tools. No one apart from them could use the artifacts effectively. Is the Chaos Bell one of the two great emperors' divine artifacts? Huai Nanxing asked. I honestly don't know. I had no idea those two young princesses were reincarnations of such origins, nor that the objects in their possession were great emperors' divine artifacts. I didn't even know they carried any legacy of the ancient realm king, Lin Shen replied. Summon them so I can take a look, Huai Nanxing said. Summoning them here won't attract attention? Lin Shen asked cautiously. After all, this was the closest location to the celestial court. Letting the great emperor's divine artifacts reveal themselves here would likely make it difficult to remain unnoticed. Don't worry, with me here, no one will notice them, Huai Nanxing assured. I can summon them, but after that, I'm uninvolved. Whether you find what you're looking for or not, you must let me go, Lin Shen said. He knew promises in situations like this were unreliable, but with his life in her hands, he had no choice. Agreed, Huai Nanxing replied immediately. Lin Shen also wanted to know if Xiaoye and Xiaona were truly as Huai Nanxing described, so he decided to summon them. When Xiaowei and Xiaoyana were summoned, they stood there just as before, silent and vacant, appearing as if their intelligence was low. It really is them with the great emperor's divine artifacts, Huai Nanxing's voice immediately rang out. But they seem dull-witted. Do you think their brains were damaged during the reincarnation into deformed species? Lin Xiaowei and Xiaowei and Xiaowei and Xiaoena? The one who seems dull-witted here is you, Huai Nanxing retorted with a cold snort. The fairy-like spiritual body twinkled with vibrant beams of radiance, which she directed at Xiaoye and Xiaona. The next moment, Xiaoye and Xiaona's expressions sharpened abruptly. Their hands grasped the gourd and vase, which radiated an otherworldly brilliance, forcing back the luminous beams. No matter how the spiritual body unleashed the dazzling light, it couldn't even get close to them. Seeing this, Lin Shen felt utterly exasperated inside. That radiant light had shattered his immortal set like fragile paper in less than a second, yet Xiaoye and Xiaoné deflected it with ease. Clearly, their abilities were terrifyingly strong, but after all this time, through countless dangers, these two had done absolutely nothing to help him. They had let him suffer miserably. The old saying's true, the prettier the women, the more deceitful they are. They fooled me thoroughly. Lin Shen fumed in frustration. Zhu, Ningmeng, do you still remember me? The spiritual body's radiant beams vanished, and Huai Nanxing's unfocused eyes turned toward Xiaoye and Xiaona. Aunt Nanxing, who would have thought we'd meet you here? How have you been? Xiaoye spoke, exchanging a glance with her sister Xiaona. Observing their intelligence and clarity, Lin Shen immediately realized he'd been deceived by them all along. Do I seem well to you? Huai Nanxing asked coldly. Xiaoye and Xiaona exchanged glances again, remaining silent. The grievances between your father and me have nothing to do with you. If you hand over the Chaos Bell, I won't make things difficult for you, Huai Nanxing said. Aunt Nanxing, we'd like to help you, but the Chaos Bell truly isn't with us, Xiaoye replied. Ha! The Ancient gave you both the Great Emperor's vase and Great Emperor's gourd. If the Chaos Bell isn't with you, where else could it be? Huai Nanxing's tone was filled with disbelief. There are indeed many things within the vase and gourd, but the Chaos Bell isn't one of them, Xiaona said, unable to hold back. Huai Nanxing didn't believe them, but Lin Shen knew clearly that the Chaos Bell wasn't with them, unless there were two such bells in the entire universe. Since you're unwilling to give it to me, I'll just have to take it myself, Huai Nanxing declared. Her nine heavens mysterious woman-like spiritual body waved a long sleeve, unleashing radiant beams that veiled the heavens. Endless forces surged toward them. Xiaoye and Xiaona's expressions shifted slightly. They raised the vase and gourd, emanating blinding light that resisted the onslaught of radiance. The two struggled against the beams, and Xiaona even took a moment to glare venomously at Lin Shen, as if blaming him for bringing such trouble upon them. Chapter 130 Predicament. Lin Shen thought to himself, why are you glaring at me? I've been shielding you from the wind and rain for so long, yet I get nothing in return, always taking the blame without knowing why. If anyone has the right to glare, it should be me. The porcelain-like vase and gourd radiated brilliance like the sun, forcibly blocking the prismatic glow of Huai Nanxing's light outside. Lin Shen watched from the side, feeling a bit puzzled in his heart. Huai Nanxing exaggerated how powerful the Great Emperor's divine artifacts are, acting as though they were unmatched in the cosmic realm. Yet now, they don't seem all that impressive. Even two Great Emperor's divine artifacts can't overcome Huai Nanxing, who's trapped in a temple. How embarrassing. As Lin Shen continued to mull over his thoughts, Huai Nanxing's words unexpectedly resolved his confusion. In ancient times, to sever the connection between the Great Emperor's divine artifacts and the Great Emperor, they ensured your reincarnation alongside the artifacts. Although this method severed the link with the Great Emperor's smart brain, the artifacts themselves were affected by the reincarnation process and fell to the same rank as your physical bodies. At this point, Huainan Xing paused for a moment as if startled, then suddenly realized and murmured, "Ah, so that's it." The Ancient Ones not only sought to sever the link between the Great Emperor's divine artifacts and the Great Emperor, but also wanted you to harness their power to grow alongside them, ultimately breaking through to that realm beyond human reach, the Great Emperor realm. What a cunning plan. Still, even with the aid of the Great Emperor's divine artifacts, breaking into the Great Emperor realm is no easy feat. On the contrary, because you haven't reached the Great Emperor level yet and are in a symbiotic relationship with the artifacts, they cannot return to their peak state. Aunt Nanxing, we really don't have the Chaos Spell. Even if you kill us, it's useless, Xiao Ye interjected. If there's no Chaos Spell, then hand over the Great Emperor's divine artifacts, Huainan Xing demanded, her intensifying power twisting the entire space, revealing strange and dazzling sights within the prismatic glow. Lin Shen quickly stepped back to avoid getting caught up in the battlefield, but it was already too late. The prismatic glow had enveloped him as well. Xiao Wei raised the vase, and an extraordinary suction force emerged from its mouth, swallowing up the prismatic glow in the sky as though a whale gulping down water. After all, they are Great Emperor's divine artifacts. Although they haven't regained their peak, they're not something anyone can casually bully, Xiao Wei calmly said, gazing at Huainan Xing's spiritual body. Aunt Nanxing, if you insist on pushing us, then we'll have no choice but to fight you to the death. Threaten me? You're still far from qualified. Huainan Xing's voice boomed as if echoing the Nine Heavens' mysterious woman, deafening and resounding like thunder, shaking the earth and sky. Above Shen Xiao, ruling the heavens, within the 10 extremities, shaping all things, 9 heavens resonating thunder, heaven's supreme venerate, by command of the law, as Huainan Xing's voice rang out, her mysterious woman-like spiritual body rode a talisman in midair, lightning sparking along its prismatic strokes. As soon as the talisman formed, the heavens and earth turned into a sea of lightning, engulfing everything in its surge. Don't drag me into this, Lin Shen exclaimed, terrified as the lightning, cascading in torrents, surged from every direction. Lin Shen had never seen liquid lightning before. It looked like cyan magma carrying boundless energy, surging from above and below without the slightest chance of retreat. From the sky to the ground, torrents of liquid lightning raged like tidal waves, leaving no escape, no retreat. Collect. Shauna raised the porcelain gourd and smacked its bottom, absorbing the endless lightning flooding toward them into its confines. Xiaowei held up the vase and drew in the lightning torrents from another direction. Lin Shen hurriedly squeezed between them, narrowly avoiding the lightning barreling down from above. The vase and gourd continued absorbing lightning, yet the torrents flowing around them remained unrelenting, boundless like the ocean, unstoppable like cascading waterfalls. No matter how much the gourd and vase absorbed, the liquid lightning continued undiminished. They could only maintain this small patch of space shielded from the lightning's assault, but even so, things didn't look promising. Damn it, women are truly unreasonable creatures. You want to fight or kill somebody? Look for them. Why drag me into this mess? Utterly ridiculous, Lin Shen cursed inwardly, channeling his anger toward Huainan Xing, whom he now considered despicable, believing her imprisonment was well-deserved and her promises empty words. Xiaona vented angrily, "It's all your fault. If you hadn't exposed us, we wouldn't be in this wretched situation. You acted all crazy and mysterious before, never telling me anything." "Now you're blaming me," Lin Shen sneered coldly. "Stop squabbling. Let's focus on staying alive first," Xiao Ye interrupted before addressing Lin Shen. "We've just ascended to the lower tier, so we can't fully unleash the true power of the purifying vase and purple gold gourd. While they barely hold off Huainan Xing's Shen Xiao power for now, this isn't a sustainable solution. Once our stamina runs out and we're unable to activate the Great Emperor's divine artifacts anymore, that will be the end for all of us. So, what do we do?" Lin Shen asked offhandedly, though inwardly he was calculating how to escape alive. Huainan Xing's power was simply too terrifying. This level of lightning could destroy star systems. His own strength was utterly insignificant in comparison. Attempting to flee seemed futile. He would be reduced to ash within seconds. "There's only one option left," Xiao Ye said, looking intently at Lin Shen. "Inside my purifying vase lies an upper-level ultimate divine artifact called the One-Leaf Boat, which has the ability to traverse time and space. It might be our only chance to escape this place. But right now, the vase is busy absorbing Shenxiao power, so I can't retrieve it." "Then hurry up and retrieve it," Lin Shen urged. "I can't. Shauna can't handle the Shenxiao power alone. If the purifying vase stops absorbing the Shenxiao power, even for a single breath, the three of us will be obliterated by it," Xiao Ye explained, her gaze fixed on Lin Shen. "That's why I need you to buy me enough time to retrieve the One-Leaf Boat." "I can't hold back the lightning," Lin Shen said hesitantly, staring at the cyan liquid lightning. Even a single drop of this lightning contained an unfathomable amount of energy, making it impossible for him to withstand. Neither Xiaowei nor Xiaona could resist it either, entirely relying on the Great Emperor's divine artifacts to survive. Regrettably, the symbiotic relationship between them and the artifacts limited their potential. Since they were only at the lower tier, the artifacts were currently at the same rank, and being able to withstand such terrifying attacks was already remarkable. Using the artifacts to counter Huainan Xing was utterly out of the question. Chapter 131. Both true and false. Xiao Ye said, "You can't stop it, but why try to block it?" Lin Shen froze slightly, instantly understanding Xiao Ye's meaning. He also realized that Xiao Ye and Xiaona must usually sense the outside situation and were aware of his indomitable strength. These two little women, secretly spying on me as they please, how sinister the human heart truly is, Lin Shen thought inwardly. Yet, he said aloud, "You must be aware that my ability is flawed and likely won't be of much use. Don't worry, the strength of the jade purifying bottle has already sealed this place. She can't hear what we're saying." Xiao Ye continued, "Although your indomitable strength has some flaws and may not be able to harm her directly, all you need to do is scare her. Give me 1 second to bring out the one-leaf boat and we can escape. Just follow my instructions and strike with finger sand at the directed position and we'll break free. What do you plan to do?" Lin Shen frowned and asked. Huainan Xing's divine soul is the 9 heavenly thunder reply, heavenly venerat, essentially one of the avatars of the Southern Everlasting Emperor. Her ability has transcended the upper rank, and she's no less powerful compared to other great Emperor avatars. If I and the jade purifying bottle can ascend to the upper rank, we might be able to face her in battle. But for now, we have only you to depend on. I know her weak spot. Shortly, Xiaona and I will channel all our energy, creating an opening for you to see her true form. You just need to seize the opportunity to attack her weak point, not to truly harm her, just to scare her, to buy me a moment. Between her brows, Xiao Wei responded. Lin Shen fell silent, pondering, uncertain whether Xiao Ye was telling the truth. "Don't listen to her. She wants to harm you." A voice suddenly echoed in Lin Shen's mind. It was none other than the purple nether butterfly lady, silent for ages. "How do you know she wants to harm me?" Lin Shen kept a neutral expression, communicating silently with the purple nether butterfly lady within the chaos bell. She's asking you to attack Huainan Xing's brows. Don't you know Huainan Xing cultivates the Shen Xiao thunder skill? Between her brows lies Shen Xiao Court, the source of the 9 Xiao divine thunder. That place isn't her weak spot, it's her strongest point. Isn't her suggestion meant to harm you? Purple nether butterfly lady explained. Why would she do that? What does she gain from it? Lin Shen continued communicating with purple nether butterfly lady, still skeptical. She wants to use your indomitable strengths to catch Huainan Xing off guard, then she'll take the chance to subdue Huainan Xing herself. Purple nether butterfly lady sneered. This woman is deeply scheming. Huainan Xing's physical body is trapped inside the temple and can only fight using her divine soul and divine spirit. Both are pure energy perfect for evolution of their great emperor's divine artifacts. If they can absorb these, at least one of them or one divine artifact would ascend to the upper ultimate rank. Does she have the capability for that? Lin Shen still found it hard to believe. Men, when you see a beauty, your IQ drops below 0. She says anything and you believe it? Purple nether butterfly lady taunted. Their great emperor's divine artifact power is far greater than what they've presented. They're merely concealing it to ensure Huainan Xing doesn't manage to escape. Purple nether butterfly lady scoffed dismissively. Now that their cards are revealed, they want you to draw Huainan Xing's attention away. After using the great emperor's divine artifact to subdue Huainan Xing, if you die at Huainan Xing's hands, so much the better. If by chance you survive, they'll kill you themselves. This way, they'll gain freedom and eliminate anyone who knows they still exist in this world, a true 2 birds with 1 stone arrangement. Lin Shen listened with growing suspicion, unsure whom to believe. Are you ready yet? Xiao Ye asked as she saw Lin Shen remain silent. Hold on a moment, Lin Shen said, still torn, uncertain whether Xiao Ye or Purple Nether Butterfly Lady was lying. Purple Nether Butterfly Lady spoke again. If you don't trust me, just ask her one question and you'll know whether she wants to escape or confront Huainan Xing. What question? Lin Shen asked eagerly. Ask her if she understands Shen Xiao Thunderbolt, Purple Nether Butterfly Lady replied. What's happening? Xiao Ye asked, staring at Lin Shen with furrowed brows. Xiao Ye, do you understand Shen Xiao Thunderbolt? Lin Shen repeated the question as Purple Nether Butterfly Lady had instructed. While speaking, Lin Shen watched Xiao Ye closely. Her face visibly changed when she heard those 4 words. Lin Shen noted inwardly, Xiao Ye indeed seems suspicious. Xiao Ye quickly returned to normal and said calmly, I didn't expect you to know about Shen Xiao Thunderbolt. Indeed, the location I asked you to attack is where Huainan Xing nurtures the 9 Xiao Divine Thunder. I didn't reveal this because I want not only to escape, but also to subdue her. I feared the psychological pressure might prevent you from cooperating, so I kept it from you. See, this woman's words are full of lies, completely untrustworthy. Purple Nether Butterfly Lady's smug voice echoed in Lin Shen's mind. Now that you know, I won't hide the truth anymore. If you use finger sand to cooperate with us sisters, we can use the Great Emperor's divine artifact to suppress and subdue Huainan Xing. Only then can we truly resolve the crisis we face. Otherwise, escaping her pursuit on Secret Godstar will be nearly impossible. Xiao Ye urged Lin Shen with apparent sincerity. Don't listen to her, she just wants you dead. Purple Nether Butterfly Lady cut in immediately. I have a plan that will let you emerge as Fisher gains profit. Not only will you avoid being manipulated, but you'll also seize their Great Emperor's divine artifacts. The Great Emperor's divine artifacts have fused with their rebirth, becoming their life-bound divine artifacts. How would one even steal them? Lin Shen asked, shocked. Others naturally wouldn't be able to, but who am I? I am the Purple Mansion Fairy. What might stump others is mere child's play for me. If you follow my instructions, you'll be able to claim those two Great Emperor's divine artifacts and use them to suppress those two sisters instead. Purple Nether Butterfly Lady giggled and continued. Once the two Great Emperor's divine artifacts are in your grasp, even if Huai Nensing summons her divine soul, she won't be able to lay a finger on you. With two Great Emperor's divine artifacts in your hands, the cosmic expanse would be yours to traverse as you please. Tell me more, Lin Shen said, his interest piqued. Xiao Ye and Xiao Na clearly weren't on the same page as him. Having the two Great Emperor's divine artifacts would be far safer than trusting them. If he could secure them, it would be ideal. I have a divine skill called Netherworld Marriage Technique. Using this skill, I can marry the two Great Emperor's divine artifacts away from them, making you their new master. However, there's one drawback. You must smear your own blood on each of them and on the divine artifacts themselves. Only then can I perform the Netherworld Marriage Technique and steal their life-bound divine artifacts, Purple Nether Butterfly Lady explained. Chapter 1132, Netherworld Marriage Technique. What are your terms? If you're asking me to release you, there's no need to say anymore. I can't control the chaos spell. Lin Shen communicated with the Purple Nether Butterfly Lady with his thoughts. He didn't believe that the Purple Nether Butterfly Lady would be so kind as to help him seize the Great Emperor's divine artifact for nothing. At this moment, the Purple Nether Butterfly Lady emerged, surely scheming something rather than altruistically aiding him. The Purple Nether Butterfly Lady giggled coquettishly. I know you can't control the chaos spell, so naturally I won't ask you to release me. The reason I'm helping you is purely because if you die, the chaos spell will inevitably fall into their hands. At that point, my fate will only grow more miserable. So instead of assisting you, it's more accurate to say, I'm doing this for myself. Lin Shen couldn't find fault with her reasoning. What she said was indeed a reflection of human nature. Lin Shen couldn't control the chaos spell, nor could he do anything to the Purple Nether Butterfly Lady. She was merely trapped. If the chaos spell fell into Xiao Ye and Xiao Na's hands, being daughters of the ancient realm king, they might very well know how to wield it, which would spell trouble for the Purple Nether Butterfly Lady. How do you use that Netherworld Marriage Technique? Lin Shen pondered aloud. If you trust me, you just need to smear your blood on their foreheads, and also a small amount on the two Great Emperor's divine artifacts. Then, I can perform the Netherworld Marriage Technique to bind the artifacts to you. As artifacts married off, they would be as irretrievable as water splashed away. From then on, they'd no longer belong to them and could only serve you. However, there is a drawback to this method. Afterward, you'll need to sustain the artifacts daily with your own blood, or you'll suffer backlash. The Purple Nether Butterfly Lady paused briefly and added, if you don't trust me, I can teach you the Netherworld Marriage Technique directly. You can perform it yourself. However, mastering this method isn't easy, and whether you can cultivate it in a short time to achieve results will depend on your own fortune. Alright, teach me the Netherworld Marriage Technique, Lin Shen said without hesitation. He didn't trust the Purple Nether Butterfly Lady at all. If she were the one to perform the technique, the ownership of the Great Emperor's divine artifacts would be uncertain. Surprisingly, the Purple Nether Butterfly Lady didn't hesitate either, and immediately transmitted the Netherworld Marriage Technique to Lin Shen's mind. Lin Shen carefully committed it to memory, but its profound complexity and sheer volume made it impossible to remember in a short time. Lin Shen wasn't hurried, but Xiao Na grew impatient and directly said to Lin Shen, are you going to cooperate with us or not? Make up your mind, stop wasting time and dragging this out. You just lied to me once. How can I be sure you're not lying again this time? Lin Shen responded calmly. What good would lying to you do us? Xiao Na said angrily. Xiao Ai, however, was much calmer. She knew that getting Lin Shen to trust them at this moment wouldn't be achieved through losing her temper. After a moment's reflection, Xiao Ai said, Lin Shen, why did you name us like that in the first place? I named you randomly because it sounded convenient, Lin Shen replied casually. Smiling faintly, Xiao Wei continued, in a past conversation you mentioned that in the ancient times of your home planet there was a very famous female emperor named Catherine. From your words we could sense your high regard for her. So, I presume our names were derived from the first and last characters of her name, is that right? Lin Shen was surprised. He hadn't expected Xiao Ye to guess the meaning behind the names he had given them. He said with a neutral expression, so what if it's true? What's the point of saying this now? You gave us such names because you hoped we would become the strongest beings in existence. Your intent was kind, and we understand that in our hearts, Xiao Ye continued. Due to our identities, we couldn't express this sentiment to you before, but we share the same hope as you, that you can become stronger and better. Do you remember when you fought Ye Ya and were forced to flee into the giant god mausoleum, falling unconscious in the resting forest, only to recover later? Lin Shen's heart stirred. What did you do back then? It was nothing much. We merely injected you with a dose of the enduring humiliation-stealing life serum to heal your injuries and prevent the tree of rest from draining your vitality, Ch1101 said with a pout. Lin Shen had indeed wondered why, despite being gravely wounded, he had emerged from his slumber in the resting forest completely healed. What Xiaoye said had credibility. Seeing Lin Shen's expression soften, Xiaoye seized the moment to add, "We humans are not like plants. Spending so much time together, even with an inanimate object, one might develop feelings, let alone with flesh and blood humans. Moreover, there's no conflict of interest between us. On the contrary, we're fellow humans, and you are an outstanding man among humans. You're destined to become a top-tier force in the cosmos. Having you around can only benefit us. It's not in our interest to harm you. Why would we destroy such a beneficial relationship?" Lin Shen couldn't help but nod slightly. Xiaoye's words made sense. Don't be swayed by their persuasive words. The emergence of the Great Emperor's divine artifact makes its holder the enemy of the cosmos, hunted by the entire universe. Do you think they'd let you live as a knowing witness? The purple nether butterfly lady warned Lin Shen. I know what I'm doing. Repeat the netherworld marriage technique for me. Lin Shen communicated with her through his thoughts, then turned to Xiaoye, saying, Let me think for a moment. With that, Lin Shen closed his eyes and stopped speaking, focusing intently on memorizing the purple nether butterfly lady's netherworld marriage technique. The netherworld marriage technique was bizarrely intricate, a creation whose origins were unknown, and its strangeness reached an unfathomable level, capable of performing wondrous feats. Although Lin Shen hadn't yet begun practicing it, a single study of its contents revealed that not only could it not be mastered quickly, it might even be impossible to achieve mastery. The netherworld marriage technique was a divine skill, much like the sun-shooting divine skill, both falling under cultivation arts. To master the netherworld marriage technique, one would have to abandon their current divine skill and start anew, something not achievable overnight. Moreover, the technique required specific physical attributes and affinities, meaning it's not something just anyone can practice. The purple nether butterfly lady had imparted the netherworld marriage technique to Lin Shen not with the intent for him to master it, but rather so that he could understand its principles. This was to show him that even if she were to perform the technique, the Great Emperor's divine artifacts would not end up in her hands, but instead in the possession of the individual who used their blood to forge the contract with the artifacts. Do you believe me now? The purple nether butterfly lady asked. I'm willing to let you carry out the netherworld marriage technique. But smearing blood on their foreheads and the Great Emperor's divine artifacts, this won't be easy, Lin Shen said thoughtfully. This moment offers a perfect opportunity. They are eager to earn your trust, so you can feign cooperation while displaying distrust toward them. Suggest asking them to take a blood oath. The purple nether butterfly lady proposed her idea. Chapter 133, Blood Oath. When exactly are you going to make up your mind? If you don't want to cooperate with us, then let's just go our separate ways. We have the ancient god bottle and the ancient god gourd in our hands. If we decide to leave, not even Huainan Xing can keep us here. Ch1101 couldn't contain her impatience, her face full of displeasure as she spoke. In her heart, she harbored resentment toward Lin Shen, feeling that he had no reason not to trust them. Lin Shen opened his eyes but ignored Ch1101. Instead, he focused on Xiaoye and said, Xiaoye, you should understand that trust, once broken, is very hard to rebuild. If you had spoken to me openly earlier, no matter how much danger there was, it would have been my decision to make, with no one else to blame. But now, asking me to trust you again? That's asking a lot. If you can't trust us, then forget it. We can go our separate ways. Had I known you were this kind of person, I'd never have saved you back at the giant god mausoleum, Ch1101 retorted angrily. What will it take to make you trust us again? Xiaoye sighed softly. With the Great Emperor's divine artifact in their possession, if they were truly determined to leave, it would indeed be difficult for Huainan Xing to stop them. But their identities had already been revealed. If Huainan Xing spread news that the Great Emperor's divine artifact was in their hands, even in all the vastness of the cosmos, there might be no place left for them to hide. They had been relying on the resources left in the bottle and gourd by the ancient realm king for their cultivation, and they had only reached the lower tier so far, still far from achieving the Great Emperor realm. If the entire cosmos hunted them down now, they had no guarantee of survival. Time was too short. If they were given a few more years, even if they only managed to ascend to the upper rank, there wouldn't be many threats left in the universe that could pose a real danger to them. But now, as lower-tier cultivators, they could rely on the Great Emperor's divine artifact to ensure that even an ordinary upper-rank opponent couldn't kill them. Still, there were already some who could threaten their safety. For this reason, no matter what, Xiaoye wanted to eliminate Huainan Xing, the only person privy to their secret, to prevent her from leaking the information. Alright then, if you're willing to swear a blood oath with me, only then will I feel confident enough to work with you. Lin Shen proposed. A blood oath? What kind of blood oath? Xiaoye frowned. Lin Shen pulled a large bowl out of the space capsule, then bit his finger, letting blood drip into the bowl. You both should also drip your blood in. According to the customs of my homeland, we'll swear an allegiance by mixing our blood. Lin Shen pushed the bowl toward them. Who wants to form a blood pact with you? Xiaona grumbled irritably. Very well, let's swear the blood oath. Xiaoye glanced at the blood Lin Shen had dripped into the bowl. After a brief moment of contemplation, she nodded. Sister, why are you indulging him? We have the great emperor's divine artifact. If we want to leave, then leave. We don't have to care about Huainan Qing. As for him, the moment we leave, he's as good as dead. Since he doesn't trust us, let him fend for himself. Why should we bother? Xiaona protested, clearly upset. We need to deal with Huainan Qing. We can't risk the information about the great emperor's divine artifact in our hands getting out. Cooperation is the best option for now. Xiaowei said this calmly. She raised her delicate hand to her lips, biting the edge of her white lace glove to pull it off. Only then did she bite her finger and let her blood drip into the bowl. Being someone who typically followed Xiaowei's lead, Xiaowei, though fuming inside, reluctantly mimicked her sister's actions. She took off her sheer gloves, bit her finger, and let her blood drip into the bowl too. Then, let's proceed according to the traditions of my homeland. We'll make our blood vow together. Lin Shen stirred the 3 blood samples in the bowl with his finger, mixing them thoroughly. He then smeared some of the blood on his own forehead. Follow me, do as I do, and repeat after me. Xiaoye and Xiaona exchanged glances. Xiaoye reached out, dipped her finger in the mixture of their blood, and smeared it on her pristine forehead. Though still annoyed, Xiaona begrudgingly followed suit, smearing the blood on her forehead while wearing an unhappy expression. You also need to smear it on the bottle and gourd, Lin Shen added. What shady scheme are you plotting now? Xiaona immediately narrowed her eyes at Lin Shen with suspicion. Although Xiaoye remained silent, her gaze fixed on him as well, clearly demanding an explanation. You and the great emperor's divine artifact are symbiotically linked. You need to use the artifact to swear the oath. Only then will I feel secure, Lin Shen said calmly. Xiaoye remained silent, locking eyes with Lin Shen. He showed no sign of backing down, squinting slightly as he held her gaze. Fine, as you wish. Xiaoye extended her pale finger, dipped it into the blood in the bowl, and smeared it onto the bottle. Sister, he's being suspicious. He definitely has ulterior motives. How can you just agree to this? Xiaona couldn't contain her discontent. Moments ago, we were demanding his trust, yet criticizing him for not trusting us. Now that the tables are turned, we need to show him trust in return. Otherwise, how can we blame him for doubting us? Xiaoye said faintly. Then she turned to Lin Shen with a serious expression. Lin Shen, let's swear. We trust you unconditionally. From the moment you brought us out of the ancient god's treasure box, our fates became intertwined. We trust you as much as we trust each other. Lin Xiaoye's words left him feeling slightly ashamed deep down. Fortunately, Xiaona's reaction interrupted the awkwardness. With a huff, she grumbled, then begrudgingly mimicked Xiaowei, smearing the blood on the gourd. Lin Shen raised his hand and began to swear. Xiaowei, 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 and Xiaowei, and Xiaowei, and Xiaowei, and Xiaowei, and Xiaowei, and Xiaowei. I swear to stand together with Xiaowei and Xiaowei, to share life and death, to share life and death, to live and die as one. If I break this oath, may I be struck by lightning from the heavens 5 times over. Xiaowei and Xiaowei paused slightly. They had initially assumed Lin Shen wanted to perform some kind of cosmic law-bound blood vow, but as it turned out, he was just making an ordinary spoken oath. They were about to mimic his phrasing when Lin Shen continued with surprisingly over-the-top additions. May I meet an agonizing demise, be sliced to death by 1,000 cuts, have my heart gouged out and my eyes plucked, my tendons ripped out and my skin peeled off. May my family die, my father, mother, grandparents, and may my ancestors of 18 generations be dug out and flogged for 10,000 years. May I be swindled by friends, cuckolded immediately after marriage, run over the moment I step outside, crushed in a house collapse back home, choked to death while eating, drown while drinking water, sprout sores on my head and pus from my feet, be covered in itching boils I can't stop scratching, and suffer a fate worse than death. May I curse what I love to die, what I favor to explode on the spot, and may all my friends and family meet terrible ends while my enemies thrive on feasts every day. Lin Shen rattled on for over 3,000 words without so much as taking a breath. Xiaoye and Xiaoya stared at Lin Shen, their expressions unusually bewildered. It wasn't until Lin Shen prompted them to follow his words that they snapped out of it. With expressions caught somewhere between disbelief and complexity, they painstakingly repeated his words. It must be said, their memories were indeed extraordinary. Despite hearing such a ridiculously long string of curses only once, they flawlessly repeated every word without missing a single one. Chapter 134, Please bestow upon me, the immortal pill. Let's begin. After the 3 had sworn their oaths, Lin Shen spoke to Xiaoye. With a solemn expression, Xiaoye said, Xiaona and I will break open the Thunderbolt Sea. You need to find an opportunity to attack her Shenshao court. As long as we disrupt her rhythm, Xiaona and I can use the great emperor's divine artifacts to extinguish her divine soul. All right, Lin Shen readily agreed. The purple nether butterfly lady had already explained to Lin Shen earlier that if she attempted to use the netherworld marriage technique now, the success rate would be extraordinarily low. Once Xiaowei and Xiaowei engage in an all-out battle with Huainan Xing, taking advantage of that moment to unleash the netherworld marriage technique would greatly increase the odds of success, which is why Lin Shen cooperated willingly. Seeing Lin Shen already prepared to act, Xiaowei and Xiaona exchanged a glance and suddenly raised the porcelain bottle and porcelain gourd in their hands simultaneously. These two great emperor's divine artifacts had been constantly consuming massive quantities of Shenxiao Thunderbolt over time. At the very instant these divine artifacts were raised, instead of continuing their devouring, they began to spew out a massive amount of thunderbolts from within. The lightning inside the jade purifying bottle gushed forth like a raging flood. Unlike ordinary liquid lightning, the thunderbolts expelled by the bottle were far more intense, cascading out like a lightning waterfall, violently tearing through the thunderbolt sea. The lightning from the gourd, however, emerged in clusters resembling thunderpills. They poured out in rapid succession, akin to scattering sugar-coated beans. Balls of spherical lightning emanated terrifying power, instantly vaporizing anything that approached their vicinity in bursts of luminescent ash. The force of lightning from the thunderbolt sea was pushed aside as its confines were unraveled. A sliver of the outside world came into view, revealing the divine soul that resembled the nine heavens' mysterious woman. The lightning waterfall and the thunderpills surged toward the divine soul. But the divine soul resembling the nine heavens' mysterious woman merely scoffed coldly, raising her hand to draw symbols in midair. From her fingertips arose multiple threads of lightning, forming a radiant Thunder True talisman. When the lightning waterfall collided with the Thunder True talisman suspended in the void, it instantaneously dissipated, seemingly vanishing into thin air. Meanwhile, the Thunder True talisman radiated with increasingly intense light. The explosive thunderpills struck the Thunder True talisman as well, but like raindrops falling into an ocean, they created little more than faint ripples before fading into oblivion. Your levels are far too low. Even with the great emperor's divine artifacts in hand, you're incapable of unleashing their true power. Huainan Xing's cold voice rang out as the Thunder True talisman descended with oppressive force. The lightning expelled from the jade purifying bottle, and the gourd was thoroughly suppressed, proving unable to withstand the sheer might of the Thunder True talisman. The talisman, imbued with its destructive energy capable of obliterating worlds, now bore down with unstoppable momentum. Xiaozhe glanced at Xiaona, and Xiaona instantly understood. She raised the great emperor gourd high above her head, her body enveloped by an eerie red glow. The once simple porcelain-like gourd rapidly transformed in appearance. Its surface took on a blood-red hue, resembling flawless ruby but fully jade-like, purified to the point of resembling polished vermilion ore. Red gourd, grant me the immortal pill, Xiaona's voice echoed as she tilted the blood-red gourd, aiming its now sword-like spout toward Huainan Xing's divine soul. In the next moment, Lin Shen witnessed an inexplicable scene. The descending Thunder True talisman suddenly shrank and was instantaneously absorbed into the blood-red gourd. Even the divine soul atop the temple, pulled by immense power, abandoned its sacred perch and gravitated toward the red gourd. Its previously towering stature diminished in size, and within the blink of an eye, it was wholly swallowed by the gourd. This all transpired astonishingly fast, so fast that Lin Shen hadn't even had a chance to intervene. The divine soul had already been absorbed into the gourd, which now radiated blinding brilliance, its body trembling violently as if something unearthly were transpiring within. The great emperor's divine artifact truly is absurdly powerful. It effortlessly absorbed Huainan Xing's divine soul without breaking a sweat. Lin Shen marveled at the artifact's terrifying prowess, though his heart harbored doubts. With such overwhelming strength, why did Xiaoye and Xiaona need his help at all? Just by wielding the gourd alone, Xiaona seemed unstoppable. After Xiaona used the red gourd to absorb Huainan Xing's Thunder True talisman and divine soul, the gourd ceased its radiance. Xiaona shook the gourd several times, then tilted it sideways, pouring out a thunderous immortal pill suffused with immortal qi. Xiaona swiftly popped the immortal pill into her mouth, chewing it a few times before swallowing. Immediately, azure-hued lightning erupted from her body, coiling around her like true dragons and dancing eloquently along her fingertips. To Lin Shen's astonishment, Xiaona could command lightning power at will. Wherever her fingers pointed, the sea of thunderbolts instantly parted in two, shifting away to the sides. That the red gourd truly refined the Thunder True talisman and divine soul into an immortal pill was beyond belief. Consuming this pill allowed Xiaona to directly control the Shenxiao Thunderbolt. Using the great emperor's gourd in my presence is nothing more than a pathetic show of skill. Huainan Xing's voice rang out coldly from the decaying temple. The surrounding atmosphere shimmered once more, forming another divine soul resembling the nine heavens' mysterious woman. This time, however, the mysterious-looking divine soul held an unusual object in one hand. It was an ancient mirror adorned with cloud patterns. The divine soul lifted the mirror and pointed it toward the red gourd. Within the reflection, the red gourd became vividly visible. Lin Shen did not blink. Yet somehow the ancient mirror in the reflection transformed into the exact likeness of the red gourd held by the divine soul. Red gourd, grant me the immortal pill. Both Huainan Xing and Xiaona simultaneously chanted. Suddenly, blood-red brilliance erupted from two identical red gourds. At the mouth of each gourd, crimson light flashed with terrifying intensity. Boom! The space between the two gourds abruptly collapsed. Time and space shattered. In an instant, everything around became kaleidoscopic, fragmented beyond recognition. What the hell is happening? If this fight continues, space-time itself will be obliterated, Lin Shen muttered as his surroundings distorted uncontrollably. Past and future timelines flashed repeatedly within the fractured void, leaving Lin Shen wondering if he had stumbled into the debris of a broken river of time. Yet the dilapidated temple, despite the cataclysmic forces surrounding it, remained wholly unscathed. Its walls, seemingly on the verge of collapse, endured undamaged, resisting this magnificently destructive power capable of fracturing space-time itself. The violent clash between the two great emperors' divine artifacts rendered them evenly matched in strength, unable to overwhelm one another yet wreaking havoc upon everything caught in their midst. Even Xiaona's body was uncontrollably drawn forward, her red gourd pulled along by an irresistible force. The genuine Great Emperor's divine artifact appeared to falter when confronting Huainan Xing's counterfeit counterpart. Without hesitation, Xiaowei raised the jade purifying bottle, unleashing 7-colored radiance toward the divine soul's imitation red gourd. Xiaowei and Xiaowana joined forces to fight Huainan Xing, yet they failed to gain the upper hand. At the same time, Huainan Xing struggled to seize the advantage over them, unable to pull Xiaowana and the red gourd toward him. As the three were locked in a stalemate, Lin Shen realized this was the opportunity Xiaowei had spoken of. Without hesitation, Lin Shen flicked his wrist, sending tremors through his fingers as he unleashed his attack, Finger Sand. The imperceptible finger sand moved gracefully along an elegant trajectory, slicing through the shattered kaleidoscopic void toward the center of Huainan Xing's divine soul's forehead. Chapter 135, Turning Hostile Without Mercy. Lin Shen gave it his all, and the speed of finger sand rivaled the upper rank, perhaps even faster. It was mainly because the disturbance caused while breaking through the fragmented space and tearing through the spatial cracks inevitably alerted Huainan Xing. However, her divine soul was fully preoccupied battling Xiao Ye and Xiao Na, and while she noticed the approach of finger sand, she couldn't spare the effort to deal with it directly. A sudden fissure split open between the divine soul's brows, and from within, infinite thunder and lightning surged forth, resembling a purple lightning eye. A purple bolt of lightning shot forth from the eye, aiming to obliterate finger sand entirely. Huainan Xing didn't consider this strange force of finger sand much of a threat. After all, the brow was the place where Shenxiao Thunderbolt was nurtured, the strongest point of her power. Under Great Emperor-level strength, nearly no one could overcome her Shenxiao Thunderbolt, so naturally she dismissed Lin Shen's attack. Huainan Xing assumed the Shenxiao Thunderbolt would annihilate the force in an instant upon striking. But the moment the two forces collided, Huainan Xing couldn't believe the unbelievable outcome of the clash. The intangible power pierced through the indestructible Shenxiao Thunderbolt, burrowing into the Shenxiao Court, the Eye of Thunder itself. Impossible. Huainan Xing couldn't fathom how Lin Shen's strength could penetrate Shenxiao Court. But regret came too late. Shenxiao Court was compromised, and the Shenxiao Thunderbolt began leaking out. The purple lightning scattered above the divine soul's head in all directions, leaving the divine soul flustered. The red gourd in her hands started rapidly shifting, alternately appearing as a mirror and then returning to its gourd form. Red gourd, please grant me a mortal pill. Xiaowana seized the moment, raising the red gourd high and unleashing her most potent force against the divine soul. With the red gourd's bottom facing upward and its mouth angled toward the divine soul, a horrifying suction force pulled the mirror along with the divine soul into the gourd. As the mirror and divine soul were sucked into the red gourd, its interior erupted with an intense crimson glow, trembling violently as though housing a raging nuclear reactor. Damn it, Huainan Xing cursed in panic, her face paling. Xiao Ye seized the opportunity, holding up the jade purifying bottle in her hand while chanting an incantation. Bottle, oh bottle, purify these vile beings. As soon as Xiao Ye finished speaking, a spring-like radiance began to spill out of the jade bottle. The radiant streams quickly dissipated after emerging. But suddenly, a horrendous scream echoed from the decrepit temple. Lin Shen turned to look and saw spring-like liquid flowing out from the seemingly indestructible temple, melting it rapidly like snow encountering boiling water. Lin Shen was inwardly alarmed. Though the temple was broken and worn, it was created by the ghost god's essence, imbued with the power of distinct law. Even amidst the intense battle where space itself was shattered, the temple had remained intact. Now, seeing it melt away like this upended Lin Shen's understanding of Great Emperor's divine artifacts. This occurred despite the artifact not having returned to its peak state, equivalent to only the lower tier in strength. He couldn't begin to imagine how terrifying the Great Emperor's divine artifact would be at full power. Lin Shen burned with greater desire, even more determined to seize these two Great Emperor divine artifacts. The red gourd in Xiaona's hands pulsed endlessly as it continued refining the mirror and divine soul it had absorbed. However, this time, the refinement seemed far more challenging than before, and there was no telling when it might be complete. Meanwhile, the jade purifying bottle in Xiaoye's hands consistently released spring light. Soon, the entirety of the temple was melted down, and where the ghost god had once been worshipped in its central hall, a figure emerged due to the hall's disintegration. It was unexpectedly the form of a woman, her entire body radiating purple lightning, resembling a creature made purely of electricity. Spring light surged around her, engulfing her entire body. The spring light and the purple lightning clashed fiercely, leaving the battle's outcome uncertain. Judging by the woman's anguished cries, her situation appeared dire. Xiaoye couldn't subdue Huainanxing in one go, so she relentlessly drove the jade purifying bottle, causing the spring light to erupt in larger torrents. Lin Shen noticed a black chain extending from Huainanxing's ankle, its other end disappearing underground, latched to an unknown location. Were I not trapped here, you'd all be dead by now, Huainanxing roared in fury. Xiaoye paid her no mind, forcing the jade purifying bottle to its limits, while Huainanxing's purple aura gradually weakened, clearly on the verge of defeat. Xiaoena, reverse heaven gang skill. Xiaoye suddenly shouted toward Xiaoena. Xiaoena froze for a moment. Xiaoena froze for heaven gang skill now. Do as I say. Xiaoye did not explain, only speaking in a commanding tone. Accustomed to following Xiaoye's orders, Xiaoyana activated the reverse heaven gang skill. A peculiar radiance began to rise from her body. As this peculiar light manifested, Lin Shen sensed something within him shatter. Two miniature pet keys broke free from the space capsule, flying out and landing in front of Xiaonan. Xiaonan paused in slight surprise before realizing Xiaoye's plan. Overjoyed, she reached out to seize the two pet keys. These keys had originally belonged to the sisters and been handed to Lin Shen. With the keys in his possession, they had exercised caution around him. Now that the keys had returned to them, the sisters no longer had any reservations. Seeing Xiaonan retrieve the keys, Xiaoye immediately raised the jade purifying bottle higher, causing spring light to flow out even more intensely. Lin Shen sensed danger and tried to retreat, but spring light unexpectedly poured out from within his body, leaving him feeling as if he were submerged in powerful acid, corroding him from within. Only then did Lin Shen realize the spring light from the jade purifying bottle was originating from inside his own body. No wonder even Huainanxing had been unable to resist it and had let out such agonized screams. Bang! Lin Shen's body collapsed to the ground as he let out a groan of pain. Unlike Huainanxing, however, Lin Shen's agonized cries were mostly feigned. Though the spring light was formidable, the damage it caused him wasn't as severe as he had expected. It seemed that most of the energy from the jade purifying bottle was focused on Huainanxing, leaving only a minor fraction to affect him. This diminished the light's harm, making Lin Shen feel less vulnerable than anticipated. Lin Shen didn't want to clash with Xiaoye directly yet, so he pretended to collapse in agony, immobilized by the ordeal. Angrily, Lin Shen cursed inwardly, Xiaoye, that venomous woman. Her words earlier sounded so sincere, as if we were all allies. Now she flips on me in an instant, truly. The most ruthless hearts belong to women. Sis, what are you doing? Xiaonan, wide-eyed, stared at the spring light enveloping Lin Shen. She clearly didn't understand Xiaoye's intentions. Now that we've regained our freedom, why should we remain under someone else's thumb? Xiaoye stated flatly. We've already reclaimed the keys. We don't have to kill him, do we? Moreover, we just swore an oath. Xiaonan hesitated, looking sympathetically at the supposedly incapacitated Lin Shen writhing on the ground. Chapter 136, Each with Their Own Schemes. Lin Shen listened to their conversation and thought to himself, although Xiaonan can be a bit temperamental, her heart is far better than that venomous woman Xiaoye. Upon hearing this, Xiaoye coldly replied, someone as greedy as him, after witnessing the power of the great emperor's divine artifact, would never resist the urge of his own avarice. Sooner or later, he'll be a disaster. We must eliminate him now. That may be going too far, Xiaonan murmured softly. You don't need to concern yourself with this matter. Just focus on refining Huainanxing's divine soul and divine artifact, Xiaoyi said curtly, clearly not interested in further discussion with Xiaonan. It was evident that Xiaoyi played the decision-maker role in their usual interactions. Xiaonan glanced at Lin Shen, her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but she couldn't find the right words. In the end, she remained silent. Butterfly lady, aren't you going to take action? I can't hold on much longer. My body is about to be burned to ashes. Lin Shen communicated with the purple nether butterfly lady through his mind. The purple nether butterfly lady only giggled senselessly and replied, take action? How am I supposed to take action? I'm trapped inside the chaos bell, unable to use any strength. How would I even have the ability to act? Lin Shen was furious upon hearing this. Were you deceiving me? I wasn't deceiving you. The netherworld marriage technique I told you about is real, and the fact that I can help you reclaim those two great Emperor divine artifacts is also real. The issue is, I need to leave the chaos bell to do so. Otherwise, trapped here without the ability to use any strength, how could I possibly help you? Now, I truly can't lend you a hand, the purple nether butterfly lady said calmly. If I die and you fall into their hands, given Xiaoye's malicious nature, do you think she'll spare you? Lin Shen asked. Of course not. Unfortunately, they won't find me, the purple nether butterfly lady responded nonchalantly. While they possess some skills, they were originally your pets. When you haven't summoned them out, they can use certain abilities to spy on the outside, but doing so consumes a great deal of energy. They can't keep it up all the time. More importantly, with the Chaos Bell present, they can't spy on the outside at all. Haven't you noticed? They don't even realize the Chaos Bell is with you. If they did, they'd have skinned you and broken your bones to snatch it away first, the purple nether butterfly lady said. How do you know that with the Chaos Bell present, they can't spy outside? Lin Shen asked, suppressing his pain. The Chaos Bell has the ability to shield against the cosmic law. Not even a great emperor-level entity can deduce or spy on the owner of the Chaos Bell, let alone those two amateurs. They're far from qualified, the purple nether butterfly lady said, smiling slyly. After your death, they still wouldn't be able to uncover the Chaos Bell, nor would they find me. At most, I'd remain trapped here, accompanying your corpse. Though unpleasant, that's just the way it is. What exactly is the origin of the Chaos Bell? Lin Shen asked. Facing death, you still managed to ask so many questions. Do you want to know about the Chaos Bell's origin, or do you want to survive? The purple nether butterfly lady teased coquettishly. Of course, I want to live. Do you have a way? Lin Shen asked eagerly. Naturally, there's a way. Release me from the Chaos Bell, and I can help you seize those two great Emperor divine artifacts. Then, not only can you survive, but you'll also obtain both artifacts, the purple nether butterfly lady said. I want to release you, but the Chaos Bell doesn't obey my commands, Lin Shen sighed. That's hardly difficult. Have you forgotten the netherworld marriage technique? The technique can be used on others' divine artifacts, so of course it works on the Chaos Bell too. How would I use it? The Chaos Bell is inside my body. How can I smear blood on it? Lin Shen asked suspiciously. You're so rigid. Young as you are, how can you be so inflexible? The Chaos Bell is already inside your body. Why would you need to smear blood on it? Using your body as a medium is enough. Through the netherworld marriage technique, I can help you gain control of the Chaos Bell, allowing you to become its true master, the purple nether butterfly lady explained seriously. Seeing Lin Shen's hesitation, the purple nether butterfly lady added, You're familiar with the workings of the netherworld marriage technique. I have no direct connection to the Chaos Bell or the Great Emperor divine artifacts. It's impossible for me to take them away for myself. What are you so worried about? What should I do? Lin Shen asked urgently, as though grasping at a life-saving straw. Follow my instructions step by step, the purple nether butterfly lady commanded sternly, her heart brimming with excitement. My chance has come, a once-in-a-lifetime chance, to seize the Chaos Bell and both Great Emperor divine artifacts in one stroke. Who in this cosmic expanse would dare challenge me then? The Deng family, the Great Emperor, the Great Heavenly Netherworld King? They'll all be crushed under my feet. At this moment, the purple nether butterfly lady was deliriously ecstatic. From the very beginning, she never intended to help Lin Shen claim the Great Emperor divine artifacts. Her plan all along was to seize both the artifacts and the Chaos Bell for herself. Trapped by the Chaos Bell, she had no way to act directly, so she had to lure Lin Shen step by step into her scheme. The netherworld marriage technique was a divine skill created by the Great Heavenly Netherworld King, but the initial version was completely flawed and could not be practiced. Later, he discovered errors in its theoretical foundations and corrected them, crafting the functional version that the purple nether butterfly lady had mastered. To deceive Lin Shen, the purple nether butterfly lady had handed him the flawed version of the netherworld marriage technique. It looked plausible on the surface, but in reality, it could not be practiced or applied. Once Lin Shen read it and believed in the false netherworld marriage technique, he would perceive everything she said and did as reasonable. In truth, the purple nether butterfly lady didn't even need blood to serve as a medium. Through special methods, she could still use the netherworld marriage technique to take back the Great Emperor divine artifacts and the Chaos Bell. Delighted, the purple nether butterfly lady sneered inwardly. He thinks that without his own blood as a guide, I couldn't steal the divine artifacts. Little does he know, everything he does is already the perfect groundwork for me. All the results will end up in my hands. Watching Lin Shen follow her instructions step by step, the purple nether butterfly lady felt as though her era was finally arriving. Come forth, my magnificent era. As Lin Shen completed the final condition, the purple nether butterfly lady unleashed all her strength, aiming to subdue the Chaos Bell, break free from her constraints, and snatch both Great Emperor divine artifacts, becoming the supreme being at the pinnacle of the cosmic hierarchy. Chapter 137, Marrying off the purple nether butterfly lady felt elated, as though she were about to ascend to the heavens. Seizing the Chaos Bell, acquiring the Great Emperor's divine artifact, and ascending to the pinnacle of life. Everything was within reach, everything seemed easily obtainable. The purple nether butterfly lady burst forth with a frenzy, unleashing the netherworld marriage technique in an attempt to make the Chaos Bell her own. As the netherworld marriage technique activated, the Chaos Bell began to emit radiant primal lights. Mysterious spirit patterns of heaven and earth emerged on the pitch-black, iron-like bell walls. This technique truly works. The Chaos Bell is mine, the purple nether butterfly lady exclaimed excitedly. What do you mean? Didn't we agree you'd help me control the Chaos Bell? Lin Shen asked aloud. What do I mean? Haha, you've ruined my plans. You'll be imprisoned by me. Do you think I'll let this slide? Everything you've done was merely you crafting a wedding dress for me. Very soon I'll fully master the Chaos Bell and seize the great Emperor's divine artifact. Seeing how obedient you are, I might leave you a little life. However, while I'll spare you death, I won't spare you suffering. I'll also imprison you within the Chaos Bell, a caged bird watching me dominate the Chaos Bell, a caged bird watching me dominate the cosmos, rising as a sovereign god. When this god is in a good mood, you'll get 2 bites of food. If I'm unhappy, you can fend for yourself. The purple nether butterfly lady boasted arrogantly, violet light surging to the heavens as she tried to lift the Chaos Bell. Once, no response. Twice, still no response. Upon the 3rd attempt, with no reaction, the purple nether butterfly lady's expression darkened. What's happening? The Chaos Bell has clearly been activated by my netherworld marriage technique. Why can't I lift it? Her face flickered between gloom and uncertainty, unable to comprehend the situation. Could it be, just maybe, the Chaos Bell wasn't activated by you? Lin Shen's voice resounded, now devoid of prior panic, and instead resolutely confident. Impossible. That's the reaction of the netherworld marriage technique. If not me, then who? The purple nether butterfly lady suddenly realized something and cried out in disbelief. You, impossible. You couldn't possibly know the netherworld marriage technique. In this world, only I and the great heavenly netherworld king know it. Exactly, only you and the great heavenly netherworld king know it. My netherworld marriage technique was precisely taught by you, Lin Shen replied indifferently. He had mastered the netherworld marriage technique, understanding it fully after being taught just once by the purple nether butterfly lady. At the time, Lin Shen understood that the netherworld marriage technique she taught him was certainly flawed. If it were a proper and reliable technique, he wouldn't have been able to learn it so swiftly, much less perfect it immediately. Thus, after mastering the netherworld marriage technique, Lin Shen concealed this fact, continuing to feign loyalty to the purple nether butterfly lady to discern her true intentions while secretly using the technique to forge a bond with the great Emperor's divine artifact. In the purple nether butterfly lady's view, the netherworld marriage technique she taught Lin Shen was useless. His efforts were merely fruitless gestures. Yet Lin Shen genuinely felt a unique connection gradually forming between him and the great Emperor's divine artifact. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he also managed to extract knowledge from her on how to use the netherworld marriage technique to control the Chaos Bell, resolving a long-standing issue. The purple nether butterfly lady, convinced that she was manipulating Lin Shen, never anticipated that she was inadvertently aiding him. You couldn't blame her. How could she have imagined that Lin Shen could master the flawed netherworld marriage technique and so rapidly at that? Impossible. That technique is wrong, completely unworkable. You must have already practiced the netherworld marriage technique or something similar. The purple nether butterfly lady stubbornly denied the possibility that Lin Shen had succeeded using what she taught him. The purple nether butterfly lady could accept failure and even admit her inferiority in skill, but to acknowledge that she had handed over the dagger and then willingly rushed forward for Lin Shen to stab her. Such a notion made her appear foolish, and it was something she could never tolerate. If what I accomplished weren't due to the netherworld marriage technique you taught, how else could it have worked? Lin Shen's remark rendered the purple nether butterfly lady frozen in place. Indeed, every action Lin Shen had taken only worked because of the flawed netherworld marriage technique. If he had practiced the proper version of the technique, these methods would have instead failed, leaving him unable to control the Chaos Bell, serving only as a tool benefiting someone else. Although the answer was now evident within her heart, the purple nether butterfly lady remained unwilling to believe that Lin Shen had mastered the flawed netherworld marriage technique. After all, it was something even the great heavenly netherworld king had confirmed as a theoretical failure, a technique so utterly flawed it couldn't possibly be cultivated. How had Lin Shen succeeded? In a daze, the purple nether butterfly lady suddenly noticed dazzling light surging from the Chaos Bell, accompanied by a cascade of blood-red glow resembling a bridal veil descending upon the bell, enveloping it in scintillating hues. The Chaos Bell appeared akin to a bride awaiting marriage, its aura gradually converging as it allowed Lin Shen's intent to interface with it. At this moment, the purple nether butterfly lady was completely stunned. Blood veils falling, red radiance bridal attire, heavens, what have I done to actually grant him the netherworld marriage technique? This was the very phenomenon that the flawed netherworld marriage technique was supposed to evoke, images the purple nether butterfly lady had always presumed she'd never witness. But now, the impossible phenomenon had materialized, leaving her dumbfounded, staring at the Chaos Bell with complete bewilderment. There was no longer doubt. Lin Shen had unquestionably succeeded in mastering the flawed netherworld marriage technique she had provided. At this moment, the purple nether butterfly lady felt like a fool handing over the dagger to Lin Shen while continuously jumping around in front of him, almost begging him to strike her. Through his intent linked with the Chaos Bell, Lin Shen instantly received an influx of information from within the bell, transmitted to his mind's sea of consciousness. The Chaos Bell's secrets flowed to him like a bride's dowry, completely handed over for him to claim. From this point on, Lin Shen truly owned the Chaos Bell and could freely control it. Just as you said, let you be the caged bird then. Lin Shen's thought echoed, commanding the Chaos Bell to descend, further suppressing the purple nether butterfly lady. The purple nether butterfly lady stood motionless, utterly numb, completely unresponsive as the Chaos Bell fell upon her. Lin Shen had no time to concern himself with her now. His attention was fixed on more urgent matters. Now was the perfect moment for Lin Shen to act and seize the two great emperor's divine artifacts. The netherworld marriage technique surged once again, its presence manifesting faint streaks of deep crimson on Xiaowei, the red gourd, and the jade purifying bottle. Chapter 138, Who else could it be? Xiaowei continuously wielded the jade purifying bottle, attempting to fully purify Huainan Xing. But the jade purifying bottle had not yet returned to its peak state, and Huainan Xing was no ordinary person. For the moment, a complete purification was proving difficult. The spring light of the jade purifying bottle flowed from within her body, igniting a burning pain as though her entire body were roasting in flames. Such agony was unbearable, enough to make even a mute scream aloud. Huainan Xing desperately endured but could not stop herself from letting out heart-wrenching cries of pain. This was a torment beyond the control of sheer will. Streaks of thunderbolts emerged from the center of her brows, traveling deep into her body and clashing against the spring light. The two forces used Huainan Xing's body as their battleground. Regardless of which one prevailed, the damage to her body would be devastating and irreversible. This was the terror of the jade purifying bottle. The power of the bottle fought its battles inside another's body. Victory or defeat left it unharmed, while the victim's physical foundation would be utterly devastated. And this was with the jade purifying bottle not even unleashing its full potential. If it did, it could likely turn Huainan Xing into a pool of blood in an instant. Realizing that there was no hope of survival, Huainan Xing resolved to fight to the death. The vertical eye at her brow opened wide, erupting violently as violet lightning surged forth. From within, a figure resembling a fairy forged of thunder ascended into the sky, carrying boundless Shen Xiao thunderbolt as it charged toward Xiaoye. This was Huainan Xing's divine soul. By summoning it now, she intended to perish together with Xiaoye. Xiaoye let out a cold snort, and the jade purifying bottle in her hand radiated even more brilliantly. The rushing divine soul began emanating spring light from its form as well. The divine soul let out a miserable scream before plummeting from the air, its body entwined in crackling, clashing lightning and spring light. The divine soul gritted its teeth and rose to its feet, staggering step by step toward Xiaoye, heedless of the spring light consuming its body. This was Huainan Xing's unyielding will. Even in death, she would drag Xiaoye down with her. Xiaoye pushed the jade purifying bottle to its limits, her face now ghastly pale. Sweat poured from her body, soaking through her white gauzy dress, which now clung to her form, revealing her graceful curves. Her cheeks were flushed with an unnatural redness, evidence of severe overexertion. After all, she was only at the lower tier, whereas Huainan Xing was near the half-step emperor level. In a desperate fight like this, Xiaoxie found herself struggling immensely. Fortunately, the jade purifying bottle was worthy of being called a great emperor's divine artifact. Even in a non-peak state, it unleashed an incomprehensible and immense power. The divine soul crept closer step by step, its lightning and spring light resonating incessantly, causing the very space around them to tremble violently. It was only because they were on Temple Star, an extraordinary place. On an ordinary planet, this terrifying force would have obliterated it countless times over by now. Xiaona watched Xiaoyi and the divine soul intently, her heart filled with worry yet powerless to intervene. Her red gourd was still refining a divine soul and a spiritual weapon, leaving it temporarily unavailable. Given her power, which paled in comparison to Huainan Xing's, stepping in now wouldn't alter the battle's outcome significantly. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, the divine soul, wreathed in cascading lightning and spring light, drew closer and closer to Xiaoye. It was now less than 3 meters away, the bursting lightning practically reaching her body. Cold light flashed in Xiaoye's eyes as she suddenly bit her lip and parted her crimson lips to spit a mouthful of blood onto the jade purifying bottle. The blood splattered onto the bottle, which absorbed it instantly, as though it were a sponge soaking up water. With the blood absorbed, the jade purifying bottle radiated spring light even more intensely, surging forth like a geyser. Its power increased exponentially. The spring light on Huainan Xing, her divine soul, and Lin Shen surged in response, flaring up like sky-high bonfires. The overwhelming power trapped the divine soul, preventing it from taking another step forward. It struggled desperately to advance but could not close the distance to Xiaoye. By now, Xiaoye's complexion was ashen, a clear indication of severe internal injuries. Forcing the jade purifying bottle to its limits had utterly drained her, leaving her with no strength to spare. The divine soul pressed forward with sheer will, its body melting away under the relentless spring light. The once mighty thunder-formed figure now dripped like molten blue magma. Step by agonizing step, it moved forward, its body dissolving like a rapidly melting snow cone, leaving trails of liquid lightning pooled on the ground. The divine soul reached out a hand toward Xiaoye's face, mere inches away from touching her. "Kill that little bitch," Huainanxing roared hoarsely. By now, she had abandoned all hope of survival. Her only desire was to take Xiaoye to the grave with her. Her own body was dissolving under the spring light, covered in blood and so grotesquely decayed that her face resembled that of a terrifying evil ghost. The divine soul mustered its remaining strength, lifting its lightning-dripping arm and delivering a ferocious punch toward Xiaoye. Though Xiaonan knew her efforts were futile, she still charged forward, hoping to help Xiaoye. Unflinching, Xiaoye spat yet another mouthful of blood onto the jade purifying bottle, forcing its power to rise even further. Xiaonan's emitted light burst was easily shattered by the divine soul's punch, entirely unable to stop its advance. The divine soul's fist neared Xiaoye's face, its lightning grazing her skin as her pupils dilated and her face displayed pure terror. But mere inches from Xiaoye's face, the fist stopped cold. "What are you doing? Kill her, kill her!" Huainanxing screamed in a fury, her voice raw and filled with despair. Under Huainanxing's vehement urging, the divine soul's face twisted as it strained to deliver the final blow. Yet as it moved its fist even slightly, its critically fragile form suddenly ruptured, exploding into scattered pools of blue liquid lightning. Huainanxing's despair reached its pinnacle of agony, while Xiaona was overjoyed. Xiaoye, narrowly spared, saw the fear fade from her eyes, replaced by dawning relief and growing elation. "Huainanxing, you can rest in peace now," Xiaoye said, convinced that victory was hers. Once she finished dealing with Huainanxing, she would emerge as the supreme victor. Dragging her utterly exhausted body forward, Xiaoye aimed to finally reduce Huainanxing to a pool of blood. But she suddenly sensed something amiss as the jade purifying bottle in her hand violently trembled on its own. A wisp of crimson light shimmered at its peak, cascading down like a scarlet veil and enveloping the bottle. Startled and furious, Xiaoye had no idea what was happening. Suddenly, a sharp scream from Xiaona caught her attention. Turning to look, she saw that Xiaona's red gourd was exhibiting the same phenomenon. Crimson light surged at its peak, draping over it like a red veil. Xiaoye instantly turned back to Huainanxing, believing her to be the cause. But Huainanxing was already at death's door, barely clinging to life. Her feeble state made it unlikely for her to be behind this. If not her, then who? Chapter 139, Dual Divine Artifacts. In hand, Xiaoye felt an ominous premonition rise in her heart and abruptly turned to look toward Lin Shen's position. At that glance, Xiaoye's pupils immediately contracted. Lin Shen was still lying on the ground, spring light coursing around his body like a fountain. It seemed normal at first glance, but in truth, it was anything but. The spring light on Lin Shen had been present the whole time, yet his body, bathed in spring light, hadn't rotted or corroded like Huainanxing's, not even a trace of damage. This was undoubtedly abnormal. Even someone like Huainanxing had their body melted away by the spring light. How could Lin Shen remain completely unharmed? Xiaoye wanted to activate the jade purifying bottle, but she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her heart as the glowing bottle slipped from her hand and flew away, completely out of her control. Panic-stricken, Xiaoye reached out to grab the jade purifying bottle, but it had already flown beyond her grasp, landing squarely in a hand. Xiaoye's shock and fury surged as she saw the hand holding the bottle belonged to Lin Shen. A piercing scream abruptly erupted from Xiaona's direction, her red gourd also breaking free from her control and flying to Lin Shen, who now gripped it firmly. Seeing Lin Shen holding the jade purifying bottle in one hand and the red gourd in the other, the sisters were dumbstruck, rendered speechless in sheer astonishment. With both artifacts snatched away by Lin Shen, the jade purifying bottle ceased its flow of power. Huainanxing's melted and corrupted body momentarily escaped the grip of death, leaving her staring blankly at Lin Shen, who now held two great Emperor's divine artifacts. She hadn't thought that Lin Shen would ultimately gain the upper hand. This scene brought an inexplicable sense of déjà vu, reminding her of a moment from the past, as if history were repeating itself. Xiaoye snapped out of her daze and immediately poured her full effort into communicating with the jade purifying bottle, attempting to reclaim control over it. She had been reborn alongside the jade purifying bottle, symbiotically connected as one, forming an unbreakable bond that tied their fates inexorably together. The two were virtually a single entity. Xiaoye refused to believe Lin Shen could truly control the jade purifying bottle. Even with some special ability letting him temporarily wield it, she was certain he couldn't sever the deep connection between her and the artifact. Xiaoye's judgment proved accurate. She could still sense the link with the jade purifying bottle, even feel the bond tying them, yet she remained unable to command the artifact. I rescued you both from that box, provided sanctuary, and you repaid me with betrayal. I could forgive your ingratitude, but now comes the reckoning. Feel the wrath of the great Emperor's divine artifacts for yourselves, Lin Shen snarled, triggering the jade purifying bottle. The red gourd was still refining its powers and divine soul, leaving it momentarily unusable. Lin Shen raised the jade purifying bottle high, and spring light instantly erupted from it. In an instant, spring light enveloped Xiaoye and Xiaona. Xiaona immediately screamed in agony, while Xiaoye gritted her teeth, refusing to make a sound. "You're rather good at enduring," Lin Shen sneered as he saw Xiaoye's defiant demeanor, his ire rising. He commanded the jade purifying bottle to amplify its power further. "Don't make yourself out to be so noble," Xiaoye retorted through gritted teeth, her voice strained as if squeezed out between the gaps. "You opened the box out of your own greed. Before you did, there was already a warning engraved there. You brought this upon yourself. It has nothing to do with us." "You're absolutely correct," Lin Shen smirked coldly. "Save your arguments for your next life." He hoisted the jade purifying bottle higher, intensifying the spring light's eruption. The netherworld marriage technique truly was extraordinarily effective. Despite his nirvana level, Lin Shen found himself capable of activating the Great Emperor's divine artifact with little cost to himself. Remarkably, the artifact continued to unleash its power even without expending his energy. "You cannot kill us," Xiaoye managed to squeeze out. "And why not?" Lin Shen scoffed, showing not a shred of hesitation in his actions. "We are bound to the Great Emperor's divine artifacts," Xiaoye explained. "If we live, the artifacts live with us. If we die, the artifacts will also perish alongside us. Furthermore, without us, the artifacts cannot continue to evolve, and they will never be restored to their peak forms, never becoming true Great Emperor's divine artifacts again." "Is that so?" Lin Shen dismissed her claim with suspicion, ramping up the artifact's power against them. Under the relentless spring light, Xiaona and Xiaoye's pure white garments dissolved. Corrosive marks began appearing across their bare flesh, surprising Lin Shen. To his shock, similar corrosion marks started forming on the surfaces of both the jade purifying bottle and the red gourd. "Damn it, so it's true," Lin Shen cursed, halting the spring light abruptly. With the artifact deactivated, the injuries on Xiaona and Xiaoye began to heal, and the corrosion marks on the surfaces of the red gourd and jade purifying bottle gradually faded in tandem. Lin Shen's expression shifted unpredictably, his mind racing. "This complicates things. They're bound to the artifacts. If I kill them, the artifacts are destroyed too. But leaving them alive means the artifacts are tied to their cultivation levels. Restoring the artifacts' full power would require elevating them to Great Emperor levels. That's absolutely unacceptable. No, they must die. Xiaoye is too dangerous," Lin Shen decided internally, readying to strike. But the allure of the Great Emperor's divine artifacts held him back. These artifacts were among the only 6 of their kind across the cosmic expanse. Claiming just one was enough to dominate. Possessing 2 made one nearly invincible. With these 2 Great Emperor's divine artifacts, Lin Shen could challenge even the Celestial Court itself. To give them up was unthinkable. Perceiving Lin Shen's hesitation, Xiaoye spoke up. "Instead of killing us, why don't we cooperate? You hold the artifacts. Our fate is in your hands. You can destroy us at any moment. We'll be your most loyal and reliable allies. If you want collaboration, show some sincerity first. Where is the treasure left behind by the ancient realm king?" Lin Shen asked. He had assumed the ancient realm king's treasure must reside within the jade purifying bottle and red gourd, but he hadn't found anything, or if it was there, its location eluded him. "We've got plenty of time. Whatever you want can be provided in the future," Xiaoye stated. "Do you truly think I'm incapable of killing you?" Lin Shen's face darkened with menace. "You definitely can. But can you forsake the 2 Great Emperor's divine artifacts and the vast troves of the Realm King treasure?" Xiaoye retorted, exposing the greed deep within Lin Shen's heart, completely unconcerned about his lethal intentions. "You're right, I can't. But killing you doesn't require any sacrifice," Lin Shen said, extending a finger. From his fingertip, a streak of black light shot forth. Xiaoye initially dismissed it as insignificant. But when she realized the black light had taken the shape of a small black bell, her expression dramatically changed. "The Chaos Bell, how is it in your possession?" Chapter 140, Secret Language. Xiaoye pulled Xiaona and was ready to run. Although they no longer had the Great Emperor's divine artifact, their power was astonishing, and their speed was unbelievably fast. Lin Shen said nothing. On the Chaos Bell, mysterious spiritual text surfaced, and following a deep, resounding chime, Xiaowei and Xiaoana plummeted down from midair, as if their skulls had been shattered, dazed to the point they couldn't even stand upright. The Chaos Bell descended, directly trapping them inside the bell. Lin Shen extended his hand, and the Chaos Bell spun in the air before returning to his grasp. Within his hand, the Chaos Bell gleamed brightly. The ancient and mysterious spiritual texts on its surface rippled ceaselessly, and inside the Chaos Bell, waves contracted repeatedly, tightly locking Xiaoye and Xiaona's bodies. Despite being inside the Chaos Bell together, Xiaoye, Xiaona, and the purple nether butterfly lady couldn't see or sense one another's presence. All they could see was the chaotic mist churning all around, their fingers invisible as they reached out, as though the interior of the small bell housed an entire world. Lin Shen extended a finger and flicked the surface of the Chaos Bell, which emitted a resonating chime. Inside the Chaos Bell, countless sound rings appeared out of thin air, locking onto Xiaoye's body and constricting her tightly. Her curvaceous figure was squeezed violently, causing her flesh to cape inwards at various points, with blood seeping out. Lin Shen looked at the jade purifying bottle in his other hand, ecstatic to see it had remained completely unscathed. The Chaos Bell has the ability to shield against the cosmic laws. With Xiaoxie trapped inside, her connection to the jade purifying bottle was severed. Killing her now wouldn't destroy the jade purifying bottle. The only downside was that if Xiaoye died, the jade purifying bottle would never grow again, unable to rejoin the ranks of Great Emperor's divine artifacts. But Xiaoye was cunning, ruthless, and full of deceit. Keeping her alive made Lin Shen uneasy. He would rather the jade purifying bottle lose its chance to become a Great Emperor's divine artifact than let her live. As for Xiaona, although her personality was problematic, she lacked the guile and scheming nature, making her easier to control. The ancient Rome king's legacy might be something he could glean from her. Handling her after locating the treasure would be more prudent. The sound rings continued to tighten. Xiaoye unleashed her strength desperately, but she could only delay the ring's constriction. She was powerless to break free. The Chaos Bell is quite something. What exactly is its origin? Lin Shen was pondering this when a trembling voice interrupted him. Help me escape, and I'll teach you the true method to wield the Great Emperor Gourd. Huai Nanxing, bloodied and resembling a mangled worm, spoke hesitantly. The pain was unbearable. Injuries caused by the jade purifying bottle wouldn't heal, despite her exceptional self-healing abilities. Her entire body was riddled with wounds, with no unmarred skin to be found, a suffering beyond ordinary comprehension. What do you mean by the true method? Lin Shen frowned as he addressed her. The technique you used to seize the Great Emperor's divine artifact should be the Netherworld marriage technique of the Great Heavenly Netherworld King. I've studied this method before. It exists in 2 versions. One was deemed flawed long ago, and no one in my era could master it. Yet here I am, trapped for so long, and someone has managed to succeed. Huai Nanxing endured her agony and continued. Regardless of which version of the Netherworld marriage technique is used, the artifacts acquired this way only grant control, not full assimilation like normal techniques do. You won't have complete understanding of the artifact's abilities or their full potential. You'll have to explore their uses over time. You seem to know quite a bit. Lin Shen did not deny this. The facts were indeed as she described. The Netherworld marriage technique had many flaws, but even so, its advantages far outweighed its weaknesses. After all, it allowed the forceful acquisition of artifacts from others, an inherently defiant and miraculous ability. Lin Shen hadn't expected complete mastery anyway. The use of a Great Emperor's divine artifact is extraordinarily complex. Without knowing the proper method, many of its capabilities remain inaccessible. You haven't discovered what lies within the jade purifying bottle or the red gourd, have you? That doesn't mean they're empty. It's just that you haven't figured out the correct way to open them. If my guess is right, the treasure of the ancient realm king you mentioned earlier is likely inside those 2 Great Emperor's divine artifacts. Help me escape, and I'll teach you how to truly use the Great Emperor Gourd. Just the red gourd's usage? Lin Shen frowned slightly. Each Great Emperor's divine artifact functions differently. The Great Emperor Gourd is a divine artifact of the southern region, previously wielded by me, so I only know its methods. As for the jade purifying bottle, I know a few basics, but not its full secrets. Huai Nanxing paused before adding, however, from my perspective, if the treasure you mentioned does exist, it's most likely hidden within the Great Emperor Gourd. The jade purifying bottle can store items, but its destructive energy is too potent. It could easily damage stored objects over time. If someone were hiding something long-term, they wouldn't place it inside the jade purifying bottle. Makes sense. Lin Shen nodded slightly. How can I save you? I'm bound by the East Emperor Temple's lock on my life base and cannot leave its vicinity. Only the Chaos Bell can free me. Huai Nanxing hurriedly explained. How do I break the temple's lock? Lin Shen asked again. You must control the Chaos Bell using the Netherworld marriage technique, and then recite a secret phrase to activate the Chaos Divine Light. Shine the light upon me, and I'll be freed from the temple's binding. Huai Nanxing responded. What's the secret phrase? Lin Shen continued to inquire. Chaos, chaos, return, return. Huai Nanxing hesitated briefly before revealing the phrase. Chaos, chaos, return, return, Lin Shen recited, and the Chaos Bell immediately emitted an unusual radiance. The golden spiritual texts vanished, replaced by mesmerizing, shifting hues on the bell's surface. That's it, quickly, shine it on me, Huai Nanxing exclaimed excitedly. First, tell me all the secret phrases for the Great Emperor Gourd. Lin Shen dimmed the Chaos Divine Light instead of shining it on her. Help me escape first. If I tell you now, what guarantee do I have that you'll save me? Huai Nanxing responded. If you don't trust me, how can I trust you? Lin Shen replied indifferently. You have the Chaos Bell and 2 Great Emperor's divine artifacts while I'm severely wounded. Killing me would be a trivial task for you. How could I dare go back on my word? Huai Nanxing reasoned. You make a good point, Lin Shen nodded with a smile. I swear, if you help me escape, I'll teach you all the secrets of using the Great Emperor Gourd. If I conceal anything, may I be struck by lightning and die a wretched death. Huai Nanxing vowed to earn Lin Shen's trust. All right, I believe you, Lin Shen replied. Then hurry and save me, Huainan Xing exclaimed in joy. Trusting you doesn't mean I'll help you. If you hadn't involved me when targeting Xiao Ye and Xiaona earlier, I might have spared you. Unfortunately, Lin Shen said as he turned to the jade purifying bottle. Bottle, purify this vile creature. As Lin Shen finished speaking, a fountain of spring light surged from the bottle's opening, erupting in divine light. It was a secret phrase Lin Shen had overheard from Xiao Ye. Using it proved far more effective than issuing casual commands to the jade purifying bottle. Huainan Xing's body was enveloped in spring light, and she let out piercing screams of agony. Without me, you won't find the treasure inside the great Emperor Gourd, Huainan Xing cried out in despair. Lin Shen ignored her completely, letting her wail, curse, and beg in vain. Eventually her voice faded, leaving nothing but a puddle of blood. Lin Shen gazed at the bloodied remains of Huainan Xing before shifting his focus back to Xiao Ye and Xiaona inside the Chaos Bell. He had already allowed Xiaona to see Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye's body was on the verge of being severed by the sound rings. Xiaona sobbed and screamed, desperately trying to reach Xiao Ye, yet no matter how she moved toward her, it was as if a hair's breadth across the world separated them, keeping Xiao Ye perpetually out of reach. Seeing this, Lin Shen knew the time was ripe. He intended to use Xiao Ye's life as leverage to force Xiaona into revealing the methods to use the great Emperor Gourd and the jade purifying bottle before finishing off Xiao Ye. As he prepared to speak, Xiaona suddenly broke down, crying out desperately to the heavens. You can't kill her. You can't kill her. Why can't I kill her? Lin Shen asked coldly. Because, you're her father, you're our father, our real father. How could you kill your own daughters? Xiaona's words left Lin Shen utterly stunned. Chapter 141, Reincarnation Body. Lin Shen was taken aback. What Xiaona just said left him momentarily speechless, not to mention that he couldn't possibly have a daughter this grown-up. Even if he could, Xiao Ye was dead set on killing him just moments ago. Since when do daughters try to kill their own fathers? I thought you seemed relatively straightforward, but I didn't expect you to shamelessly stoop to such depths to save yourself. Lin Shen paid no heed to Xiaona's words, thinking she was just spouting nonsense to preserve Xiao Ye's life. No, it's true. You're really our father, Xiaona exclaimed urgently. If I really were your father, then based on your earlier actions of patricide, you'd deserve death all the more. Lin Shen said disdainfully, his voice icy. That's because we had no idea you were dad earlier. Seeing that Xiao Ye's body was almost being crushed, Xiaona spoke anxiously. Before you took out the Chaos Bell, how could we know you were dad? After you revealed the bell, that's when we realized it was you. Dad, please let Xiao Ye go. She won't make it. Xiaona was flustered, and her explanation was somewhat chaotic, but Lin Shen still managed to catch her meaning. Internally, he muttered, what kind of twisted logic is this? So possessing the Chaos Bell makes me their dad. Then if I pass the Chaos Bell on to my son, does that make me their granddad? Lin Shen naturally didn't believe anything Xiaona said, but he still commanded the dark ring to loosen its grip, allowing Xiao Ye to stay alive for now. Since Xiaona wanted to use familial ties to save Xiao Ye, he decided to seize this opportunity to interrogate Xiaona about the treasure's locations and ask for instructions on how to use the red gourd and jade purifying bottle. If she refused to divulge, then her pretense of familial connection would collapse entirely. Why does having the Chaos Bell make me your father? Lin Shen posed this question first, curious to see how Xiaona would respond. Xiaona, seeing that the sound ring had momentarily ceased tightening, breathed a slight sigh of relief. Even though it hadn't been fully deactivated, Xiao Ye's life had at least been temporarily spared, and this allowed her to speak more coherently than before. The Chaos Bell is your life-bound divine artifact. Only you can wield it in this world. Regardless of how your appearance changes, even if you were reborn as a woman, the fact that only you can use the Chaos Bell remains unchanged. And what makes you so certain only your father could use the Chaos Bell? Aren't you worried there's an exception? Lin Shen said coldly. He certainly didn't believe that there was any divine artifact that was truly exclusive to one person. Claims of exclusivity were often a result of unmet conditions or unmastered techniques. When I first saw the Chaos Bell, I did doubt that possibility too. After all, the universe is vast, full of wonders, and it's not impossible for some coincidences to grant an unrelated person the ability to wield the Chaos Bell. Xiaona grew increasingly confident as she spoke, as if she was certain Lin Shen was her father. But a coincidence can only explain one thing. It can't explain everything, right? When Xiaona finished speaking, her eyes locked onto Lin Shen. You've cultivated evolution theory, haven't you? Correct, Lin Shen nodded. And you've cultivated the greed for life and fear of death elixir, haven't you? Xiaona continued. Yes, Lin Shen nodded again. You've also cultivated stepping on the immortal court, isn't that right? Xiaona's voice rose a notch. That's right, Lin Shen admitted. Xiaona and Xiaozhia had been around him long enough to know about these aspects. It wasn't surprising. Then there's no mistake, Xiaona continued with growing certainty. Before Dad departed, he told us that these 3 cultivation techniques could only be mastered by him after reincarnation. When he was reborn, they would mark the restart of his cultivation path, the day he completed these 3 techniques. These techniques all have significant flaws and require unique cultivation conditions. Apart from our reborn father, who else could simultaneously master them? And yet you can wield the Chaos Bell if you're not Dad, then who else could you be? So what you mean to say is, I'm the reincarnation of your father, the ancient realm king. Lin Shen found himself wavering slightly at this point. There's no way that's wrong, Ch1101 asserted with conviction. Perhaps it's just a coincidence because I cultivated those 3 techniques. I'm able to use the Chaos Bell, Lin Shen murmured thoughtfully. No, the Chaos Bell has absolutely no connection to those 3 techniques. The Chaos Bell is tied to your divine power, as well as the cultivation techniques you practiced before reincarnation, back when those 3 techniques didn't exist yet. Afraid Lin Shen might misunderstand, Ch1101 further clarified. Back then, you ascended to godhood by taking the Eastern Emperor divine position, forging your life-bound divine artifact, the Chaos Bell, in pursuit of the path of Great Emperor. Though certain circumstances prevented you from succeeding, the Chaos Bell already had the essence of a Great Emperor's divine nature. Compared to true Great Emperor's divine artifacts, it's no less powerful. Such a bond is inseparable, only you can wield it. You specifically chose to reincarnate in order to retrain those 3 techniques, and now you're able to use your life-bound divine artifact from your previous incarnation. Unless you're Dad, how could such an improbable coincidence occur? Lin Shen felt slightly swayed by Ch1101's reasoning, and a faint doubt crept into his heart. Could it truly be possible that I am the reincarnation of the ancient realm king? Reflecting on the peculiarities of his own life, why he alone could perceive and wield the fire seed, Lin Shen had long suspected that he might possess some extraordinary identity. This notion made Ch1101's arguments hold a sliver of plausibility. Otherwise, even if Ch1101 spoke with the eloquence of a lotus, he wouldn't have believed a single word. Do you have any other evidence besides this? Lin Shen still considered it a mere possibility rather than a concrete truth. It was far too early to conclusively believe he was the ancient realm king's reincarnated self. Ch1101 glanced at Xiaoye, whose neck was still constricted and couldn't speak, hesitating for a moment before saying, "There's actually a very simple method to prove you're our father immediately." "Don't tell me you're about to suggest a blood test. I've gone to school, you know. Don't try to fool me with that," Lin Shen retorted. Ch1101 explained, because Dad ascended to godhood by seizing the Eastern Emperor divine position, the East Emperor Temple is his temple. Although the temple was destroyed, as long as the rightful god returns to the position, the temple can automatically be recast and restored to its former glory. Even though you've reincarnated, the divine position should still remain. If you're not our father, there would be no reaction upon entering the temple's territory. Conversely, if you step inside, the East Emperor Temple will certainly return to its glory. Lin Shen felt some inclination upon hearing this. His gaze shifted toward the ruins of the East Emperor Temple. This solution sounded somewhat credible. If he truly was the ancient realm king reincarnated and still bore the Eastern Emperor divine position, the temple would reconstruct itself upon his approach, proving his identity as the reincarnation. Chapter 142, Death of the Ghost God. Although Lin Shen was somewhat convinced by Ch1101's method, he didn't go there himself. He shook the Chaos Bell in his hand and released Ch1101. Go. Lin Shen gestured for Ch1101 to walk toward the ruins of the East Emperor Temple. Though Ch1101 was impulsive by nature, she wasn't foolish. She understood that Lin Shen still didn't trust her and suspected that there might be a hidden danger within the East Emperor Temple. He wanted her to take the risk first. Understanding this, Ch1101 headed toward the ruins of the East Emperor Temple without hesitation. Lin Shen watched as Ch1101 wandered around the ruins and even stood for a moment on the altar's base. Seeing that nothing happened, Lin Shen finally called her back and returned her into the Chaos Bell. Yet, even after this, Lin Shen still couldn't set his mind at ease. After a moment of deliberation, he tossed the Chaos Bell into the ruins, letting it fly freely within. The Chaos Bell was the life-bound divine artifact condensed by the ancient realm king when he had stolen the Eastern Emperor divine position. In theory, it was practically the East Emperor divine artifact itself. If it did trigger the source required to recast the East Emperor Temple, then Lin Shen would have been deceived by Ch1101. Unfortunately, Lin Shen's conjecture turned out incorrect. The Chaos Bell lingered in various places within the ruins, but no peculiar changes occurred. The East Emperor Temple remained nothing more than a ruin. Retrieving the Chaos Bell, Lin Shen muttered to himself, "Do I really have to go in there myself to verify it?" He felt uneasy. While he thought it unlikely that he was the ancient realm king's reincarnation body, the possibility made him uncomfortable. If it turned out to be true, he wasn't sure he could accept it. If the temple really is recast, will I end up trapped inside like those divine statues in other temples? Lin Shen considered another possibility. In those temples, the divine statues appeared lifeless during the day, dangling and suspended. Only at night did they manifest divine phenomena. Lin Shen wasn't sure if the divine statues were truly the ghost gods themselves, but one thing was clear. They couldn't leave their temples. If Lin Shen really was the ancient realm king's reincarnation body and the temple was recast, then getting trapped within it forever would be a grave misfortune. Ch1101 said, "Of course not. The reason those ghost gods are trapped in the temples is because they're already dead. Dead ghost gods can't leave the temples. You're alive, so reactivating the temple would only benefit you without causing harm. With the temple as your foundation, even if you die outside in the future, you'll be able to resurrect inside the temple and won't need to fear death anymore. Your words contradict themselves. If ghost gods never truly perish, capable of resurrecting within the temples, then how can you say they're dead? Lin Shen found Xiaona's explanation somewhat incoherent. Xiaona clarified, maybe I didn't express it clearly. Death for humans only means one thing, the death of the physical body. But for ghost gods, death has two meanings. First, physical death, which for ghost gods isn't true death. Regardless of how many times their physical bodies perish outside, they can still be reborn inside the temple. But the other type of death for ghost gods, that's true death. Their bodies won't resurrect anymore. Xiaona paused before continuing. That kind of death is called severance. What does that mean? Lin Shen asked. Severance means cutting all ties with this cosmic universe, where no one remembers them, no one knows of them, and all traces they left in the universe either disappear or are overwritten. Essentially, the ghost god becomes utterly untethered and disconnected from anything within the universe. At that point, the ghost god has truly died. That doesn't make sense. Many of the ghost gods in those temples are worshipped by numerous people and have cultivation techniques derived from them. How could they possibly have lost all ties to this universe? Lin Shen frowned as he asked. Xiaona's explanation seemed riddled with contradictions. Xiaona sighed softly and said, Then you might as well ask your father. Ask me? Lin Shen was confused, unsure of what Xiaona meant. Who else would you ask? All the abnormal deaths of ghost gods here on the secret god star were orchestrated by you. How exactly did it happen? The only person who knows is you. Who else could I ask? Lin Shen studied his surroundings, realizing for the first time that the transformation of the secret god star seemed to have been caused by the ancient realm king. He couldn't imagine what the ancient realm king had done to turn the land of ghost gods into a realm where they all hung as lifeless statues, suspended from the beams of their temples. Stealing the great emperor's divine artifact, altering divine positions, destroying ghost gods, what exactly did the ancient realm king do? Lin Shen thought to himself. The more he reflected, the more terrifying the ancient realm king seemed, originating from the ancient realm yet achieving feats that were utterly inconceivable. Especially turning the land of the ghost gods into this state, it left Lin Shen unable to fathom how such a thing had been accomplished. Truly, the ancient realm king possessed extraordinary talent beyond that of ghost gods, Lin Shen thought, marveling to himself. Even though he admired the ancient realm king's deeds, Lin Shen couldn't come to terms with the idea that he might be the ancient realm king's reincarnation body. He wanted to be himself, not anyone else. Truth or falsehood, the result will be clear after one test. Lin Shen shifted his gaze toward the ruins of the East Emperor Temple. If he ventured into the ruins, he would immediately know whether or not he was the ancient realm king's reincarnation body. At this moment, Lin Shen's feelings were complex. He yearned for the answer, but feared it might confirm that he was truly the reincarnation body of the ancient realm king. After hesitating a moment, Lin Shen finally started walking toward the ruins. What needs to be faced must ultimately be faced. No matter how much he evades it, facts will remain unchanged. Rather than continue living in confusion, it was better to get to the bottom of things now. Lin Shen walked very slowly. Though he understood the logic, when facing it personally, it was impossible for anyone to remain calm and composed. If only Wei were here, Lin Shen thought to himself. With Wei by his side, it seemed as if all problems became minor inconveniences. Lin Shen could simply act, knowing that Wei would share the burden of the consequences with him. This brought him a sense of reassurance. Reaching the edge of the ruins, Lin Shen paused for a moment, then gritted his teeth and stepped into the ruins of the East Emperor Temple. Unease filled Lin Shen's heart. He was terrified that the East Emperor Temple might actually react. If it did, Lin Shen wouldn't know how to handle himself. Thankfully, nothing happened with the first step. Still trembling on the inside, Lin Shen continued forward toward the altar's base. If he reached it and the ruins showed no signs of change, then it would confirm he wasn't the reincarnation body of the ancient realm king. Chapter 1143, Temple Recast. Lin Shen walked forward step by step, his heart filled with unease. He wasn't too worried about being trapped inside the temple. With the Chaos Bell and the two great emperor's divine artifacts in hand, along with his indomitable strength, it wasn't impossible for the universe to have a place that could trap him, but certainly this temple wasn't one of them. After all, the method of utilizing the Chaos Divine Light, which Lin Shen had extracted from Huainan Xing earlier, wasn't something to be wasted for mere display. He walked all the way to the base of the altar, yet he still hadn't detected any peculiar changes. It seems the chances of me being the ancient realm king are rather slim. What Xiaona said might all be just coincidences, Lin Shen muttered as he stepped onto the base of the altar, the original position of the divine statue. The instant Lin Shen ascended the base, he suddenly felt a strange agitation arising within his body. The sensation startled Lin Shen, but it wasn't because the temple had begun some sort of automatic restoration. Instead, the problem stemmed from his own body. This was something he had never experienced before. For a moment, Lin Shen found it difficult to comprehend what exactly was happening. These fire seeds want to leave my body? Lin Shen was even more astounded. In the past, he had always believed the power of the fire seeds had already fused completely with his body, becoming an inseparable, integrated existence. He never imagined the fire seeds could still independently exist, let alone attempt to leave his body. What reassured Lin Shen was that, although the fire seeds wanted to leave his body, they seemed incapable of doing so on their own. They only kept transmitting their desire to exit, which showed they were still subjected to Lin Shen's restraint and control. After understanding the current situation, Lin Shen felt significantly more at ease. Since the abilities of the fire seeds remained under his command, there wouldn't be any major issues. Only then did Lin Shen still his mind and focus on perceiving the intentions expressed by the fire seeds. This intent was not conveyed through voice or thought, but in a peculiar manner that enabled Lin Shen to understand their desires. Lin Shen couldn't clearly describe what kind of communication this was. It resembled how one feels heat from fire or coldness from ice, yet it wasn't that simple. It was hard to articulate for the time being. Regardless, Lin Shen sensed that the fire seeds weren't merely trying to leave his body. More precisely, they wanted to enter the base of the altar. After careful observation, Lin Shen was even able to discern which fire seed's desire was being expressed. With the exception of the yet-to-be-formed heaven-defying bone, all the other fire seeds expressed their intent to enter the base of the altar. Why do these fire seeds want to enter the altar? If I allow them to go in, will their powers completely vanish from my body? Will they ever return? Could they become a threat to me? Countless thoughts flashed through Lin Shen's mind. Lin Shen needed to figure this out, or he would never be at ease. With so many fire seeds inside his body, if one day they rebelled and left, it would be an extremely troublesome situation. Moreover, the abilities of the fire seeds were irreplaceable. Lin Shen couldn't afford to lose these powers, which were nearly impossible to replicate within the cosmos. But now, the only way to figure out these questions was to let them out. Otherwise, the issue would persist indefinitely. Do these fire seeds have any connection to the ancient realm king? I have to get to the bottom of this, Lin Shen thought over and over, deciding to release one fire seed to see what happened when it entered the base of the altar. He then deliberated on which fire seed to let go. The acupoint sealing fire seed was definitely off the table. It was his primary combat divine skill, one that had repeatedly saved him from dire circumstances. It was a skill that could subdue the mighty from below and could not be relinquished. Sacrifice to Heaven and Warsong were incomplete fire seeds, so they were immediately ruled out. The 7 steps of conflict fire seed couldn't be released either. It was a speed-enhancing divine skill and one of his main combat skills. The boundless strength contract was even more impossible to give up. That was the fire seed of his contract with the death powder. If this one were to be released, he wasn't sure if his contract with death powder could still be maintained. Most importantly, the boundless strength contract continually provided strength attribute points, upon which his future ascension to deityhood depended. There was no way he could let it go. Dragon Vein, Stairway to Heaven, Floating on Water skill, Shape Restoration. As Lin Shen thought about it, every fire seed seemed invaluable, and he couldn't bear to part with them. The powers of the fire seeds might not seem extraordinary at first glance, but each was unparalleled in its specific domain. For instance, Shape Restoration was a godlike ability. If Lin Shen were ever injured, say losing an arm or a leg, he could eat a replacement limb, and he would recover instantly. Such a skill was the pinnacle of divine skills, and he would rely on it for healing in the future. It was impossible to give it up. After much deliberation, Lin Shen reluctantly selected the Floating on Water skill fire seed. Although Lin Shen fundamentally disliked swimming, this skill, which allowed him to glide across water surfaces, was still one of his favorites. But if he had to choose one to release, this was the least impactful. Furthermore, its function overlapped somewhat with the Stairway to Heaven ability. Letting it go wouldn't be a significant loss. Looks like I'll need to practice my swimming skills from now on. Lin Shen focused his mind's eye and allowed the Floating on Water skill fire seed to leave his body. Almost immediately, a strange radiance surged out from Lin Shen's body, resembling shifting mosaics, and plunged into the base of the altar at his feet. The moment the Floating on Water skill fire seed entered the altar, the previously agitated fire seeds in Lin Shen's body instantly calmed down, as though they had never existed, leaving not even the faintest sense of their presence. Lin Shen stepped down from the altar as peculiar mosaic patterns began to spread from its base. The mosaics seemed contagious, gradually enveloping the entire base of the altar in a dense, mosaic-like aura. Then Lin Shen witnessed something even more extraordinary. Countless fine mosaics burst forth from the altar's base, stacking layer upon layer like a 3D printer, slowly forming a mosaic statue. Lin Shen vaguely discerned that the mosaic statue took on a humanoid form. However, its entire body was covered in mosaics, making it impossible to see its true features. He could only gauge its height to be over 10 zhang, and standing by its feet he felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. As the mosaic statue materialized, the surrounding ruins lit up simultaneously. Countless mosaics seemed to reorganize themselves, gradually restoring the ruins into the image of the original temple. In mere moments, the formerly dilapidated temple had turned into a magnificently resplendent divine hall. Yet in Lin Shen's eyes, the entire temple remained shrouded in a veil of mosaics. In the next moment, radiant light exploded from the divine statue, and the mosaics covering it began to fade away gradually. The surrounding divine hall followed suit, transitioning from a mosaic-laden haze to striking clarity. Finally, its true appearance came into view. Holy shit! Lin Shen cursed aloud when he saw the statue's true form. Chapter 1144, Luo God. The divine statue on the altar was actually an exact replica of his own appearance, without the slightest difference. However, the statue's expression was solemn and majestic, unlike his usually carefree demeanor. Could it be that I really am the reincarnation body of the ancient realm king? Seeing the statue mirroring his own likeness, Lin Shen's heart trembled slightly, but he quickly came to his senses. The fact that the statue resembled him didn't necessarily mean he was the ancient realm king, as the current statue could be different from its former appearance. If he truly looked like the ancient realm king, then others might not have realized it, but Xiaona and Xiaoye should have noticed it long ago. They would have recognized him as the ancient realm king without waiting until now to acknowledge him as their father. As Lin Shen was absorbed in thought, a flood of information suddenly surged into his mind. The superbase evolutionary fire seed of divinity transformation, the East Emperor Luo God, graceful like a startled swan, elegant as a dragon in flight, a pure current in a turbid world, nurturing all things invisibly. Lin Shen discovered that the floating-on water skill fire seed not only still existed but had undergone a monumental transformation, its functions now far stronger than before. From the information transmitted by the fire seed, Lin Shen understood that the temple's recasting had nothing to do with him. It was the fire seed that utilized the temple to evolve into a god, stealing the original Eastern Emperor divine position. Ordinarily, Lin Shen could receive the law empowerment of Luo God, and if needed, he could even summon Luo God to fight on his behalf. The reason the divine statue transformed into his likeness was that the fire seed didn't adhere to the proper laws. Unlike the legitimate cosmic law, it lacked the ability to naturally form a temple or ghost god body, rendering it fundamentally incompatible with the world. By stealing the divine position of the East Emperor Temple, it achieved a ghost god form, modeled after its master Lin Shen's appearance. At this moment, Lin Shen could confirm that he had no connection whatsoever with the ancient realm king. As long as he found any unclaimed temple, he could use the fire seed to seize its divine position. Lin Shen let out a sigh of relief, but his thoughts stirred. Xiaoye and Xiaona don't know that I'm not the ancient realm king. Seeing the statue's resemblance to me, they'll definitely believe I am his reincarnation body. I can use this identity to trick them into handing over the ancient realm king's legacy to me first. With that in mind, Lin Shen hurried to the temple entrance, first glancing at the name of the temple. Noticing that it only read East Emperor Temple, he finally let out a relieved breath. If it had been inscribed East Emperor Luo God Temple, outsiders might immediately suspect something was amiss with the ghost god within. Fooling Xiaona wouldn't be difficult. Deceiving Xiaoye, however, would likely be far more challenging. Lin Shen adjusted his expression and released Xiaoye and Xiaona from the chaos spell directly. Xiaona rushed over immediately to support the heavily injured Xiaoye. The two of them gazed at the temple, its recast form now restored to newness. The three shining characters, East Emperor Temple, on the door glowed brilliantly, leaving both of them stunned. Although they already suspected Lin Shen to be the reincarnation body of the ancient realm king, seeing this scene with their own eyes still stirred a profound feeling within their hearts. Ignoring her injuries, Xiaoye dashed straight into the temple. Upon seeing the divine statue identical to Lin Shen, she no longer harbored any doubts, confirming that Lin Shen was indeed their father's reincarnation body. Their gazes both turned to Lin Shen, filled with an unusually complex mix of emotions. Lin Shen looked at the two of them, sighed, and said, "How should I put this? This whole affair is so strange I wasn't prepared for it at all. I don't even know if I can still count as your father now." Xiaona opened her mouth to speak, but Lin Shen stopped her with a wave of his hand. Lin Shen looked at them with a complicated expression and continued, "Though it's hard to believe, it now seems I really am your father's reincarnation body. But I don't know if the present me is still the same as the past me. I don't know if the bond between us remains. However, if you're willing to give me a chance, I'd like to try to become your father. Perhaps I'm still immature, too playful, and not ready to bear the responsibility of being a father. Perhaps I can't care for you as well as I did in the past life. But if you're willing, let's start over and become family again. Though I may only possess a fraction of my past self's strength, as long as I'm here, I'll ensure that no one can ever cause you the slightest harm again." Lin Shen's heartfelt words grew more impassioned as he spoke, his eyes reddening with emotion, tears seeming to shimmer just on the verge of falling. "Dad?" Xiaona couldn't hold it in any longer, throwing herself into Lin Shen's arms. Ch1101, Lin Shen gently stroked Ch1101's hair while looking expectantly at Xiaoye. Unlike Ch1101, Xiaoye wasn't so easily deceived, but her emotions were visibly stirred, her gaze no longer as piercing as before. Even if you are his reincarnation body, without the memories of your past life, you're not truly him, Xiaoye said, biting her lip. I want to know who I was in my past life as well. I'll do my best to recover my memories, to reclaim what we once shared. Please give me some time. Until then, can't we at least treat each other as friends? Lin Shen pleaded sincerely, one arm around Xiaona, stretching out his other hand to Xiaoye. Sister. Xiaoyana looked at Xiaoye. Xiaoye hesitated for a moment. Lin Shen, holding on to Xiaona, reached out to grab Xiaoye's hand as well, pulling her into his arms and gently stroking her hair. Xiaoye, from now on, as long as I'm here, you don't have to be afraid anymore. Xiaoye stiffened momentarily, then forcefully pushed Lin Shen away. Turning her back to him, she said icily, until you retrieve your memories, you're not qualified to be our father, nor do you have the right to say such things. Sister, Xiaoyana wanted to speak, but Lin Shen stopped her. I'll do my best, Lin Shen said softly, watching Xiaoye's back. What's the use of trying, Xiaoye's back? If effort alone were enough, everyone in this world could become a god, Xiaoye said coldly. Your strength is too weak. Even if you have the chaos bell and restored the divine position, your power is still far from sufficient. If the Celestial Court discovers your true identity, with your current level, you wouldn't even be able to protect yourself, let alone us. Even the Great Emperor's divine artifact would be stolen from you. Lin Shen, looking embarrassed, brought out the Great Emperor's divine artifact and handed it to Xiaona and Xiaoye. This belongs to you. Take it. I'll find a way to help you become Great Emperors. Once that happens, no one will be able to harm you. This is all I can do for now. Lin Shen wasn't worried at all. With the Netherworld marriage technique, there was no risk in letting them hold the Great Emperor's divine artifact. It could be retrieved any time. So, you're putting all the burden and responsibility on us? Xiaoye's gaze flickered with a mix of emotions. She turned and snorted coldly. If you don't even have the courage to climb back to your peak, then you have no right to be our father. Chapter 145, All-in-One Functional Watch. Lin Shen wished he could slap her twice across the face, but for the sake of obtaining the Ancient Realm King's treasure, he held back. Lin Shen planned to first impersonate their father, retrieve the treasure of the Ancient Realm King, then upgrade the rank of the Jade Purifying Bottle and the Red Gourd, and deal with them later. After all, items like the Jade Purifying Bottle and the Red Gourd couldn't be openly used right now, or they'd definitely make him a cosmic enemy. Leaving them with the two of them for now wasn't a bad idea. When Lin Shen was about to say something, Xiaoye was already clutching the Jade Purifying Bottle and transforming back into her pet capsule form. Dad, you've got this, but you really need to fix your laziness problem, Xiaona said while shaking the red gourd. She poured something out from it and stuffed it into Lin Shen's hand, before also transforming back into her pet capsule form. The reason Xiaoye and Xiaona used to scoff at Lin Shen and didn't believe he was the Ancient Realm King was because his personality was far too playful, with no similarity to the Ancient Realm King whatsoever. Lin Shen didn't look at what Xiaona stuffed into his hand. He carefully placed the two pet capsules into his palm. I'll try to recall memories of my past life as soon as I can, and find a way to restore you to your human forms. Until then, you'll have to endure some grievances. I can't let anyone discover your connection to the Great Emperor's divine artifact. Saying that, Lin Shen cautiously placed them into his space capsule. It was only after this that Lin Shen looked at what Xiaona had handed him, a palm-sized jade box, purpose unknown. I acted so sincerely, shouldn't Xiaona, that shallow-minded girl, have been moved to tears? Shouldn't she have handed me all the treasure so I can quickly grow strong? Instead, she gave me just this jade box. What treasure could fit inside something so small? Lin Shen thought to himself as he opened the jade box, momentarily stunned. Inside was a wristwatch, almost identical to his mechanical wristwatch in design. Lin Shen took it out and compared it to his own mechanical watch. Aside from this one being newer, they were virtually identical. Lin Shen could tell this item was definitely for teleportation. He just didn't know where it could teleport to, or whether it had the same functionalities as his own watch. Could it be that these watches were all left behind by the Ancient Realm King? If my watch originally belonged to Tai, does that mean Tai might truly be the Ancient Realm King? Lin Shen speculated internally. Lin Shen had often suspected before that Tai was the Ancient Realm King, but Tai always claimed to be the second brother, which had thrown Lin Shen into doubt. Now it seemed more likely than ever that Tai was the Ancient Realm King. Lin Shen put on the watch, and its surface immediately lit up, displaying numerous options. To his astonishment, Lin Shen found that the control interface of this watch was the same as his own, but the functionalities it offered were far more extensive. This might be because his own watch was damaged, with only a few usable features. This new watch appeared to be a fully functional mechanical watch. As he casually browsed through the options, Lin Shen quickly discovered that the watch contained numerous teleportation coordinates, each labeled with its corresponding location. It didn't just have the entire Celestial Court star chart, but also the Ancient Realm's star chart, even the coordinates for Realm King Planet. Every illuminated planet on the chart was a location that could be teleported to. Lin Shen glanced through the chart. Virtually all of the primary stars in the 6 great star regions of the Celestial Court were lit up. Besides the Celestial Court star chart and the Ancient Realms star chart, he noticed an additional planet's coordinates that were listed individually. Lin Shen recognized that this singularly listed planet must hold some special significance. However, it lacked annotation or descriptive information. This planet wasn't located within the Celestial Court or the Ancient Realm. It seemed to be a lone, desolate star in some far-flung corner of the cosmos, with the name Realm King Planet noted beside it. However, upon comparing the coordinates for Realm King Planet on his watch with those on the chart, Lin Shen realized they weren't the same. This Realm King Planet probably isn't the one I visited before, right? Lin Shen muttered to himself, his eyes suddenly gleaming. Could this Realm King Planet actually be the ancient Realm King's treasure trove? Thinking of this, Lin Shen felt an irresistible urge to teleport over immediately to investigate. However, in the end, he restrained himself. The teleportation device here on Temple Star probably can't be activated, right? Lin Shen selected a familiar planet on the watch and initiated teleportation. In the next second, the watch warped the space around him. In an instant, Lin Shen found himself in the teleportation station on Yin Mountain Star. No way! The watch functions even on Secret God Star? Lin Shen exclaimed, thrilled beyond measure. He quickly activated the watch again and teleported back to Secret God Star. He was, after all, still performing patrol duties. If someone discovered he'd left, it could create trouble. Secret God Star was the name noted on the watch for Temple Star. Lin Shen had casually nicknamed it Temple Star himself. This watch actually works on Secret God Star. Regular teleportation restrictions probably don't apply to it. With this watch, if I ever encounter an enemy I can't defeat, I can simply teleport away using it. Lin Shen suddenly thought of something, his face lighting up with unbridled excitement. Does this mean I can use this watch to bypass the Celestial Court's restrictions and teleport directly back to the Ancient Realm? Overcome with longing for Tian Xun and the others, Lin Shen immediately called up the Ancient Realm's star chart. Unfortunately, the coordinates for Giant Ring Star weren't listed, nor were they lit up, so he couldn't teleport there directly. When Giant Ring Star was being developed, the Ancient Realm King had already retreated into seclusion, so it wasn't documented. Checking his options, Lin Shen decided to teleport directly to Meidu Star. Its teleportation hub made it one of the celestial race's most bustling planets, offering convenient transfers to Giant Ring Star. Filled with anticipation, Lin Shen pressed the teleportation button. Space warped again, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Shen was standing in the teleportation station on Meidu Star, stepping out of a teleportation device. I've actually returned. Gazing at the diverse array of species moving through the teleportation station, Lin Shen's heart surged with joy. Just as Lin Shen was preparing to buy a ticket at the station to teleport to Giant Ring Star, his gaze suddenly landed on a humanoid figure obscured by a mosaic, emerging from one of the teleportation devices. Who is this? Doesn't look like Ouyang. Could it be Long Ye? Lin Shen could only make out the mosaic and couldn't identify the person. Judging by the general outline, it seemed to be a woman. Among the women he knew, only Long Yue carried a mosaic effect on her body. Still, it wasn't impossible there were other women with mosaics as well. As Lin Shen scrutinized the woman, she noticed him too. Her figure noticeably hesitated before heading in Lin Shen's direction. Chapter 1146, Conditions. Lin Shen, is that really you? I almost thought I mistook someone else. Long Yue approached Lin Shen, scanning him up and down uncertainly. Once she confirmed it was indeed him, she exclaimed in surprise. Lin Shen recognized her voice and confirmed it was truly Long Yue. He began to contemplate whether he should take this opportunity to seize the fire seed from her. Do I look so commonplace? Lin Shen asked with a smile. Not at all. It's just that rumors outside say you've already broken through the Immortal Gate and entered the Celestial Court. Seeing you here, I thought my eyes were deceiving me, Long Yue explained. I was merely taking a break in seclusion. Lin Shen casually gave an excuse, not bothering to elaborate further. He then asked Long Yue, why are you here? Long Yue sighed and replied, recently, wars between the celestial race and the demon tribe have been erupting frequently. I wanted to learn more about both sides to see if there's any way to reconcile the conflicts between the two races. Lin Shen was somewhat surprised upon hearing this and hadn't expected the demon tribe and the celestial race to still be at war. Looking at Lin Shen, Long Yue's eyes suddenly lit up as she said, Lin Shen, you hold significant prestige among the celestial race. Could you perhaps help persuade the Heavenly Emperor to find a way to stop this war between the two races? I'm just a free agent now. Forget persuading the Heavenly Emperor. I don't even have the qualifications to meet him. Lin Shen responded nonchalantly. Long Yue's intentions were noble, but war wasn't child's play. It couldn't be swayed by personal likes and dislikes, nor easily stopped by outsiders. Nonetheless, upon hearing that the celestial race had a new Heavenly Emperor, Lin Shen searched online and discovered that Qi Yi had ascended to the Heavenly Emperor position, taking the title of Great Qi Emperor. Since the Great Qi Emperor came from the Qi family, a faction largely in favor of war, he himself firmly supported war. Thus, ever since he rose to power, the conflicts between the two races had continued to escalate, growing larger in scale. Long Yue sighed again and said, I understand this can't be resolved with mere words, nor is it solely a problem of the celestial race. Ever since the Pink Sword Saint became the most powerful person in the cosmic, the demon tribe's expansionary ambitions have been ceaseless. Even if the celestial race is willing to cease fighting, the demon tribe may not relent. At this point, Long Yue's gaze became fiery as she stared at Lin Shen, asking, Lin Shen, is that peerless divine skill truly something you created? It should be. Lin Shen didn't deny it. Upon hearing this, Long Yue looked at Lin Shen with even more fervor. What exactly is written in your book? How is it that, after DEC read it, he directly broke through the immortal gate, and Kristen became the most powerful person in the cosmic after reading it? Honestly, it doesn't contain much. It's just an evolution skill, and for them, it merely serves as a reference. It's actually not of great use. Their achievements now are because of their inherent might, not because of my evolution skill. Lin Shen spoke candidly. The peerless divine skill he wrote would have been of little use if it fell into the hands of ordinary individuals. But Long Ye refused to believe him and continued, if such divine skills were made public for all tribes to practice, it could allow smaller tribes to start on a more equal footing. Although absolute fairness is impossible, it could at least give smaller tribes a fighting chance against fate and leverage against exploitation from larger tribes, avoiding being treated as mere cannon fodder and slaves. At the end, Long Yue blushed slightly and said with some helplessness, I know saying this might make me seem naive and overly idealistic, and besides, it's your evolution skill after all. I have no right to demand its publication. But since you wrote the introductory chapter of the Peerless Divine Skill, didn't you intend for it to be shared? Publishing it isn't out of the question, Lin Shen replied with indifference. Long Yue's eyes lit up instantly, unable to believe what she was hearing. Is that true? She asked. I can give you my Peerless Divine Skill. Whatever you choose to do with it is up to you. But I have one condition, Lin Shen said. That's fair. Please, tell me, Long Yue responded seriously. I want you to spend one night with me. By now, Lin Shen had reached a level where he no longer felt the need to adhere to conventional norms, acting solely based on his inner desires. If Long Yue agreed, he would write her another peerless divine skill as an exchange. If she refused, he would abduct her and spend the night anyway, sparing no effort in persuading her to comply, all while staying true to himself. Upon hearing this, Long Yue's expression grew complex but remained free of anger. She gave Lin Shen a peculiar look and said, You already have a wife. I never thought of becoming someone's concubine or getting married at all. I never said I'd marry you, Lin Shen replied calmly. These words made Long Yue's expression even more complicated. If anyone else had said this, she might have stormed off or even taught them a lesson for their insolence. Yet hearing it from Lin Shen did not make her feel insulted. Unconsciously, even Long Yue herself was unaware that, despite her pursuit of equality for all beings, she had already categorized people in her heart. Had Lin Shen not earned his current reputation nor written the Peerless Divine Skill, how could she possibly discuss such matters with him so peacefully? Can you change the condition? Long Yue sighed softly. Why me? Long Yue asked. Because it has to be you. Lin Shen answered truthfully. He had to seize the fire seed from Long Yue, as it might very well be the heaven-defying Bones fire seed. Long Yue fell into deep thought upon hearing this. After a long silence, she suddenly looked up at Lin Shen and said, I can agree to your condition, but I have one of my own. What is it? I want the book in Kristen's possession. You must go with me to retrieve it now. Once we have it, I will fulfill my promise, Long Yue stated. It was evident she feared Lin Shen would give her a fake. Agreed, Lin Shen said indifferently. He wasn't concerned about Long Yue going back on her word. In the ancient realm, no one dared to deny Lin Shen what he was owed. If Long Yue kept her word, all would be well. But if she had ulterior motives, Lin Shen would simply capture her and make her comply. Let's go find Kristen now, Long Yue said, biting her lip. All right, Lin Shen said as he stood up and headed to the teleport station's ticket booth to purchase 2 teleport tickets to the Demon tribe. Given the tense relations between the Demon tribe and the celestial race, they could only teleport first to the arrogant monarch's star system before heading to Demon Star. Since the arrogant monarch and little emperor did not have amicable relations and had not become involved in the war, teleportation to that star system from the celestial race was still open. However, special permits were required for such teleportation trips. Luckily, Long Yue had close ties with Catherine, so this wasn't much of a problem. Chapter 1147. Codename Spade A. Lin Shen and Long Yue arrived on the arrogant monarch's planet, originally planning to head straight to Demon Star to find Kristen. Whether it was a coincidence or deliberate, Catherine happened to be waiting in the teleportation station, looking as if she had been expecting them. Why are you two together? Catherine scrutinized Lin Shen and Long Yue, seemingly trying to determine the nature of their relationship. Lin Shen didn't react much, but Long Yue, flustered, blushed in a way that seemed out of character for her normally composed demeanor, hastily explaining, Lin Shen and I have some collaboration. Catherine took note but didn't press further. Instead, she studied Lin Shen carefully and said, "It's been a while since we last parted. I've missed you. How about we talk alone?" "All right," Lin Shen responded, somewhat puzzled, unsure what Catherine wanted to discuss. Could it be that she discovered I've been impersonating Spade A while communicating with her? If that's the case, it would be perfect. Even if she didn't seek me out, I'd want to clarify matters about Spade A with her. Ever since Lin Shen deduced Catherine was Red Heart A, he had been eager to get answers. Was Spade A truly Tai? And what were the symbolic meanings of these two codenames? If Spade A was indeed Tai, then Red Heart A being paired with Spade A's codename suggested a significant connection. Could Catherine be Tai's lover? Lin Shen merely entertained the thought out of curiosity, knowing the likelihood was low. These codenames likely held deeper, more complex implications. Catherine first arranged for Long Yue to stay in a resting lounge before taking Lin Shen to an office within the teleportation station. Walking into the office, Catherine closed the door and leaned against it, her graceful body pressing lightly as she stared at Lin Shen with an enigmatic expression, yet saying nothing. "Did you call me over just to stare at me?" Lin Shen said faintly. "I'm wondering, if Shi Zhongqing, the great divine official, knew you were here, how would he handle you?" Catherine's single sentence made Lin Shen's eyes narrow. Lin Shen hadn't anticipated Catherine knowing about Shi Zhongqing or his relationship with him. In mere moments, countless thoughts flashed through Lin Shen's mind. Catherine, a resident of the ancient realm, shouldn't logically possess knowledge about the Celestial Court's affairs, let alone such current and sensitive information. The only plausible explanation Lin Shen could entertain was that Catherine belonged to the God-making race. Only the God-making race members could traverse freely between the ancient realm and the Celestial Court, transmitting such intelligence. Besides the God-making race, even for a Star Divine official, entering the ancient realm wasn't that easy. In truth, even now, Lin Shen didn't know how to access the ancient realm from the Celestial Court. Despite being a core member of the Star God Palace, a position of immense power with tens of thousands under his command, he remained clueless. The other Star Divine officials would certainly know even less. A sudden epiphany struck Lin Shen's mind. Could Red Heart A be a codename for the God-making race? "Aren't you going to say something?" Catherine gazed at Lin Shen with a playful smile. "What is there to say, Red Heart A?" Lin Shen answered calmly. Catherine froze for a moment. Having revealed Lin Shen's matters, she was psychologically prepared for Lin Shen to deduce she was part of the God-making race. What she hadn't expected was that Lin Shen already knew her codename within the God-making race. This caught her off guard. Even within the God-making race, fewer than 5 individuals knew her codename. "How did you know?" Catherine asked, startled, never imagining she'd be the one to ask this question rather than Lin Shen. "Would you like to know?" Lin Shen gazed at Catherine with a faint smile, his tone enigmatic. Catherine's expression flickered, her gaze somewhat unfocused, as though pondering how Lin Shen had discovered her identity. "You are Spade A," Catherine said abruptly, her eyes narrowing as though pieces were falling into place. She stared at Lin Shen with disbelief. Outside of the select few, no one else in the ancient realm was aware of her identity. Yet Lin Shen couldn't possibly be among those few at headquarters, leaving her with only one remaining possibility. Lin Shen was Spade A, the God-making race member whose rank outranked hers. If anyone here knew her true identity, it could only be him. Lin Shen's face remained expressionless as he stared at Catherine, yet inwardly, monumental waves surged within his heart. Spade A and Red Heart A were indeed codenames for the God-making race. If Catherine was part of the God-making race, then if Tai was Spade A, he too was a member. From Catherine's words, Lin Shen gleaned an important detail. Catherine did not recognize Spade A. If she had, she wouldn't have speculated that Lin Shen was Spade A. "Why did you seek me out?" Lin Shen did not answer Catherine, effectively acknowledging by his silence. Catherine also refrained from answering, instead pulling out a watch. She sent a message through the watch before directing her gaze at Lin Shen. Her intentions were clear. She was verifying if Lin Shen was indeed Spade A. Understanding what she was doing, Lin Shen retrieved his broken watch, opening it to see the message sent by Red Heart A. He replied with a simple smiley face. Catherine saw Lin Shen's series of actions, and when she noticed the smiley face response, her expression turned extraordinarily complex. "What are your intentions in seeking me out?" Lin Shen asked again, his face impassive. As if reaching a decision, a charming smile spread across Catherine's face. "I wondered upon seeing you earlier why you could move freely between the Celestial Court and the Ancient Realm. I should have suspected sooner. You're also part of the God-making race." Lin Shen merely stared back at her silently. Sometimes less is more. It was better to wait for Catherine to reveal her thoughts. Catherine's eyes roamed over Lin Shen's body. "When did you take over Lin Shen's body? That time at the banquet? Was it you, or was it the real Lin Shen?" Lin Shen ignored her and reached for the door. Catherine placed her hand over his, her tone coquettish as she teased. "Why the rush? I thought I had caught a big fish, but it turned out to be you instead. I've been in the ancient realm for so many years. If I haven't earned credit, I've at least endured hardship. Can't you speak to those higher up and let me into the Celestial Court? I've had enough of this miserable place." Catherine's hand trailed along Lin Shen's hand, stopping at his chest where she rested it to feel his heartbeat, her voice sultry as she spoke. Just focus on your own tasks, Lin Shen shot back coldly. Aside from idling away, what else can I possibly do now? That idiotic colleague ruined everything, and the division's strength has dwindled significantly. It's become impossible to influence the ancient realm's current power dynamics. Unless headquarters is willing to make another enormous effort to break open a channel to the ancient realm and send reinforcements, controlling this place is nearly unfeasible. Tracing circles on Lin Shen's chest with her fingers, Catherine said pitifully, "Take me with you, won't you? You know I can't evolve in this dreadful place." Instead, I'm constantly regressing. It's unbearable. Chapter 148, Undersea City. Lin Shen hadn't expected that his trip back to the ancient realm zone would yield such significant gains. Through Catherine's revelations, Lin Shen pieced together many critical pieces of information. It turned out even the god-making race couldn't enter and exit the ancient realm zone freely. If they wanted to send someone in or take someone out, the cost was prohibitively high. Moreover, it seemed members of the god-making race faced environmental incompatibility in the ancient realm zone to the extent that they began to devolve. Previously, Lin Shen was perplexed. The god-making race wielded such immense power, rivaling even the celestial court. Why, when such turmoil plagued their divisions, had the headquarters not sent reinforcements? Now he understood. Perhaps it wasn't that the god-making race didn't want to send people, but that it was exceedingly difficult to do so. Or it could be that the cost of doing so was too great, one they were unwilling to bear. I don't have the authority to take you to the celestial court, Lin Shen said coldly. Catherine, however, showed no disappointment and instead grew more insistent. Apart from the two kings, your rank is the highest in our divine hidden group. You have the credentials to access the celestial court, which must have been authorized from above. Since you have a pathway, lend me your help, and I won't forget this favor. I don't have the authority, Lin Shen repeated, his tone unchanged. But Catherine seemed not to hear him and pressed on. I've made a major discovery about the ancient realm king. If you're willing to take me to the celestial court, I can share my findings with you. What kind of discovery? Lin Shen asked, frowning. Catherine smirked. Of course, it's the ancient realm king's treasure. Given both our statuses, if it weren't for that treasure, why else would they send us to this godforsaken place? We've toiled here for so many years, we can't leave empty-handed. If you help me get to the celestial court, I'll share the ancient realm king's treasure with you. Even the clan leader has dreamed of claiming this treasure. If you and I obtain it, we might even surpass the clan leader. Perhaps we could even defeat the celestial court and become the masters of the universe. Such good fortune, and you're willing to share it with me? Lin Shen retorted coldly. I won't hide it from you. I've already been to that place. But my devolution is so severe that I couldn't retrieve it alone. I need your cooperation, Catherine said, fixing her gaze on Lin Shen. Given our abilities, being sent to this wretched place by the higher-ups is no different from banishment. Sure, you can leave now, but are you really willing to let all these years of suffering amount to nothing? I, for one, refuse to swallow this indignity. Lin Shen's mind was awash with confusion. Wasn't the ancient realm king's treasure supposed to be connected to Shiona and Shioi? What then was the location Catherine had uncovered? Could it be that she had found the path to the realm king planet? Seeing Lin Shen deep in thought, Catherine pressed further. I don't know why you were sent to this godforsaken place in the first place, but considering your Spade A status, there must have been a reason. I was exiled here for offending the great king. This grudge is one I'll surely repay. Where is the ancient realm king's treasure? Lin Shen asked. In an undersea city. Don't bother asking me where that city is or even which sea it lies in. Even if I told you, it would be useless. That city can shift through space and time. Telling you its former location won't help you find it, Catherine said with a smile. But I've left a mark on it. Only I can track its whereabouts. If you're willing to share this with me, find a way to get me out of this hellhole. Once the orders come through, we'll head to the undersea city together, retrieve the ancient realm king's treasure, and depart for the celestial court. From there, the whole cosmos will be within our grasp. The undersea city? Could the undersea city Catherine mentioned be that place? Lin Shen froze for a moment. His mind drifted to the sunken ancient city and the thinker within its depths. Give it some thought. This deal is a win-win for you, Catherine said, her palm brushing gently against Lin Shen's cheek. If you agree, both I and the ancient realm king's treasure will be yours. If you desire the clan leader's position, I'll back you with everything I have. All I ask in return is the great king's life. I'll think about it, Lin Shen replied, pushing Catherine's hand aside. He opened the door and stepped out, afraid to let the discussion continue lest something slip. After all, he wasn't the real Spade A and had no ability to arrange for her transfer. For now, his only option was to stall. Catherine didn't stop him but followed behind as he left. After exchanging a few polite words with Long Yue, she personally escorted them to the teleportation array, sending them to the Demon Star. What did Catherine want from you? Long Yue asked curiously once they arrived on Demon Star. Nothing important, Lin Shen said tersely, making his way toward Kristen's residence with Long Yue in tow. Kristen's current residence was vastly different from before. Since he had comprehended the peerless divine skill and ascended to the rank of Dharma King, the little emperor had bestowed upon him the title of Sword Saint. These days, Kristen openly recruited disciples of all kinds, holding firm to the principle of teaching without discrimination. Whether they hailed from the demon tribe or other races, so long as their talent was exceptional, Kristen welcomed them under his tutelage and imparted his skills. In both the demon tribe and across the ancient realm zone, Kristen had become a figure as revered as he was prominent. The name Pink Sword Saint had spread far and wide, and he was lauded as the foremost figure of the current universe. Of course, the universe here referred only to the ancient realm zone. Even so, some accused Kristen of being a schemer, claiming he was using the opportunity to recruit geniuses from various races as a launching pad for the demon tribe's future dominance of the cosmos. Lin Shen, however, thought differently. Based on his understanding of Kristen, he believed Kristen was preparing for his eventual departure. Before heading to the Celestial Court, Kristen seemed intent on ensuring his skills were preserved, or perhaps on cultivating a broader pool of candidates capable of breaking into the Celestial Court. At the gates of the Sword Saint Palace, Lin Shen observed throngs of people members of various races coming and going, though ironically, there weren't that many from the Demon tribe. Erected at the palace entrance was a stone monument upon which a technique for evolution was inscribed. Lin Shen stepped closer and scrutinized the text. To his surprise, it turned out to be the very evolution skill, the introductory chapter to the peerless divine skill that he had written. Noticing Lin Shen lingering by the monument, Long Yue remarked, Kristen's first requirement for recruiting disciples is that they must understand and practice this introductory chapter. Lin Shen mused to himself, Kristen really knows how to play the long game. This benefits me immensely. No wonder the Inheritance fans' enhancements have been so consistent lately. If you wish to take the test, line up over there, one of the guards near the stone monument instructed Lin Shen and Long Yue. Chapter 1149, My Father. Neither of them revealed their true identities. Lin Shen didn't want too many people to know of his return, and Long Yue feared causing a commotion. Unexpectedly, the guard mistook them for participants in the entrance test and directed them to queue up for the assessment. Since Kristen accepted individuals from all races, those coming for the test were an endless stream every day. Among them were many geniuses specially sent by their clans and families, all hoping their prodigies could learn a peerless divine skill from Kristen. However, Kristen's criteria for accepting disciples were exceptionally high. Very few managed to truly pass and get in. Even the first stage of the test, a requirement to comprehend the introductory chapter of the peerless divine skill, was something that hardly anyone could accomplish. Though the introductory chapter was technically straightforward, it didn't discriminate between race, gender, or innate aptitude. Even someone of low intelligence could grasp the basics with repeated practice. Thus, many in the ancient realm were training with the introductory chapter even now, but truly achieving the level of comprehension and insight needed was as rare as phoenix feathers. The introductory chapter was easy to learn but hard to master. To truly comprehend and attain mastery, enough to catch Kristen's attention, one had to completely absorb and hone the skills to their utmost. Inside the Sword Saint Palace, Kristen had personally placed a sword. Only those who had reached a certain realm by mastering the introductory chapter could pull the sword out. We're here to meet Kristen, Long Yue began, but the guard interrupted her before she could finish. Didn't you see the words up there? Anyone who wishes to meet the Sword Saint Lord must first pass the test. Regardless of race, background, or rank, equal treatment for all, the guard said, pointing at the words etched on the wall. You misunderstood. We're Kristen's friends, Long Yue tried to explain. To which the guard replied, The Sword Saint Lord stated that even close friends and dearest loved ones must first pass the test. Lin Shen secretly nodded in approval. Kristen's quite interesting. He truly doesn't show any favoritism. Long Ye looked at Lin Shen with a sense of helplessness and said, I don't have any connections with Kristen or his contact details. Do you have a way to reach him? I don't have his contact details either, Lin Shen replied. He used to have Kristen's information, but it was destroyed along with his ordinary communicator during his time in the immortal realm. He hadn't memorized Kristen's number, so he honestly couldn't reach him. Long Yue chuckled lightly upon hearing this. Then, there's no choice. We'll have to follow the rules and pass the test to meet him. This test is simple enough. Why don't you go ahead and give it a try? Before Lin Shen could reply, a young boy beside them, there for the test, interjected, visibly upset at Long Yue's remarks. Simple? You're underestimating the introductory chapter of the peerless divine skill. Lin God himself created this skill. Even the introductory chapter is extraordinarily hard to master. My dad has been arduously practicing for ages. He comes every month to take the test, and every time he returns in defeat. Someone as talented as my dad couldn't pass, and yet you call it simple? The surrounding crowd smiled knowingly. In the boy's mind, his father might be a truly extraordinary genius, but in front of the Sword Saint Palace there were simply far too many geniuses from the Lai clan. Failing the test merely meant one wasn't remarkable enough. Long Yue crouched down, took the boy's hand, and smiled as she spoke. This test might be challenging for others, but it's genuinely easy for him. If you don't believe me, you can join us and take a look. Take a look then. I don't believe you at all, the boy replied stubbornly. Long Yue glanced at Lin Shen, her eyes full of expectation, signaling for him to undergo the test and prove it to the boy. Lin Shen hesitated slightly. Long Yue assumed the introductory chapter of the Peerless Divine Skill was his creation, and as its creator it was impossible for him not to know it. But in reality, Lin Shen truly hadn't mastered it. He could only tap into the power of the inheritance fan, but he had never practiced the skill himself. The test assessed one's proficiency in the introductory chapter, and since Lin Shen had never trained in it, he reckoned there was a high chance he'd fail. Seeing Lin Shen's hesitation, Long Yue gazed at him in bewilderment, her mind filling with doubt. If this really was Lin Shen, and if the Peerless Divine Skill was truly his creation, why would he hesitate? You're just frauds who talk big, the boy said, sharp-eyed and clever enough to catch Lin Shen's momentary indecision. The surrounding crowd burst into laughter, clearly enjoying Lin Shen and Long Yue's predicament. What's wrong with you? Long Yue asked, growing anxious. She couldn't call out Lin Shen's identity, but she started to worry. If it were revealed that Long Yue had been deceitful, her carefully built reputation would be completely ruined. In the future, who would trust anything she said? What puzzled Long Yue even more was why Lin Shen, as the supposed creator of the introductory chapter, would falter like this. Lin Shen chuckled and asked the boy, "What's your name? You want to remember my name so you can retaliate against me later, right? Well, I'm not scared. My name stays the same whether I'm sitting or standing. Ch1101 Alien. If you have any issues, go ahead and aim them at me," the boy replied with a sneer. Hearing the boy's name, Lin Shen's expression turned slightly odd. The name reminded him of a certain infamous pair of lovers. "Alien, would you like to help your father pass the test?" Lin Shen asked with a calm smile, unfazed by the boy's provocative remarks. "Don't change the subject. Can you pass the test or not?" the boy persisted. "I have a way to help your father pass the test," Lin Shen said earnestly. Knowing he probably couldn't pass the test himself, Lin Shen contemplated using the boy's father to get them inside. The boy burst into laughter upon hearing Lin Shen's proposition. "You can't even pass the test yourself, and yet you claim you'll help my father. Do you even know who my father is?" "It doesn't matter who your father is. I can help him pass the test. If you don't believe me, feel free to try," Lin Shen replied with a smile. The onlookers couldn't help but feel that Lin Shen was boasting outrageously. The boy opened his mouth to say something but paused, his eyes suddenly gleaming with mischief. Then he asked, "Will you stick to your word? No matter who my father is, you'll help him pass the test?" "That's right," Lin Shen nodded. "And if you fail?" The boy's eyes darted shrewdly. "If I fail, I'll give you this." Lin Shen took out a pet capsule and waved it in front of the boy. "Who wants your pet capsule?" "If you fail, I want you to shout 3 times at the top of your lungs, 'I'm a big fraud,' right here in front of everyone," the boy demanded, blinking confidently. "Deal," Lin Shen agreed readily. "Kid, don't trust him. He's trying to trick you. There's no back door to the Pink Sword Saints test," someone in the crowd chimed in. "He's fooling you. Go back and find your dad. Don't let him dupe you," another person warned. The boy cupped his hands toward the crowd and said, "Then I'll ask all these uncles and aunts to serve as witnesses. He said he could help my father pass the test. If he can't, please make sure he keeps his word and doesn't run away. Rest assured, kid, we'll witness this for you. He won't be able to escape," the crowd teased enthusiastically. After stirring up the crowd's emotions, the boy grinned slyly and looked at Lin Shen. "You said you could help my father no matter who he is, so listen carefully. My father's name is Ch1101 Swordsman." The moment the boy said this, the crowd collectively gasped. Ch1101 Swordsman, the celestial race's foremost swordsman, was the first among the great Qi Emperor's retainers to be granted a noble title. His purpose for coming to the Sword Saint Palace wasn't to become an apprentice, nor was it to seek Kristen as a mentor, but to settle a wager. If he passed the test, Kristen would have to lend him the Peerless Divine Skill secret manual. The test Ch1101 Swordsman faced was far from a simple entrance exam. The boy, brimming with pride, basked in the crowd's reaction, as if his father's accomplishments were his own. Chapter 15D, Help You Draw Your Sword. Lin Shen heard the name Ch1101 Swordsman and couldn't help but freeze briefly. Upon closely examining the young boy's face, it indeed bore some resemblance to the Ch1101 Swordsman he knew. However, this boy clearly had features of the other races, so Lin Shen hadn't linked him to Ch1101 Swordsman before. Now, it seemed almost certain that he was of mixed heritage. Since Tianxun took control of Giant Ring Star and became its true Star Lord, Lin Shen hadn't heard any news about Ch1101 Swordsman. As for what Ch1101 Swordsman was up to now, Lin Shen wasn't quite sure. But according to what Ch1101 Aliens said, Ch1101 Swordsman came to attend a test once every month. Judging by that, his situation probably wasn't going too well. If everything were going well, why would he be so determined to pass the test and become Kristen's disciple? Lin Shen felt a twinge of emotion. Ch1101 Swordsman was once a talent among talents. His leveraging and unloading skill remains vivid in my memory even now. Who could have expected his current plight? Being both human, there's no irresolvable hatred between us. Since he wants to become Kristen's disciple, there's no harm in helping him out. It'd also give me a chance to meet Kristen by following him inside. With that thought, Lin Shen's gaze toward the boy softened further. He smiled at the boy and said, "Don't worry, I'll help your father pass the test. Where is he now?" The boy was startled upon hearing Lin Shen's words, staring blankly at him in disbelief. The gazes of those around them also became peculiar. Internally they thought, help X-Men Swordsman pass the test. Does he know what he's saying? Could it be that this guy doesn't even know who Zeman Swordsman is? The boy looked at Lin Shen incredulously and said, Do you even know who my father is? Of course I do, Lin Shen replied with a smile. Are you really sure you can help him pass the test? The boy's face was full of doubt. No matter how he looked at Lin Shen, it didn't seem that he was joking, without a doubt. Lin Shen nodded firmly. Little guy, he's just boasting. He probably hasn't even heard of Zeman Swordsman's name. Don't let him fool you. Something's off with him. Seriously? Saying he can help Zeman Swordsman pass the test? That's some outrageous boasting. Onlookers couldn't bear to watch and began advising Zeman Alien not to be deceived. Zeman Alien himself also felt certain that Lin Shen was bluffing. He'd never heard of anyone helping someone pass the Sword St. Palace test, let alone the unique test for his father, which was far tougher than drawing an ordinary sword. While the crowd was chattering away, a man approached and stood beside Zeman Alien. Dad. Zeman Alien immediately ran up to the man as soon as he saw him. I told you to wait for me outside. What are you doing here? The man asked calmly. Dad, this guy is bragging that he can help you pass the test. I couldn't stand him pretending, so I made a bet with him. If he can't help you pass, he has to stand at the gate and yell 3 times, I'm a big fraud, Zeman Alien said with a sly grin. Zeman Swordsman directed a cold glance at Lin Shen and said, Leave. Don't show yourself before my child ever again. The bet isn't over yet. Why would I leave? Lin Shen replied with a smile. When the crowd realized the boy's father was indeed Zeman Swordsman, Lin Shen's words suddenly felt somewhat brazen. This man wasn't bothering to hold a grudge, yet Lin Shen seemed intent on embarrassing himself. Zeman Swordsman furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze as sharp as a sword as he stared at Lin Shen. Lin Shen remained composed and said, Since the bet has been made, surely you wouldn't want your son to grow up to be someone who doesn't honor his commitments? Zeman Swordsman ignored Lin Shen and turned to ask Zeman Alien, What are the stakes if you lose? He didn't say, There's no penalty, Zeman Alien replied, his eyes flashing with mischief. Is that so? Zeman Swordsman turned back to Lin Shen and asked, I simply haven't specified, not that there wouldn't be any penalty. Naturally, a fair bet entails risks and rewards, Lin Shen replied. What do you want? Zeman Swordsman asked coldly. I promise nothing, no conditions at all, Zeman Alien interjected anxiously. Ignoring Alien's protests, Lin Shen looked at Zeman Swordsman and said, If I help you pass the test, all I ask is for you to take me to meet the Sword Saint. That's all? Zeman Swordsman said in mild surprise. He had thought the stranger was scheming against his son, or perhaps against him. It now seemed that was not the case. Exactly, that's all, Lin Shen affirmed with a nod. You're betting I can pass the test? Zeman Swordsman asked. There's no need to bet, I can ensure you pass the test, Lin Shen said confidently. How? Zeman Swordsman asked. What's your test? Lin Shen asked, realizing the situation wasn't as simple as he had earlier assumed. Judging from Zeman Swordsman's aura and presence, this man had already reached the immortal level. The onlookers felt the claim was becoming even more absurd. Not only was Lin Shen arrogantly boasting in front of Zeman Swordsman, but he didn't even know what the test entailed. Zeman Swordsman found the stranger increasingly enigmatic. He couldn't discern who Lin Shen was, nor his purpose for being here. For now, he could only test the waters. Kristen and I have an agreement. To pull out the Peerless Divine Sword will count as victory. I get 3 tries. I've already failed twice. This is my 3rd and final opportunity this month, Zeman Swordsman explained, gauging Lin Shen's intentions. Is it true that merely mastering the introductory scroll alone is enough to pull out the Peerless Divine Sword? Lin Shen asked. Yes, but unlike the testing swords used in the outer hall, the Peerless Divine Sword is Kristen's personal sword. General insights won't suffice to draw it, Zeman Swordsman replied. No problem. Let's go. I'll help you draw the sword, Lin Shen said, thinking to himself, if the introductory scroll is the requirement, it's no challenge. Although I haven't practiced it myself, the Inheritance fan boosts anyone trained in Inheritance evolution skill. With its help, victory is straightforward. Zeman Swordsman didn't waste further words, taking Zeman Alien's hand and heading into the Sword Saint Palace. Everyone in the palace was aware of the agreement between Kristen and Zeman Swordsman. Therefore, they didn't stop him from entering nor make him queue. Naturally, no objections were raised as Zeman Swordsman was heading to a place beyond their test areas. Lin Shen and Long Yue quickly followed, entering the Sword Saint Palace with Zeman Swordsman. Lowering her voice, Long Yue whispered to Lin Shen, You sure about this? I've heard of the stakes involved in their bet, it's no joke. Even though Lin Shen was the creator of the Peerless Divine Skill introductory scroll, she had never heard of him assisting others in passing tests, and feared he might have compelled himself into a difficult situation. Don't worry. Those words reassured Long Yue considerably, until Lin Shen's next statement made her heart leap into her throat. Even if I lose, I'll just have to shout 3 times that I'm a big fraud. It's no big deal, Lin Shen said with a grin. Long Yue immediately froze, staring at Lin Shen with an expression of extreme bewilderment. Chapter 151, Drawing the Sword. The onlookers outside the Sword Saint Palace were all restless, itching with curiosity because they couldn't get inside. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Someone is live streaming from inside the Sword Saint Palace." The crowd immediately scrambled to open their communicators and search for the live broadcast. Sure enough, the stream showed a live view from within the Sword Saint Palace, featuring Simon Swordsman and his group as they entered. Many participants in the ranking test decided to start watching the live stream as well. Some rather clever individuals, after queuing to enter the palace, chose not to proceed to the testing grounds but instead rushed to watch Simon Swordsman's test. The live stream had been started by one such participant, who walked while narrating, "Folks, this is Simon Swordsman's third attempt at drawing the sword. Whether he succeeds or not remains unknown, but the guy walking alongside him has guaranteed that he'll pass. Let's wait and see how he pulls it off." Lin Shen and his group arrived at the square of the Sword Saint Palace. On the stone monument in the center of the square was a long blade without a sheath, its entire blade embedded into the stone monument, leaving only the sword hilt visible. The sword hilt was entirely pink, with a pink crystal embedded on it. This was the Peerless Divine Sword, the custom-made weapon of Kristen after becoming the Dharma King. Having proven undefeated across the cosmos, Kristen embedded the Peerless Divine Sword into the sword-testing stone and never used it again. In today's universe, no one was qualified enough to make Kristen wield the sword. Even without the sword, no one could defeat Kristen in a one-on-one duel. With all eyes fixed on him, Zeman Swordsman instructed Zeman Alien to stand aside and wait, while he himself walked toward the sword-testing stone. Didn't that guy say he would help Zeman Swordsman pass the test? Why is he just standing there, silent and doing nothing? Damn, is he trying to pull a fast one? If Zeman Swordsman can't draw the sword, he'll just lose face, but if he succeeds, that guy gets the credit. People who don't know better might even think he's really skilled. 666 learned a new trick today. The crowd thought of Lin Shen as nothing more than a slick opportunist, no different from a deceitful swindler. As the chatter continued, Zeman Swordsman placed his palm on the hilt of the Peerless Divine Sword, his aura surging forth like a gentle spring, calm on the surface yet seemingly imbued with boundless energy. It was akin to hidden currents in a deep pool, serene on the exterior but bursting with vigorous force beneath. After joining the Chi family, Zeman Swordsman had achieved numerous military accomplishments, advancing step by step to his current standing and earning Chi Yi's deep favor. He was viewed as a key talent deserving special cultivation. Zeman Swordsman did not disappoint Chi Yi's expectations. With ample resources, his level and strength grew rapidly. Now that Chi Yi had ascended to the position of Heavenly Emperor, Zeman Swordsman was considered the celestial race's top swordsman. In terms of swordsmanship alone, Zeman Swordsman might not rank lower than Kristen, although the paths the two had taken were vastly different. However, when it came to raw combat power, Zeman Swordsman was far inferior to Kristen, primarily because Kristen was a Dharma King and had mastered Lin Shen's Peerless Divine skill. Zeman Swordsman's personal law was the future law, which was powerful compared to other immortals but still lacking against someone of Kristen's level. He wanted to study the Peerless Divine skill to take a further leap, as the status of immortal was not his ultimate goal. Although he had comprehended the introductory chapter, he hadn't reached the realm of perfection yet, failing to draw the Peerless Divine Sword in his previous 2 attempts. This time he came prepared, having attained perfection in the introductory chapter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to come again. As Zeman Swordsman unleashed his power, he infused his comprehension of the introductory chapter into the effort. The Peerless Divine Sword, which hadn't budged in his prior attempts, unexpectedly shifted slightly. Everyone watching was stunned. Zeman Swordsman had actually managed to nudge the Peerless Divine Sword. Could this mean Kristen would have to lend him the secret manual of the Peerless Divine skill? Several immortals witnessing this moment began scheming internally. If Zeman Swordsman could borrow the Peerless Divine skill manual through such means, couldn't they do the same? Many believed Zeman Swordsman was about to draw the Peerless Divine Sword. However, Lin Shen secretly shook his head. That sword clearly carries the power of Ghost God, which isn't purely derived from the introductory chapter. No matter how perfectly he has mastered it, there's simply no way to draw the sword. Kristen is truly a genius. Even without cultivating Ghost God technique himself, he somehow upgraded a sword into the Ghost God sword, effectively making it a Ghost God incarnation. His conception is downright whimsical, truly impressive. Even Lin Shen had to admire Kristen's brilliance, ranking him alongside Deisi in terms of audacious innovation and cultivation. Zeman Swordsman, talented as he was, had made one fundamental mistake. The Peerless Divine Skill's introductory chapter and the complete Peerless Divine Skill were entirely different beasts. The Peerless Divine Sword was based on the complete Peerless Divine Skill, borrowing only traces of the introductory chapter's content, a small portion overall. No matter how thoroughly Zeman Swordsman mastered the introductory chapter, he wouldn't be able to draw the sword. Unless he could independently grasp Ghost God technique, which was implausible. Humans cannot comprehend the unknowable. Understanding requires foundational knowledge. After that brief shift, the peerless divine sword grew still. No matter how much effort Zeman's swordsman exerted, it wouldn't budge further. Such an outcome was within Lin Shen's expectations. This sword was simply indomitable to ordinary individuals unless one could channel its ghost god power. Realizing it was futile to persist, Zeman's swordsman released the hilt and prepared to leave the sword-testing stone. Don't give up just yet. I haven't acted yet, said Lin Shen, stopping Zeman's swordsman in his tracks. Is this guy serious? Talking big at this stage, could he actually mean it? No way. Zeman's swordsman couldn't do it. What could he possibly use to help? Lin Shen didn't care what others thought. Without a word, he flicked his hand, and a folding fan appeared in his grip. He casually fanned it at Zeman's swordsman. The crowd saw nothing unusual about the gesture. It seemed casual and inconsequential. However, Zeman's swordsman's eyes narrowed. He sensed a sudden surge of power within him. Try again, Lin Shen said to Zeman's swordsman. Zeman's swordsman's expression shifted subtly as he extended his hand to grip the peerless divine sword's hilt once more. What kind of nonsense is this? Just waving a fan like that. What difference could it make? Ridiculous. If that actually works, I'll swallow the sword-testing stone whole. Does he think he's an old immortal, fanning a little immortal chi to make someone ascend in broad daylight? No one believed Lin Shen's casual fan-waving could make a difference. Yet as Zeman's swordsman poured his strength into the sword's hilt, a brilliant pink sword aura erupted from the connection between the peerless divine sword and the sword-testing stone, growing increasingly radiant. Chapter 152, Another Confrontation. Everyone was stunned when the peerless divine sword was raised by Zeman's swordsman, radiating a shocking celestial flame. What the hell kind of godlike move is this? Just 2 swings and it came out like that? This isn't some fraud, this is truly an old immortal. Ch1101 Alien watched her father lift the peerless divine sword, her little face full of joy and surprise. As the sword's light and flame soared into the sky, deep within Sword Saint Palace, Kristen, who had been sitting motionless like a dried stone, suddenly opened his eyes and instantly shot upward. With merely a flicker of his figure, Kristen arrived at the plaza, glanced at Zeman's swordsman holding the peerless divine sword, and descended the steps. As Kristen approached, the peerless divine sword in Zeman's swordsman's hands let out a startling sword cry, struggled free from his grasp, and flew directly toward Kristen. Kristen didn't even spare the sword a glance, reaching out to grasp its hilt, holding it in a reverse grip before continuing forward. However, he did not stop in front of Zeman's swordsman. Instead, he walked past the sword-testing stone straight to Lin Shen. While everyone speculated that Zeman's swordsman might be angered at this interference and act against Kristen, they instead saw Zeman's swordsman bow deeply to Lin Shen once he reached him. The crowd was shocked. Kristen was widely acknowledged as the current supreme cosmic warrior who could deserve such respect from him. Ignoring the surrounding gazes, Kristen ordered the doors of the Sword Saint Hall to be opened and gestured toward Lin Shen with an inviting movement. Lin Shen didn't hesitate and accompanied Kristen into the Sword Saint Hall. As Kristen passed Zeman's swordsman, he softly said, "Come along." Kristen led the group into the Sword Saint Hall, had the doors shut, and announced that Sword Saint Palace would be closed today, barring all visitors. The crowd, ushered out of Sword Saint Palace, began speculating about Lin Shen's origins, astonished by how Kristen had treated him. Lin Shen, Zeman's swordsman, had already guessed Lin Shen's identity and called it outright while looking at Lin Shen inside the hall. With no outsiders present, Lin Shen stopped concealing himself, emerged from his base mutation carapace, revealed his true appearance, and said with a smile to Zeman's swordsman, "It's been a while. You're Lin God." Zeman's swordsman hadn't yet spoken when Ch1101 Alien beside him burst into excited exclamations, her big eyes brimming with delight. "Alien, your father and I ventured out from the mother planet together. If you don't mind, you can call me Uncle," Lin Shen said. Glancing at her father and seeing him nod slightly, Ch1101 Alien happily exclaimed, "Nephew pays respects to Uncle Lin. I didn't expect to see you all here. I haven't prepared anything, but let this little trinket serve as my gift upon meeting you," Lin Shen said, handing an item to Ch1101 Alien. Only after her father nodded did Ch1101 Alien thank Lin Shen again and accept the gift with joy. "You're here for the Peerless Divine Skill, aren't you?" Kristen asked, seeing Lin Shen's gaze upon him as he retrieved a book from his chest, a book written by Lin Shen himself, titled Lin Shen's Peerless Divine Skill. Well, however, instead of handing it over, Kristen smiled and said, "I was planning to return this book to you, but since you helped Iman's swordsman draw my sword, I can only let him borrow it for a while to study first." "No matter," Lin Shen replied casually. "No need. The sword wasn't drawn by me. Return it to him." Zeman's swordsman declined to accept, shaking his head. Kristen glanced at Lin Shen, who took the book without hesitation, and then turned to Ch1101 Alien, saying, "Let me borrow your communicator for a moment." Hearing this, Ch1101 Alien removed the device from her wrist and handed it to Lin Shen without questioning his intent. Lin Shen took Ch1101 Alien's communicator, opened the book, and photographed all its pages before returning the device to her. Seeing that Zeman's swordsman seemed about to speak, Lin Shen smiled and said, "This book will be made public soon. It'll save you the trouble of searching for it online." With that, Lin Shen tossed the book to Long Yue nearby. Hearing Lin Shen's words, Zeman's swordsman said no more. I've already thanked you with my bow for sharing your techniques. Now, please engage in a duel with me, Kristen said to Lin Shen after he had finished settling his affairs. Lin Shen let out a bitter smile, thinking to himself, this guy's personality hasn't changed one bit. Draw your sword then, Lin Shen said. Knowing that Kristen wouldn't relent unless he accepted the challenge, he decided not to decline and agreed straightforwardly. Ximen's swordsman took Alien to one side while Long Yue retreated to another, watching Lin Shen and Kristen face off. They too wanted to know just what realm Lin Shen had reached now. Kristen held the peerless divine sword, his aura entirely withdrawn to an extreme. There was no trace of power emanating from him, he simply stood there, appearing as an ordinary man. No sword intent, no sword chi, no sword light, he stood there so casually, with the peerless divine sword in his hand seeming dim and dull, like an ordinary steel sword. Ximen's swordsman's expression grew solemn. He had thought that in terms of sword Dao, he was already at least on par with Kristen, but witnessing Kristen standing there today, he realized he was still lacking. Sword as man, man as sword. Kristen's sword Dao had already transcended to the truest realm of seeing mountains as mountains, seeing water as water, the state of man and sword as one. On the side, Ma Yue's face showed astonishment. Just by standing there, Kristen inspired an unparalleled sense of invincibility, earning the description celestial. In the next instant, Kristen struck with his sword. The strike split heaven and earth, as if the entire world was severed by the blade. It felt as though no force in existence could rival this sword strike. Even the vast cosmos seemed on the verge of being cleaved apart. One sword to open the universe. Ximen's swordsman's complexion turned ashen, while Long Yue's face transformed in horror. Imagining themselves in the fight, they found no way to counter the sword if they had faced it, only death awaited. The two stared intently at Lin Shen, desperate to see how he would resolve this unparalleled sword strike. Out of the countless possibilities they considered, none foresaw Lin Shen calmly extending two fingers, lightly pinching the sword between them. That sword, capable of splitting heaven and earth, was instantly immobilized, unable to move even an inch. Regardless of how Kristen exerted force, the peerless divine sword seemed frozen in place, trapped between Lin Shen's fingers. With a subtle twitch of Lin Shen's fingers, Kristen couldn't maintain his grip and released his hold on the sword. A silence as profound as death enveloped the scene. An absolute and flawless domination had occurred, no intricate technique, just sheer overwhelming strength. Kristen, hailed as the supreme cosmic warrior, had been utterly overpowered, a crushing defeat rooted solely in a disparity of attributes. Chapter 153, Daughter Ximen's swordsman and Long Ye were both shocked in their hearts. The fact that Lin Shen could suppress Kristen like this only proved that his speed, strength, and every other attribute far surpassed Kristen's, giving him an overwhelming advantage. Yet, considering Kristen's abilities, being completely outmatched was unimaginable. Just how strong had Lin Shen become? As expected of someone capable of creating a peerless divine skill. He's no longer in the same realm as us, Long Yue praised silently in her heart. Uncle Lin is so strong. Although Ch1101 Alien couldn't fully understand what had happened, seeing Lin Shen disarm Kristen in a single move only made her admire him more. Looking at Lin Shen, Kristen asked, "Are there many as strong as you where you come from?" "Plenty." Lin Shen handed the sword back to Kristen. His attributes were far superior to Kristen's, coupled with combat skills that were in no way inferior. Kristen stood no chance. "It seems it's time for me to leave," Kristen said as he took back his sword. Instead of looking dejected from his defeat, his gaze turned even more resolute. "Don't rush yet. Let's talk first." Lin Shen asked for Kristen's contact number, intending to explain the situation in the Celestial Court once they had the chance. It wouldn't do for Kristen to charge in recklessly, only to get captured by the Star God Palace of the Southern District. Lin Shen had already made enemies with the Star God Palace in the Southern District. Rescuing people from there again would be much harder. After arranging things with Kristen, Lin Shen departed the Sword Saint Palace together with Long Yue and Ximen's swordsman. During their farewell, Ximen's swordsman gave Lin Shen a peculiar look and said, "If ever you need me on the other side, just send word and I'll be there." With that, without waiting for a reply, Ximen's swordsman left with Alien. Alien kept turning back, waving at Lin Shen as they bid farewell. Lin Shen understood in his heart that Ximen's swordsman had already guessed he'd returned from the Celestial Court. Someone like Ximen's swordsman, upon learning of higher entities, would never stop pursuing progress. It was highly likely he would also ascend to the Celestial Court in the future. Lin Shen shook his head. Many more people would ascend to the Celestial Court in the days to come. He needed to devise a plan to address the problems with the ascent pathway. Otherwise, if everyone kept getting captured by the Star God Palace, he couldn't keep rescuing them every time. If I want to rescue people, I first need to understand why the Star God Palace is targeting people from the ancient realm. Lin Shen pondered silently to himself. For now, he couldn't come up with an answer and decided to investigate further after returning to the Celestial Court. "Now, it's time for you to fulfill your promise." Lin Shen turned his gaze toward Long Yue. Long Yue's cheeks flushed slightly, but she bit her lip and said, "Don't get any ideas. I'm doing this for my ideals." Lin Shen, however, was tired of hearing her explanations. He directly reached out, picked her up, and, in a flash, arrived at the peak of Kangxi. With unrivaled strength, he isolated the snowflakes around them and gently placed her down. Gazing at the vast sea of clouds and the scattered falling petals, Lin Shen spent the night with Long Yue. After obtaining what he sought, he departed swiftly and without hesitation. As expected, it was another tenth of the heaven-defying bone. After Lin Shen left, Long Yue, who seemingly had been asleep, opened her eyes. She stared in the direction Lin Shen had departed, her gaze filled with complicated emotions. Lin Shen didn't delay further and returned to Giant Ring Star at his fastest speed. Originally, he thought reuniting with Tian Shun and his elder sister would surely be a warm and emotional scene, with tears of joy perhaps even being shed. Yet, when Lin Shen saw them, their reaction to him was startlingly indifferent. After merely throwing out a casual, "You're back," they rushed about, rummaging through drawers and cabinets without explanation. It wasn't just them. Everyone seemed to be in the same state, rummaging as though the village had been raided by bandits, flipping everything upside down. "What's going on here?" Lin Shen grabbed Tian Shin, who'd been circling in the sky like a hunting falcon and had just landed. "What do you think? Your daughter's gone missing." Tian Shin snapped in exasperation. "For the third time this month." The third time. Daughter gone missing. Lin Shen was completely stunned by the two consecutive revelations. The first news brought him immense joy, but the second left him dumbfounded. The moment he recovered, he immediately tried to dash out to search for her. His elder sister stopped him. "What are you doing?" "I'm going to find my daughter," Lin Shen said urgently. "Do you even know what your daughter looks like?" "How will you find her?" his elder sister scoffed. Right. I don't even know what she looks like." Lin Shen slapped his forehead, momentarily flustered. "Calm down. Losing your daughter isn't that big of a deal," his elder sister reassured him. That made Lin Shen frown. "Elder sister, how can losing a child not be a big deal? Isn't this serious? Tian Shin already told you, this is the third time this month. She got lost 8 times last month." "We're used to it," his elder sister replied. "How old is my daughter?" Lin Shen asked, dumbfounded. He did the math. He'd only been in the Celestial Court for less than 10 months. Even by human gestation periods, his daughter shouldn't be more than a few months old, not old enough to run off on her own. And if he considered the celestial race's gestation period, Tian Shun shouldn't have even given birth yet. His elder sister explained, "Your daughter is beyond explanation. I thought you and your siblings were hard to handle as kids, but compared to her, you were angelic." She gave Lin Shen a brief rundown. His daughter, not even 3 months old yet, hadn't even reached her 100th day since birth. During her first month, she had been adorable and well-behaved, lying quietly in her crib and laughing gleefully at the toys dangled in front of her. Back then, everyone thought she was the sweetest baby ever. She barely cried, and anyone who played with her was rewarded with her joyous laughter. But starting from the second month, things began to go awry. She learned to crawl, and everything changed. The island soon became a chaotic battlefield, with a baby speeding across the ground, leaving a trail of sparks and lightning, a crawling speed that reached 70 kilometers per hour. From then on, as soon as she was out of sight, no one knew where she would end up. Last month alone, she got lost 8 times. This month was comparatively better, only 3 times, despite everyone being on high alert. Her physical resilience was extraordinary. Once she was found in a gutter, another time she was discovered in a nest belonging to ascended creatures on the island. When they located her, she was nestled in alongside the newborn offspring of the creature, fighting them for milk. The 8 baby creatures couldn't outcompete her. She drank from one while clutching another, even using her tiny feet to kick away 2 others trying to approach. This little troublemaker wasn't even 3 months old, yet her escapades were already worthy of their own epic tale. The only redeeming trait she seemed to possess was her incredible vitality. She ate well, ate everything, and never seemed to be full. Feeding her was never an issue. Lin Shen listened in stunned silence, doubting whether they were describing his daughter or the infamous band of gourmets known as Wine, Lustful, Wealth, and Qi. Chapter 154, Wine Gourd. Everyone is looking for little Wine, not because they're worried she might get hurt, but primarily because they're afraid outsiders might have taken her, or that she might have fallen from Star Ring Island. If she really fell into some crack or cave, it would be terrible if they couldn't find her. The reason everyone is so anxious this time is that they've almost turned Star Ring Island upside down without finding little Wine, suspecting she might have fallen off the island. If she's fallen onto the continent of Giant Ring Star, the search will be much more troublesome. "Elder sister, it seems she's not on the island. Let's start searching the continent immediately," Tian Shun said urgently as he approached. "Hurry and search. Don't just stand there. Start looking quickly." The elder sister gave Lin Shen a push. "You haven't even told me what my girl looks like," Lin Shen quickly said. "Do you need to ask? Have you ever seen a girl who's only 2 months old can crawl and zoom around with sparks and lightning at 70 kilometers per hour? The elder sister said crossly. Right, my girl's so special, I'd recognize her at a glance." Lin Shen nodded repeatedly, feeling a bit dizzy. It was still Tian Shun who sent a photo to Lin Shen. It was of a little baby wearing a one-piece romper, with thick hair, thick eyebrows, eyes not too big but very beautiful single phoenix eyes, looking very cute and mischievous. This is my daughter, but the name Little Wine sounds a bit like white wine. I'll have to think of a good formal name later. Lin Shen leapt into the air, left Star Ring Island, and started searching the continent below. Everyone else also took to the skies, even Tai joined the search for Little Wine. Lin Shen hadn't expected that he'd become part of a search team as soon as he returned. He was flying close to the ground, searching thoroughly, not letting any suspicious area pass, especially those gullies and forests. Lin Shen searched as carefully as possible. Given Lin Shen's current vision and hearing, one could say he had eyes that could see 1,000 miles and ears that could hear the wind, if he listened carefully. But some places in the crevices were not easy to see at a glance, and he didn't have the ability to see through. When flying over a mountain, he saw that it was bare rock, seemingly without any place to hide a person, so Lin Shen was going to fly straight over. But for some reason, Lin Shen took a second look, flew around the mountain for a circle, and discovered there was a cave crack on the mountainside. The mountain wall was nearly vertical. It shouldn't be possible to climb up. Yet, as if moved by a supernatural force, Lin Shen landed and walked into the cave to take a look. The cave was deep and should have been pitch black, yet there were strange flashing lights inside. Lin Shen hesitated for a moment before flying towards the depth of the cave. The cave was deep, but almost without turns. When Lin Shen arrived at the deepest part of the cave, he was suddenly pleasantly surprised. The depths of the cave formed a relatively large space, and in this space grew many thick roots. These roots were as thick as arms in some places, and as thick as water tanks in others, each one connecting the top and bottom of the space, like a bare dense forest. At this moment, a baby wearing a pink-red one-piece romper with phoenix eyes was sitting beside the dense forest of roots, holding something in her hands. Lin Shen immediately recognized the baby as his daughter. There was no need to check with the photo. Those eyes and mouth were unmistakably like his. Little Wine, how did you get here? Lin Shen landed in front of Little Wine and reached out to pick her up. Little Wine didn't resist at all. Instead, she laughed happily, waving something in her hands. Lin Shen held Little Wine and looked closely. He was slightly startled. Little Wine was holding something that looked like a jade gourd. For base mutation plants, it wasn't all that uncommon to produce a jade gourd, but Lin Shen quickly realized something was off because there were words on the gourd. One sip of wine from the gourd, joy like the immortal. Lin Shen saw the words written crookedly on it, not even qualifying as a jingle, probably just randomly carved by someone. But when he saw a few more words on the other side, Lin Shen's eyes widened. On the other side were the words, Little Wine Emperor. This name was too famous, Lin Shen couldn't possibly not know it. The 5 sacrificial robes from the giant ring star's secret place were left by this Little Wine Emperor. However, Lin Shen couldn't be sure whether this jade wine gourd was really left by the Little Wine Emperor. In the cosmos, many things claimed to be associated with famous people were quite common. Who knew if this was just a replica bought by some Little Wine Emperor enthusiast and casually discarded here? Little Wine, let Daddy take a look at this wine gourd. Lin Shen tried to take the wine gourd from Little Wine's hands. Little Wine obediently let go, sucking on her tiny hand, her eyes curiously watching Lin Shen. Lin Shen took the wine gourd and tried to open its lid to see if there was anything inside. A wine gourd, as the name suggests, is naturally used for holding wine. This gourd seemed to be crafted from creamy white jade, yet it bore no signs of artificial carving, as if it were naturally formed. Moreover, the gourd had a transparency that creamy white jade did not possess. It was translucent, but not fully transparent, with clouds of mist within it. When Lin Shen attempted to pull the cap off, to his surprise, it wouldn't budge, making him pause slightly. Then he pulled again, using force this time, yet there was absolutely no response. At this moment, Lin Shen already felt something was amiss. His strength was immense. When he pulled with force, it surpassed most immortals, and an ordinary lower-grade divine artifact wouldn't have withstood it. The fact that this wine gourd didn't react at all suggested it was no ordinary object. Lin Shen was inwardly shocked. Could this truly be the Little Wine Emperor's item? Lin Shen pulled again with increased force, but the result was the same. The wine gourd remained intact, the lid unmoved. This shock was no trivial matter for Lin Shen. He had already exerted his full power, which rivaled that of an upper god, yet this wine gourd seemed impervious, truly unbelievable. Though the Little Wine Emperor was strong, he was from the ancient realm at most, no more than an immortal. Why is the object he left behind of such peculiar quality? Unless the Little Wine Emperor also visited the celestial court, Lin Shen pondered secretly while examining the surroundings. This place wouldn't have a wine gourd appear without reason. Perhaps there's something else here. Indeed, Lin Shen soon discovered something noteworthy. Where Little Wine had been sitting, on the ground's stone surface, there were some carved characters. Lin Shen waved his hand to clear away the dirt, revealing lines of crooked text. One person, one sword, one gourd, with wine, there are no equals. Chapter 155, Something is Wrong. Lin Shen closely examined it and saw there were many tiny characters below. The characters were scrawled messily, resembling the trails of crawling insects. After observing for a while, Lin Shen discovered that these tiny characters actually documented a skill. Sword and wine, is this a cultivation technique left behind by the Little Wine Emperor? Lin Shen swung his arm and cut away the nearby roots, but he didn't find anything else related to the Little Wine Emperor, not even any other man-made object. Lin Shen thought for a moment, then recorded the sword and wine technique etched on the ground to study carefully later. Yeah. Little Wine, cradled in Lin Shen's arms, reached out its hands, asking for the wine gourd. Unable to find anything noteworthy on the wine gourd, Lin Shen simply handed it to Little Wine to play with. Little Wine was overjoyed, hugging the wine gourd tightly, rubbing her small face against it like it was a cherished doll. Lin Shen inspected the cave once more thoroughly and, finding nothing else, immediately took off and flew away. At the same time, he informed Ch1101 and elder sister that he had found Little Wine. To ease their worries, Lin Shen even planned to record a video of Little Wine to send to them. But as he glanced down, Lin Shen was instantly shocked. Little Wine was holding the wine gourd with both hands, and at some point, the gourd's lid had popped open. The little rascal was tilting the gourd, drinking from it. Lin Shen could even spot liquid dribbling from the corners of her mouth and smell a waft of alcohol in the air. Lin Shen's face turned pale with fear as he quickly snatched the wine gourd from her hands. Who knew what was inside? What if it was poisonous alcohol? Even if it wasn't poisonous, if this was indeed the wine that the Little Wine Emperor drank, could it possibly be ordinary? Most people probably couldn't handle it, let alone a baby. Lin Shen hurriedly examined Little Wine's body. Luckily, she seemed perfectly fine, her condition overly normal even. Little Wine stretched out her hands, babbling, still wanting the wine gourd, sparkling drool trickling from her mouth. "My darling daughter, this isn't something you can drink. Let's go home and have some milk," Lin Shen muttered, his gaze lingering on the wine gourd, suspicion brewing in his mind. He had struggled with all his might earlier and couldn't open the wine gourd's lid. Why had it suddenly opened now? The lid remained ajar, and peering into the gourd he could see liquid inside. Lin Shen intended to pour out some of the liquid to investigate what kind of wine it was. Although it smelled appealing, Lin Shen wasn't much of a drinker and couldn't discern if it was ordinary wine. While not a connoisseur, Lin Shen's eyes were sharper than any microscope. If the wine contained any impurities, it wouldn't escape his scrutiny. But as he tried to pour it out, nothing came out. Despite there clearly being liquid inside, and quite a lot at that, no matter how he shook it, not a drop emerged. How strange. Why isn't it coming out? Does it have to be siphoned out by mouth? Lin Shen pondered as he considered trying to suck it out. However, before his lips could touch the wine gourd, the lid moved on its own and snapped shut with a papa. What the? This thing actually has a will of its own? Startled, Lin Shen attempted to pry the lid open again, but it wouldn't budge. "Little Wine, open it," Lin Shen said suspiciously, handing the wine gourd to her. Ecstatic, Little Wine hugged the gourd tightly and reached out to grab its lid, easily twisting it open again. She immediately tried to drink from it once more. Lin Shen quickly snatched the gourd away, trying again to extract some of the wine. But as soon as the gourd returned to his hands, the wine retreated inside, not a single drop spilling out. Lin Shen's plan was thwarted. "Sweetheart, don't cry. Look at this instead." Lin Shen hastily pulled out some snacks and toys from his space capsule to distract her. After managing to calm Little Wine down, he looked back at the wine gourd and found that its lid had somehow closed itself again. Could this thing have chosen its master? Lin Shen mused, unsure if this was a bad thing. Perhaps it was a sign of fortune for his daughter. Just as he was pondering, a sudden burp broke the silence, followed by the distinct aroma of wine. Looking down, he saw it was Little Wine who had hiccuped. While he wasn't watching, who knew how much she had managed to drink from the gourd? Little Wine's face was flushed with an unnatural redness, and an unusual energy began to emanate from her body. This startled Lin Shen, for the energy radiating from Little Wine was at a level comparable to that of an immortal being and was still climbing. Conflicted, Lin Shen was astounded. Both he and Ch1101 had excellent genes, but the idea that they could have naturally given birth to a daughter at the immortal level seemed too far-fetched to believe. After all, in the ancient realm, over countless years, the highest recorded innate level at birth was nirvana, and that was limited to DEC. No one had ever heard of a child born immortal unless they were deities of the celestial court. The energy rippling through Little Wine was now alarming. Lin Shen estimated that she was already on par with the Dharma King. Yet, despite this immense power, Little Wine's body showed no signs of strain. Lin Shen closely monitored her, and it seemed her body bore no burden from this tremendous energy. Suddenly, Little Wine broke free from his arms, spinning 1080 degrees midair before landing steadily on the ground with both feet. Up until now, Little Wine had only been able to crawl, yet here she stood, albeit wobbling as though intoxicated. Concerned, Lin Shen moved to pick her up. Although she appeared physically fine, her current state was undoubtedly abnormal. Before he could approach, Little Wine began to move. Her footsteps were unsteady, akin to a drunken wanderer swaying left and right, her body teetering as if she were a lotus leaf trembling in the wind. Lin Shen stood frozen, watching her dart around the cave, seemingly aimless. Yet he sensed an inexplicable profundity in her movements. Could this be? Lin Shen's eyes narrowed as he flipped through the notes of the sword and wine technique he had recorded. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Little Wine's current motions bore an uncanny resemblance to parts of the technique. His gaze at Little Wine darkened. Suspicions crept into his heart. Was his daughter still the same, or had her body been taken over by some entity? His eyes sharpened, and he gripped the trembling wine gourd that seemed eager to fly away. His fingers tightened, and no matter how it struggled, it couldn't escape his grasp. Bang! The wine gourd's lid suddenly shot open, and a jet of liquor burst out like a sword. Chapter 156, A Family. The wine from the wine gourd shot toward Lin Shen's face like a sword. Lin Shen extended a finger, and finger sand directly pierced through the liquid. However, the liquid spilled onto Lin Shen's body, and in an instant it enveloped him completely. The liquid seeped into every corner, attempting to infiltrate Lin Shen's body through his pores. Yet it was blocked by the carapace that suddenly formed on his skin. But Lin Shen quickly realized that the liquid was somehow able to penetrate the carapace itself. Lin Shen focused his gaze, and even with his sharp vision, he could not discern the structure of the liquid. Everything has a structure. Not being able to see its structure could only mean its components were too fine, too small to be detected. The liquid was able to seep through the carapace without breaking it, indicating that its particles were smaller than the gaps between the carapace's particles. Lin Shen urgently tried several different powers, but none of them could expel the liquid. There's definitely something not right about this. Lin Shen's thoughts raced. Activating the East Emperor's water god fire seed, the liquid which had already seeped into his carapace suddenly flowed out with a loud rush, maintaining a short distance from his body but unable to touch him at all. Lin Shen's entire body seemed coated with a hydrophobic film. No matter how the liquid twisted and attempted to invade, not a single particle could get through. His hand continued gripping the wine gourd tightly. The gourd trembled more and more violently, and despite Lin Shen's formidable strength, it began to feel as though he might lose his grip. "What are you?" Lin Shen stared coldly at the wine gourd and asked. The wine gourd gave no answer, merely shaking with even greater intensity. Lin Shen's fingers seemed on the verge of letting go. "If you won't talk, then don't bother." Lin Shen's thoughts sharpened. The chaos bell materialized in his hand and descended upon the wine gourd. The jade purifying bottle and the red gourd, if revealed, would draw substantial attention due to their familiarity, making it easy for others to sense their auras and locate them. However, few people were aware of the ancient realm king using the East Emperor's authority to ascend, and even fewer knew of the chaos bell. Otherwise, it wouldn't have stayed unnoticed in Dengaduo's possession for so long, despite not being concealed. As the chaos bell appeared, the wine gourd instantly ceased trembling. Wine poured out like a spring, pushing against the suppressive weight of the chaos bell, but the massive floods of wine were all completely absorbed into the chaos bell without even a drop escaping. The wine inside the gourd seemed endless. Within moments, the erupted torrent of wine was large enough to rival the size of the giant ring star. Yet under the chaos bell's power, this deluge proved futile. No matter how much wine the gourd expelled, it was inexorably drawn into the chaos bell. Buzz. Just as the chaos bell descended further, nearly engulfing the wine gourd, a streak of sword light suddenly shot out from within the gourd. The sword light was like the primal light of creation from heaven and earth's genesis, or the first rays of dawn's light streaking the horizon, part azure radiance, part sword gleam. In that instant, the sword light pierced through the constraints of the chaos bell, streaking directly toward Lin Shen's heart. Lin Shen was startled. He hadn't expected the wine gourd to be this formidable, let alone that a sword light from within could break through the chaos bell's suppression. The Chaos Bell, after all, was the god-making artifact of the ancient realm king. Though not on par with a true great emperor's divine artifact, it was at least a half-step toward one. Yet even such a powerful artifact failed to hinder the sword light. Its destructive power was truly beyond comprehension. The speed was too great, the distance too short. Dodging or blocking it was impossible. Just as Lin Shen braced himself to endure the attack, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, holding a porcelain, white, long-necked, slender bottle, its mouth facing the sword light. "Xiao Lin Shen exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't expected Xiao to appear so promptly, nor had he anticipated her intervention. The sword light rushed straight into the jade purifying bottle. A chaotic din of metallic clangs echoed from within, as the sword light resisted being refined, continuously clashing against the bottle's interior, trying to escape. However, despite not yet fully restored to a great emperor-level artifact, the jade purifying bottle's foundation remained. Amid the ringing chaos within, the sword light ultimately failed to break free. With an icy expression, Xiao gripped the jade purifying bottle tightly, her piercing gaze locking onto the wine gourd as she declared in a grim tone, "Shauna, finish it off." Shauna, holding the red gourd and arriving slightly later, wore a face full of fury. She bellowed angrily, "How dare you attack our dad? Die! Gourd, help me refine this pest." At Xiauna's command, purple radiance emerged from the red gourd, cascading onto the wine gourd in an attempt to draw it inside. The wine gourd exuded a dense mist of wine vapor to resist the red gourd's pull, but began succumbing, slowly edging closer to the red gourd. Holding the red gourd, Xiauna poured more strength into it, her face livid with anger. Earlier, with the chaos bell shielding Lin Shen's body, she and Xiao couldn't sense the outside situation. But as the chaos bell engaged with the wine gourd, it could no longer fully block perception, allowing Xiao and Xiauna to discover what was happening outside. The moment they detected the situation, they witnessed the wine gourd releasing a sword light aimed to kill Lin Shen. How could they tolerate that? Xiao rushed out immediately. Despite claiming not to recognize Lin Shen, it seemed Xiao's actions told a different story. Otherwise, she wouldn't have acted so decisively to protect him. Wait, don't attack. This is all a misunderstanding. We're family. The wine gourd suddenly sprouted human facial features, pleading hastily. Whether it was a human spirit possessing the gourd, or the gourd itself gaining sentience, was unclear. Big sis, it's me, Sixth. Don't. Stop absorbing me. The wine gourd's face twisted in anguish as it cried toward the red gourd. Stop pretending now. It's too late. Shauna dismissed its plea entirely, urging the red gourd to suck harder. The wine gourd's face panicked further. I'm serious. We're truly siblings. We were all born in the same furnace. I'm the sixth, the Heavenly Emperor's gourd. Back then, you were taken by the Southern Everlasting Emperor, while I was stolen by that damned rogue, the Little Wine Emperor. We've been separated ever since, truly a long-lost family reunion. Lin Shen's expression turned a little strange. The more he listened, the more suspiciously familiar the narrative sounded. It increasingly resembled the storyline of the Calabash brothers, except that this gourd seemed to have been gender-switched. Lin Shen didn't know if the wine gourd was making all this up, but it seemed unlikely. After all, the red gourd was a bona fide great emperor's divine artifact, unique in the world. How could it have siblings? The wine gourd claimed to be the sixth. Did that mean there were 4 more gourds like it in existence? How could there possibly be so many great emperor's divine artifacts? Chapter 157, The Bitter Gourd. I'm telling you, elder sister, you really should stop absorbing. I can't hold on any longer. If we truly get absorbed by you and turn into blood, it'll be too late for regrets. The pain-stricken expression on the wine gourd's face grew increasingly twisted. Although Xiaona didn't believe nor paid any heed, she nonetheless noticed the red gourd in her hand suddenly had slightly weakened suction power. Lin Shen, as the true owner of the red gourd now, naturally felt it and was slightly surprised in his heart. Could it be that what this guy said is actually true? Does it really have some kind of connection with the red gourd? But how is that possible? There are only 6 great emperors' divine artifacts in the entire cosmos, and none of the other 5 are gourds. How could there suddenly appear a gourd claiming ties? The wine gourd seemed to know that pleading with the red gourd was useless, and quickly turned toward Lin Shen, saying, "Oh my lord, you misunderstand. I have no ill intentions toward your daughter whatsoever. Quite the opposite. It's all for her benefit. I only want to pass on the Little Wine Emperor's legacy to her. It's entirely out of goodwill. This really is a misunderstanding." Lin Shen glanced at Little Wine, who staggered about aimlessly and was now drunk and asleep on the ground, and said coldly, "If you say it's a misunderstanding, then it's a misunderstanding, then it's a misunderstanding, then it's a misunderstanding? That sword light just now nearly cost me my life." The wine gourd hurriedly explained, "I've been wronged. That sword and wine was automatically triggered because your strength is too formidable. It wasn't my intention. The sword and wine was left behind by that damned scoundrel Little Wine Emperor, not only to guard against you, but also against me." The wine gourd quickly laid out the full situation clearly, not daring to waste any more time. According to its account, back when the 7 gourd sisters were born, they emerged from a single furnace. As for what that furnace was, it couldn't quite say itself. It only knew it was a mountain resembling a Dan furnace. Yet, whether it was truly a mountain or a furnace-like structure, it couldn't be certain. They were born together from the furnace, and though countless epochs passed, someone eventually appeared to take them away from that place. Later, they learned that person was the Lord of the Celestial Court, the Jade Emperor. Afterward, the Jade Emperor gifted the gourds one by one to others, leaving only the last gourd, which he named the Heavenly Emperor gourd. Originally, I was doing just fine in the Celestial Court until that scoundrel Little Wine Emperor forcibly stole me from the Shenxiao Palace. That damned wine-addicted fool even had the audacity to turn me into a wine container. The Heavenly Emperor gourd grew angrier the more it spoke. From then on, it was carried around by the Little Wine Emperor, used regularly to store his wine. Given the caliber of a figure like the Little Wine Emperor, it was no ordinary wine stored inside the gourd. Later, the Little Wine Emperor even used wine to comprehend the Tao, crafting the invincible sword in wine. From that point onward, he began nurturing wine in the gourd and fostering the sword within the wine, eventually creating what is now known as the wine gourd. Of course, the wine gourd's claim of invincibility was likely somewhat self-serving. After all, the sword in wine was nurtured within its own body. The wine gourd initially thought it had found everlasting freedom and joy under the Little Wine Emperor. The cosmos was vast, but to them, they could roam wherever they pleased. Wherever they went, it would be their domain. Yet never in its wildest dreams could the wine gourd have imagined that one day, the Little Wine Emperor would whimsically decide to quit drinking. The wine gourd felt as if it had been struck by lightning when the Little Wine Emperor declared that keeping it would hinder his resolve to quit, and so he left it behind to await a worthy successor. He also left behind the sword energy nurtured within the wine, instructing the gourd to pass it on to its next master. The Little Wine Emperor quit drinking as abruptly as he departed. Meanwhile, the abandoned wine gourd was shaken to its very core, unable to process the fact that such a heartless act had occurred. Initially, it couldn't accept it, abandonment by the Little Wine Emperor, that damned scoundrel. Eventually, the wine gourd came to terms with its fate. If you no longer want me, I'll find my own way forward. Today, you cast me aside. Tomorrow, I'll make you look up to me. The wine gourd resolved to run away and live independently. It had no intention of finding a new owner. After all, it bore the title of Heavenly Emperor Gourd. It could live freely on its own, enjoying life. But who could have known, the moment it intended to escape, the sword energy sealed within the wine forcefully dragged it back. As long as it stayed within the cave, all would remain well. But the moment it tried to step out, the sword and wine would erupt and pull it back in. Initially, the wine gourd didn't believe in such fate, trying every method it could think of to escape. Yet all efforts proved unsuccessful. It could not rid itself of the sword and wine and could only remain confined within the cave. Only after much contemplation did the wine gourd realize that unless it passed on the sword and wine, it would never escape in its lifetime. Thus, it waited and hoped for someone to come, anyone, to inherit the sword and wine, granting it freedom at last. But the heavens had their own plans. This damned place had no visitors at all. The wine gourd waited for ages, yet it couldn't recall exactly how long. Not a single human appeared. Not even an ant. Never seen a soul. Truly never seen anyone. I've damn near forgotten what humans even look like. Finally, your daughter appears before me. I should be worshipping her like my savior, not harming her. My only intent is passing on the sword and wine to her. But the sword energy is too potent. Not even the immortal undying body could withstand it. She must first drink wine, absorb the sword energy infused within it bit by bit, slowly altering her constitution to integrate the sword energy until finally mastering the sword and wine. Though that damned scoundrel Little Wine Emperor was a worthless person, the sword and wine he crafted is indeed unmatched in all the lands. Passing it on to your daughter? It's truly nothing but fortune and goodwill. The wine gourd grew increasingly aggrieved. Unmatched in all the lands? My elder sister defeated it effortlessly, Ch1101 scoffed. The wine gourd helplessly explained, your elder sister wields a great emperor's divine artifact. What I house is merely a sword energy left behind by the Little Wine Emperor. The two are incomparable. To be blunt, if the Little Wine Emperor himself used the sword and wine, even a great emperor's divine artifact wouldn't be able to stop it, the wine gourd said with a hint of pride, as if basking in reflected glory, for it had a role in nurturing the sword and wine. Does the sword energy contain the Little Wine Emperor's consciousness? Lin Shen frowned as he questioned. The wine gourd immediately realized the implication and hurriedly responded, My lord, you truly misunderstand. That damned scoundrel Little Wine Emperor, his body spans the cosmos, his sword-heart divine communication unparalleled. He has achieved the immortal undying body, standing shoulder to shoulder with the great emperors. While the cosmos remains, he will endure. While the great emperors survive, so shall he. What need does he have to seize someone else's body? I've nurtured that sword energy for countless years. I would bet my life on it. That sword energy is purely the essence of the sword and wine, without any trace of divine consciousness, and absolutely incapable of possessing another. The wine gourd truly felt unspeakably unlucky, plucked from the celestial court, stolen away, only to be abandoned. Now that it finally sees a glimmer of hope for freedom, it ends up encountering such a formidable person, with a terrifying arsenal, including 2 great emperors' divine artifacts, and even a little bell that could rival its own power. Who knows what this person's background might be? Had it known beforehand how fearsome Lin Shen was, how wealthy and formidable, it surely would have come forward humbly from the start, without presenting any heirs. Originally, it had wanted to teach Lin Shen a lesson, letting him know its might. Even if it acknowledged Little Wine as its master in the future, they would still need to treat it like royalty. Who could have predicted things would turn out like this? Chapter 158, the title Little Wine Emperor. You say the one who took the 7 treasures gourd is the Jade Emperor. Then tell me, what kind of person is the Jade Emperor? If your answer is convincing, I'll believe you, and this matter will end here. But if not, Lin Shen trailed off, but his meaning was clear. The wine gourd's features instantly twisted into an expression of frustration. You asked me about the Little Wine Emperor, what kind of person he is. I can tell you clearly, down to the spots on his face. But the Jade Emperor? What he looks like? I honestly don't know where to begin. So, you don't know? Lin Shen's face grew cold. The wine gourd let out a soft sigh. I wouldn't say I don't know. The Jade Emperor who took us 7 treasures gourds out of the furnace looked like an old man. The Jade Emperor who gave away my sisters looked like a middle-aged man. I only met him 7 times. Sometimes an old man, sometimes a middle-aged man. I truly have no idea which one is the real him. Lin Shen had only wanted to gather some information about the Jade Emperor from the wine gourd. He hadn't expected it to be clear anyway. From his own encounters, the Jade Emperor appeared as a radiant divine light, something beyond discernment, his true form imperceptible. In that case, just talk about the Little Wine Emperor, Lin Shen said, no longer pressing the matter about the Jade Emperor. He had also heard from Shi Zhongqing that all 6 great emperors had projections, and what he had seen of the Jade Emperor were likely those projections. Perhaps even Shi Zhongqing had never witnessed the Jade Emperor's true form. The wine gourd exhaled a small sigh of relief, but as soon as the Little Wine Emperor was brought up, its features twisted into a complex expression, and in a strange tone it said, that heaven-forsaken Little Wine Emperor can only be described with one word. What word? Lin Shen, ever curious about the Little Wine Emperor, asked eagerly. He had heard that the Little Wine Emperor once participated in the divine race battle and ranked 3rd in the racial rankings. Not because he lacked strength, but because he admired the Phoenix Clan Empress so much that he voluntarily withdrew from competing against her. At the time, many top-tier powerhouses believed that had the Little Wine Emperor been serious, he might have claimed first place in that racial war, leaving the Phoenix Empress nearly no chance of standing against him. Such a record was undoubtedly impressive, but it was still within the confines of the ancient realm. In the Celestial Court, it meant comparatively little. Yet judging by the Wine Gourd's tone, the Little Wine Emperor's power must already rival the Great Emperor's. Otherwise, how could he have stolen the Heavenly Emperor Gourd from the Shenxiao Palace and used it as a mere wine flask? Across the entire cosmos, Lin Shen couldn't think of a second person capable of such feats. Reckless. The word the Wine Gourd finally uttered caught Lin Shen off guard, but upon reflection, it seemed fitting. Who else would abandon an item as legendary as the Wine Gourd simply because of an oath to quit drinking? Back in the Shenxiao Palace, I lived so comfortably, being worshipped and offered the finest resources in the universe. Always by the Jade Emperor's divine throne, who wouldn't bow upon seeing me? Life was great until one day, a man clad in a sacrificial robe entered the Shenxiao Hall. Not bowing to the Jade Emperor was already daring enough, but he had the audacity to take the offering wine from the altar and drink it himself. As if that weren't enough, he plucked me from the throne as well. The Wine Gourd was lost in its recollections. Initially, it spoke of the Little Wine Emperor with anger, but gradually, its features softened into an enigmatic smile. The sky-reaching gate, the great divine official Zhan, clashes with the great emperor artifacts, dominating the universe for tens of thousands of years. No one in the Celestial Court could force the Little Wine Emperor to taste defeat. The Wine Gourd grew more and more animated, its expression filled with pride, as if all the Little Wine Emperor's accomplishments belonged to it. When the Little Wine Emperor stole me, he was only at the level of an upper divine being. Yet his talent was unparalleled in the heavens and earth. There was nothing he couldn't learn, no one he couldn't defeat. If you were strong, he'd be stronger. If you surpassed him, he'd grow even stronger. Our toughest battle together was against the Central Heaven Great Divine Official. The Great Divine Official wielded the Great Cycle Star Plate, where the cosmos and all its laws were embodied. Against that artifact we had no chance of victory. But in that very battle, the Little Wine Emperor created the Sword and Wine, shattering the Great Cycle Star Plate in a single strike and soaring into freedom beyond the 9 heavens. The Wine Gourd was utterly engrossed, spitting out words with such fervor that all its earlier resentment toward the Little Wine Emperor seemed to have evaporated, replaced entirely by pride and admiration. No longer a relic of anger, it now exalted the Little Wine Emperor to an unparalleled pedestal. But Lin Shen, listening carefully, picked up on the subtle truth that the Little Wine Emperor hadn't truly defeated the Central Heaven Great Divine Official. He'd only broken free from the Great Cycle Star Plate using the Sword and Wine and escaped. Still, for a human without any Great Emperor artifacts to escape alive from a Great Divine Official wielding such an item was nothing short of extraordinary. The Red Gourd and the Jade Purifying Bottle, far from their peak states, were already terrifying enough. It was difficult to imagine the full power of the Great Cycle Star Plate. That the Little Wine Emperor could contend with such a fearsome Great Emperor artifact back then only left Lin Shen to ponder how incomprehensibly powerful he would be after all these ages. You paint the Little Wine Emperor to be such a legend? How come I've never heard of him? Shauna scoffed, suspecting the Wine Gourd of exaggerating. Lin Shen, too, hadn't heard any stories about the Little Wine Emperor in the Celestial Court. If he were truly so extraordinary, how could there be no trace of his deeds? Why do you think I call him reckless? That man loved nothing more than the fiercest fights and the strongest opponents. If anyone weaker crossed his path, he wouldn't even spare them a glance, let alone raise his hand against them. Even if someone spat in his face, he wouldn't bother to flick a finger to destroy them. It was pointless to him. There aren't many in the Celestial Court that could make him take action, so it's only natural fewer people knew about him, the Wine Gourd said helplessly. Have you ever seen someone who only seeks to fight those he can't beat? That's exactly what the Little Wine Emperor was. But no one could ever best him until he met that half-man, half-metal freak. What do you mean? Lin Shen's heart trembled slightly. I don't know where that strange man came from, nor do I know if it was fate or coincidence. But the Little Wine Emperor crossed paths with him. The two even made a wager. If the Little Wine Emperor lost, he'd give up the little universes he'd collected. If the strange man lost, he'd give up the 7th Chaos Gourd from our 7 Treasures Gourds to him, the Wine Gourd explained. And the Little Wine Emperor lost? Lin Shen fixated his gaze on the Wine Gourd, his voice sharp with curiosity. Chapter 159, signing the contract, just didn't win. The Wine Gourd pursed its lips and said, So, did the Chaos Gourd end up in the hands of the Little Wine Emperor? Lin Shen, unwilling to play word games with the Wine Gourd, only wanted to know who ultimately gained the advantage. No. The Wine Gourd shook its head and answered, For someone like the Little Wine Emperor, not winning is equivalent to losing, so he gave his collected little universe to that strange man. What exactly is the Little Universe? Lin Shen had heard that the Little Wine Emperor liked collecting planets, so he guessed the Little Universe must be related to this. The Little Universe is created by the Little Wine Emperor using the wine cup to gather planets, which transform within the cup into a miniature universe. That little universe contains many extraordinarily unique planets, all carefully selected by the Little Wine Emperor. After listening to the wine gourd, Lin Shen thought to himself, as I suspected, the Little Wine Emperor is indeed an extraordinary figure. To gather cosmic stars within a wine cup, this type of divine ability already has hints of an emperor's magnificence. The half-human, half-iron oddity encountered by the Little Wine Emperor, could it be Tai? Someone capable of winning the little universe from the hands of the Little Wine Emperor is exceedingly rare in the world. If Tai truly is the ancient realm king, this possibility becomes highly plausible. Lin Shen turned his thoughts and suddenly recalled something. Among the 7 treasures gourd, the purple gold gourd was given by the Jade Emperor to the Southern Everlasting Emperor and became the latter's great emperor's divine artifact. The Heavenly Emperor gourd remained with the Jade Emperor in Shenshao Palace, enshrined upon the divine throne, until it was later stolen by the Little Wine Emperor and repurposed as a wine jug. As for the Chaos gourd held by that strange man, where did it originate? The wine gourd mentioned that all other spiritual treasure gourds were gifted by the Jade Emperor, so perhaps by discovering who the Jade Emperor gave the Chaos gourd to, Tai's true identity could be revealed. You're saying that strange man used the Chaos gourd to gamble with the Little Wine Emperor, which implies the Jade Emperor must have gifted the Chaos gourd to him. How could you not know who he is? Lin Shen stared at the wine gourd and asked. The wine gourd replied helplessly, I only know the Jade Emperor retrieved my other sisters. Whom he gave them to, I didn't know at the time. It was only later that I heard our eldest sister became the Southern Everlasting Emperor's great emperor's divine artifact and earned the greatest fame. As for the whereabouts of the other sisters, I truly don't know. Lin Shen didn't press further but frowned as he mulled over something. Let's set aside whether Tai is the ancient realm king or if the Chaos gourd was gifted by the Jade Emperor. If Tai is indeed the strange man who gambled with the Little Wine Emperor, then that means Tai once possessed the Chaos gourd. Moreover, Tai has deeply intertwined ties with Gourd Mountain near the Dark Bird Base, prompting Lin Shen's heart to skip a beat as he mused. Could Gourd Mountain itself be the Chaos gourd transformed? Or is it the furnace spoken of by the wine gourd, the birthplace of the 7 treasures gourd? Lin Shen couldn't make a judgment for the time being, but regardless of the outcome, Gourd Mountain itself was undoubtedly extraordinary. Do you remember what that strange man looked like? Lin Shen aimed to first confirm the identity of this strange man. Yes. Have your elder sister withdraw her magic first, then I'll draw it for you, the wine gourd said hastily. Lin Shen gestured to Xiaona. Only then did Xiaona retract the red gourd, allowing the wine gourd to breathe a sigh of relief, no longer resisting that terrifying suction power. Lin Shen's chaos bell, however, remained hanging above the wine gourd's head, ready to suppress it should it make any sudden moves. The wine gourd cursed its misfortune in its heart, lamenting that after such extended years in this place, the first person it encountered turned out to be such a ruthless character. It could only accept its fate. The wine gourd bounced along the ground, leaving marks on the hard rocky surface wherever it moved. It didn't take long for it to finish a portrait on the rock floor. You'd truly be surprised, even just some random object, whether human or not, seems to possess artistic skills far superior to Lin Shen. The human figure smashed out by the wine gourd was astonishingly lifelike. Lin Shen took one glance and immediately recognized it to be Tai. Even his aura was exactly the same. Aside from the ancient realm king, Lin Shen couldn't think of anyone else who could compare with someone like the Little Wine Emperor. At least, he hadn't heard of any humans emerging from the ancient realm capable of matching their stature. But this raised another question. Before Lin Shen had the Chaos Bell, both Xiao Ye and Xiaona were able to observe the outside world. They should have seen Tai before. Yet, they did not believe Tai to be their father. Was it that they failed to recognize him, or that Tai was simply not the ancient realm king? Since Lin Shen was now posing as their father, this was not a question conveniently asked of them. You can rest assured. I only want to pass the sword and wine to your daughter. Only after passing it on can I leave here and gain freedom. This is a good thing for me, and equally a good thing for your daughter. The wine gourd initially intended to call it a tremendous fortune, but quickly reconsidered. With Lin Shen as her father, though the sword and wine might be an unparalleled treasure for others, he might not even care for it. Why should I trust you not to harm my daughter? Lin Shen looked at the wine gourd and spoke coldly. I'll do whatever you say. I truly hold no malice towards your daughter. Whatever works for you, the wine gourd answered. It's your problem to figure out, not mine. If you leave it to me, then I'll eliminate you. I won't tolerate even the slightest threat to my daughter, Lin Shen said sharply. The wine gourd felt so stifled it nearly wanted to vomit blood. After so many years without encountering anyone, the first visitor turned out to be such a brutal character. But it dared not argue. It knew Lin Shen's threat to destroy it was no bluff. The wine gourd scrunched its facial features into a bitter expression, thought for a moment, and said in resigned despair, I could sign a symbiotic contract with your daughter. From then on, we'll be bound together as a shared destiny, our joys and losses, our lives intertwined. Are you suggesting that if you die, my daughter should accompany you to the grave? Lin Shen's eyes suddenly turned knife-sharp. My lifespan is far longer than that of humans, all right? I'd be the one at a disadvantage, all right? The wine gourd felt an impulse to curse but hurriedly explained. You misunderstand. I only meant to show that it's absolutely impossible for me to harm her. If I signed a symbiotic contract, harming her would mean harming myself. You're far from qualified to share destiny with my daughter, Lin Shen said coldly. The wine gourd felt an urge to leap up and slap Lin Shen's face. This was outright humiliation. When had it ever been insulted like this? Back at the divine throne, it was night and day, celebrated by endless offerings, with countless people bowing beneath it in prayer. Traveling with the little wine emperor, it was invincible in the mortal realm. Never had it endured such disrespect, but being under another's roof, it had no choice but to bow its head. The wine gourd bitterly replied, Then what do you propose? I have a method similar to the symbiotic contract, but it lacks the feature of shared life and death. It would only restrain you unilaterally. Consider whether you'd be willing to sign that instead, Lin Shen suggested. Naturally, he was referring to the netherworld marriage technique. The wine gourd's features twisted into a grimace like a wrinkled bitter melon, before finally gritting its teeth and answering, I'll sign. Chapter 160, No Need to Practice Anymore. When Lin Shen carried Wine back home, Wine was still sleeping soundly, clutching the wine gourd in her small arms. The sword in wine truly was an extraordinary skill, and the wine inside the gourd was no ordinary substance. Drinking it could transform one's body and elevate their evolutionary state. Initially, Lin Shen had only used the netherworld marriage technique to control the wine gourd, intending to treat it as a divine artifact for wine's protection. He had no intention of letting her train in the sword and wine. His family already possessed numerous skills. There was no need to cultivate such an enigmatic technique. Yet wine, with her greedy nature, treated the wine inside the gourd like milk. Even without formal training, the sword chi from the wine nourished her body, and she learned it instinctively. When they saw wine had been safely brought back, the others breathed a collective sigh of relief and quickly informed those still searching outside to return. Wine clutched the gourd tightly in her arms. As Tai entered, the gourd trembled violently. It was so frightened it almost seemed paralyzed. What the hell kind of family is this? That lunatic is part of this household too? The wine gourd thought in confusion. It couldn't comprehend what sins it had committed to deserve such terrible luck. After finally encountering a successor who might free it, it turned out to be someone from this bizarre family. The gourd dared not make a sound. Lin Shen alone had already stripped it of any freedom. If that lunatic made a move, who knew what kind of torment awaited it? Tai carefully reached out and cradled Wine, his demeanor unexpectedly gentle. Even that eternally stoic iron face of his seemed to gleam with traces of humanity, something Lin Shen had never seen before. The elder sister said, She's the first child of our Lin family. Your second brother dotes on her dearly, and she's also the closest to him. As she spoke, Tai's iron hand closed around the wine gourd. His fingers tightened, appearing ready to crush the gourd outright, as if he had already discerned that something was suspicious about it. The gourd almost wet itself in fear. It felt as though it was about to be shattered, yet it couldn't muster any strength to resist. It could sense that Tai genuinely intended to end its existence. Yeah. Wine reached out her soft little hands to grab at the wine gourd, seemingly trying to reclaim her beloved toy from Tai. The murderous glint in Tai's eyes gradually faded. His grip loosened as well. After giving the gourd a final glance, he returned it to Wine, stuffing it back into her arms. Wine happily hugged the wine gourd, rubbing her small face against it joyfully. Seeing this, Tai's face finally softened, a rare warmth spreading across his iron features. The wine gourd, having narrowly escaped death, silently celebrated its fortune. Freaks, total freaks, this whole damn family is full of freaks. After some time apart, Lin Shen and Tian Xun shared an intimate moment. Later, the two lay in bed, recounting everything that had happened recently. After listening to Lin Shen's account, Tian Xun said solemnly, Whether or not second brother is the reincarnation of the ancient realm king, he's already part of our family now. You need to handle this matter carefully to ensure it doesn't harm the bonds within our family. Lin Shen nodded slightly. He knew Tia genuinely cared about their family now. It was clear from the way he had just handled the wine gourd, it had been utterly powerless to resist. Tai's strength had grown even greater, far surpassing his previous levels. If Tai harbored any hostility toward the Lin family, they would already be doomed. No one could stop him. After much deliberation, Lin Shen decided to have an open and honest conversation with Tai. Precisely because he already considered Tai a part of the Lin family, he had to let him know these things. The next morning, after breakfast, Lin Shen arranged to take a walk with Tai. Once they reached the edge of Star Ring Island, Lin Shen came to a stop. If you've got something to say, now's the time. There's no one else here, Tai said, looking at Lin Shen, second brother. Lin Shen didn't immediately bring up the issue, but first called him second brother. Tai paused briefly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he looked at Lin Shen. Although Tai often referred to himself as Lin Shen's second brother, Lin Shen almost never addressed him that way. No matter who you are, you're already a part of this family. You're already my second brother, Lin Shen said sincerely. Precisely because you're my family, there are some things I must tell you. Lin Shen, go ahead, Tai said softly. He could tell that what Lin Shen was about to say would be important. Lin Shen proceeded to share everything he knew with Tai, down to the last detail. Whether it was confirmed or speculative, even his own analyses and guesses, he told Tai everything. Tai listened in silence, not interrupting once throughout the entire account. Second brother, I suspect you might be the reincarnation of the Ancient Realm King, or perhaps you were taken over by the Ancient Realm King, or maybe something else happened altogether, Lin Shen said bluntly, voicing his suspicions. There are indeed many things I can't remember. Recently, I've recalled bits and pieces, but as for what you mentioned, I truly don't have any memory of it, Tai replied, looking at Lin Shen. Lin Shen, I can't guarantee who I used to be, nor who I am now. But I can promise you this, right now I am your second brother, the second brother of our elder sister, and Wine's uncle, and that won't change in the future. It's precisely because I hope you'll always remain second brother that I'm telling you this. If you ever want to uncover your past, I can help you, Lin Shen said. Tai's face broke into a smile. To me, the past doesn't matter anymore. I like the life I have now, and the people around me. I just want to live as who I am now. That's enough. Lin Shen, how's your progress with Lawless Heaven? Tai suddenly shifted the topic. Well, Lin Shen sighed deeply at the mention of Lawless Heaven. He couldn't master it. He truly couldn't. He simply couldn't make any progress with that technique. If you can't, then don't force it, Tai suddenly suggested. Lin Shen was surprised and looked at Tai, not expecting him to advise giving up. Previously, Tai had insisted Lin Shen was the most suitable person to master Lawless Heaven. If anything ever went wrong with him, Lin Shen would be the only one capable of stopping him. Of course, the condition was that Lin Shen had to master Lawless Heaven first. But now, in such a short time, Tai was telling him not to bother? Where had all that urgency gone? Tai's lips curled into a faint smile, his eyes softening. I've found someone more suitable. Who? Lin Shen asked, puzzled. He couldn't think of anyone else who could learn Lawless Heaven from Tai. Wine, Tai said gently. She's just a child, Lin Shen exclaimed in shock. She's already begun. In just a few simple months, Tai's words left Lin Shen momentarily speechless. It was a while before he could manage to say, that's impossible. She probably can't even remember what people's faces look like yet. Certain things come naturally. I passed it on to her, and she learned it. She's already taken the first steps. It's that simple. Her future achievements will surpass yours and mine. Once she's grown, I won't have to worry about myself anymore. Tai's words were awkwardly phrased, but Lin Shen understood. Once Wine grew up, not even Tai would be her match. If Tai ever lost control, Wine would be able to subdue him. Chapter 161, Marriage Dress Divine Skill. After returning to the giant ring star, the complete mechanical watch recorded the coordinates of the giant ring star, allowing him to use the mechanical watch to transport between the secret god star and the giant ring star at any time. The issue that had been troubling Lin Shen was resolved. Now, there are two things he feels need to be done soon. One is to make a trip to the Realm King planet marked on the mechanical watch to see if it is indeed the place where the ancient Realm King stored his treasures. Another important thing is to spend a night with Ouyang Yudu to verify if the mosaic on his body is really the heaven-defying bone. Currently, there are 2.5 mosaics visible on human bodies. One is on Ouyang Yudu, and another is on Yue Hongyan in the Celestial Court. The half one is on a woman in the videotape. It's still not possible to determine if hers is a fire seed. Anyway, among the three people, surely one isn't a real fire seed or isn't a heaven-defying bone fire seed, because if all were, that would exceed the limit. Lin Shen isn't familiar with Yue Hongyan, and he can't meet the woman in the videotape, so for now, he can only focus on Ouyang Yudu. However, even for someone as thick-skinned as Lin Shen, this kind of thing is a bit embarrassing to bring up. Imagine him saying to Ouyang Yudu, let's sleep together, really just sleep, nothing else. This might sound a bit off. In the future, it might make interactions between brothers feel awkward. I need to think of a plan, Lin Shen thought over and over again, and an idea came to his mind. Upon returning to the giant ring star again, Lin Shen found Ouyang Yudu and said to him with a serious look, Ouyang, relying on just me and Wei's strength, it's really difficult to change the situation of people from the ancient realm area in the Celestial Court. More people from the ancient realm need to go to the Celestial Court to gradually change the current situation. We need your help. Ouyang Yudu smiled. Even if you didn't come to me, I wanted to talk to you about this. I want to go to the Celestial Court. I knew you wouldn't let me down, Lin Shen said with a smile. But going to the Celestial Court now is a bit troublesome. Our ancient realm area is under the jurisdiction of the Southern District. Anyone who enters the Immortal Gate will arrive at the Southern Heaven Gate, and I have no authority there, and I also hold a grudge against the Star Divine official of the Southern District, so it's quite troublesome. I have an idea, but it will require you to endure some inconvenience. What's your idea? Just say it directly. No need for detours with me, Ouyang Yudu said. First, take a look at this. Lin Shen used his communicator to project a cultivation technique. Is this that peerless divine skill you wrote? Ouyang Yudu asked while reading. No, the peerless divine skill I wrote is actually the Shen family's sun-shooting great method. I was planning to let you all learn some of the ghost god techniques from the Celestial Court. Who knew it wouldn't end up in your hands but instead benefited DEC? Lin Shen paused and then said, in fact, the sun-shooting great method isn't quite suitable for you all. Fortunately, I now have some status in the Celestial Court, and I have access to various cultivation techniques from different families. I think one of them suits you and can solve our current problem. It's this one, the Netherworld marriage technique. Of course, this Netherworld marriage technique isn't something Lin Shen saw in the Central Heaven Star Divine Palace, nor is it the one he practiced himself, but it's the original version he got from the Purple Nether Butterfly Lady. Lin Shen didn't dare tell Ouyang Yudu the true name of the Netherworld marriage technique, and instead gave it a nice name, Marriage Dress Divine Skill, borrowing an ancient name for it. This seems to be a cultivation technique that relies on contract strength, right? Ouyang Yudu looked at Lin Shen with confusion after reading it. He didn't understand why this technique was suitable for him. Think about it carefully. Your physique is different from ordinary people. Others need external help to practice this Marriage Dress Divine Skill, but you don't. You can directly practice the Marriage Dress Divine Skill, and you might even gain some unexpected benefits, Lin Shen said, blinking. This was something Lin Shen only dared to say during the day, and he specifically asked Ouyang Yudu not to bring out the Jade Bone Demon umbrella. Ouyang Yudu immediately understood Lin Shen's implication and pondered. Will this method harm the Jade Bone Demon umbrella? No, practicing the Marriage Dress Divine Skill is beneficial for both you and her. It complements each other, promotes mutual affection, can be described as yin-yang harmony, and dual cultivation, bringing only benefits without harm, enhancing your relationship and making communication easier, Lin Shen quickly explained. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yudu laughed. You've become more eloquent than before. You even made an inequitable contract sound so good. Lin Shen knew Ouyang Yudu wasn't easily fooled. Unfazed, he continued, you should formalize your relationship with your tenant. She'll be happy enough to not care about these things. She might even thank me in the future. I don't know about thanking you, but I'm worried she might haunt you in your dreams at night, Ouyang Yudu joked before asking, what does this cultivation technique have to do with my going to the Celestial Court? Once you practice the Marriage Dress Divine Skill to the point where you're part of her, and she's part of you, you can pretend to be a deformed species. Then, I can take you out of the secret God Star under the guise of a pet. The Celestial Court's detection methods just need to not detect you as human, and there won't be any issue. It's just that you'll have to pretend to be my pet, Lin Shen explained his plan to Ouyang Yudu. He wanted the fire seed from Ouyang Yudu, but he wasn't just greedy for it. He'd considered various aspects for Ouyang Yudu. Although the Netherworld marriage technique isn't one of the 9 great divine skills, it is top tier. At its peak, it's not necessarily inferior to the 9 great divine skills. Moreover, someone like Ouyang Yudu wouldn't fully accept it. He might use it for reference and possibly forge his own unique path, just like DEC. The most crucial point is that this Netherworld marriage technique could help Ouyang Yudu control something within his body, which is the main reason Lin Shen chose this practice for him. Alright, then I'll practice this Marriage Dress Divine Skill, Ouyang Yudu agreed and turned to leave. Wait, I'll send you the cultivation technique, Lin Shen quickly said. No need, I've already memorized it, Ouyang Yudu replied without looking back. Is it necessary to be so cocky about good memory? It's not like others can't memorize it. Lin Shen was slightly frustrated. With Ouyang Yudu willing to practice the Netherworld marriage technique, Lin Shen's plan to obtain the fire seed was halfway successful, and sleeping with Ouyang Yudu seemed just around the corner. In high spirits, Lin Shen spent the whole day playing with Little Wine, who wasn't shy at all. Even though they hadn't met before, Little Wine was very close to him. Taking care of a child is really exhausting. At night, Lin Shen collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep quickly, instantly drifting into dreams. Lin Shen, you scoundrel. You dared to instigate Yudu to harm me. Do you really think I don't dare to take your life? In a haze, Lin Shen saw ghostly mist churning as a female ghost holding a jade umbrella floated towards him, her eyes shining with terrifying blood-red light. Chapter 162, First Immortal. Of course, you dare to want my life. As the ghost god of the secret god star, you can take anyone's life as you please. I'm just a bit curious. Why would a ghost god like you attach yourself to Ouyang? What exactly are you trying to do? Lin Shen coldly stared at the Jade Bone Demoness, who was like a female ghost as he spoke. The previously aggressive Jade Bone Demoness, who came to hold him accountable, was taken aback. How do you know? I'm currently the star constellation master of the Central Heaven Star Divine Palace, responsible for patrolling the secret god star. If I still can't guess what you are, wouldn't that make me seem rather foolish? Lin Shen said indifferently. You know I'm a ghost god, yet you dare to incite Yudo to harm me. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? The Jade Bone Demoness said hatefully. There's no need to say the same thing twice. Lin Shen looked at the Jade Bone Demoness and said, Do you know what I have Ouyang practicing? The Netherworld marriage technique of the great heavenly Netherworld king. Do you think that by using a more pleasing name and deceiving Yudo, you can also deceive me? The Jade Bone Demoness said through gritted teeth. As long as you know, do you think, given your status as a ghost god, besides the Netherworld marriage technique, is there any other way for you to stay by his side? Lin Shen said. Why can't I? If I want to stay, I'll stay. What can you do about it? The Jade Bone Demoness responded. Whether I can do anything to you is another matter. But if Ouyang takes another path with his talents, as long as he embarks on the ghost god path, he will certainly forge a new path. By then, when he has his own ghost god, how will you find your place? Lin Shen smiled and said, I gave him the netherworld marriage technique so you could engage in dual cultivation with him. This is planning a future for you. Instead of being grateful, you come to take my life. Isn't that a bit ungrateful? Nonsense. You want me to become a puppet under the constraints of the netherworld marriage technique. You clearly have ulterior motives. You want to harm me and still want me to thank you. Do you really take me for a fool? The Jadebone Demoness shouted angrily. So, it's not that you don't trust me, but you don't trust Ouyang? Lin Shen said calmly. Given Ouyang's character, even if you are constrained by the netherworld marriage technique, you won't lose anything. Instead, you can be with him for a long time. If you're so afraid, it means you're harboring other intentions. You're talking nonsense. The Jadebone Demoness, in her agitation, actually burst out with vulgarity. Lin Shen ignored her and continued speaking to himself. If you don't have ulterior motives, without other thoughts, then does it mean you don't trust Ouyang's character? If you trust him, with the netherworld marriage technique as a constraint, you two can be a lifelong couple. No force in the world can separate you. From then on, he would be your only one, and you his. Tell me, what's wrong with that? The Jadebone Demoness opened her mouth but couldn't find words to refute Lin Shen. Without giving her time to think, Lin Shen continued, if he doesn't practice the netherworld marriage technique and takes another path, how will you find your place when he eventually comprehends the ghost god path? Can you still stay by his side like this? Even if Ouyang accepts you, will his ghost god? These successive questions caused the Jadebone Demoness to fall into deep thought. You've accompanied Ouyang all this way, and I've seen all your actions. Maybe you're blinded by your feelings and can't see Ouyang's intentions, but as an outsider, I see it clearly. Ouyang probably can't do without you in this lifetime and has no room for any other woman in his heart, Lin Shen sighed. The Jadebone Demoness trembled slightly and blurted out, Really? That's because he's a man of integrity, unlike you, the Jadebone Demoness retorted with a pout. That's right, compared to us, Ouyang's moral standards are indeed much higher. But loving women, that's a man's nature. Even saints have said, the nature of appetite and desire is innate. Even a man who is not a philanderer would need a true soulmate. Why doesn't Ouyang approach other women? It's because he has already found the best soulmate in his eyes, so he naturally isn't interested in any other woman. Lin Shen sighed. Although I don't think you're the right choice for Ouyang, nor do I think you're that good, but unfortunately, that's what he thinks. The Jadebone Demoness's face showed a strange expression she couldn't control, and her lips twisted more than acts in an effort to suppress a sneer. Your superficial judgment can't see the good in others. Whether you're good or not, I don't know, which is why I need to guarantee my brother's safety. The netherworld marriage technique is the guarantee I gave him. With it, I can be sure that you'll follow him wholeheartedly, not harm him, and never betray him. At the same time, it's also a path for you. Only through the netherworld marriage technique can you be bound to him for life. Otherwise, when he takes the ghost god path, your situation will become too awkward. Though I don't think Ouyang needs you, considering you have a place in his heart, I thought of such a path. Otherwise, I would just assist him on the ghost god path. By that time, his comprehended ghost god would naturally expel you, so why would I need to do all this? Lin Shen explained. What can his ghost god do to me? The Jadebone Demoness said this, but her tone noticeably softened. Now that we've spoken this far, can you tell me why you chose Ouyang? What exactly are your intentions toward him? I won't be at ease until I understand. Lin Shen stared at the Jadebone Demoness and asked. This was the question Lin Shen was most concerned about. He had been stringing the Jadebone Demoness along with his talk to uncover her true intentions. The Jadebone Demoness pondered for a moment and said, You, as the star constellation master of the Central Heaven Star Divine Palace, must have heard the story of the first immortal in the world, right? I might have some impression, but I can't quite remember. Are you connected to the first immortal? Lin Shen asked back. Ouyang's past life was the first immortal. The Jadebone Demoness slowly revealed something that shocked Lin Shen. His past life was the first immortal in the cosmos? Lin Shen's eyes widened in disbelief. A returned dead is a ghost, and a deceased living is an immortal, the Jadebone Demoness said calmly. The first deceased living being is the first immortal in the world. What is a deceased living being? Lin Shen really couldn't understand. Can the dead return? Theoretically, dead is dead. Naturally, there is no return, which means there are no ghosts in the world. However, the first ghost in the world indeed was a dead person returning. That wasn't because they hadn't died, but because their body was injected with a new soul, or perhaps a system or data. The Jadebone Demoness slowly revealed a truth that shocked Lin Shen. Chapter 1163, Artificial or Human-Made. There are no ghosts in this world. The reason why the dead can return is that someone injects a new soul, or more accurately, data into their corpses, attempting to achieve the goal of reanimating the body. Lin Shen could understand this. The predecessor to the star constellation C, the Six Paths Reincarnation Institute, was exactly such a place. What truly shocked Lin Shen was when the Jade Bone Demoness mentioned that the so-called ghosts were experiments conducted by the Celestial Court. They injected artificial intelligence into human bodies, intending for AI to acquire human physical forms. Ghosts were AI injected into corpses, while immortals were AI injected into living bodies, aiming for the AI to replace human souls and seize their bodies. Unfortunately, the experiments were unsuccessful. While soul exchanges between humans could be easily achieved, injecting AI into a living body rarely succeeded in replacing the human soul. Even in cases of success, the body would lose its vitality. Without special methods of maintenance, the body would quickly decay and perish. The first truly successful immortal was a fusion of artificial intelligence and a human soul, a being that was half human and half intelligent, regarded as the most perfect life form in the cosmic expanse. Of course, this was according to the Jade Bone Demoness. Whether it was truly the most perfect life form, Lin Shen couldn't say for certain. I am the ghost god of the first immortal. After his death and reincarnation, I have been tirelessly searching for his reincarnated form. The moment I saw Yudo, I recognized him instantly. He is the reincarnated body of the first immortal, but back then, his body was too fragile to bear my strength. I could only stay by his side in this form, waiting for his growth, waiting for the day I would once again become his ghost god, said the Jade Bone Demoness. Lin Shen finally learned the origins of the Jade Bone Demoness. If what she said was true, then she indeed posed no threat to Ouyang. However, Lin Shen was still skeptical about the claim of reincarnation bodies. How can you be so certain that Ouyang is the reincarnated body of the first immortal? Lin Shen asked. Intuition. My intuition cannot be wrong. Having spent so many years with him, I am certain that he is the first immortal. Moreover, he increasingly resembles the first immortal, the Jade Bone Demoness asserted firmly. Hearing her words, Lin Shen understood that the Jade Bone Demoness had no evidence. Lin Shen felt that the probability of Ouyang being the reincarnated body of the first immortal was close to zero. The Jade Bone Demoness had searched for the reincarnated body of the first immortal for so many years without success. Upon finding someone who resembled the first immortal, she surely hoped that he was the reincarnated form. What's more, Lin Shen knew that the concept of reincarnated bodies didn't truly exist. It was all manipulated by the Six Paths Reincarnation Institute. If the soul of the first immortal had indeed been extracted, it would have undergone reincarnation in the Six Paths Reincarnation Institute. How could it have ended up in the ancient realm? Rather than believing the Jade Bone Demoness had found the reincarnated body of the first immortal, it seemed more likely that she sought a spiritual anchor, a reincarnated form of the first immortal that she desired. The Jade Bone Demoness seemed to have discerned some of Lin Shen's thoughts from his expression, so she spoke. You must think I see Yudo as a substitute, but I can assure you, that's not the case. Every human in the ancient realm is an experimental subject of the Celestial Court, reincarnated from the Six Paths Reincarnation Institute. The first immortal is no exception. He too was reincarnated into the ancient realm. I simply didn't know which region of the ancient realm his reincarnation was in, so I searched region after region until I found him here. You're saying all humans in the ancient realm were reincarnated from the Six Paths Reincarnation Institute? That's impossible. Before humans entered the Celestial Court, there was no such thing as the Celestial Court or the Star God Palace, Lin Shen said, his eyes full of doubt. As far as he knew, human civilization had experienced many interruptions. In the most ancient times, early humans broke the boundary between immortals and mortals, entering the Celestial Court to establish the current Celestial Court, the Star God Palace, and associated civilizations. How could the humans in the ancient realm all be experimental subjects of the Celestial Court? If that were true, it would completely reverse cause and effect. Believe it or not, this is the truth, said the Jade Bone Demoness. Do you have any evidence? Lin Shen asked. No evidence. I heard it from the first immortal. He once said that all humans in this world were experimental subjects created by the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court is the root of all evil. He wanted to overthrow the rule of the Celestial Court and restore freedom to humanity. But after failing, he had no choice but to reincarnate, leaving behind a glimmer of hope. His words could never be wrong, the Jade Bone Demoness said with unwavering conviction, as if the first immortal's words were indisputable truth. Lin Shen felt a strange sense of déjà vu, as though he had heard a similar story somewhere before. After pondering for a moment, Lin Shen suddenly looked up at the Jade Bone Demoness and asked, Does the first immortal have any connection to the god-making race? The god-making race was created by him, the Jade Bone Demoness said proudly. Lin Shen thought to himself, so now I finally know the origins of the god-making race, to think it was created by the first immortal. However, a different thought crossed his mind. The first immortal was a hybrid of human and AI. Could he still represent humanity? This thought flickered through Lin Shen's mind briefly. The truth of the Jade Bone Demoness's claims, as well as the first immortal's words, remained unverifiable. Lin Shen's mind felt a bit chaotic. He couldn't discern which version of events was the truth. Was it humans who created the Celestial Court, or the Celestial Court that created humans? The conflicting ideas made Lin Shen's head spin. Unable to figure it out, he gave up dwelling on such complex matters. Lin Shen wasn't a perfectionist. These questions, unrelated to his personal interests, didn't feel worth obsessing over. Whatever history you have with the first immortal, and whether Ouyang is or isn't the reincarnated body of the first immortal, it doesn't matter to me. I only care about your choice. If you don't want Ouyang to practice the netherworld marriage technique, I can confront him right now, retrieve the technique, and guide him toward another path. However, there's one condition: regardless of whether he is the reincarnated body of the first immortal, you cannot harm him. If I find out you've harmed him, I will destroy your temple, Lin Shen said coldly. You think you're worthy? The Jade Bone Demoness sneered, but she didn't make any further moves toward Lin Shen. Instead, she gradually faded away with the mist, leaving only her ghostly voice lingering in the air. I won't allow anyone to harm Ouyang, not even myself. Don't concern yourself. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. The Jade Bone Demoness had tacitly approved of letting Ouyang Yudu practice the netherworld marriage technique, embarking on the path of dual cultivation. With the binding effect of the netherworld marriage technique in place, even if the Jade Bone Demoness realized in the future that Ouyang Yudu was not the reincarnated body of the first immortal, she would be powerless to harm him. As the ghostly mist dissipated, Lin Shen abruptly sat up in bed, realizing he had been dreaming the entire time. During his conversation with the Jade Bone Demoness, he hadn't sensed at all that it was within a dream. The ghost god powers of the Jade Bone Demoness must be related to dreams, Lin Shen speculated to himself. Chapter 164, Just One Short. Fortunately, Jade Bone Demoness had already been persuaded. As long as Ouyang Yudu succeeded in cultivating the netherworld marriage technique, they could disguise him as a deformed species pet when taking him to the celestial court. This way, Ouyang Yudu could stay close, eating and sleeping together, and Lin Shen could secretly obtain the fire seed from him without anyone noticing. Lin Shen took time to visit the secret god star and patrolled every temple there. Most of the temples were in ruins during the day, but by night they would regain their former splendor. However, there were certain temples that remained unchanged even at night. These temples were usually those that no longer housed any ghost gods. Visiting these temples during the day also showed no divine statues hanging on the beams. Without divine statues, could these temples still allow the fire seed to seize a divine position? This was an important question for Lin Shen. The fire seed transforming into divinity would undoubtedly bring great benefits. The current effects of the East Emperor Luo God were vastly improved compared to before, even allowing Luo God to manifest and fight in person. But this gave rise to another problem. Temples certainly varied in quality, and ghost gods also differed in strength. With only a limited number of fire seeds on him, Lin Shen needed to ensure they were used optimally by capturing only the stronger divine positions. But how to distinguish the strength of temples was something Lin Shen had yet to figure out. Avoiding the risk of making mistakes and unwilling to provoke unnecessary trouble, Lin Shen decided to study this matter further later. As his patrol duties neared their end, he finally asked Ouyang whether he had managed to cultivate the marriage dress divine skill. I didn't fully cultivate the marriage dress divine skill, but I've borrowed its essence to make some progress. As you said, I refrained from breaking through the final barrier to avoid triggering the alarms of the immortal gate. But for passing as a deformed species, it should be sufficient, Ouyang Yudu replied. Good. Lin Shen nodded slightly. After tomorrow, my patrol duties will be complete. You'll return with me to the Central Heaven Star Divine Palace. Once this hurdle is crossed, I'll find a way to get you an official identity, and you'll be able to come and go freely within the Celestial Court. Ouyang Yudu agreed. On the day Lin Shen returned to the Central Heaven Star Divine Palace, Ouyang Yudu hid himself inside the Jade Bone Demon umbrella. To others, only the Jade Bone Demon umbrella was visible, with no trace of Ouyang Yudu within. Upon returning to the Star Constellation Hall, Lin Shen found Shi Zhongqing waiting for him. Seeing Lin Shen unharmed, Shi Zhongqing smiled and asked, "How did this mission in the Ghost God territory go? Did you gain anything?" "I didn't find any Ghost God whose path aligns with my cultivation method." Lin Shen shook his head and replied, "No rush." "Perhaps the ghost god you connect with isn't in those temples," Shi Zhongqing said knowingly, refraining from further questioning and instead taking Lin Shen for an examination. The examination was to check whether Lin Shen had been possessed by a ghost god, to prevent any ghost god from escaping the ghost god territory through him. Such tests were naturally inconsequential for Lin Shen and couldn't detect Ouyang Yudu within the Jade Bone Demon umbrella, which was exactly what Lin Shen expected. There was no cause for concern. Great divine official, why are the divine statues in those temples so peculiar? Lin Shen held the Jade Bone Demon umbrella, seemingly worried as he asked. Shi Zhongqing merely patted Lin Shen's shoulder and smiled, saying, "That's something you'll understand once you become a great divine official yourself. No need to worry about it for now." Shi Zhongqing's reluctance to explain left Lin Shen with no choice but to return to the Star Constellation Hall and spend the night there. Officially, it was said to be work, but in reality, Shi Zhongqing didn't require him to stay, and the entire charade was just to secure the fire seed on Ouyang Yudu. Lin Shen felt uneasy, uncertain whether the fire seed on Ouyang Yudu was indeed the heaven-defying bone. When he awoke, the first thing he did was check on the heaven-defying bone fire seed. he discovered that its growth had increased by another 10%, a result that startled him somewhat. With Ouyang's heaven-defying bone added in, I'm just one short now. This means I overthought it before. The woman in the recording wasn't carrying a fire seed after all. Next, I just need to obtain Yue Hongyan's fire seed, and my heaven-defying bone will be complete. Lin Shen calculated in his heart how to acquire this final piece. Once he collected all the heaven-defying bone, he planned to visit the Realm King planet to see if there were treasures left behind by the ancient Realm King. The umbrella hovered in the air, releasing wisps of white smoke as Ouyang Yudu emerged beneath it, gripping the handle while firmly planting it above his head. So this is your residence within the Celestial Court? Ouyang Yudu asked curiously, surveying the surroundings. Lin Shen explained. Crystal Charm Star is a first-class star, home to many upper-ranked deformed species. It's extremely dangerous. I haven't explored much and live only within this transmission station. After a pause, Lin Shen continued, Wei and DSE have their own planets and are rarely here. I still have a handful of fake identities. Though fake, they're backed by real profiles in the system. You can choose one for yourself and settle into life in the Celestial Court for now. Ouyang Yudu glanced at the false identities offered by Lin Shen, chose one, and asked, What do you need me to do? I need you to grow stronger as quickly as possible, ideally reaching the upper rank, Lin Shen replied. Truthfully, he had no specific task in mind and just wanted an excuse to bring Ouyang over, so he casually brushed the question aside. My current strength isn't much use. I'll focus on leveling up first. I'll start by entering the Ghost God path, Ouyang Yudu said, wasting no time as he began activating his own laws to enter the Ghost God path. Wait, not here. You need to move elsewhere. Lin Shen quickly stopped him. As Ouyang Yudu looked at him, Lin Shen explained, If you enter the Ghost God path here, it might trigger a Ghost God phenomenon. Your Ghost God is rather unique, and the phenomenon it causes could attract unwanted trouble. We need to conceal your location first to avoid drawing attention. Saying this, Lin Shen took out the Chaos Bell, intending to use it to shield Ouyang Yudu's activities from detection. Once everything was prepared, he finally allowed Ouyang Yudu to enter the Ghost God path. Under the Jade Umbrella, Ouyang Yudu stood as both he and the umbrella radiated ominous light. The glow seemed like mist and smoke, making him appear otherworldly, neither entirely ghost nor deity. On the umbrella's surface, an image of a woman materialized, emitting brilliant and otherworldly light that pierced the void. Across the void of the 6 great star regions, extraordinary lights appeared, gradually coalescing into the figure of a woman. Many divine beings and star divine officials were astonished, unsure who could trigger such a grand and widespread phenomenon, and all turned their gaze to the sky. But as the mysterious woman's figure became clearer, many of the divine beings and star divine officials across the 6 great star regions suddenly felt an overwhelming drowsiness. Those of lower strength collapsed as if dead, falling into a deep sleep. Before long, entire groups of divine beings were sprawled asleep, and even within the Star God Palace, rows of star divine officials dropped unconscious. Returned, so he's returned. The few great divine officials who witnessed this sight revealed expressions of sheer terror. Chapter 165, Undying Immortal Ghosts Depart. Immortals arrive. After so many years, someone has mastered the returning immortal technique again, activated the Undying Immortal. Is this person still him? Shi Zhongqing gazed intently at the phantom in the void, a woman of bizarre beauty, part ghost, part immortal. Just the faintest smile from the phantom of the ghost god had already plunged more than 90% of the star divine officials within the celestial court into a deep sleep. Although this phenomenon lasted but a fleeting moment, it had already caused untold accidents. When people awoke from their slumber, chaos erupted in every direction. Shi Zhongqing reached out to several other great divine officials, yet even before he could explain, they all knew why he had called them. The great divine officials gathered in person at the Star Divine Officials Station in Central Heaven. At the headquarters of the God-making race, the God Creation Clan Chief, who had been fishing leisurely, displayed a rare flicker of emotion in his eyes after witnessing the Undying Immortals phenomenon. The core leaders of the God-making race gathered promptly in the Chief's courtyard. Clan Chief, the Undying Immortal, has once again manifested in this world. Could it be him, returning at last? The red-clothed man's voice trembled faintly. If the first immortal truly has returned, what should we do? The blue-clothed man asked gravely, his expression heavy. If he has returned, it is well. Find him. If he is willing to return, we will bring him back. If not, there is no need to force him. The God Creation Clan Chief's words were calm, his tone indifferent, dismissing the leaders with a wave of his hand, as though this matter scarcely troubled him. The red-clothed and blue-clothed men seemed to want to say more, but the God Creation Clan Chief raised his hand, stopping them. With no other choice, the others took their leave. Lin Shen watched as the phenomenon caused by Ouyang Yudu unfolded, the image of the Jade Bone Demoness apparent. Yet, strangely, Lin Shen felt no surprise. Once the phenomenon concluded, Ouyang Yudu had officially stepped into the lower tier. Just as Lin Shen was about to inquire about Ouyang Yudu's current condition, his communicator suddenly buzzed. A message from Shi Zhongqing instructed him to return to the Star Constellation Hall immediately. Left with no choice, Lin Shen hurried back to the star constellation hall, where he found Ch1101 and 4 other great divine officials standing solemnly at the entrance. Lin Shen stepped forward to greet the great divine officials, but before he could say anything, Ch1101 instructed him to open the star constellation hall. The expressions of the great divine officials remained somber, none of them in the mood for any exchange of pleasantries with Lin Shen. As soon as the doors opened, they filed swiftly into the star constellation C. Lin Shen followed them, watching as Ch1101 activated the star constellation C. Anxiety crept into Lin Shen's heart. From their discussions, he realized that the great divine officials' gathering was linked to the phenomenon triggered by Ouyang Yudu. They intended to use the star constellation C to locate the individual responsible for the phenomenon. Lin Shen couldn't help but wonder, could the Chaos Bell's law-obscuring abilities render the star constellation C powerless? Tian, step outside for now. Ch1101 politely instructed Lin Shen to wait outside the star constellation hall. Lin Shen bowed and complied, taking his leave to wait outside the doors. As he stood outside, unease began to plague Lin Shen's thoughts. Under ordinary circumstances, Ch1101 wouldn't have asked him to leave during a simple divination. This situation made it clear Ch1101 intended to contact the Jade Emperor, invoking the highest authority of the great divine officials to locate the individual who caused the celestial anomaly. Is the Jade Bone Demoness truly so important, or is it the first immortal himself they are concerned about? Lin Shen silently pondered as he stood guard at the door, waiting patiently. Finally, after waiting for nearly half a 2-hour cycle, the doors of the star constellation hall reopened. The great divine officials emerged one after the other, departing without a word, leaving only Ch1101 standing there with Lin Shen. Lin Shen felt the weight lift off his heart. From the composed demeanor of the great divine officials, it seemed their divination efforts had yielded no result. If they had determined that the phenomenon's cause was on Crystal Charm Star, their gazes upon him wouldn't have been so unperturbed. Great Divine Officer Shi, was the great divine officials gathering tied to that recent phenomenon? Lin Shen asked, feigning confusion. Ch1101 let out a soft sigh. The woman in that phenomenon is called the Undying Immortal, an exceedingly unique ghost god. Throughout the history of the Celestial Court, only one person has ever comprehended the law of the Undying Immortal to trigger such a phenomenon. Is the Undying Immortal special, or is that person special? Lin Shen pressed. Both are special, Ch1101 replied thoughtfully. The only person to ever master the law of the Undying Immortal was known as the First Immortal. You may not have heard this name, but you surely know his other identity, the founder of the god-making race. The traitor to the Celestial Court? Lin Shen asked, feigning shock. Indeed, Ch1101 sighed once more. If he has truly returned through reincarnation, we will face great trouble once again. The Celestial Court will be thrown into turmoil. For the first immortal to undergo reincarnation, he must have been defeated before, correct? If he was defeated once, he can surely be defeated again. Moreover, he has only just triggered the phenomenon and entered the lower tier. Shouldn't it be easy to eliminate him now? Lin Shen tested cautiously. Ch1101 shook his head. Not only has the star constellation C failed to locate him, but even if it could, eliminating him would not be so simple. The Undying Immortal is the most enigmatic ghost god. It has no equal. Its strength devours all forces in existence, integrating them into itself. Any power or law becomes its nourishment. There is virtually nothing in this world capable of harming it. Any attack using strength or laws against it will merely feed it. Fighting it only makes it stronger. Once the Undying Immortal awakens, no one can restrain it ever again. Then, how was the First Immortal defeated before? Lin Shen's expression shifted to genuine astonishment this time. He wasn't pretending. Though he had already surmised that the Jade Bone Demoness might be incredibly strong, he had not expected such overwhelming power. To think that every force in existence could only serve to strengthen it. This was absolute invincibility, yet upon reflection it made sense. The Jade Bone Demoness's strength lay in absorbing the power of others. The Undying Immortal has no weaknesses because it is a ghost god. But its master, being human, did. Although the First Immortal proclaimed himself immortal, he still bore a mortal body and thus had fatal weaknesses. It was by exploiting one such fatal flaw that we were able to defeat him back then. Ch1101 smiled bitterly and added, however, now that he has reincarnated, we cannot be sure if that weakness still exists. If it does not, we are in for considerable trouble. Not even the great Emperor's divine artifacts can deal with him, Lin Shen mused. It's uncertain. If we can strike him down with the great Emperor's divine artifact before he fully matures into his powers, then naturally it's possible. But if he survives that initial strike, then nothing in this universe will be able to stop him. Every attempt to kill him will only make him infinitely stronger. Ch1101 paused, then attempted to reassure Lin Shen. You needn't be too worried for now. It's still uncertain whether the individual who triggered the Undying Immortal's phenomenon is truly the reincarnated First Immortal. If it's not him, then there's still a chance to guide this person toward the path of righteousness. It might even prove to be a good thing. Can't the reincarnation body of the First Immortal also be guided toward righteousness? Lin Shen asked, perplexed. Difficult. Do you know why he is called the first immortal? Shi Zhongqing's expression grew peculiar. It's because he was the first immortal to emerge in this universe. Do you even know what an immortal truly is? Lin Shen shook his head without hesitation. He had indeed heard from the Jade Bone Demoness that immortal referred to a human fused with the smart brain system. Yet this was not something he dared to utter before Shi Zhongqing. Chapter 166, Verify Identity. The character represents a person and a mountain. A person walks towards the mountain, wanting to be as tall as the heavens. It speaks of those who seek higher realms, understanding the true essence of the universe, Shi Zhongqing said slowly. Does that mean that all practitioners could be called immortals? Lin Shen asked. It's different. Ordinary practitioners focus on the known, while those cultivating immortality focus on the unknown. Shi Zhongqing shook his head and said. Lin Shen immediately understood Shi Zhongqing's meaning. A divine being's cultivation pursues advancement from lower to middle and then from middle to upper. Even those desiring to become a great emperor are elevating themselves within known levels. However, the pursuit of immortality is focused on the unknown, on fields never touched by others. Their purposes and ultimate realms differ. The universal laws of the cosmos have long been established. Transcending them isn't easy. Thus, not all of humanity can be called immortals. Even if someone comprehends powers and laws never understood by others, these abilities are not newly created but pre-existing in the universe. Only the first immortal is a completely novel existence, one that the cosmos never had before. What kind of existence is that? A fusion of a human and a smart brain, Shi Zhongqing said slowly. The first immortal is no longer purely human but is a new species, a fusion of two different forms of life. The traits he possesses have never existed before. Can humans really merge with smart brains? Lin Shen still found it somewhat inconceivable. If it weren't possible, the first immortal wouldn't exist, Shi Zhongqing sighed and said. A human with the computational capability of a super-intelligent brain, while also possessing human evolution ability, breaking through its own evolutionary barriers with the aid of a smart brain, and the smart brain acquiring human evolutionary ability, will evolve endlessly. In theory, a being with infinite computational ability and an infinitely evolving body is the ultimate form of cosmic life. Lin Shen thought for a moment. A human brain possessing the computational power of a smart brain was already extremely monstrous. If this brain could evolve infinitely, then when it became strong enough, would it not be able to calculate and control everything in the universe? The thought alone was terrifying. What was more terrifying was that the body also possessed the power of an undying immortal, able to devour everything to evolve itself, making it the greatest bug in the universe. The first immortal was nearly perfect, but there was a fatal issue. This issue might not be a problem for him, but for other life in the universe, it was a disaster. Shi Zhongqing paused before continuing. As the first immortal's brain evolves, his humanity would gradually fade, behaving like a smart brain, acting solely according to rules. As the brain evolved, it continuously perfected its self-rules, leading to a serious issue, the inherent unreasonableness of humanity. Lin Shen understood Shi Zhongqing's point. Human existence itself involves continuous resource plundering, occupying resources beyond its survival needs, and this need is endless. If the first immortal's brain followed laws to an infinite extent, then for him, everyone would be breaking the laws, contradicting them. Hence, the first immortal would inevitably cleanse humanity. Now Lin Shen finally understood why Shi Zhongqing said that if the undying immortal phenomenon was triggered by the first immortal, it would be impossible to lead him towards good, because good, in the undying immortal's logic, couldn't hold ground. Of course, perhaps it was never about being good at all. But as far as Lin Shen was concerned, there was nothing wrong with that. Had the first immortal evolved to that extent back then? How did he reincarnate? Lin Shen curiously asked. He hadn't evolved to that extent back then. These are just derived results. Whether it would have developed to such a case can't be said for sure. At that time, the first immortal only wanted to destroy the celestial court, establishing a so-called fair world, giving everyone freedom. Before Lin Shen could ask further, Shi Zhongqing continued, at that time, the first immortal's own consciousness and the fusion with the smart brain hadn't reached a perfect level, with some tiny flaws. He could be defeated and forced to reincarnate because of those minor flaws. Hopefully, his reincarnation didn't solve this problem because, if it did, that would indeed be a huge trouble. Inwardly contemplating, Lin Shen felt that Ouyang Yudu should not be the reincarnation body of the first immortal. Although Ouyang Yudu's thoughts were somewhat unusual, they were still within the normal range of human beings. The first immortal, as a fusion of human and smart brain, would certainly think differently from humans. To be honest, Lin Shen felt that Tai was more like the reincarnation body of the first immortal. Maybe even Wei was more like it than Ouyang Yudu. Now the crucial thing is to find the person who triggered the undying immortal phenomenon and determine if he is the reincarnation body of the first immortal. If not, we can help him grow, evolving as quickly as possible to the ultimate state, to lock him with the undying immortal. This way, even if the reincarnation body of the first immortal returns, without the infinite devouring ability of the undying immortal, he would lack the energy to evolve infinitely, and dealing with him wouldn't be so complicated, Shi Zhongqing said solemnly. How can someone determine if he is the reincarnation body of the first immortal? Lin Shen wanted to test Ouyang to see if he was the reincarnation body of the first immortal. Although Lin Shen thought it highly unlikely, it was still safer to test. Permissions. The first immortal had the same permissions as the star constellation C. Before being granted any permissions by the Star God Palace, he could use the permissions of all the smart brains in the Celestial Court, and even the star constellation C itself. Wouldn't that make him like the Great Emperor? In theory, the first immortal is the Great Emperor. His smart brain was infinitely evolving, at that time having evolved to an extremely high level, even surpassing the star constellation C, so calling him the Great Emperor wouldn't be inaccurate. After leaving the Star God Palace, Lin Shen returned directly to the Crystal Charm Star. Wait a bit, the meal will be ready soon. Ouyang Yudu was cooking, cleaning the vegetables and preparing them on the cutting board. In no time, Ouyang Yudu brought out several delicious dishes, took out a bottle of yellow wine, poured a cup for Lin Shen and another for himself. After the meal and wine, Lin Shen told Ouyang Yudu everything he heard from Shi Zhongqing, including the method to verify whether he was the reincarnation body of the first immortal. Ouyang laughed and said, "So, I'm definitely not the reincarnation body of the first immortal. I'm not so rigid and emotionless. You have a communicator that requires permissions, right? Give it to me." Ouyang smiled and reached out his hand. Lin Shen handed over the communicator issued by the Star God Palace to Ouyang. This exclusive communicator required the identity of the star constellation master to unlock and use. Ouyang took the communicator, began operating it as if it was nothing. Lin Shen also didn't take it seriously, but when Ouyang's finger touched the screen, it lit up directly. Ouyang Yudu hadn't realized the seriousness of the issue, thinking it was meant to be like this, casually tapping the address book, which opened immediately. For a moment, both of them were stunned, as if the air itself had frozen. Chapter 1167, Dinner Invitation. This can't be right. I must have accidentally unlocked it earlier. I'll lock it back and try again. Lin Shen took the communicator, locked it, and handed it back to Ouyang Yudu. Ouyang Yudu took the communicator, touched the screen again, and it unlocked instantly once more. This communicator must be defective. Anyone can unlock it. Wait here, I'll go to the Star God Palace and fetch a new one. Lin Shen stood up, ready to leave for another communicator. Don't waste your effort. When I was practicing the marriage dress divine skill, Gu had already told me everything. Although I've always doubted that I could be the first immortal, it seems it's true after all. Ouyang Yudu stopped Lin Shen, smiled, and said, I always wished to be an ordinary person. Even though that goal was almost impossible, there was still a glimmer of hope. Now, even that last bit of hope is gone. Ouyang, Lin Shen wanted to say something, but Ouyang Yudu waved his hand to stop him. But it doesn't matter anymore. With you and Wei here, even if the whole world sees me as a monster, I won't care. Ouyang Yudu poured Lin Shen another cup of wine, handed it to him, poured himself another, clinked glasses with Lin Shen, and drank it in one gulp. With a light laugh, he said, If one day Ouyang Yudu dies or disappears, avenge me and kill the one responsible. Lin Shen looked at Ouyang Yudu but said nothing. He didn't know what to say, and an inexplicable heaviness weighed on his heart. Promise me, Ouyang Yudu said with a smile still on his face. Don't let anyone use my body to harm those I would never hurt myself. All right. Lin Shen replied with a nod, downed his cup of wine, and then pulled out 2 bottles from his space capsule. He opened one and handed it to Ouyang while keeping the other for himself. You have to promise me too. As long as we haven't given up, you can't give away what's ours. I still haven't lived enough. If someone wants my life, they'll have to pay a heavy price, no matter who they are. Ouyang Yudu smiled as he clinked his bottle against Lin Shen's. Lin Shen wasn't good with alcohol, but with his physique at this level, trying to get drunk was more of a luxury. The two drank a few bottles between them, but ultimately found it dull. We'll worry about the future later. For now, you and Wei need to help me with something. Exploring a certain place, Lin Shen said. What place? Ouyang Yudu asked. Realm King Planet. Not the Realm King Planet we've been to before, but the one from here. Lin Shen took out a complete and undamaged mechanical watch and handed it to Ouyang Yudu. Ouyang Yudu took the watch, surprised to find that his permissions allowed him to operate it. This watch can teleport directly between the Ancient Realm Zone and the Celestial Court? It can, Lin Shen nodded. Then why bother taking me back to the Star God Palace? Ouyang Yudu asked, his expression puzzled as he looked at Lin Shen. Lin Shen was momentarily speechless, realizing he'd forgotten about this in the heat of the moment. Ahem, just giving you some motivation. Without pressure, you wouldn't have mastered the netherworld marriage technique so quickly. Lin Shen realized he had misspoken, but could not retract it. Ouyang Yudu smiled lightly. Gu told me it's the netherworld marriage technique, but when I was practicing it, I only borrowed part of its contents. My cultivation technique is now called Marriage Dress Divine Skill, and I think the name suits it well. As long as you like it, Lin Shen said with a nod, pointing to the planet on the watch that existed independently from both the Celestial Court and the Ancient Realm Zone. This planet is called Realm King Planet. I suspect it's the true hiding place of the ancient Realm King's treasures or perhaps his original lair. When do we go? Ouyang Yudu handed the watch back to Lin Shen without asking further. I have one more matter to settle. After 10 days, whether I manage it or not, we'll head to Realm King Planet. Lin Shen planned to retrieve the fire seed from Yu Hongyan before their expedition. After adding Yu Hongyan as a friend on the communicator last time, he discovered her username was her actual name. Initially, Lin Shen assumed it was an alias. A quick check revealed it was indeed her real name. Yue Hongyan was not only legitimate, she was the Yue family's most promising candidate for becoming the new family head, a top-tier prodigy on par with Pan Xiaoning and Wen Bujun. The Yue family's influence and prestige exceeded those of the Pan family and Wen family. After all, the Yue family controlled the marriage law, with the Moon Elder as their ultimate ghost god. Even peerless talents were powerless in matters of marriage. Following destiny, they might not attain a blissful union, or they might not be able to stay with the one they loved. Thus, many turned to the Yue family for help, seeking assistance in finding connections, severing toxic ties, or drawing red threads to bind their hearts with their beloved. The asking parties often included top-tier experts. For this reason, the Yue family maintained good relations with numerous top warriors, making it clear that using strength or status to cow Yu Hongyan was a futile endeavor. Lin Shen wasn't just the pavilion master of the Star Constellation Hall. Even if he were the great divine official, an unjust demand for Yu Hongyan's favor would likely end in the Yue family waging war against him, regardless of his rank. Lin Shen tentatively messaged Yue Hongyan. Since Yue Hongyan was the Yue family's top prodigy, she was undoubtedly skilled in reading relationships. Since she had added him as a friend, Lin Shen wondered if she had seen some sort of potential between them. Otherwise, why add him? Unbeknownst to him, not only did Yue Hongyan see potential in their connection, but that potential was absurdly obvious. Red threads were tightly tied around her neck. All right. Yue Hongyan had been waiting for Lin Shen to contact her. Yet for a long time, Lin Shen had remained silent. When the message from Lin Shen finally pinged, Yue Hongyan felt momentarily stunned, thinking she had misread. Upon triple-checking that the message indeed came from Lin Shen, she promptly replied with a single affirmative word. No wonder so many red threads are tangled up with him, and he still holds them firmly in his hand. His push-and-pull tactic is truly deliberate, drawing things out for so long without making contact. I nearly thought I had misjudged him. Yu Hongyan smirked inwardly as she prepared to change into a meticulously chosen outfit. It was no surprise Yu Hongyan saw Lin Shen in this light. Anyone aware that he held over a dozen colorful red threads, and even a few blue ones, would view him as a classic philanderer. Lin Shen hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. After agreeing on the time and place, his thoughts turned to how he could win over Yue Hongyan. Force wouldn't work. Lin Shen's current resources were insufficient to challenge the Celestial Court. Taking action against Yue Hongyan would be as reckless as kicking a hornet's nest, and for now, that option was off the table. When the appointed time arrived, the carefully dressed Yue Hongyan teleported to Dreamstar. Even amidst Dreamstar's crowd of beauties, Yue Hongyan stood apart, a striking presence. Even passing women couldn't help but steal another glance at her. Yue Hongyan, with her blend of beauty and charisma, was the kind to charm both men and women alike. Chapter 168, Marriage Fate Importance. Yue Hongyan intentionally arrived at the meeting place a bit early and chose a window seat, positioning herself so that her most beautiful side faced the entrance. As soon as Lin Shen walked in, he would immediately see Yue Hongyan at her most flawless state. Her makeup, demeanor, lighting, posture, and gaze, all meticulously prepared to deliver a powerful impact of beauty. Yue Hongyan did this not because she had any feelings for Lin Shen, quite the opposite. It was precisely because she had no feelings for him that such preparation was necessary. Though fate in romance may be preordained, it is not a simple one-to-one equation. One party may have multiple threads of fate, while the other may have only one. Even if both parties have just one thread of fate, these threads differ in weight. The one with more weight is in a more advantageous position, enjoying a lighter burden and even gaining benefits from the relationship. The one with less weight, to put it plainly, is the chaser, whose efforts far exceed those of the other party. From the perspective of the marriage law, the red thread of the weightier party is easier to cut, whereas the thread of the lighter party is much harder to sever. If the weightier party unilaterally severs the red thread, the lighter party's thread may still cling to the former, but it has no binding effect on the weightier party anymore and becomes irrelevant. The lighter party, however, suffers a worse fate. Once the thread is severed on the other end, their own thread remains attached without support, unable to reconnect with someone else. A lifetime of devotion leads to nothing. Yue Hongyan could not yet sever the thread between herself and Lin Shen, so her immediate task was to shift the weight of their connection. For ordinary people, altering this weight was exceedingly difficult. But Yue Hongyan, a top-tier practitioner in the path of marriage, was naturally adept at such things. Combined with the divine skill, first-tier sky, and some external forces, changing the weight was not beyond her reach. First and foremost, this was critical. She needed to make Lin Shen fall for her at first sight. In the path of marriage, the first to fall in love holds the lighter weight. The more smitten Lin Shen became, the lighter his weight would grow, making the severing of their thread much simpler. Although she was indifferent to romance between men and women, Yue Hongyan had immense confidence in her appearance, charisma, and allure. She would show Lin Shen her most captivating side, conquer him, and then sever that damned thread. Dreamstar was already a whimsical and fantastical planet known as a legendary place of love. Its soft pink hues could easily evoke the gentlest emotions in people. Bathed in the tender twilight glow at her window seat, Yue Hongyan looked like a princess stepping out of a fairy tale, stunningly beautiful and mesmerizing. Many of the dating couples in the restaurant couldn't help but glance her way, the men especially stealing repeated looks toward Yue Hongyan. Some went so far as to ignore their female companions, gazing dreamily at Yue Hongyan. From her seat by the window, Yue Hongyan saw Lin Shen step through the restaurant's doors. She immediately adjusted her posture to greet him in her best state, one of the reasons she had chosen this spot. In this moment, under this ambiance and lighting, even the red threads of several couples broke apart automatically, the newly unattached threads instinctively trying to connect to Yue Hongyan, but they failed even to approach her. Practitioners in the path of marriage were not so easily entangled by stray threads, yet in Lin Shen's eyes, Yue Hongyan appeared as nothing more than a blur, a mosaic void of any appeal. Lin Shen walked straight to her and calmly took the seat opposite Yue Hongyan. When Yue Hongyan noticed Lin Shen's clear gaze, as if her beauty had no effect on him, her heart inexplicably clenched. Impossible. There's no way this pervert could ignore my beauty. Yue Hongyan refused to believe Lin Shen was unaffected. She assumed he was just feigning indifference, playing a game of cat and mouse. She quickly glanced at the red thread connecting them. What she saw nearly made her heart stop. She noticed that the end of the red thread held by Lin Shen was fading in color, while the end tied around her neck was growing deeper in red. The fading indicated an increase in dominance. The deepening red signified a loss of dominance. Not only had she failed to achieve her desired outcome, but she had also made matters worse. Yue Hongyan felt an overwhelming urge to cough up blood but had to force down her frustration. If she turned hostile now, it would not only fail to boost her weight, but would instead further strengthen Lin Shen's position. Are you blind? Can't you see the overwhelming allure I'm radiating? Yue Hongyan raged internally, but her face maintained a gentle smile. Pavilion Master Tian, I'm deeply honored that you could take time out of your busy schedule to meet me. Please, order whatever you like, it's my treat tonight. Yue Hongyan employed the tactic of retreating to advance, knowing that a warm and generous demeanor was more likely to evoke a man's protective instincts. Most men, in such circumstances, would take the initiative and insist on covering the bill themselves. Thank you, Lin Shen replied simply, and then nothing else followed. Yue Hongyan froze for a full 3 seconds, staring at Lin Shen, unable to think of a single prepared line to follow up with. Yue Family Master, I've come to discuss something with you, Lin Shen said straightforwardly. He knew he wasn't Ouyang Yudu or DEC. He didn't possess the charisma to make women flock to him on their own, nor did he have the time to spar verbally with Yue Hongyan, nor the intention to win her over with sincerity and genuine feelings. For Lin Shen, the most practical approach was to propose a deal, offering enough benefit to persuade Yue Hongyan fair and mutually beneficial, with no one being shortchanged. Though difficult, it was far more efficient than playing emotional games. What is it? Yue Hongyan asked, her curiosity piqued by Lin Shen's serious demeanor. She couldn't guess what legitimate business he had with her. Yue Family Master, do you practice the path of marriage? Lin Shen inquired. Isn't that obvious? How many Yue family practitioners don't follow the path of marriage? Your attempt at striking up a conversation is so lame. How are you even considered a playboy or a womanizer? Yue Hongyan grumbled inwardly but outwardly maintained her gentle smile. Correct. Is the Pavilion Master hoping I could take a look at your marriage fate? Lin Shen shook his head. I'm already married with children. There's no need to examine my marriage fate. This statement utterly confounded Yue Hongyan. She had always assumed Lin Shen was pursuing her, trying to flirt, but his declaration of being married completely contradicted that notion. Who would use marriage as an opening line to hit on someone? Then, what do you mean? Yue Hongyan's smile faltered as she frowned at Lin Shen. Have you ever heard of the netherworld marriage technique? Lin Shen offered his first bargaining chip. Yue Hongyan raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised by the mention. Of course. That's the secret cultivation technique created by the great heavenly netherworld king, a mysterious branch of the path of marriage and one of his hidden legacies. Why bring it up, Pavilion Master Tian? Chapter 169, Thin Marriage Book. I accidentally came across the complete text of the netherworld marriage technique. If Yue Family Master is interested, I would like to make a deal with you using this cultivation technique, said Lin Shen. You obtained the complete text of the netherworld marriage technique? Yue Hongyan was shocked. The Yue family had also collected fragments of the netherworld marriage technique. It wasn't that the Yue family didn't want the complete version, it simply couldn't be found. The true netherworld marriage technique was used only by the great heavenly netherworld king. His subordinates, whether deformed species or divine beings, had only learned fragments of its essence. If the complete version of the netherworld marriage technique could be found, the Yue family would stop at nothing to acquire it. In the cosmic realm, the only competitor to the Yue family in matters of marriages and unions was the netherworld marriage technique of the great heavenly netherworld king. The Yue family had always hoped to incorporate the netherworld marriage technique into its own system, but lacked the ability to obtain it from the great heavenly netherworld king. So, when Lin Shen claimed he possessed the complete version of the netherworld marriage technique, Yu Hongyan was deeply astonished, and her first reaction was skepticism. Fragments of the netherworld marriage technique were in the possession of various families, and naturally, the Star God Palace held a copy as well. However, these were mere glimpses of the technique, lacking in sufficient detail and critical elements. They were useful for understanding its structure but had little practical value for cultivation. Pavilion Master Tien, the complete text you mentioned, is it the one held in the Central Heaven Star Divine Palace? Ye Hongyan probed cautiously. The version stored in the Central Heaven Star Divine Palace had been supplemented, but it was far inferior to the true netherworld marriage technique. Even the Yue family's own supplemented version was better than the one held by the Central Heaven Star Divine Palace. No, this was something I came across unexpectedly outside. It's the genuine complete version. Lin Shen had studied Yue Hongyan carefully and understood the immense value of the netherworld marriage technique to the Yue family, which was why he intended to use it as leverage for his exchange. There are many versions of the netherworld marriage technique circulating, some erroneous, some supplemented, Yue Hongyan murmured, still deeply doubting that Lin Shen could have obtained the true complete version from the great heavenly netherworld king. The one I have is the authentic, complete version. If not, I wouldn't dare use it to trade with the Yue family master. If Yue family master remains unconvinced, you may take a look at this first, Lin Shen said, placing a piece of paper on the table and pushing it towards Yue Hongyan. Yue Hongyan fixed her gaze on the paper. It contained content from the netherworld marriage technique. She examined it carefully and her expression gradually turned to one of astonishment. The text on the paper partially matched what Yue Hongyan already knew, but some sections were entirely unfamiliar, parts she had never seen in any version of the netherworld marriage technique. Carefully reading through the unfamiliar sections resolved many of the puzzles and unanswered questions she had regarding the netherworld marriage technique. But the content on the paper was limited. It was only part of the first chapter. Beyond that, there was nothing further, leaving Yue Hongyan with a feeling akin to being cut off at a key point in a novel. However, this glimpse alone convinced Yue Hongyan that Lin Shen wasn't lying outright. Even if he didn't possess the complete text of the netherworld marriage technique, his version was likely the most comprehensive compared to the Yue family's years of research on fragmented versions. Pavilion Master Tien, from whence did this cultivation technique come? Yue Hongyan asked seriously. A good thing's origin need not be questioned. I can guarantee that this is the complete text of the netherworld marriage technique. I wonder if the Yue family master is interested in making a deal, Lin Shen replied with a smile. What is it you want? Yue Hongyan stared at Lin Shen and asked. I wish for Yue family master to sleep beside me for one night. Simply embrace and rest, nothing inappropriate beyond that. Lin Shen stated his intentions directly. Hearing this, Yue Hongyan was infuriated. Truly despicable. Such an audacious and shameless request, to speak it with such entitlement, daring to call it a transaction. Utterly vile. Yue Hongyan stood up, ready to leave, unwilling to waste any more words with such a person. While the netherworld marriage technique was precious and highly desirable for herself and her family, she would rather not acquire it if it required such a method. I have visited the Love God Temple and seen a book bound by a red thread there, Lin Shen said, abruptly halting Yue Hongyan in her tracks. Yue Hongyan whipped around to stare at Lin Shen, seeking clarity in his words. Written on the cover of the book were the words, Marriage Book, Lin Shen continued. If you, a family master, agrees to the deal, I can offer both the netherworld marriage technique and the marriage book. Lin Shen was not bluffing. During his patrol of the secret god star, he had indeed come across the Love God Temple. Because of his ties to Yue Hongyan, Lin Shen had deliberately entered the temple during daylight hours for examination. Inside, there was no statue of the love god. Whether the ghost god had perished or the love god had left the temple and the secret god star remained unclear. Still, dangling from the ceiling beams was a red thread, its end tied to the marriage book. At the time, Lin Shen dared not touch it. That night, when he revisited the love god temple, though the ghost god did not appear, the temple had restored its former splendor, suggesting hidden mysteries within. After returning to the Star God Palace, Lin Shen conducted further research and discovered the marriage book was likely the Yue family's divine skill, first-tier sky, the original text, and the life-bound divine artifact of the Yue family's ancestor. Originally, this artifact was meant to be the Yue family's greatest treasure. For unknown reasons, it had not been passed down, leaving its fate uncertain. Whether the ancestor failed to preserve it, or it was lost later remains a mystery. Can you retrieve it? Yue Hongyan asked sharply, staring at Lin Shen. This question from Yue Hongyan further confirmed to Lin Shen that the marriage book in the Love God Temple was indeed the one belonging to the Yue family. The Yue family was clearly aware of its existence in the temple but lacked the means to obtain it. It's worth a try, Lin Shen replied. Had the love god statue still been present, Lin Shen wouldn't dare attempt something so risky. However, with the love god absent, Lin Shen believed he could make an effort, armed with two great emperor's divine artifacts, the Chaos Bell and the protection of the East Emperor Luo God. If worst came to worst and the retrieval failed, Lin Shen still had the fire seed, with which he could take over the love god's divine position by force. With control of the divine position, the marriage book would naturally fall into his hands. Of course, Lin Shen wasn't entirely confident in success. This hesitance was the reason he hadn't initially brought up the marriage book. Now, with the netherworld marriage technique failing to convince Yu Hongyan, Lin Shen had no choice but to reveal this trump card. Even the great divine official couldn't retrieve the items from the love god temple. Are you certain you can do it? Yu Hongyan asked with skepticism, though her heart yearned for even the faintest possibility. In the past few generations, the Yue family had tried countless methods to reclaim the items in the love god temple, even enlisting the aid of the great divine official. Yet, the great divine official returned empty-handed, confirming the items couldn't be obtained. Since then, the Yue family had abandoned hope. Compared to the netherworld marriage technique, the items in the love god temple held immeasurable significance to the Yue family. If they could retrieve those items, many members of the Yue family would willingly sacrifice their lives. The treasures within could elevate the Yue family's power dramatically, transforming it beyond a mere clan reliant on matchmaking and social connections. Chapter 170, Reaching an Agreement. How can I trust that you'll bring back the item? Yue Hongyan didn't want to have anything more to do with Lin Shen, but she dearly wished she could turn and leave. Yet the allure of the marriage book and the netherworld marriage technique was too overpowering, rendering her unable to move her feet. You're free not to trust me. Lin Shen indeed had no way to prove himself. Bring the item back. After I see it, we can talk again, Yue Hongyan murmured thoughtfully. There's no negotiating. To retrieve the marriage book involves excessive risk. Whether I succeed or fail, I want the benefits up front. The netherworld marriage technique can serve as a deposit at that time, Lin Shen responded. How do I know you won't change your mind after getting your benefits? Yue Hongyan retorted. You're welcome to distrust me. Let's pretend I never mentioned this. Consider it over. Thanks for hosting me, but I won't be staying for the meal. Let's reconnect later if needed, Lin Shen said as he prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Yue Hongyan's expression flickered indecisively. Seeing Lin Shen truly about to leave without hesitation, she clenched her teeth and called out to stop him. What else would the Yue family master like to discuss? Lin Shen turned his head back and asked, Sit down. There are some things I want to ask you. At that moment, Yue Hongyan's emotions were unbearably complicated. If Lin Shen had been just an ordinary person, she wouldn't care about what he was saying. But she knew Lin Shen was not only the pavilion master of the Central Heaven Star Constellation Hall, but he had also recently undertaken a patrol mission in the land of the ghost gods. His words carried a certain amount of credibility. After all, to an outsider, Shi Zhongqing's backing of Lin Shen was so overt, it almost amounted to an announcement that Lin Shen was his successor and the next great divine official of the Central Heaven Star Divine Palace. Given Lin Shen's status, his words still carried considerable weight. Yue family master, please speak plainly. Lin Shen remained standing and responded. Can you sit down first? Yue Hongyan's expression turned to one of quiet pleading. Her thin skin kept her from speaking freely in front of so many people. Those men who were already paying attention to Yue Hongyan's side felt a wave of indignation upon seeing this dignified beauty openly beg the man. To dine with such a stunning figure was already a tremendous blessing, yet here he was daring to leave her behind. Moreover, he made her plead for him to stay, an act that surely ranked among the most egregious sins. Some of them even wished they could pummel Lin Shen to the ground and then comfort Yue Hongyan properly. Lin Shen was keenly aware of the hostile stares around him, and after a moment of contemplation, he sat back down, saying, Yue family master, what is it you'd like to say? Was it truly just sleeping together? Yue Hongyan's cheeks turned crimson as she spoke. Her body trembled lightly, and her fingernails almost pierced her palm. It was only sharing a bed, nothing more, Lin Shen corrected her. Before anything else, I need to see the netherworld marriage technique to confirm it's the complete version. Only then can we make a deal. Yue Hongyan tried her best to appear indifferent, as if she didn't really care. I can give you the netherworld marriage technique first, but as soon as you've seen it and verified its completeness, you won't be able to go back on your word, Lin Shen said. You must also swear a blood oath to do everything you can to retrieve the item from the Love God Temple for me. Agreed. Not just the marriage book, you'll also need to bring back the red thread connected to it. I will do my best, so when should the transaction occur? As soon as possible. If you've got no other commitments, we could find somewhere right now, Lin Shen suggested. I'm fine with that, but the location has to be my choice, Yue Hongyan replied nonchalantly. Choose away, Lin Shen said, pleased. Although it required some sacrifice, being able to obtain the fire seed from Yue Hongyan so quickly meant the trade-off was worth it. Follow me. Yue Hongyan got to her feet and began walking, projecting an air of casual indifference. Lin Shen also stood and followed her, his heart racing with anticipation. Soon, he would finally acquire the true heaven-defying bone. He couldn't help but wonder what its effects would be. This was his first time obtaining a perfect fire seed, and he was filled with excitement. Lin Shen originally thought Yue Hongyan would choose a hotel or such like. After all, Dreamstar was inherently a romantic sanctuary, boasting an abundance of hotels, including particularly advanced ones. Lin Shen assumed any room that allowed them to spend the night would suffice. However, Yue Hongyan clearly had different ideas. Rather than selecting a hotel, she took Lin Shen off Dreamstar entirely, teleporting to a planet whose name Lin Shen hadn't even heard. The planet was blanketed in primeval forests, entirely devoid of signs of human activity, let alone hotels. It was plainly undeveloped and untouched. Is she suggesting we sleep under the stars? Lin Shen stood in front of a lake flanked by grassy shores, inwardly astonished by Yue Hongyan's potential openness. Soon, however, Lin Shen realized he was mistaken. Yue Hongyan led him to a small wooden cabin at the edge of the lake. The cabin leaned against a hillside, its roof blending seamlessly with the grass on the slope above, so much so it was nearly invisible unless approached closely. Yue Hongyan pushed the door open and stepped inside the cabin. Lin Shen followed, his gaze sweeping over the interior. Though the cabin was small and sparsely furnished, it was arranged with exceptional warmth. A modest bamboo bed offered just enough room for 2 people, more than adequate. Yu Hongyan removed her jacket and hung it on the coat rack before lighting the fireplace, instantly flooding the cabin with cozy warmth, enhancing its inviting atmosphere. After finishing this, Yue Hongyan sat on the bed, removed her shoes, and leaned casually against the bedding. Holding out one hand, she appeared laissez-faire as she remarked, "Didn't you say you wanted me to hug you to sleep? Come on then." Sensing Yue Hongyan's apparent detachment, Lin Shen hesitated no longer, stepping forward to sit on the bed and removing his shoes, readying himself to lie in her embrace. Yue Hongyan instinctively recoiled her arm, clearly betraying an inner trepidation despite her outward indifference. Scared? Lin Shen leaned against the headboard, watching the slightly frazzled Yue Hongyan as he commented flatly, "Who's scared? You haven't even given me the netherworld marriage technique yet. If you want me to hug you to sleep, let me see if it's truly a complete copy first," Yue Hongyan countered stubbornly. Lin Shen retrieved the pre-written netherworld marriage technique and handed it to Yue Hongyan. Yue Hongyan accepted the technique and began reading. The more she read, the more peculiar her expression grew. Though she had never seen an authentic copy of the netherworld marriage technique, the detailed content far surpassed every version she had previously encountered, resolving many of her long-standing doubts. Is it acceptable now? Lin Shen reached out, ready to pull Yue Hongyan into his arms. Yue Hongyan quickly extended her hand to block Lin Shen, biting her lip as she said, "You haven't sworn your blood oath yet." After Lin Shen made his blood oath, he reached out once more to wrap Yue Hongyan in his arms. Yue Hongyan pressed a hand against Lin Shen's chest, speaking urgently, "Don't rush, go take a bath first, I can't stand the smell of sweat." But Lin Shen cared little for her protests. Exerting force, he drew Yue Hongyan entirely into his embrace, his overwhelming strength leaving her no room for resistance. Yue Hongyan's heart surged with anger and shock. Lin Shen's strength far exceeded her expectations, despite her recent advancement to the upper rank. She couldn't fend him off. His strength attribute surpassed her initial estimates, rivaling or perhaps even surpassing the upper rank, a revelation that astonished her. Not long ago, Lin Shen had still been at the lower tier, competing alongside Pan Xiaoning and the others. Now his strength attribute had reached such heights. Was it due to a rapid promotion to the upper rank, or some other extraordinary ability? Unable to break free from Lin Shen's steel-like arms, Yue Hongyan was forcibly turned to face the wall, Lin Shen's arms circling her entire torso and arms from behind. Yue Hongyan felt as though those arms were made of iron. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't escape. She was on the verge of snapping until Lin Shen's soft voice murmured in her ear, "If you breach the agreement, not only will you pay the price, but so will the entire Yue family. Don't doubt my resolve and capability." Yue Hongyan's body stiffened instantly. Matters had come to a head. If she violated the agreement, Lin Shen, as a future great divine official, would surely retaliate against her and the Yue family. Moreover, she still harbored aspirations for the items within the Love God Temple. "If you cross me or break the pact, I'll tie countless threads connecting awful crones, spiteful women, and embarrassing elderly spinsters to you, ensuring you become their groom every night and their companion every day." Yue Hongyan closed her eyes, standing still while spitting out venomous words. Chapter 171, Hongyan's confidant Lin Shen couldn't be bothered to argue with her, holding Yue Hongyan close and closing his eyes, hoping to quickly fall asleep and obtain the fire seed. He had no interest in worrying about what Yue Hongyan thought. This was just a transaction. He had paid so much not to consider Yue Hongyan's feelings. If Yue Hongyan dared to break the contract now, Lin Shen would not hesitate to suppress her, forcing her to surrender the fire seed. Because of the precedent set by Ouyang Yudu, Lin Shen had a theory. The heaven-defying bone fire seed might not be born for a specific person. Otherwise, if the one carrying it died, then the heaven-defying bone would never be complete. The cosmos is so vast, disasters and man-made calamities happen every day, and it's normal for a carrier of the heaven-defying bone to die. The fact that the heaven-defying bone fire seed remains complete only proves that the fire seed is indestructible. Even if the original vessel dies, it will transfer or attach itself to a new vessel. Lin Shen speculates that Ouyang Yudu possesses the heaven-defying bone because the previous vessel died, selecting him as the new one. Yue Hongyan was extremely nervous. She found Lin Shen's strength far exceeded her expectations, and if Lin Shen intended to do something to her, she wasn't sure she could stop him. Anxious, time passed, and Yue Hongyan noticed Lin Shen made no other moves, merely holding her quietly. Unable to let her guard down, more time passed, and Yue Hongyan realized Lin Shen seemed to have genuinely fallen asleep. Trying to trick me into relaxing? Yue Hongyan still felt uneasy, her mind filled with various speculations. All night long, Yue Hongyan remained vigilant, not daring to close her eyes, fearing Lin Shen might take advantage of her. A man with so many connections, Yue Hongyan couldn't trust him at all. Lin Shen, who had been still, suddenly moved, startling Yue Hongyan. "What do you want to do?" Yue Hongyan asked warily. "Do what? It's time, I'm leaving." Lin Shen rose, sat up, put on his shoes, and headed out. Before Yue Hongyan could react, Lin Shen had already opened the door and left. Yue Hongyan couldn't believe it. Lin Shen had just left, but when she got up and walked out of the cabin, there was indeed no one outside. Really gone? To this moment, Yue Hongyan still found it hard to believe that Lin Shen had done nothing but sleep beside her for a night. Lin Shen's feelings were mixed. He had acquired the fire seed from Yue Hongyan, which was a joyful thing, yet it wasn't the heaven-defying bone. The imperfect superbase evolutionary fire seed soulmate, easier to obtain a red temptress than a soulmate, having both is like divine assistance. The imperfect fire seed, though not the heaven-defying bone, was still precious. Lin Shen carefully studied it. The soulmate seed seemed to imply that having a soulmate nearby granted him a power boost, enabling him to unleash more power than usual. However, the definition of a soulmate was peculiar. Lin Shen's understanding of a soulmate should be a close female friend, a woman who understood him. But when he was with Yue Hongyan just now, she unexpectedly granted him the soulmate effect. The effect was too obvious. In his eyes, a strange fluctuation emanated from Yue Hongyan, resonating with his body, unlocking a switch within his cells, filling him with explosive power. Lin Shen couldn't understand why Yue Hongyan triggered the soulmate fire seed. They weren't familiar enough, not to mention understanding each other. Yue Hongyan was not his soulmate, and she might even hate him. Why is it so strange? What exactly triggers a soulmate? After leaving Yue Hongyan, Lin Shen no longer felt the potential explosion in his body, suggesting that the soulmate effect had a distance limitation. Now, Lin Shen wasn't interested in studying the soulmate concept, he was still pondering the heaven-defying bone. He didn't expect that Yue Hongyan, who seemed most likely to be connected to the heaven-defying bone, wasn't actually it. With now only the woman in the video left as a clue, Lin Shen had no idea how to get her out, unable to even sleep. Upon returning to the Crystal Charm Star, Lin Shen found that Ouyang Yudu emitted the same fluctuation as Yue Hongyan, immediately energizing every cell in his body. Damn, could this work? Isn't a soulmate supposed to be female? Could Wei and DEC give me a boost too? Lin Shen deliberately deactivated the soulmate fire seed, otherwise with Ouyang Yudu nearby, staying in a hyped state was uncomfortable. This state was excellent in battle, but remaining so excited all the time was not good. Lin Shen decided to gather Wei and DEC to test the effects of multiple activations of the soulmate fire seed. But when he gathered them, only Ouyang Yudu could trigger the soulmate fire seed, while Wei and DEC couldn't. It seems the activation of this soulmate fire seed doesn't depend on understanding, but rather the presence of a fire seed. Does it mean only those with a fire seed can trigger it? Lin Shen speculated. Originally thinking it wouldn't be so easy to acquire the fire seed from Yue Hongyan, he hadn't expected to get it so swiftly. With nothing else to do lately, Lin Shen decided to explore the Realm King planet ahead of schedule. Though he promised Yue Hongyan to visit the Love God Temple, Yue Hongyan's lack of cooperation dissuaded him from going. After all, he promised to retrieve the item but didn't specify when, so he'd wait until he felt like it. Wei Wufu and DAC, hearing about the Realm King planet trip, agreed to visit it soon. They had been hunting deformed species on their own planets, gathering some resources, but still far from advancing to the middle tier, they needed a considerable amount of resources to condense their divine souls quickly. Communicating with a ghost god relies on insight and talent, and so does condensing a divine soul, but resources are essential. The four of them quickly agreed. Lin Shen took out his mechanical watch, activated the teleportation function, attempting to transport everyone to the Realm King planet together. The previous broken watch could perform multi-teleportation. The intact watch should be no worse. As the countdown on the watch ended, all four were teleported away. Chapter 1172, Graduation Exam. What is this? Lin Shen looked around, a slight hint of surprise visible on his face. DSE and the other two also scrutinized their surroundings, realizing they were inside an oval-shaped space. Smooth and white, the curved walls resembled mutton fat jade in texture. The space was approximately 30 meters high, with its widest point horizontally spanning about 10 meters, evoking the interior of a massive upright football. Welcome to the graduation exam. Candidates must complete all tasks within the allotted time. Failure will lead to immediate eradication. Passing the graduation exam will grant you the complete Realm King inheritance. An emotionless electronic voice resonated within the room. The four of them, Lin Shen included, exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what was happening. Fortunately, Lin Shen, Wei Wufu, and Ouyang Yudu had previously experienced events tied to the Realm King planet, so this scenario was not entirely unfamiliar to them. After the voice ended, beams of light descended from the top of the space, materializing some holographic projection text mid-air. Question 1. Creation. Break out of the Chaos Egg within 1 2-hour period. Failing to solve the question within the time limit will result in exam failure and immediate eradication of life. Below the text was a countdown, a full 120 minutes. Wei Wufu, silent, unleashed all his strength and landed a forceful punch onto the curved wall. Even though Wei Wufu didn't have the power of justice activated in response to sins, his normal strength was still exceptional, ranking top tier among the lower tier. His punch caused the curved wall to cave inward instantly, but even after exhausting the full force behind his fist, the wall remained unbroken. The concave section rebounded with a massive force, launching Wei Wufu's body backward. In mid-air, Wei Wufu twisted his body, channeling the rotational momentum to neutralize the rebounded force, landing back onto the ground with stability. Even Wei's strength can't break it. Seems like this thing is exceptionally tough. Brute force won't cut it. Let me try, DEC remarked. Extending a finger, he summoned an entire sky's worth of fine dust, which condensed into a star needle countless times thinner than an ordinary needle. Targeting the curved wall, he drove it in. When the star needle touched the curved wall, it failed to penetrate. Instead, it merely caused the wall to indent slightly. Once the star needle's force was depleted, it bounced back instantly. DEC sidestepped to avoid it, but the star needle ricocheted against the opposite side of the curved wall, repeatedly rebounding throughout the Chaos Egg. When most of its energy had dissipated, DEC finally caught it between his fingers. The structure of this Chaos Egg is far too intricate. Even the smallest particles I can control are unable to infiltrate its gaps, much less pierce through it, DEC mused aloud. I suspect this test wasn't designed for us. It must be meant for divine beings at the upper peak. Lin Shen also felt something was amiss here. With no outsiders present, he went ahead and summoned Ch1101. Ch1101, what's going on here? Lin Shen looked at her and questioned. What do you mean, what's going on? Where is this place? Ch1101 scanned her surroundings with evident confusion. Lin Shen's face turned peculiar as he asked, This is the place your watch transported me to. You don't know where this is? Is this the Realm King planet? Ch1101 suddenly lit up with excitement, eagerly examining the space as she spoke. The teleporter was left to us by your past self. You mentioned there's something stored inside the Realm King planet to be retrieved once we ascend to the Great Emperor level. Why didn't you say that earlier? Lin Shen groaned, feeling his teeth clench. Had he known, he wouldn't have ventured to this place. You didn't ask. How was I supposed to know you'd come here? Ch1101 countered, visibly annoyed. I gave you the teleporter so you could freely travel between planets to gather resources you need. Who knew you'd activate it to come here? You could have explained it better. I thought you handed me the teleporter for treasure hunting in this place. Lin Shen paused and asked, Is there any way to leave? Having tested the teleporter himself, Lin Shen found it unusable in this space. I don't know. Your past self only instructed us to come here after reaching Great Emperor rank. He never disclosed what's inside, Ch1101 admitted with a shake of her head. The group exchanged concerned looks. The situation was worse than expected. It seemed they'd have to become Great Emperors to pass this test. Do you know what the Chaos Egg is? Lin Shen realized there was no point in complaining and focused on figuring a way out, lest they all perish inside. But Ch1101 was rather clueless. She had little to no knowledge of this place either. Can your red gourd open this thing? Lin Shen suggested. Ch1101 give it a try. The red gourd tilted skyward, its opening facing the ground. As Ch1101 chanted the secret language, the gourd's mouth emitted an eerie purple-red vortex that started twisting the Chaos Egg, causing the floor beneath them to bulge upward, drawing the egg within. Seeing this, the group was initially filled with hope. The red gourd seemed to be working. But their smiles didn't last long. The red gourd relentlessly sucked the Chaos Egg inward, but the egg remained unbroken. As it continued, the space inside the egg shrank, threatening to suck them, along with the Chaos Egg, into the gourd, possibly even Ch1101 herself. Lin Shen couldn't tell whether the gourd would ultimately consume the entire Chaos Egg or find itself enveloped by it instead. Regardless, they would not live to see the outcome. Hurriedly, Lin Shen instructed Ch1101 to halt and release the portion she had absorbed. The section of the Chaos Egg sucked inside rebounded outward, instantly reverting to its original state, indistinguishable from before. Looks like I'll have to try my finger sand next, Lin Shen declared, raising his hand for an attempt on the curved wall. With the enhancement of his super base divine shot, finger sand possessed the characteristic of being indomitable and penetrating anything in its path. Lin Shen was uncertain whether its properties could break through the Chaos Egg. After all, this exam was designed for great emperors, capable of challenging even the most resilient artifacts that hadn't returned to their peak. Pop, Lin Shen's finger sand landed on the curved wall, surprisingly punching through it, leaving a tiny hole. The Chaos Egg, though only punctured by a small hole, exploded like a balloon pierced by a pin. The scenery outside instantly revealed itself to the group. An endless desert stretched across their vision, littered with gigantic Chaos Eggs, resembling massive bird eggs sprawled across the sands. Their sheer number made them impossible to count. Everywhere they looked, multicolored Chaos Eggs filled the horizon. Question 2. Graduation prize. Choose one egg to shatter. Among millions of eggs, only one contains the graduation pet. You have one chance to find it. That eerie voice echoed again, reverberating through the air. Chapter 173. Only the great emperor can solve this challenge doesn't have a countdown timer. It seems there's no time limit. But even without a countdown, picking out one Chaos Egg containing a pet from among a million is still an extremely difficult task. Because these eggs don't follow any discernible standard, Lin Shen and the others didn't know what an egg with a pet even looked like or whether there were any specific traits to identify them, so they had no idea where to start. If it's left to sheer luck, the probability of 1 in a million is just too low, and if they smash an egg that isn't the right one, wouldn't that mean failure? There should be some standard, right? They can't possibly expect us to gamble with blind luck. What kind of exam would that be? Ouyang Yudu remarked. You're right, they must have provided some way to distinguish them. We need to find it, instead of blindly relying on luck, Lin Shen said with a pained expression. But the number is overwhelming. 1 million eggs. If we're supposed to examine and compare the details one by one, who knows how long it would take? Alive, dead, Wei Wufu muttered. Wei might have a point. If there's only one egg containing a pet, that implies only one egg is alive, while the others are all dead eggs. If we could sense the life force, we might be able to pick out the egg that contains a pet, Lin Shen said, contemplating Wei's suggestion. But Lin Shen wasn't skilled at sensing life force. Even if there were only one egg in front of him, he wouldn't be able to tell whether it contains something alive or not. Let me try. If there is a life force, I should be able to sense some of it, Ouyang Yudu offered when no one else had an idea. Lin Shen was overjoyed and urged him to act quickly. Ouyang Yudu responded, flying up into the skies and hovering above the million eggs. He set down the jade parasol he was holding and slowly folded it shut. As the jade parasol closed, it seemed as though some strange essence was being drawn into its folds. The group felt an eerie chill sweeping through them, instinctively shivering as it seemed something vital was leaving their bodies and gathering toward the parasol in the sky. This feeling soon vanished as Ouyang Yudu had reopened the jade parasol. The sinister sensation immediately dissipated, and their bodies returned to normal. Ouyang, were you able to locate the egg that has life force? Lin Shen asked as Ouyang Yudu descended. Ouyang Yudu shook his head slightly, saying, I used the jade parasol to absorb life force. Aside from the energy coming from yourselves, there was no other trace of life force here. So either these eggs don't contain living pets, or the eggs themselves have a way to block the life force, preventing you from sensing it, Lin Shen speculated, feeling somewhat uncertain. DEC opened his mouth to speak. I have some skill in observing subtle details. Why not let me examine the intricate features of these million eggs and compare them? Perhaps I can extract some useful information and identify the right one. How long would such comparisons take? Lin Shen asked. A shifting glow surrounded DEC, forming what seemed to be a spiritual body of him encasing his exterior. This spectral form opened its eyes, which gleamed like myriad stars illuminating the universe. Lin Shen wasn't sure what not long meant as a time frame, but in reality it was very quick. DEC flew back down after merely circling the eggs once. That fast? Lin Shen was astonished. If it had been him performing such a superficial scan, he wouldn't even have been able to get a count of how many eggs there were, let alone examine any details. Exactly 1 million chaos eggs. These eggs come in 13,653 colors. No egg is unique in color. Each color is shared by at least 3 eggs. The shapes and sizes are exactly identical, as are their textures, and all have identical particle arrangements. None have distinctive patterns. The depths at which they are buried in the sand vary, making it impossible to infer their weights. Other than the unknown weight, there are no other differences, DEC reported. Lin Shen was left dumbstruck, amazed that simply circling overhead could yield so much information. DEC's keen ability to observe and his memory made Lin Shen wonder what it would be like to crack open DEC's skull and see what made his mind different from his own. Unfortunately, none of this revealed which egg contained something alive. No, that's not right, Wei Wufu muttered thoughtfully. What's wrong? Lin Shen asked. The Count, Wei Wufu, pointed toward where they had emerged, where fragments of the chaos egg were scattered. Their expressions shifted in realization. Back where they had started lay the shattered remains of the chaos egg, identical in size and appearance to all the others except for its color. The chaos egg was a jade-white hue, without the vibrant colors of the other eggs. Lin Shen and the others had subconsciously excluded the chaos egg from their thoughts of the eggs. However, with Wei pointing it out, All of them had a sudden epiphany. The Chaos Egg, if considered one of the million eggs, would hold them, the ones who emerged from it, as its pets. Earlier, Ouyang had tried to absorb life force from the eggs but found none. Perhaps the issue wasn't about blocking the life force. Perhaps it was simply because there was no life within those eggs. This challenge's concept of pets might just refer to them, the beings born from the Chaos Egg itself. Wei, that's a solid theory. Out of all the eggs, it's the most unique and special one, DEC chuckled. If that's the case, the answer is us. This test is about challenging our reasoning abilities. Wei really has a sharp mind. They all agreed that the reasoning made sense. If they misinterpreted it, it wouldn't be a big deal since they hadn't smashed any eggs. It was worth testing the theory. Lin Shen shouted toward the sky, "We know the answer. The pets are us." But after his shout, there was no response. Everything remained calm and silent. It seems that simply stating the answer isn't enough. We must smash an egg for it to register, Ouyang Yudu speculated aloud. For a moment, none of them could come up with a solution. Smashing the Chaos Eggs felt daunting to Lin Shen, but picking one among a million was equally confounding. Lin Shen glanced at Xiaona, hoping she had a solution, but she shook her head. She had even less of an idea. Why not summon my sister and ask her? She's always been smarter than I am. Dad, you favored her the most in your past life. She's bound to know something, Xiaona suggested. Lin Shen gave it some thought and agreed. He summoned Xiaoye. As Xiaoye appeared, Lin Shen hadn't had a chance to say anything before her expression immediately darkened. Chaos Egg, this is Rome King Planet. How is it possible that you're here? The four of them instantly became serious. Xiaoye clearly knew something. She wasn't simple and naive like Xiaoyana. Xiaowei turned her gaze sharply toward Xiaona, her voice raising in anger. You gave him the teleporter, didn't you? Sis, this is no time to argue. You need to help us. Xiaona tugged at Xiaowei's arm, pleading. Help? What help? The Chaos Egg is a divine creation of the Chaos Gourd, an artifact of the Great Emperor. This challenge can only be solved by someone at the Great Emperor's level. What's your current level? You dare to meddle here recklessly? This is suicide, Xiaoye snapped in irritation. Chapter 174, Chaos Gourd. Chaos Gourd, Great Emperor? It seems Xiaoye knows quite a lot. Lin Shen gazed at Xiaoye and gently asked, Xiaoye, what's the deal with the Chaos Gourd? Lin Shen only learned about the existence of the Seven Treasures Gourd from the Wine Gourd, and the Seven Treasures Gourd is not a Great Emperor's divine artifact either. The purple gold gourd in Xiaona's hand was taken by the Southern Everlasting Emperor, who refined it into a Great Emperor's divine artifact. Yet, with just one glance, Xiaoye could recognize the connection between the Chaos Egg and the Chaos Gourd, and even stated that the Chaos Gourd was a Great Emperor's divine artifact, which was rather unusual. Even if Xiaona had told her about the Chaos Gourd, Xiaona and Lin Shen had heard just as much. She didn't know that the Chaos Gourd was a Great Emperor's divine artifact. How did Xiaoye know? Xiaoye's gaze swept across Wei Wufu and the others, clearly hesitant, unwilling to speak out in front of so many people. We're all friends here. Just say it straight. Xiaoye hesitated for a moment before speaking. I only know that the Chaos Gourd was in your past life's possession. After obtaining the Little Universe from the Little Wine Emperor in that past life, you used the Chaos Gourd and the Little Universe to create a Little Universe independent of the cosmos, intending to build a new world. The Chaos Gourd, by merging with the Little Universe, was promoted to a Great Emperor's divine artifact. Later, for some reason, your past self couldn't transform the Chaos Gourd into a complete new world and underwent reincarnation. I don't know much about the new world inside the Chaos Gourd, just heard you mention some things inside, which included these Chaos Eggs. What did my past life look like? Can you draw it for me to see? Xiaoshe surprisingly knew that the ancient Rome king obtained the Little Universe from the Little Wine Emperor, implying that the half-iron Whack was the ancient Rome king. If the Whack was Tai, why would Xiaoshe and Xiaona fail to recognize him? If they recognized him but did not acknowledge it, yet claimed him as the reincarnation of the ancient Realm king, then there's a problem here. Dad, you should have said earlier if you wanted to see, I have a photo of your past life. I'll get it for you now. Before Xiaoye could speak, Xiaoena said while she took out a photo from the red gourd and handed it over to Lin Shen. Lin Shen was somewhat surprised. If he had known Xiaoena had a photo of the ancient realm king, he wouldn't have been guessing endlessly. But thinking it over, he indeed hadn't asked Xiaoena or Xiaoye. Lin Shen took the photo and looked at it, finding it different from what he had imagined. The photo didn't show a half-human, half-iron creature, but a gentle-looking middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. On this man's face, the resemblance to Xiaona and Xiaoye was faintly visible. People say daughters resemble their fathers, and this seems true for Xiaona and Xiaoye. They indeed quite resemble the ancient realm king, especially around the eyes and eyebrows. With Xiaona and Xiaoye looking so gorgeous, the ancient realm king naturally wasn't lacking either. A rare, handsome man, even surpassing Ouyang Yudu and DSE. He possessed a unique stability and maturity typical of a middle-aged man, making Ouyang and DSE appear a bit youthful in comparison. Lin Shen finally understood why, despite having mastered evolution theory, the greed for life and fear of death elixir, and stepping on the immortal court, Xiaoye and Xiaona didn't believe he was the reincarnation of the ancient realm king. When compared to that image and aura, Lin Shen truly was not like him in any way, indeed quite far off. Is this an old photograph? Wasn't the person gambling with the little wine emperor a half-human, half-iron figure? Lin Shen looked at the two girls and asked. Not at all, Dad. You have always looked like this, never changed, Shauna said while looking at Xiaoye. I didn't know about Dad gambling with the little wine emperor before, sis. What's going on? Xiaoye shook her head and said, Father indeed has always looked like this. I only heard him talk about obtaining the little universe from the little wine emperor, never witnessed it myself, nor do I know how it happened. Maybe the whack mentioned by the wine gourd wasn't Father himself, but one of his subordinates or a friend. Listening to Xiaoye, Lin Shen's original hypothesis seemed to be overturned. Both Xiaoye and Shauna said so, implying Tai could not be the ancient realm king. So who was he? Lin Shen couldn't figure it out for the moment and felt it wasn't the right time to think about it. He turned to Xiaoye and asked, Xiaoye, what's with these chaos eggs? Can you identify which one has a pet inside? Xiaoye pondered and said, I only heard Father say that the chaos gourd itself has the ability to evolve worlds, to nurture all things in the chaos world. But to create life from nothing is a taboo among taboos, not allowed by cosmic rules, and is impossible to achieve. The original evolutionary ability of the chaos gourd also needs a blueprint and prototype. It's like planting. You need seeds first before you can grow trees and bear fruit. Creating life out of thin air is nearly impossible. Later, after obtaining the little universe from the little wine emperor in his past life, he merged the little universe with the chaos gourd, promoting the chaos gourd to great emperor level, only then possessing some creation ability. He was very satisfied in that past life and demonstrated his ability to create from nothing in front of me, resulting in these chaos eggs. Even with this ability, the success rate is still pathetically low. Creating objects out of thin air and new life forms is a cosmic taboo and consumes a lot of energy. The Chaos Gourd could only nurture one Chaos Egg every several years, and usually they were just shells. Until Father left us, I hadn't heard him say he successfully nurtured any creatures. But it seems success has been achieved now. The life form nurtured inside a Chaos Egg is undoubtedly extraordinary, a life not found in this world, and it counts as an important relic left by the past life. Originally not caring much about the so-called graduation pet and only wanting to pass the exam, several people realized that this graduation pet was unusual, possibly even a Great Emperor level pet. If they could obtain it, it would be equivalent to having an additional Great Emperor level combatant, greatly increasing their chances of passing the exam. Seeing everyone looking at her, Xiaoye helplessly said, I've only seen a Chaos Egg once, and it was a failed one. I have no idea how to tell which one is a successful Chaos Egg. Looking at me is useless. Chapter 175, The Thing in the Egg. Lin Shen felt somewhat disappointed. Even Xiaoye couldn't distinguish the life and death of the Chaos Egg. Could it really be that they had to rely on luck to choose? This challenge wouldn't really rely on luck, would it? Ouyang Yudu mused. The test refers to these Chaos Eggs as Easter eggs, probably to tell us we can only rely on luck to pass this level. This level is not actually testing our abilities, but our chi fortune. DEC nodded and said, It seems that's the case. Sometimes, the impact of chi fortune on a person can be greater than effort and ability. Lin Shen completely agreed with DEC's view, just like DEC, who was born into one of the great cosmic clans and was a nirvana being by nature. Lin Shen was born into an ordinary human family. If it wasn't for his own unique qualities and the fortunate opportunities he encountered, he might not have reached DEC's level of achievement even after practicing for 3 lifetimes. Of course, Lin Shen's uniqueness and serendipity also had a component of key fortune, making this mysterious thing indeed hard to explain. The ancient realm king choosing an heir wanting to select someone with great key fortune is also a normal thing. Otherwise, if they selected someone with little fortune who just became invincible and, upon emerging, was killed by something random falling from the sky, it would waste their legacy. Even so, trying to select one from millions is just too low of a probability. How much chi fortune would one need to succeed? What if only my sister and I came in and we couldn't be chosen? Xiaoya muttered. Xiaona's comment reminded Lin Shen, exactly. The ancient realm king definitely wants to leave his inheritance to his daughter. If Xiaoya and Xiaoye came in, they would only rely on luck. What if they failed? Would they not even save their own daughter? The ancient realm king wouldn't do something so foolish. Since he gave the teleporter to Xiaoya and Xiaoye and didn't stop them from coming in, there must be other ways to prevent them from dying due to a wrong choice. Lin Shen looked at Xiaoye and Xiaoye saw through Lin Shen's thoughts and said, if we come in again as Great Emperor level, relying on our abilities and the Great Emperor's divine artifacts, nothing here could affect us. We wouldn't need to consider how to solve this puzzle. Lin Shen agreed, thinking that if they ascended to the Great Emperor level and came back, no matter how powerful the Chaos Gourd was, it probably couldn't affect 2 Great Emperors holding the Great Emperor's divine artifacts. Unfortunately, they came in early, and whether they could withstand the punishments here was uncertain. Everyone pondered repeatedly but couldn't come up with any solution to identify which was the Easter egg with the pet. Do we really have to try our luck and choose a pet from the Chaos Eggs? Lin Shen was frustrated and said casually, since there was no time limit, he wouldn't leave his fate to luck unless absolutely necessary. Just as Lin Shen finished speaking, he suddenly felt something coming out of him. Then he saw a ball of snow jump out from the space capsule and land on his shoulder, shaking its feathers. It was Fei Zai, this gluttonous and lazy guy. Lin Shen was puzzled as to why Fei Zai had appeared, but then saw Fei Zai flap its short and chubby wings, flying towards the group of Easter eggs. What's it trying to do? Xiaona saw Fei Zai landing on a chaos egg and began pecking at it, exclaiming as she lifted the red gourd to try to absorb Fei Zai. If it broke the chaos egg and there was no pet inside, they'd face punishment and no one was confident they could withstand it. Lin Shen pressed Xiaona's hand. Don't move it, we might have a chance. You want to rely on it to distinguish the chaos eggs? Is that reliable? It might not even break the chaos egg shell, you know. Xiaona realized after a moment that it wouldn't matter whether she acted or not, as ordinary creatures couldn't break through the chaos egg's defense. They only managed to come out from the chaos eggs due to Lin Shen's super base divine shot ability. Xiaowei didn't move because she knew that fat bird couldn't do much and couldn't open the chaos egg, so they disregarded it. Crack. As they were thinking this, a crackling sound was heard as Fei Zai pecked once, creating several cracks on the chaos egg. Lin Shen watched from the side without interfering and stopped Xiaona and Xiaoye, who wanted to take action. He wasn't actually trying his luck, but felt it would be better to let Fei Zai choose than to gamble himself. Although Fei Zai was lazy and greedy, it was reliable when it mattered and never failed at crucial moments. Moreover, it could peck open the chaos eggs that even the red gourd couldn't tear apart, which already indicated something. The most crucial point was that Fei Zai was brought out from Gourd Mountain, and Lin Shen now deeply suspected that Gourd Mountain at the Darkbird base had some connection to the Chaos Gourd. Everyone watched with wide eyes as Fei Zai pecked open the Chaos Egg's outer shell bit by bit, splitting the Chaos Egg from top to bottom. The Chaos Egg Fei Zai selected was completely purple, looking like a giant purple jade egg. As the outer purple jade shell shattered, their gazes were drawn inside, but nothing could be seen, which startled them all. Lin Shen's heart rose to his throat. Could it have been a wrong judgment? Was Fei Zai just pranking them with a random peck? Lin Shen quickly flew upward. Since the Chaos Egg had already cracked open, only the bottom remained intact, blocking the view of the very bottom. As Lin Shen's body ascended, he could finally see the remaining small part of the Chaos Egg's interior, and upon seeing it clearly, he let out a long sigh of relief. There was indeed something inside. It was just that the contents were small, and the Chaos Egg so large that they hadn't seen it. Ouyang and the others also flew up. Seeing something inside the Chaos Egg, they breathed a sigh of relief, and then their expressions turned strange. Lin Shen shared a similar expression, having considered various possibilities and imagined what sort of life might emerge from the egg. He even imagined a transformer. But he never expected that the life nurtured inside the Chaos Egg would take this form. A shoe. What emerged from the Chaos Egg was a shoe. Lin Shen immediately wondered if the life from the Chaos Egg was a humanoid creature, and the creature ran off, dropping a shoe here. But then he thought something was wrong. The Chaos Egg had been intact all this time. If there was a creature inside, how could it escape without breaking the egg? Even if it could, how could it leave behind a shoe? Chapter 176, Graduation Pet. The crowd was all staring at the enchanted shoe inside the Chaos Field Egg, uncertain of what was happening or whether this meant they had passed the challenge. The shoe was very small, resembling a child's shoe rather than an adult's. It was a cloth shoe sewn together with needle and thread. The electronic voice hadn't announced anything, which likely meant they hadn't passed. But there was also no indication they had failed, leaving everyone confused about the situation. Suddenly, the cloth shoe began to move on its own, as if an invisible person was wearing it. It flew into the air, heading directly towards Lin Shen at the front. The shoe moved too fast for anyone to react. Before Lin Shen could raise his hand, the shoe was already in front of him. Lin Shen's reflexes were fairly quick. He twisted his body, forcibly swerving to avoid the flying shoe, as his carapace emerged to envelop his body. Lin Shen stood firmly, but felt a sharp pain in his left foot, as if an immense force was crushing it, almost enough to shatter it. Your foot! DEC's shout finally came through. Lin Shen looked down to see the cloth shoe somehow now wrapped around his left foot. Lin Shen's shoe size was about 43, with the carapace adding perhaps up to 46. Yet the cloth shoe appeared to be only 30s in size, which should have made it impossible to fit. But now, the cloth shoe was indeed on Lin Shen's left foot, its opening severely bent and distorted. The pain was easily imagined. Wei and Ouyang Yudu rushed forward, but someone was faster. Xiaoye had already raised the jade purifying bottle. Stand back. With Xiaoye's cold shout, the light of the jade purifying bottle shone on the cloth shoe, attempting to cleanse it directly. The light of the jade purifying bottle was formidable. Patches of black appeared on the shoe, as if the cloth had been scorched by high heat. Yet Lin Shen cried out in agony, with identical scorch marks appearing on his body, suggesting that he might turn to ash if the shoe was purified. Xiaoye's expression changed immediately, hurriedly putting away the jade purifying bottle, her face showing panic. Xiaoyana opened the red gourd, recited the secret language at the shoe, attempting to suck it in, but Lin Shen along with the shoe flew towards the gourd's opening. Xiaoye quickly covered the red gourd's lid, preventing Lin Shen from being absorbed into it. Don't move. The shoe is strange and seems to be a destiny bond with Dad. Damaging the shoe is tantamount to hurting Dad, Xiaoye shouted, urgently calling Lin Shen Dad. Wei Wufu and the others stopped immediately, looking at Lin Shen, who was in pain, lying on the ground drenched in cold sweat, unsure of what to do. Sis, do you know the origin of this shoe? Xiaona crouched beside Lin Shen, eager to help but unsure how, nearly in tears. I've never heard of it. Xiaoye took out a jade bottle, turning to Lin Shen. I have a 9 revolutions soul-returning pill here that can revive the dead. We could try cutting off the foot, then swallow the pill to preserve life. Xiaona was overjoyed at the suggestion. The 9 revolutions soul-returning pill can recast the body even with severe injuries. It can restore the body with just some flesh and blood. This must work. With no better options, everyone was ready to try. Xiaona opened the jade bottle, and a golden pill floated out, vibrant with 9 layers of golden aura like a divine beast's inner core. The deeper the golden aura approached the pill, the more intense the gold, resembling layers of sacred light. The fragrance wafted through the air. Lin Shen inhaled a bit, and his burns quickly healed, proving the miraculous effect of the 9 revolutions soul-returning pill. Xiaoye crouched in front of Lin Shen, placing the pill in his mouth, telling him to hold it. Once they cut off the foot with the shoe, he could immediately swallow it, ensuring his survival. The strength in Lin Shen's body surged, trying to forcibly pull his foot out, but it was of no use. The harder he tried, the more intense the pain became. Clinging to the shoe made his body hurt even more. I'll do it, myself. Lin Shen's voice was trembling from the pain, unbearable even for a body comparable to an upper god. He extended a finger towards his ankle, intending to use indomitable power to break his ankle, separating the shoe from his body. Bang! Finger sand instantly pierced his ankle, but it didn't break as expected, only creating a hole, almost causing Lin Shen to faint from the pain. That's wrong. The power I used should have broken it immediately. Lin Shen grimaced, his voice distorted. The 9 revolutions soul-returning pill in his mouth emitted a fragrance, healing his foot's injuries at a visibly rapid pace even without using super base recast. This isn't right. The shoe and you aren't truly a destiny bond. If they were, when you're hurt, it should also be damaged, but it isn't. The EC frowned. Indeed, the shoe and you aren't bonded as destiny, more like all the damage is transferred to you. If so, severing the leg might not break your connection. Ouyang Yudu also frowned thoughtfully. Xiaoye noticed the issue too, biting her lip, frowning and thinking hard. Let me. Wei Wufu approached. His power of justice erupted like a volcano. Wei Wufu grasped the shoe on Lin Shen's foot, power of justice concentrating intensely on it. If you destroy the shoe, you'll kill him. Xiaoye tried to stop him, but was surprised to find that there was no backlash on Lin Shen, even though the shoe crackled under the force, bringing both alarm and joy. Wei, it's working. Keep going. Lin Shen was relieved to feel the pain lessening and couldn't help expressing his joy. Wei's power of justice grew more intense, far exceeding his usual limits, rivaling the power upper gods could unleash. Wei pulled at the shoe with both hands, like a demon god raging against the heavens. The blazing power of justice radiated like sunlight, and in pulling, Wei's hands were shredded to reveal bones. Yet Wei showed no sign of letting go. His power surged fiercely, and in one burst, he pulled the shoe off Lin Shen's foot. Wei's hands were mere bones, clutching the shoe with immense power of justice at an unprecedented height. The shoe wriggled like a fish, desperately trying to escape Wei's grasp, but failing. Second exam challenge. Easter egg completed. Reward graduation companion little shoe, the emotionless electronic voice announced from the sky. Chapter 1177, Boundless Sea of Suffering, Sleazy Shoe, Upper Ultimate Creature. Category, Sleazy. Strength, 8,000 Dolland. Speed, 8,000 Dolland. Hardness, 8,000 Dolland. Toughness, 8,000 Dolland. Aberrant Trait, Trip. Aberrant Divine Soul, Deceit God. Aberrant Divine Soul, Deceit God. Everyone looked at the attributes of the sleazy shoe and felt that this thing was too rogue. Once it was worn, no matter how godlike a person was, they couldn't escape and could only harm themselves. To deal with it, you absolutely must not let it take over, or else only the non-existent power of justice can defeat it. If not for Wei Wufu possessing the power of justice, Lin Shen would have suffered, though not mortally, but painfully. The things here are so weird, even the pets they produce are so strange. Lin Shen spat out the 9 revolutions soul-returning pill from his mouth, intending to hand it to Wei Wufu to heal his injuries. Just as he stretched out his hand, Xiaoye snatched it away, stuffed it back into the jade bottle, and the jade bottle disappeared in her hands. The 9 revolutions soul-returning pill is too precious, and now there's only this one left. Using it for such injuries is overkill. This rebirth pill should do. Shauna explained while taking out a pill and handing it to Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu didn't doubt it and directly took it, threw it into his mouth, and after swallowing it, only bones were seen on his hand, blood and flesh quickly grew, and in just a moment his hands returned to their normal appearance. The efficacy of the rebirth pill wasn't reduced, causing further transformation in Wei Wufu's body, shedding layer after layer of dead skin, revealing the new skin underneath. Layer after layer of dead skin fell off, and the energy in Wei Wufu's body kept overflowing, the power of justice gradually gathering and seemingly about to break through. Is the effect of the rebirth pill really that strong? Lin Shen was shocked, thinking that what Ch1101 had taken out was just an ordinary healing pill. The rebirth pill is just average, it's just that his level is too low, only lower tier, and a single rebirth pill not only healed his wounds but also transformed his body, condensing his divine soul and advancing to middle tier. Ch1101 said casually without much thought. Lin Shen was even more shocked to hear this, wondering how powerful the 9 Revolutions soul-returning pill would be if a single rebirth pill had such divine effects. If he took it, could it help him ascend to the immortal level? Lin Shen now regretted not swallowing the 9 Revolutions soul-returning pill. If he had known, he should have taken it rather than taking it out. Now, with the 9 Revolutions soul-returning pill taken back by Xiaoye, getting it back might not be so easy. However, recalling that Xiaoye had handed him the 9 Revolutions soul-returning pill, Lin Shen realized she somewhat acknowledged his role as an imposter father. It seems they have plenty of good stuff on them. I should use this opportunity as their father to gain some advantages. Lin Shen thought to himself, pondering how to extract some resources from them under the pretense. Wei Wufu's body emitted more and more brilliant light, but the purple light hadn't formed into a ghost god's shape. Instead, it transformed into 2 characters, as if imprinted on Wei Wufu's body. The character Justice appeared on his chest and Righteousness on his back, emitting extremely terrifying waves. Although not shaped like a ghost god, it had waves more terrifying than a ghost god. I once heard from my father that there's no true power of justice in the human world, yet this person can enter the ghost god path with the power of justice, which is quite unbelievable. Him advancing to middle tier is not entirely due to the rebirth pill. Xiaoye observed Wei Wufu with doubt, pondering if someone could truly cultivate the power of justice. Yet the evidence was undeniable. Without the power of justice, it wasn't possible to subdue the sleazy ultimate creature, Sleazy Shu, from Lin Shen's foot. With Wei Wufu advancing to middle tier, his physical attributes were greatly enhanced, and under the blessing of the Justice Soul, his power of justice grew stronger. After ensuring Wei Wufu was fine, Lin Shen and the others passed through the Chaos Egg region, following the arrows in the sky to proceed to the next test site. Without completing all tests, they couldn't teleport out and had to continue forward. After flying out of the Chaos Egg region, they discovered an endless ocean ahead. The third exam question, the other shore, the sea of suffering is boundless, turning back is the shore. Reach the other shore to pass the test. Passing the test grants a level-up opportunity. At our speed, circling the planet is just a matter of moments. How big can a sea really be? This exam surely isn't that simple. There must be secrets within the sea, said Ouyang Yudu. Lin Shen was somewhat distracted, not listening to what Ouyang was saying, as he pondered the level-up opportunity mentioned by the system. If this place is for the Great Emperor, can the Great Emperor still advance? Probably not. The Ancient Realm King's own level might just be at Great Emperor level. If he could easily elevate the Great Emperor level, he wouldn't need to hide everywhere. From this, the exams here shouldn't be intended for the Great Emperor level. The Ancient Realm King asked Xiaoye and Xiaona to cultivate to the Great Emperor level before coming, fearing they wouldn't pass the tests. He had already prepared ample resources and a direct path to the Great Emperor for them, making the resources here unnecessary. Lin Shen's main focus was on the level-up opportunity. He's been stuck at Nirvana level for so long without a way to become immortal. He wondered if he could seize this level-up opportunity to break through from Nirvana to immortal level. I'll first check how big this sea is, DEC said. Be cautious of any flight restrictions in this sea, Ouyang Yudu advised. DEC nodded, took off, and didn't enter the sea's range but kept flying higher to see the sea's extent from above. They waited below for a while but didn't see DEC return, realizing something must have happened. After a while, DEC finally descended but his expression was grave. This sea is quite large, DEC said. How large? Lin Shen asked. From the distance I ascended, even a vast Milky Way could be seen entirely, but I couldn't see the sea's end. It seems infinite, DEC replied. Indeed, there's a problem. It seems impossible to cross this sea normally, Lin Shen remarked, staring at the ocean. Suddenly, he saw something on the sea. There's a boat, Xiaona exclaimed, pointing at the sea. Chapter 1788, Crossing the Sea. Everyone else also saw there's a ship on the sea, and it was drifting towards them. It was a 3-masted ship, the hull entirely pitch black, yet the sails were as white as paper, swaying up and down with the ocean waves coming towards the shore. Does this mean that only by taking the ship can one reach the other shore? If one crosses the sea physically, their soul will be doomed. But what does transport souls, not people, transport people, not souls mean? Lin Shen pondered with furrowed brows. Unable to figure it out, he looked at Xiaoye, hoping to gain some useful information. I've never seen these things, nor have I heard of them from my father, Xiaoye said, then added, but I have heard of a myth in a certain religion where there's such a ship that guides people into paradise. That ship has no bottom, and if a person stands on it, their body will fall into the water and drown, leaving only the soul on the ship, completely unaware that their body has died, being taken to paradise. I wonder if the effect is the same with this ship here. Everyone felt a tightening in their hearts upon hearing this. After struggling so hard to enter the celestial court physically, none wanted to abandon their flesh. As they spoke, the black ship with white sails had approached closely. The ship was as large as a cruise liner, no less than those massive ones. They ascended to look down onto the ship, seeing that its deck was perfectly intact, nothing like the bottomless ship Xiaoye had mentioned, which made them sigh with relief. The ship continued forward until it reached the beach, then stopped, silent and motionless, with no sound besides wind and waves. "Is there anyone on the ship?" Lin Shen shouted at the ship, but there was no reply. No one dared board the ship, not before they deciphered what transport souls, not people, transport people, not souls meant. "Why not send a pet to test it out?" Xiaona suggested. Others had indeed thought of such solutions, but hesitated to propose them due to other concerns. "That's a good method. Let's give it a try," Lin Shen said, seeing that no one had a better idea, and summoned a pet to land on the black ship. The Nirvana-level serpent landed on the deck, and the terrifying scene unfolded in the next second. Fog-like light rose from the serpent's body, dissipating as it left. In just a second, the serpent seemed to lose consciousness, collapsed on the deck, and rapidly rotted away, turning to ash within mere breaths, blew away into the sea by the wind. They looked at each other in confusion. This wasn't transporting souls, but rather destroying both body and soul. Woo! A strange sound emanated from the ship, akin to the sound of a horn. Calamity crossing ship countdown to departure, 1/4 hour until departure. Passengers wishing to journey to the other side must board prior to departure. After the Calamity crossing ship sets sail, the bitter sea will engulf the world. "Don't miss the last boarding moment," the eerie voice echoed again in the sky. Indeed, as they expected, any living being boarding the ship would trigger events. Xiaona's face looked not so good. Lamenting, she said to Lin Shen, "I didn't think it would be like this." "I shouldn't have suggested sending a pet on board," Lin Shen replied with a smile. "It's a necessary part of the process, something that was bound to happen sooner or later. Your suggestion was fine. But what do we do now? If we board, we'll die. But not boarding as that bitter sea engulfs the world must be equally dangerous." Xiaona worried. "It's all right. We're here to cross the sea." "Instead of wasting time, we should face the challenge sooner," DEC said, unusually comforting. Xiaona perked up a little, asking, "So should we board the ship or not?" "Body and soul are one. You can't transport either separately and survive. Both must embark together," DEC stated. "Doesn't that mean we'll die whether we board or not?" Xiaona replied. Lin Shen summoned another pet, directing the Nirvana-level serpent towards the sea. As soon as the serpent touched the sea, it melted like snow, instantly merging with the ocean, leaving not a trace, not even a ripple. Lin Shen thought quickly, ordinary things can't withstand these horrific waters, but the great emperor's divine artifact might be different. I refuse to believe the sea can dissolve such an artifact. While considering, Lin Shen planned to have Xiaona test with the purple gold gourd. If it could withstand the corrosive water, they could cross the sea using it instead of the black ship. "Let me try. I might be able to board," Ouyang Yudu said, raising the jade umbrella and heading towards the ship. "No need to risk it. There are other ways," Lin Shen hurriedly said. "I have some confidence. Let me test it first," Ouyang Yudu said, and was already climbing up. As he set foot on the ship, light mist emerged around the jade umbrella but couldn't penetrate its coverage. Even beneath the umbrella, Ouyang Yudu remained untouched by the misty light. Seeing this, everyone beamed with joy. Ouyang Yudu, holding the umbrella, circled on the deck, returning with no harm but rather a rosier complexion, more vibrant than before boarding. "I can break this ship's peculiarities. Join me on the ship." Ouyang Yudu raised the umbrella high, its mysterious light transforming into a massive canopy, allowing everyone to gather beneath and board together. With Ouyang Yudu and the umbrella's protection, they experienced no ill effects upon boarding the black ship. The light mist outside, absorbed by the umbrella, increased its brilliance. 1/4 hour later, the overwhelming sea engulfed the beach, and the ship sailed with the waves, gradually entering the ocean. On the deck, they watched the sea waves dance with the storm, seeing ghostly figures standing in the ocean, gazing at them aboard as if searching for replacements like water ghosts. No matter how they focused, the figures' faces remained unclear. The figures on the sea rose and fell, appearing and disappearing, but none climbed aboard, and as the black ship proceeded, they ventured into the ocean's depths. "I wonder if those figures are people who tried crossing in the past, leaving only their souls here." DEC sighed softly. As the words fell, the invisible ghostly figures in the sea suddenly rushed toward the ship like a tide. Their concern grew, unsure whether Ouyang Yudu's umbrella could withstand the endless ghostly figures. In the next second, they saw the figures touching the umbrella's light, transforming into mist and getting absorbed into it. As numerous ghostly figures turned into mist, drawn into the umbrella, the light on the umbrella grew more intense, enveloping even Ouyang Yudu, who started emanating radiant white light, resembling an immortal basking in immortal light. Chapter 179, Realm King Fruit. The large ship sailed forward continuously, absorbing countless ghostly shadows into the jade umbrella. The light emanating from Ouyang Yudu and the Jade Umbrella had reached an unimaginable level of strength. On the Jade Umbrella, the light gathered to form the vision of a fairy, her ribbons dancing and the immortal light glowing like dawn. Ouyang's condensed divine soul indeed turned out to be the Jade Bone Demoness. Lin Shen observed as the phantom became increasingly solid, resembling a demoness with skin like jade, knowing that Ouyang Yudu was about to advance to the middle tier. Ouyang Yuyang's advancement to the middle tier did not surprise Lin Shen, yet it discomforted him. For others, ascending to the middle tier would be a good thing, but for Ouyang Yudu, the higher his rank, the closer he drew to that final step. In fact, if Ouyang Yudu wanted to advance, he could have done so long ago, even reaching the upper rank, which would be an effortless task for him. Recently, Ouyang Yudu had been suppressing his advance speed, but here he had no choice but to absorb energy and advance. I hope he's not the reincarnation of the first immortal, Lin Shen silently prayed in his heart. The black ship had yet to reach the other shore, yet Ouyang Yudu had already advanced to the middle tier. The Jade Bone Demoness divine soul seemed to descend like a true body, hovering atop the Jade Umbrella. Her bare jade feet touched the surface of the umbrella, her clothes flowing. Many black shadows seemed to see something terrifying, not daring to approach the black ship, fleeing far away. Those who were too slow were turned to ashes and absorbed by the Jade Bone Demoness. Xiaoyi stared in amazement at the Jade Bone Demoness. Divine souls were generally spiritual bodies, but one like the Jade Bone Demoness, who seemed to have condensed a real physical form, was something even she had never seen. DEC looked at the Jade Bone Demoness with eyes full of admiration, as Ouyang Yudu's unexpected strength exceeded his expectations. With Ouyang Yudu and the Jade Bone Demoness present, the seas were calmed, and it wasn't long before the black ship carried everyone to a shore. From afar, the coast was a sea of flowers, with all sorts of blossoms in riotous color, too many to count, full of enchanting beauty. Amidst the flower sea stood a fruit tree with a round canopy, appearing from afar like a giant green lollipop planted in the flower sea. The Realm King tree, that's the Realm King tree, the tree my father personally planted in his past life, even before the black ship reached the shore, Shauna cried out joyfully. What kind of tree is the Realm King tree? Lin Shen had never heard of a tree existing under the name of a Realm King. Shauna explained, I don't know what the tree was originally called. When father transplanted it over, he told me that any tree planted by the Realm King himself is naturally a Realm King tree. The name isn't important. What's crucial is that you told me in a past life that the fruit borne by the Realm King's planting is an aggregation of the world's essence. Consuming it allows one to transcend all and advance to that supreme, mysterious, great emperor realm. Xiana's words not only astonished Lin Shen but also made DEC and the others glance at the lollipop-like fruit tree in surprise. Sure enough, they saw a red fruit among the tree leaves, its skin crimson with wrinkled protrusions resembling a fist-sized king of lychee. Eating it can make one a great emperor? Is there really such a thing in the world? If so, who would bother cultivating? If one could simply plant trees and grow fruit, wouldn't everyone become a great emperor? Lin Shen found it hard to believe that consuming just one fruit could enable someone to ascend to the great emperor. Xiaoye said, to eat the Realm King fruit and advance to becoming a great emperor, one basic condition is required. You must already be very close to the great emperor realm, at least at the upper ultimate stage. If your foundation is too poor, eating the Realm King fruit won't lead to becoming a great emperor. It would cause your body to explode. Sister is right. Ordinary people cannot eat the Realm King fruit. Also, this Realm King fruit isn't ripe yet. Even if someone meets the basic condition, eating it now won't allow them to become a great emperor, Shauna continued after Xiaoye. When the Realm King fruit was transplanted, Dad said that it requires immense energy to mature, not a process of a day or night, but something that takes a prolonged time. It may take 100 billion or more years at the least, or even 1 trillion at the most, for it to possibly mature. He knew he couldn't live to see that day, so had to leave it for posterity. Everyone nodded silently, thinking that indeed made sense. Otherwise, if any random fruit could make one a great emperor, what would be the point of all their efforts? Dad, why did you transplant it here? It looks much larger and redder than before. Although not yet ripe, it seems to be nearing the mature state you mentioned, Xiaona said, turning to Lin Shen. How could Lin Shen know these things? He could only reply, I can't remember either, but it seems the Realm King fruit is the reward for this test. The ship had reached the sandy shore, and everyone disembarked, gazing at the sea of flowers but not daring to approach immediately. With the experience of the previous test, they knew that without the system announcing the end of the trials, this challenge was not over. Obtaining the reward wouldn't be easy, and could even pose a life threat. During the last challenge, if it hadn't been Lin Shen who donned the little shoes, others might not have been able to withstand until Wei Wufu intervened to remove them. Standing by the sea, they looked around but couldn't detect any danger. Chena, do you know what these flowers are? Lin Shen suspected the flowers to be the most suspicious source of any danger. Shauna replied, they look like Guanhua spectacle flowers. Spectacle flowers? Lin Shen was unfamiliar with this name. There's an idiom called viewing flowers while riding a horse that refers to these flowers, Shauna explained. Doesn't viewing flowers while riding a horse mean admiring flowers while riding? Ouyang Yudu said with a smile. Shauna shook her head. What you said is the common meaning of the phrase. However, viewing flowers while riding a horse has another explanation. The horse part refers to a running lantern, symbolizing life memories, while viewing flowers refers specifically to these flowers. Guanhua and running lantern share a similar meaning. Legend says eating guanhua lets you see the memories of your life. But guanhua is harmless. As long as you don't eat them by mistake, they pose no threat. The group remained skeptical, doubting that the ancient realm king would let them claim the reward so easily. Reluctantly, the group sent someone into the flower sea, and indeed, as Shauna said, as long as Guanhua weren't mistakenly consumed, nothing would happen. Lin Shen and a few others reached beneath the Realm King tree, and after some discussion, it was decided that Lin Shen, with the strongest defense, would pick the Realm King fruit. They couldn't wait for the day the Realm King fruit would mature, planning to pick it now, with Lin Shen intending to use its power to achieve immortality. Lin Shen prepared himself cautiously while picking the fruit, employing all sorts of protective measures. Yet to his surprise, he easily picked the fruit. Third challenge cleared, rewarded with the Realm King fruit. A familiar voice finally rang out from the heavens. Chapter 180, Sharpening the Knife. How should I eat this? Lin Shen looked at the Realm King fruit in his hand, unsure whether to eat the skin or peel it first. The shell of the Realm King fruit felt very hard, likely needing to be peeled, but with such a rare treasure, who knows if it might require an unconventional approach. If all the world's essence is concentrated in this shell, and he discards it after eating the inside, wouldn't that be like buying a case and returning the pearl? Xiao Ye and Shauna also didn't know how to eat it. They only knew this was the Realm King fruit but hadn't heard about its consumption details. Another arrow appeared in the sky, signaling them to continue, though fortunately there was no countdown, so there wasn't any rush to proceed to the next stage. Since there's no special consumption method provided, it should follow the logic of normal fruit consumption. Peel the skin and eat the flesh inside first. If there's no effect, then think about eating the skin later, Ouyang Yudu said. Lin Shen thought it made sense, so he didn't hesitate any longer. With his fingers shaped like hooks, he aimed to pierce the shell and peel it off. Even when Lin Shen's strength attribute burst forth, making him as formidable as an upper divine being, his terrifying power couldn't pierce the shell, not even leaving a mark. So hard. Lin Shen was a bit surprised and thought of using the super base divine shot to break through the shell, but feared damaging the flesh inside. After deliberating for a moment, Lin Shen took out the scrap sword, intending to use it like a saw to cut through the shell of the fruit. The hardness of the scrap sword was indeed impressive. Even in the celestial court, it's hard to find anything harder. Lin Shen suspected that the 10 Directions ghost god-slaying blade from Tianjixia was no match in hardness, possibly much inferior. Lin Shen sawed several times but only managed to grind off a little powder, indicating that the shell of the Realm King fruit was nearly as hard as the scrap sword, thus the poor effect. Fortunately, there was some effect. Lin Shen exerted all his strength to saw, spending quite a while and only achieving a shallow white mark on the shell. The irregular projections on the blade's edge of the scrap sword were polished to a glossy finish. Is it really this hard? It was Lin Shen's first time witnessing the scrap sword being worn down. At this rate, who knows if the irregular spots on the scrap sword will be polished smooth. If they're polished smooth, then the scrap sword's sawing action would be gone, leaving it as nothing more than a simple stick. After much hesitation, Lin Shen decided to keep sawing. As he continued to pull the saw, the white mark on the shell deepened, and the blade's edge became shinier. It's more like they were wearing each other down rather than the scrap sword sawing the shell. As the irregular projections on the scrap sword were smoothed out, its efficiency decreased, and the blade turned mirror bright, losing its function without the irregular protrusions, virtually useless. The mark on the shell reached 2 to 3 millimeters in depth, yet the flesh was still not visible. I can't keep going, the teeth are worn out and it won't open. Lin Shen said with some frustration. The blade, no edge, open, fruit shell, Wei Wufu spoke up. Hearing Wei Wufu's words, Lin Shen was slightly stunned and then grew joyful as he realized the insight. Wei Wufu's reverse thinking was indeed sensible. Earlier, nothing could wear down the scrap sword, thus it hadn't opened an edge. Now that this fruit shell could wear it down, it might as well be used to sharpen the scrap sword. Inspired by Wei's suggestion, Lin Shen figured since things were already this way, he might as well use the fruit shell as a whetstone to sharpen the blade. Lin Shen positioned the fruit shell properly and reversed his actions, using it to hone the scrap sword. Luckily, Lin Shen had learned some forging under Tianjixia, his sharpening skills not quite as good, but decent. Lin Shen gradually sharpened, thinning the blade's edge as the fruit shell thinned too, resembling a worn-out whetstone. He initially thought the scrap sword's texture was so rough, it wouldn't yield a fine edge, but any sharpening would suffice. Even achieving sawtooth edge was better than no sharpness. However, as he continued sharpening, Lin Shen found the scrap sword's texture wasn't as coarse as he imagined. As the outer particles were brushed off, the underlying particles became tightly interwoven. After continuous honing, only a mercury-like mirror finish remained that reflected external details quite clearly and finely. The scrap sword was too long, the fruit shell too small, so Lin Shen only sharpened in segments. Towards the end, the fruit shell's resistance weakened greatly, and it was worn down more significantly, forming dents where the sharpening continued. Lin Shen could only keep sharpening, less resistance under the blade, while deeper grooves formed on the fruit shell. Suddenly, while Lin Shen was sharpening, he felt an unusual sensation in his hand, as if the blade had cut through and entered an empty part. Instinctively lifting the scrap sword, Lin Shen saw a thin breach had formed in the fruit shell, releasing a spray of luminous liquid like a fountain. The speed was so quick Lin Shen had no time to react, and he was sprayed directly in the face. This shocked everyone. At such speed, even a droplet could explode a planet. A jet of luminous liquid spraying onto Lin Shen's face seemed sure to obliterate his head. Fortunately, their worries didn't come true. The luminous liquid sprayed on Lin Shen's face without causing any significant destruction, merely soaking him. Lin Shen's physical form was strong enough not to feel any pain. When he reached up to wipe the liquid off his face, he realized something was amiss. He couldn't feel the liquid's texture. Instead, it felt rubber-like. The liquid inside the fruit shell had quickly solidified into a translucent soft mask over Lin Shen's face, its uneven flow leading to a slightly irregular surface but maintaining overall facial features. To others, it looked like a rather crudely made white plastic mask. Lin Shen tried to peel it off his face, but when he applied force, it felt as though his skin might rip off, and the substance was stuck as if glued with super adhesive, impossible to remove. No matter how Lin Shen twisted and pulled, the deformed mask wouldn't come off. Look at the fruit shell. DEC seemed to discover something, pointing at the shell on the ground. Everyone looked down to see the once hard crimson fruit shell now soft and beginning to decay. For a moment, everyone was left staring cluelessly at each other, unsure what was going on. The Realm King fruit was meant to be eaten, so how did it lead to this? Everyone started using various abilities to help Lin Shen, aiming to remove the solidified liquid stuck on his face, originally thinking at most his skin would peel away, allowing removal of the mask. To their surprise, they found that the hardened liquid seemed to permeate Lin Shen's flesh and skin, impossible to pull away. Chapter 181, It Can Only Be Him, What the Hell is Going On? Lin Shen was a bit speechless. Fortunately, the solidified fruit pulp didn't cause any harm to his body. Instead, he could feel a very subtle energy continuously secreted from the solidified pulp, seeping into his skin. This energy was quite peculiar, feeling very weak and small in quantity. It seemed to be consumed once it penetrated not very far inside. The feeling was like applying a slightly cold face mask, where the coolness was neutralized by the blood's temperature beneath the skin. Of course, Lin Shen felt not only the coolness, but also a slight tingling, as if there were weak electric currents. Xiaoye couldn't explain what was happening either, and they couldn't stay there any longer, so they had to keep moving forward. Lin Shen was somewhat depressed, wearing this thing on his face. How would he meet people in the future? Going out was fine, but at home he couldn't always keep this thing on. Who knew if his daughter would still recognize him? The scrap sword was only halfway sharpened and not completely finished. The blade's first third had just been edged, but the further back part hadn't been sharpened much, so only the front could be considered sharp, while the back was merely polished and not even edged. He originally planned to continue sharpening after eating the pulp, but who would have thought the hard fruit shell would turn so soft and rotten once the pulp inside leaked out, and it started to stink. There was no way it could be used to sharpen a knife any longer. It was completely deformed. There was no choice but to find something else later to fully edge the scrap sword. For now, he just had to make do with it. Luckily, he hadn't used a knife much recently, as finger sand combined with the super base divine shot was far more effective and simpler to use. As someone who liked to take it easy, Lin Shen didn't fancy using the complex blade techniques for fighting. Following the arrow's direction, they ventured into the depths of the Sea of Flowers, where a mountain appeared ahead, like a screen. Lin Shen and the others had never seen such a thin yet tall mountain, spanning several thousand meters high, and possibly tens of thousands of meters long horizontally. Yet, the mountain's thickness was mostly just a few meters, and at most 10+ meters in the thickest parts. Depictions were carved upon that mountain wall, rows of small human figures, each with different actions. The fourth test question, untitled This is the Last Question, comprehend the untitled divine skill on the wall mountain and break through it to pass the test, thereby receiving all inheritances of the Realm King planet. The strange voice from the sky rang again, and Lin Shen and others couldn't help but look at the small human figures on the mountain wall. These small human figure drawings were countless, filling the entire mountain wall. Each small human drawing was only palm-sized. Such a large wall mountain covered with rows of these small figures, each with different actions. If this was a kind of divine skill, then it was too complex. Moreover, there were no words, just the small human figures. Could such a divine skill be comprehended purely from these drawings? Lin Shen couldn't help but think of stepping on the immortal court, which seemed similar. But from what he observed initially, the small human figures on the wall mountain did not match the movements of stepping on the immortal court, nor had continuity. Furthermore, the movements in stepping on the immortal court were fewer, even more so after Lin Shen simplified them. Ouyang Yudu and the others were also intently studying the small human figures on the mountain wall. Even Xiaoye and Xiaona widened their eyes to look. Since there was no time limit, they didn't need to be anxious. Have you noticed? These small humans seem like some kind of word, the EC remarked as he observed the drawings. What word? Do you recognize it? Lin Shen asked. I don't recognize it, but we might try deciphering it, DEC mused. Although it appears each small human's action is different, quite a few actions are very similar. It's possible those similar actions are just written differently, like the characters in calligraphy that has many styles, but the character remains the same. Using this as a reference and combining the small human's actions, demeanor, and expressions, perhaps we can unravel the meaning of these words. I think it might not be that simple. These small humans resembling characters might be a guide leading us to a wrong judgment. Ouyang Yudu pointed to the end of the mountain wall. I've looked roughly. If you start from the front, the actions are awkward and don't connect well. However, going from the end backward, they do connect. Of course, I just checked the beginning and end. Whether the middle connects needs further validation. The group looked again at what Ouyang Yudu pointed out. Indeed, if you started with the last small human figure and practiced backward, it became very smooth. Intent, Wei Wufu, who had been silently watching the small human figures on the mountain wall, suddenly spoke up, saying 2 words. His point was clear to Lin Shen and the others, indicating that the essence these small human figures convey should be about the intent, and the actions themselves weren't that important. Everyone turned their gaze to Lin Shen, seemingly waiting for his judgment as to who was more reliable among them. Lin Shen smiled and said, I think these actions might inherently be some form of divine skill. How about we verify separately, each testing our own theories, and as long as one of us masters it, we pass. Okay. Ouyang and the other 2 nodded in unison and went off to research individually. Xiaona and Xiaoye exchanged curious glances at the group. Xiaona spoke up. What are these people thinking? Why do they all seem strange? Xiaoshe fixed her gaze on the 3 researching individuals and transmitted sound to Xiaona. These 3 have remarkable abilities and talents. Achievements in the future might be boundless. If they could be used by him, they'd be great helpers, provided he can keep them in line, else they could become major threats. By him, Xiaoshe naturally meant Lin Shen. Their relationship with Dad is so good, they should be helping him, right? How could they become a threat? Xiaona also transmitted back. The human heart is fickle, especially since the position of Cosmic Supreme isn't predetermined for anyone. Everyone can vie for it. Right and wrong can't be easily judged. Their talents are indeed fearsome. They might very well obstruct his ascent to the absolute peak, Xiaoshe transmitted. What should we do? Should we imprison them before they grow into a threat to Dad? Xiaona looked fiercely at them. Don't let your gaze betray us. With his current demeanor, he likely wouldn't allow us to act, and now isn't the right time. Xiaoye glanced at the Wall Mountain. Use the divine skill on Wall Mountain as the test. If he's the first to comprehend the correct divine skill, it shows his talent and abilities surpass those 3, and we needn't worry. But if any of those 3 perceives it before him, no matter how he feels about us, we must act swiftly to eliminate them, ensuring no hidden dangers remain. In this cosmos, there can only be one supreme being, and it must be him. Chapter 1182, The True Function of the Realm, King Fruit. The 4 people each verified, and Lin Shen began to follow the actions of the little figures to practice. The order wasn't a concern for Lin Shen anyhow. No matter which cultivation technique he practiced, he never achieved success by following the correct methods. Whether it's right or not doesn't matter. If he can follow along, he just mimics a few moves. If not, he skips it, simulating as many postures as he can. But soon Lin Shen realized there might still be a problem with his practice. These mountain-full little figure drawings, who knows how many there are, if he follows every action, even if he skips those that don't connect, it might take several months to finish practicing them all. No cultivation technique takes that long, several months just to practice once. Could he eat a meal or visit the restroom and continue practicing in between? Practicing requires coherence. There shouldn't be any cultivation technique that can be practiced sporadically and succeed, right? Moreover, mimicking the actions takes too much time, and they don't have that much time. Just as he was about to discuss this issue with Wei and the others, he suddenly noticed that the 3 of them seemed a bit different from usual. Wei Wufu was sitting to the side, facing Wall Mountain, his gaze taking in all the various pictures on the mountain. As he observed the frescoes, a strange aura emerged from him, making it seem as if immortal chi was emanating from his body, almost like an immortal uninvolved with the 5 elements or the 3 realms. Ouyang Yudu practiced from back to front, his gaze sweeping over the frescoes, his body accelerating as if tenfold over, producing afterimages. From a distance, it appeared as if countless shadows of Ouyang Yudu were performing various moves all over Wall Mountain, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. On the other side, DEC somehow managed to find a table and chairs, sat in front of the mountain, holding a pen, with an open notebook on the table. He rested his cheek on his hand, seemingly pondering something as he looked at the mountain wall. Occasionally, the pen in his hand moved a few times, writing something down on paper, yet he never lowered his head to see what was written in the notebook. Upon seeing this, Lin Shen swallowed back the words on his lips and quietly went to the mountain wall to follow the actions to practice. Unfortunately, his brain wasn't as powerful as Ouyang's or Deisi's. He couldn't remember so many things in an instant or accelerate his practice, so he had to mimic each move one by one. Lin Shen believed it would be better if Ouyang and the others managed to succeed, because if they couldn't, he probably had no hope either. If Ouyang and the 3 others failed, he would have no choice but to try. Sis, I think Dad's not doing so well. Do you know how to practice this untitled divine skill? If you do, quickly give Dad some hints to prevent him from losing, Xiaona said, concerned about Lin Shen's slow progress. Xiaoye frowned and said, it's unclear what went wrong during Father's reincarnation. In this life, he is so foolishly clumsy, unable to even have a photographic memory. I suspect something went wrong during reincarnation, damaging his brain and causing these issues, or else, given Father's talent, he wouldn't struggle like this. What should we do then? Xiaona asked anxiously. You don't need to worry too much. Even though his memory is poor, he has managed to learn those 3 divine skills, proving his past life's talent and abilities still linger. It's just the damage that makes him appear foolishly clumsy, but he's not truly foolish. Xiaoye pivoted, looking at Wei and the 3 others, and continued. However, those 3 are incredibly talented, not inferior to you and me. Even Father, back in the day, might not have surpassed them substantially. If Father were as he used to be, defeating them wouldn't be easy, but possible. Now with his brain damaged, it's doubtful he can decipher the cultivation technique faster than them. Now you've said everything. What should we do? Xiaona asked urgently. Xiaowei turned her gaze to Lin Shen, observing the inferior mask-like fruit pulp solid on his face, and said, You have seen that his damage is not physical. Even the 9 Revolutions soul-returning pill cannot resolve his issue. However, all hope isn't lost. The Realm King fruit pulp on his face might resolve this trouble. What do you mean? Isn't the Realm King fruit pulp already solidified? Can it still be consumed? Xiaona wondered. Who told you the Realm King fruit pulp is for eating? Xiaoye replied coolly. What do you mean? Didn't you say you didn't know how the Realm King fruit was supposed to be eaten? Xiaona stared blankly at Xiaoye. Xiaoye smirked slightly and transmitted. Despite their close relations with him, revealing the true wonders of the Realm King fruit might lead to a struggle for it, so I naturally can't speak recklessly. What's the true nature of the Realm King fruit then? Xiaona immediately asked. Surely you don't actually believe consuming the Realm King fruit will directly turn one into the Great Emperor, do you? If you do, that's far too naive. Isn't it like that? Didn't Father say he didn't have enough time, unable to wait for the Realm King fruit to ripen? Otherwise, eating it would achieve him the Great Emperor status directly? Of course, it's not that simple. The Realm King fruit indeed matures slowly, requiring substantial time to absorb sufficient world essence. However, becoming the Great Emperor can't solely depend on the energy amassed over time. Xiaoye looked at Lin Shen's fruit pulp mask and remarked, The true function of the Realm King fruit isn't to evolve the physical body, but to enhance brain capability. Brain capability? Xiaona was somewhat baffled. What do you think is the fundamental difference between the Great Emperor and ordinary people? Xiaoye asked in examination style. It's control over power, Xiaona pondered briefly before answering. Correct. Yet if you delve deeper, you'd see it's that the Great Emperor realm itself is akin to a super-intelligent brain. A Great Emperor's brain nearly can compute the trajectory of any event in the cosmos, able to deduce all subsequent changes and developments during battles. Hence the Great Emperor's decisions are always optimal, devoid of any flaw, and humans, despite their utmost wit, cannot achieve flawlessness, but a Great Emperor can remain invariably flawless. So even with equivalent power, humanity cannot defeat a Great Emperor. Human brain capacity barely compares with a cosmic-level super-intelligent brain. Even the best divine being cannot store all information in their mind and retrieve it instantly when needed, but the brain of a Great Emperor can. So the hardest leap in reaching the Great Emperor level has never been the physical evolution, but rather the evolution of the brain, the breakthrough in cognitive ability. Xiaoye squinted her eyes and mentioned, Realm King fruit pulp can facilitate his brain evolution, urging his cognitive ability to surpass prior limits, reaching a level comparable to the cosmic-level super-intelligent brain. This is a critical step in truly becoming a Great Emperor, though it entails a process. Otherwise, excessive intensity in this process may lead the human brain to unbearable stress, risking explosion or collapse, resulting in madness or stupidity. Meaning he's there using his brain to think, which may better absorb the Realm King fruit pulp, fostering brain evolution, possibly being a boon. Xiaona finally grasped Xiaoye's point. Chapter 183 Supervision. When Lin Shen focused on practicing, he felt the coolness and electric shock sensation on his face intensify, making his mind clearer than usual, his thoughts more active, and his ideas exceptionally clear. Could it be that Realm King fruit pulp also has a brain-enhancing effect? Lin Shen was surprised, but he didn't feel it was a bad thing. Even if it can't enhance his level, being able to boost his brain is a good thing. Considering how poor his memory is, he often worries about it himself. His attributes are already strong to such an extent, yet his memory is just about the same as an ordinary person's. Although it doesn't affect much, being forgetful isn't the same as being stupid, so it's not a major problem. The key is, seeing others who can remember things at a glance, he feels a bit envious, as it's much more convenient, unlike him who has to either record things immediately or jot them down. The trouble is, he's not good at drawing either, so with complex things, he can't capture everything. If the Realm King fruit can truly enhance his brain power, even if not too strong, reaching a photographic memory would still satisfy Lin Shen. With the continued stimulation from the fruit pulp mask, Lin Shen felt his brain becoming increasingly clear, and his ability to observe details in things improved. Where he once could only see basic appearances in a person, now he could notice details often overlooked. As the stimulation intensified, Lin Shen could observe even more details. Lin Shen was overjoyed, thinking he could finally be like Dai Isi and others, being able to remember things perfectly. Although not as powerful to capture a 1,000-mile panorama as a painting in one look, he could at least retain what he focused on. But soon Lin Shen realized he still couldn't remember longer sequences, like small patterns seen earlier. Shortly after, he forgot the earlier actions. What on earth, damn it, my head's so clear and all details are already registered in my mind, how can I not remember? Is it really because my talent is too poor that even external aid can't boost my memory to a high level? Lin Shen was extremely frustrated. Lin Shen felt the stimulation from the fruit pulp mask intensifying, his thoughts clearer, yet his memory just wouldn't improve. Now, Lin Shen felt like a computer equipped with a top-notch DSLR camera, capturing or recording at ultra-high quality, yet the memory, hard drive, CPU, and GPU configurations were far inadequate. Not to mention editing or processing these photos and videos, he couldn't even store them without having to overwrite old content to make room for new ones. The more the fruit pulp mask supplied energy to Lin Shen's brain and elevated its evolution, the stronger this feeling grew. Lin Shen even had a thought of taking out his brain and weighing it on an electronic scale to see if it's smaller than others' brains. Of course, it was just a thought. He certainly wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Some effect is better than no effect. The pixel quality of the surveillance camera improved, making things clearer. Lin Shen comforted himself. It's indeed like that. Lin Shen used to only see parts, but now his vision and observation abilities have clearly been greatly enhanced, like equipping a Super HD wide-angle lens. Lin Shen looked up and felt as though his visual range could infinitely zoom in. Standing on the Realm King planet, he could even see the details of an asteroid in the void, noticing even pinhole-sized holes clearly. Moreover, this effect continued to strengthen, and he didn't know to what extent it would eventually develop. Lin Shen heard DEC mention once that because his life base was a particle, this path naturally led him to possess super microvision abilities. To ordinary people, the world is full of all sorts of objects, but in his eyes, the world is composed of various particles. Others see the whole while he sees the structure. Lin Shen remembered this was mentioned when talking about marriage and children. DEC told Lin Shen he could only see the beauty of structures, not the beauty of the human body itself. In his eyes, people weren't even people, so talking about love was pointless. He was born like this, and the stronger his power, the more severe the situation became. The primary reason he chose to self-destruct and rebuild his level was his desire to rid himself of such microvision. During his lower levels was when he felt most happy in his life because everything appeared blurry during that time. As DEC put it, ambiguity is a kind of beauty, an irreplaceable one at that. As his level rose, his microvision gradually returned and he lost the ability to appreciate ambiguous beauty. This is why DEC would often gaze at the starry sky. It wasn't about posturing or feeling superior, but was due to the fact that only at a great distance could he avoid being affected by his microvision. DEC has been seeking a way to control this microvision, hoping to manage his eyesight, but so far he's been unable to do so. Lin Shen could finally empathize with DEC's frustration. When he looked at nearby objects, it was reminiscent of when he comprehended the true extreme slaying evil divine light. He only saw the tiny structures of matter. Lin Shen glanced around and immediately felt somewhat unaccustomed. The original world seemed high definition to him. But now, looking to the world, it was like watching a low-resolution display, everything appearing grainy. Don't do this. I don't want to become like Daisi, someone who can't appreciate the beauty of ambiguity. Lin Shen was a bit panicked. Previously, he didn't understand the phrase, beauty lies in distance, but today he suddenly grasped its true physical meaning. Being able to see clearly isn't always a good thing. When looking at a person, no matter how beautiful a lady is, she's just a pile of particles, which might as well lead him to live an austere life unknowingly. Lin Shen rubbed his eyes, and when he looked again, he found that the super long-distance vision had disappeared, and he could see people normally again. After experimenting several times, Lin Shen discovered that this vision could be controlled, and that it wasn't an inherent trait like DEC's. As long as I can control it. Lin Shen let out a long sigh of relief. He used to see tiny particles when focused, but not as exaggerated as now. Plus, the effect of the fruit pulp mask persisted, constantly strengthening his brain, but the brain's capacity was too low, and it seemed the effect was shifting to his vision. Lin Shen didn't know how enhanced his eyesight would eventually become due to the Realm King fruit pulp. Lin Shen stopped fretting over these matters and turned to continue looking at the small human patterns on Wall Mountain. At this moment, they suddenly felt different upon looking again. Chapter 184, Cartoon. The little figures are still the same little figures, nothing has changed. But when Lin Shen looked at them with normal eyesight, then with supervision distance and back to normal eyesight, he suddenly noticed that these little figures seemed somewhat different in his eyes. He couldn't quite pinpoint what exactly was different, so Lin Shen switched to supervision distance again, didn't see any issue, turned it off, and again it felt a bit different. Lin Shen repeatedly looked through the two perspectives, examining for a while until he finally discovered what was different. Lin Shen quickly took out his communicator, asking Smart Brain to photograph each of the little figures on Wall Mountain one by one. "Dad, what are you doing?" Xiaona approached Lin Shen, asking curiously. "I have a hypothesis, need to verify it, just wait a moment." Lin Shen waited for the communicator to snap photos on its own, needing to verify his hypothesis. Lin Shen ceased practicing and just stood there waiting. Although he followed the figures and practiced many movements, he didn't feel they had any effect. Unlike in stepping on the immortal court, where movements could trigger one's strength, these movements practiced by Lin Shen had no effect. Xiaoshe frowned slightly. Lin Shen's situation seemed almost like giving up. This made Xiaoshe uncomfortable. If only 3 people were more gifted than Lin Shen, she'd rather be resented by him so she could help eliminate them. But if Lin Shen couldn't comprehend the untitled divine skill on Wall Mountain, then she couldn't possibly kill all those in the cosmic capable of understanding it. It's impossible to finish them off. Watching as Wei Wufu and the other two seemed to have gained something, and Lin Shen was still directing the communicator to take photos, Xiao Ye's once smooth and flawless forehead now furrowed into a frown. When Father reincarnated, what exactly went wrong? How did the damage become so severe? And could even the Realm King Fruit struggle to repair his brain? Xiao Ye pondered, thinking of ways to restore Lin Shen's brain in case the Realm King Fruit failed. Although Father's legacies included treasures for restoring the soul or mind, compared to the Realm King Fruit, they were vastly inferior, not on the same level. Those treasures, to an ordinary divine being, could be priceless. But compared to the Realm King Fruit, they're little more than functional trash. If even the Realm King Fruit couldn't restore Lin Shen's brain, then those treasures were even less likely to work. Xiao Ye couldn't think of a solution for now. Luckily, the juice of the Realm King Fruit was still there, and the effects were ongoing. Xiao Ye could only hope that once the juice fully took effect, Lin Shen's brain would return to normal. Now, Xiao Ye no longer hoped for Lin Shen's brain to advance to the level of a great emperor-level smart brain. Just repairing it to its pre-reincarnation state would be satisfactory. Everyone was doing their own thing. Wei Wufu was comprehending, Ouyang Yudu was practicing forms, and DEC was passing down culture. Lin Shen, on the other hand, was like an avid photographer controlling the communicator and after a long time, finally taking separate photos of all the little figure illustrations. "Dad, are you planning to go back and study them slowly?" Xiaona stretched her neck, peering at the photos Lin Shen had taken. She couldn't see any issue. As the photos showed no difference from the illustrations on the wall, she thought Lin Shen might have taken them because he couldn't remember, intending to study them gradually. "Xiao Ye, have you ever watched cartoons?" Lin Shen asked while flipping through the photos taken by the communicator. "What's a cartoon?" Xiaona asked curiously. Xiaona was born in the interstellar civilization era, and cartoons had long since faded into the annals of history. The things they watched as children were all holographic images created by Smart Brain, capable of generating various special effects and characters at the push of a button. She had never even heard of cartoons, a product of the ancient era. A cartoon is a kind of ancient imaging technology where artists would deconstruct character movements into many frames, then connect and play them rapidly, using the principle of visual persistence to make the characters in the images appear as if alive, Lin Shen explained as he spoke. "So such technology existed, you mean these little figures are actually images from cartoons?" Xiaona, straightforward by nature and not low in intelligence, immediately grasped Lin Shen's meaning. "I think so. Look at this." Lin Shen arranged the sequence and let the smart brain rapidly play the photographs of the little figures. "They're still just photos moving, I don't see them coming to life." Xiaona looked at Lin Shen confusedly. Lin Shen pondered, "It's probably a visual persistence issue. Our levels are too high, and our visual persistence capability is weakened, with the persistence time we see becoming very short, so we can't see the animation effect. This isn't a major problem, just increase the playback speed." Saying this, Lin Shen had Smart Brain continually increase the playback speed, otherwise, with their vision, they would see only moving pictures with no animation effect. "There it is. It's moving, really." Lin Shen increased the release speed repeatedly until the communicator was almost smoking. Xiaona's eyes brightened, exclaiming in delight. Xiao Ye couldn't help but also come over, looking down at the screen of the communicator, indeed seeing a little figure on the screen making various moves. Due to the high playback speed, the little figure's movements overlapped, making it appear like it had 3 heads and 6 arms, ending up in a very bizarre form. "It's moving, but it doesn't look like it's practicing any cultivation technique. What's the use of it?" Xiaona spoke straightforwardly. Of course it's useful. You don't see the utility because your visual persistence time is too short. If the playback speed is slow, you can't see the animation. If too fast, the images overlap. So this is only for people with longer visual persistence times, Lin Shen said. I think your statement has an issue, Xiaoye thought and said. When Like's evolution reaches a certain level, the visual persistence time naturally shortens. Otherwise there's no way to adapt to high-speed combat. Theoretically, the higher the level, the shorter the visual persistence time. Those who make it to Realm King Planet and overcome preceding challenges surely can't have low levels, meaning their visual persistence times aren't likely long, so no one would be able to see the animations, right? My visual persistence time can be adjusted, Lin Shen said, slowing down the playback speed of the photos. In Xiaoye and Xiaona's eyes, the photos merely scrolled across the screen, but in Lin Shen's eyes, the little figures seemed to come alive, performing various moves. Chapter 185, If you can't practice the right way, practice the wrong way. The actions of the little figure are not methodical, step-by-step sequences. These actions, when played continuously, make the figure appear in a highly bizarre state. The animated little figure surprisingly retains the state of having 3 heads and 6 arms. But compared to the disorder during fast playback, now the 3-headed 6-armed state is normal. In the animated state, the small figure performs various actions in the 3-headed 6-armed state. These actions are logical and varied, completely different from the chaos during fast playback, and the legs are only 2. Although there are various moves, they do not occur in a chaotic manner. Strange, how did it end up like this? If this is what the wall mountain illustration intends to show, then this cultivation technique requires someone with 3 heads and 6 arms to practice. But where in the world would one find such a person with 3 heads and 6 arms? I recall that there is a race in the ancient realm with 3 heads and 6 arms, but it's unlikely that the ancient realm king specifically left a cultivation technique for that obscure race, Lin Shen pondered, unable to find an answer. What's going on? Xiaoye noticed Lin Shen's furrowed brow and instantly realized he must be facing some problem. Unfortunately, she couldn't see the animation and could only ask. Lin Shen told Xiaoye about the issue and then murmured, "Is the playback speed incorrect, resulting in the wrong image? Should it be played even slower? So, my assumption is wrong?" Lin Shen slightly frowned, not believing it was wrong. Xiaoye shook her head and said, "Maybe it's not wrong. From what I know, Father indeed has an incredibly powerful divine skill called 3 Realms Divine Skill. It transforms the body into 3 entities. 1 ghost body, 1 human body, 1 divine body. The 3 Realms Divine Skill allows switching between these 3 bodies possessing 3 distinctly different forces. These forces counteract each other but can also mutually assist. Isn't the 3 Realms Divine Skill the divine skill Father practiced before his reincarnation?" Xiaona interjected. Xiaoye nodded. The 3 bodies of the 3 Realms Divine Skill correspond to past, present, and future, also representing the yin-yang changes of heaven, earth, and human. From 1 comes 2, from 2 comes 3, from 3 comes all things. The strength of the 3 bodies can counteract any cosmic law power, but you need to switch the strength of the 3 bodies to achieve the counter effect, otherwise it might be countered. Father once said that the 3 Realms Divine Skill is not complete. It cannot achieve the degree of integration, so it is not truly invincible and cannot rival the Great Emperor. If someday the 3 Realms Divine Skill could indeed achieve integration, it would be fearless even in a battle against the Great Emperor. If what is left here is the 3 Realms Divine Skill, then it should be the complete integrated 3 Realms Divine Skill, corresponding to the image of having 3 heads and 6 arms. Lin Shen agreed. It's likely. The evolution theory and the greed for life and fear of death elixirs have inherent issues. The ancient realm king probably never practiced them. His authentic cultivation, the 3 Realms Divine Skill, surely wouldn't be abandoned easily. Even if it truly is the 3 Realms Divine Skill, I don't have 3 heads and 6 arms, probably can't practice it, right? Lin Shen possesses the ability to practice flawed versions of cultivation techniques, but he must be able to practice them. He can't generate so many heads and arms, not even for imitation, then how can he practice it? If this truly is the 3 Realms Divine Skill, the 3-headed, 6-armed image is not a real form, but a state transformed after practice. So, is it possible you viewed it the wrong way? Try playing these images in reverse, suggested Xiaoye. Lin Shen thought it made sense. Ouyang Yudu mentioned that viewing them from back to front was smoother. Lin Shen adjusted the playback sequence of the images and played them again. This time, they were indeed less abstract. Though the issue of 3 heads and 6 arms remains, you can now see that only the front head and arms are solid, while the other 2 heads and 4 arms are in a shadow state. As it plays further, the shadows of the other 2 heads and 4 arms gradually solidify, becoming increasingly real, and the actions become more fluid. I see, Xiaoye, you're really clever, Lin Shen was overjoyed, finally deciphering the little figure illustration on the wall mountain. Don't get too excited yet. Knowing is one thing, being able to practice is another. Even with the correct method, you might not be able to master it. The challenge of mastering 3 realms divine skill, especially this complete version, might be comparable to or even harder than the evolution theory and the greed for life and fear of death elixir. Xiao Ye doused Lin Shen with cold water again. Lin Shen didn't mind. Even if he couldn't master it, he could inform Wei and the others of the correct method. As long as someone from them could master it, passing through this stage was sufficient. He had little interest in the ancient realm king's divine skill. The evolution theory and the greed for life and fear of death elixir already suited him well. No need to switch cultivation techniques. Looking at the 3 individuals, Lin Shen saw they were deeply immersed, reaching a state of forgetting themselves and the outside world. One frenetic in writing, another in divine travel, vast void with vacant eyes, seemingly disconnected from the world, the third dancing across the skies as if numerous Ouyang from different time periods simultaneously performing various techniques. Without the correct method, what on earth are you guys practicing? How come you've all practiced into something fanciful? Lin Shen was frustrated, calling several times without a response, fearing to forcibly interrupt their practice lest something goes wrong. Never mind, I'll practice using the proper cultivation method first to see if it's viable. Lin Shen practiced around according to the genuine 3 realms divine skill method. There were many little figure images, which simplified considerably when played as animations, yet they remained deeply complex. Lin Shen practiced for a good while, but didn't achieve any significant results. Truly no response at all, at least not like Wei Wufu and the others who managed to cultivate some bizarre phenomena. Suddenly moved by a thought, Lin Shen decided, if I can't master it the right way, can I not master it the wrong way? Since practicing it properly isn't working, why not try practicing it in reverse? A thought passing through Lin Shen, he proceeded by following the erroneous sequence, pondering how he might practice. Without 3 heads and 6 arms, Lin Shen moved quickly with surfing fist footwork, simultaneously changing postures rapidly, mimicking 3-headed, 6-armed actions at different times. Lin Shen only casually gave it a try. Surprisingly, as he tried, a strange power truly began to surge inside him, while a large amount of energy suddenly welled up from the fruit pulp mask on his face, seeping under his skin. Chapter 186, Gate of Destiny. The scene before Lin Shen's eyes became bizarre and eerie, as if his field of vision was infinitely drawn inwards. The mysterious sights of the microcosm unfolded one by one before Lin Shen's eyes. Lin Shen felt as if he was on a high-speed train, constantly moving forward at great speed, with the scenery in his eyes changing rapidly. Of course, Lin Shen wasn't actually moving, it was just his vision delving deeper into the microcosm. Lin Shen saw those strange and fantastic landscapes, impossible to describe with words, until the scene before him suddenly exploded like a light explosion. Lin Shen's pupils and eyes were dyed a blazing white by that light explosion. When Lin Shen's vision returned, he found what he saw was completely different from before. The wall mountain was gone, the little figure patterns were gone, the cartoons playing on the communicator screen were gone. All that was before him was a gate, a black iron door. The door stood in the void, its edges seemingly merged with the void, like a portal to a new world beyond. On that door, black iron chains wrapped around it, binding the door as if in a tight bundle. At the intersections of the chains, an ancient iron lock held 2 crossing chains tightly together. 1, 2, 3, 3. Lin Shen counted a total of 10 iron locks, firmly securing the chains around the door. Where is this place? Is this door within the microcosm? Lin Shen pondered, but soon felt something was amiss. When he tried to adjust his field of vision, no matter how he attempted to zoom in or out, the door he saw remained unchanged. If he was seeing the microcosm, any change in his field of vision should have altered the appearance of the door. Even if the field of vision had reached its limit, seeing the minutest realm, if it couldn't zoom in any further, at least it should be able to zoom out. Now it couldn't zoom in or out, as if it had lost its function. Body, no body, could this be introspection? While pondering, Lin Shen found his sight still intact but without a body, realizing what was happening. He actually possessed the ability of introspection, a capability only heard of in legends. The term introspection is common in cultivation, especially in the ghost god faction practices, knowing the ghost god is a form of introspection. But that kind of introspection is just a meditative ability, not real introspection in the true sense. What meditation introspection can see is one's own thoughts and imagination. However, Lin Shen's situation differed from imagined insights, for he truly saw the existence of the door, not imagined but physical introspection. Is this really introspection? If it is, then what exactly am I seeing? Why is there a door in my body? Lin Shen pondered while observing the door. The door was simple and plain, without any carvings or decorations, just a plain black iron door, with its chains having no patterns, looking like thick black iron chains. The only peculiar part was the iron locks that chained the iron door. The locks were of the same black iron texture, with lock bodies cloud-shaped, each lock slightly different, like clouds have various shapes. The 10 locks were all different in shape, but all engraved with the same 2 characters. Aside from that, no other discoveries were made. Lin Shen wanted to reach out and touch the door and locks, but lacked a body, leaving him unable to do anything but think. Destiny is causality. Destiny is predetermined. The cycle of cause and effect, everyone within it, hard to escape fate? Does this door represent breaking the worldly causality, a method to defy heaven and change fate? Lin Shen speculated to himself. If this door truly is the embodiment of destiny, does it mean that if I collect the heaven-defying bone, I could break through the destiny gate? Right? Could the heaven-defying bone mean literally? To rebel against fate? To give me the strength of a skeleton? A chance to break this gate of destiny? Lin Shen's thoughts wandered fantastically. Suddenly, Lin Shen's sight seemed pulled back rapidly by an unseen force. Everything before his eyes flashed past like time itself, leaving nothing visible. The next second, Lin Shen's eyes returned to normal vision, once again facing the watch screen playing cartoons. As Lin Shen's sight normalized, the jam mask on his face disintegrated like ash, scattering with the wind, gone without a trace. What was that just now? Lin Shen couldn't determine what he had just seen, whether it was introspection, and if so, where the locked black iron door inside his body was and why it was there. Does everyone have such a gate of destiny within their bodies, or is it only in mine? Lin Shen frowned in contemplation. If everyone has one, then does it mean everyone has the potential to open the gate of destiny and break free from causality? If only he has it, Lin Shen starts doubting if his poor memory is related to that gate of destiny, whether it's sealing his brain, causing his memory issues. Considering various possibilities, Lin Shen attempted to re-enter introspection but found it impossible. His vision could change freely, seeing the tiniest realm, yet no matter how microscopic, he saw no more light explosions nor the door. Xiaoye and Xiaona watched the dazed Lin Shen, their faces showing peculiar expressions, especially Xiaoye, whose eyes were full of surprise. The mask formed from the Realm King fruit pulp had exhausted its energy, capable of evolving the brain to the highest power. Its energy was unimaginably immense, yet it depleted so quickly. The crucial point is that after the Realm King fruit pulp's energy depleted, Lin Shen himself seemed unchanged, entirely lacking the expected fluctuations. Though the Realm King fruit hadn't fully matured, its energy was already formidable beyond ordinary comprehension, typically enabling one to achieve at least the level of spiritual power materialization upon absorption, seeing the existence of a spiritual halo. However, Lin Shen exhibited no change at all, let alone a spiritual halo. His eyes remained confounded, devoid of any wisdom. Chapter 1187, 3 Strikes at Wall Mountain. Lin Shen didn't really know what his current situation was. Other than the fact that his vision had become incredibly sharp, there weren't any significant changes. His mind was indeed clearer, but he didn't feel any substantial improvement. Watching the animation of the 3 Realms Divine Skill. Again, Lin Shen continued to practice the skill as before. Energy flowed in his body once more, but these flows were extremely irregular, sometimes present, sometimes absent, fluctuating intermittently. Lin Shen could vaguely understand why this was happening, because the movements of the 3 heads and 6 arms should be performed simultaneously, but he was doing them in 3 segments. Originally, the movements should connect to the next action, but because of his division, they couldn't connect. Unless he could split into 3, with each clone practicing a movement, otherwise the 3 Realms Divine Skill could never be mastered. Suddenly, a flash of insight appeared in Lin Shen's mind. I don't have the ability to clone myself, nor can I grow 3 heads and 6 arms, but I have the 3-star system. I, the Contrarian, and the Inheritance Fan, forming a trinity. Could this be used to cultivate the 3 Realms Divine Skill? With this thought in mind, he immediately began experimenting. Lin Shen stood there watching the animation, his body unmoving, yet internally the 3-star system started operating furiously. The movement was just a guide from the outside to the inside. Once the core was understood internally, there was no longer a need for fixed movements. Watching Lin Shen stand there motionless, Xiaoye felt a bit disappointed. If this wasn't enough to heal her father's reincarnation body's injuries, she didn't know what to do or what to use to restore it. Time passed, Lin Shen watched the animation, Wei observed the wall, Ouyang roamed the mountains, and Dec was writing and drawing. An indeterminate amount of time passed when Ouyang, who soared over the mountains, suddenly fell. Countless illusions vanished, leaving only Ouyang Yudu standing with an umbrella, exuding a strange aura like a ghost. He seemed to stand within this world yet not above it, existing independently outside of it. I have already become, Ouyang Yudu said with a smile, originally intending to say they needn't bother anymore. But then he saw Dec laughing, discarding his pen. I understand too, so that's how it is. Dec's aura grew increasingly pure, like a deity, possessing a purity absent in the mortal world. Merely looking at him felt like a desecration. Those with slightly weaker psychological fortitude felt ashamed when they saw Dec, unable to meet his gaze directly. Ouyang Yudu was slightly taken aback, instinctively glancing at Wei, only to see Wei also withdrawing his gaze from Wall Mountain. Wei had previously exuded a strong aura, but now it was entirely absent. There was no longer any detectable power fluctuation in him. Had one not known Wei and his background, just judging from his appearance, they might have thought he was an ordinary person without cultivation, merely appearing tall and robust without anything special. You guys, the 3 of them spontaneously said 2 words in unison, as if prearranged. They each paused for a moment, then laughed. Lin Shen hasn't finished yet. Should we wait for him? Ouyang Yudu asked, looking at Lin Shen. He has recorded it already. There's no need to look at the patterns on Wall Mountain. We can experiment first without harm, DEC said. Okay then, who goes first? Ouyang asked. I'll go first, since I'm of lower rank. If my strength is insufficient, then you guys can try, DEC said. Ouyang Yudu and Wei had no objection. After all, there should only be one correct person. If DEC could break Wall Mountain, it meant he practiced correctly, and it wouldn't matter if the other two tried or not. Of course, even if practiced incorrectly, they didn't see it as a problem. The world's affairs aren't static. Many experimental results are unrelated to the original intended problem, but that doesn't mean they lack value. Xiaoye and Xiaona felt a bit anxious. The three of them had already comprehended something, yet Lin Shen was still there watching the animation with no response, leaving them uncertain if it would work. If Lin Shen couldn't succeed at all, Xiaoye felt there was no need to consider eliminating the opponent in advance. Facing Wall Mountain, DEC stared at it and said, everything in the cosmos has its rationale, and all things must follow reason. The so-called all-knowing and all-powerful God doesn't actually need to see everything with their eyes but deduces by reasoning. What is called knowledge is the knowledge of rules and logic, and what is called power is the ability to break rules. Without knowledge, breaking things is ignorance. Knowing before breaking is capability. This untitled divine skill should be called the knowledge divine skill. Although my understanding differs from yours, I must say your insight is very reasonable. Give it a try, Ouyang Yudu said. DEC's gaze intensified, shooting out a finger with a point of divine light like a laser. Where the light reached, space collapsed and the laws shattered, as if possessing the power to destroy the world. Xiaoye and Xiaona's faces changed dramatically in fear. This person may be of lower rank, but the realm of this strike seems to surpass worldly laws, and compared to Father's use of the three realms' divine skill in the past, it doesn't seem lacking. Yet, it's different too. Didn't he study the three realms' divine skill? How could what he comprehended be similar yet different? Boom. The light bombarded Wall Mountain, causing it to roar, but after the light dissipated, Wall Mountain remained unbeaten, continuously trembling for a long while before it calmed. DEC shrugged, turning to Ouyang and Wei. It seems my cultivation is still lacking. I can't break Wall Mountain. He only felt his cultivation level insufficient and didn't think what he comprehended was wrong. Let me give it a try. Ouyang Yudu stepped beside DEC, looked at Wall Mountain, and said, if everything in the world has its rules and can be calculated, it only proves one thing. This world is an artificial world. Basic laws can be followed, but intent cannot be predicted. If my will can be calculated by others, it only proves I am not myself, just a puppet. As he spoke, the jade umbrella in Ouyang Yudu's hand emitted an eerie wave, rippling like lake water, crashing against the mountain wall, causing it to resonate and tremble continuously. Suddenly, gripping the umbrella tightly, Ouyang Yudu twisted with force. The waves on the umbrella were immediately disrupted, turning into countless swirling undercurrents, disturbing the space and forming various space vortices. Wall Mountain roared endlessly within the vortex but never fractured. For a long time, Ouyang Yudu retracted his umbrella and shook his head as he walked back. It seems I haven't truly comprehended it. Xiaowei and Xiaona exchanged complex glances. Though Ouyang Yudu couldn't break Wall Mountain, his technique seemed to have reached an unpredictable level of brilliance. All eyes turned to Wei Wufu, who didn't speak as much. He directly approached Wall Mountain and struck it with a solid punch. Boom! The terrifying strength exploded, the shockwaves causing Ouyang and the others to falter, and what they saw was a skyward explosion of light with the earth shaking as if the end of the world had come. Yet when the explosion subsided, Wall Mountain still stood unyielding. Chapter 188, Ghost God's Preaching. Wei Wufu looked at his fist, then at Wall Mountain, shook his head, and stepped back. None of the three could break through Wall Mountain, giving Xiaoye a sigh of relief. At least now they wouldn't get the ancient Rome king's inheritance, so there was no need to silence them. But when she turned to look at Lin Shen, he was still watching cartoons, leaving her unsure of what to expect. Dad's talent in this lifetime is lacking. His comprehension is weak, and his memory has issues. But at least he has the foundation from his past life to achieve what others cannot, Xiaona comforted beside her. The chance that the three couldn't smash Wall Mountain will surely fall on Dad. Xiaoye thought about it and agreed, becoming more certain that Lin Shen was their father's reincarnation. If it weren't for the reincarnation body, with Lin Shen's comprehension, talent, and memory, how could he possibly practice evolution theory, immortality scripture, and stepping on the immortal court? I hope so. Xiaoye could only place her hope in the foundation of her father's past life. Lin Shen had no foundation from a past life. At this moment, 3 stars in his body were moving, intertwining in a profoundly reasonable yet complex manner. The 3 particle-like stars respectively came from Lin Shen himself, the Contrarian, and the Inheritance Fan. At this moment, different force fields appeared on the 3 types of particles. The force fields were entirely different, even counteracting each other, like the relationship of rock, paper, scissors in a game creation and destruction, mutual constraints, none able to overcome the other. The force field generated by Lin Shen's particles corresponded to the human force field in the 3 realms' divine skill. The contrarian particle corresponded to the ghost, and the inheritance fan corresponded to the divine force field. The three force fields complemented each other, and their appearance prompted changes in the law array that revolved around the three-star system. The original law array was arranged in the best way, but now, due to the three-star system, special changes occurred in the law array. Wei Wufu and the other two looked towards Lin Shen, waiting for the outcome from his side. Time seemed indefinite, and Lin Shen, who had been watching cartoons, suddenly emitted an unusual light. What's going on? Wasn't he already promoted to the lower tier? Why is he bonded with the power of Ghost God again? DEC wondered, looking at Lin Shen. The light on Lin Shen's body continuously extended into the void, causing cracks to appear, as if Ghost God descended from the void. Such an abnormal change had triggered cosmic phenomena, affecting not just Realm King Planet or Celestial Court, but even in countless ancient realm areas. Infinite brilliance rushed into the void, becoming stronger and brighter, gradually condensing into the Ghost God. The Ghost God's body shone with strange divine light, not yet fully formed, and the intensity made it impossible to gaze directly. Even forcefully observing the Ghost God reveals only a dazzling divine light, as if a deity descended, faces indistinct. What could be felt was fear, mystery, power, invincibility, and other indescribable emotions. The pressure from the phenomenon powerful enough to make upper divine beings difficult to stare, feeling a certain emotional agitation. What happened to the cosmos? Not long ago, such a powerful, undying immortal like Ghost God was activated, and this one activated seems no less. What's the origin? People debated heatedly, but none knew the origin of this Ghost God or who triggered this Ghost God phenomenon. Great Divine Official, do you know what Ghost God this is? Yaoji asked the West Region Great Divine Official. The West Region Great Divine Official gazed at the void-bound Ghost God, saying, never seen such a Ghost God, perhaps a new deity. This statement alarmed Yaoji, for bringing an unprecedented Ghost God to this world was far harder than activating one. In ancient times, ancestral families of humanity indeed created many Ghost Gods as they rushed into Celestial Court. But with the Ghost God system complete, spawning a new Ghost God now is nearly as hard as reaching heaven. Though Ghost Gods are visualization objects, essentially they're manifestations of rules, the rules in the world are fixed, each with a corresponding Ghost God. Unless new rules appear, new gods cannot arise. If this is truly a new deity, then Secret God Star will have one more entirely new temple, although still unknown what rank the temple is and what rule it corresponds to. Star God Palaces noticed the birth of a new Ghost God, all sensing the terrifying energy and force field emanating from it, trying to judge the new deity's strength. When the brilliance reached its peak, several great divine officials were already shocked in their hearts. From the force field emanating from this new deity, it was already no less than many of the old great gods, almost comparable to the top deities corresponding to the 9 great divine skills. Yet the next moment, all great divine officials gaped as the shining Ghost God light split into 3, transforming into a 3 heads and 6 arms eerie form, like a terrifying evil demon king overseeing all heavens and myriad worlds. What is that? Shi Zhongqing, who had been merely watching, changed color as he felt the force field strength of this Ghost God surpassed top-tier ancient Ghost Gods. It's just in infancy, difficult to imagine its final strength. The world was shocked. The god-making race even more bewildered, with many ancient realm messages relayed to them about the phenomena. This discovery shocked the entire god-making race, as there existed barriers between ancient realm areas and Celestial Court, so even if phenomena occurred, those triggered in ancient realm areas could only be seen in that area, and those in Celestial Court inside it. Communication between different ancient realm areas was even harder. This time, phenomena seemed to simultaneously appear in known ancient realm areas and Celestial Court, truly terrifying. The cosmos sure is getting more interesting. The God Creation clan chief glanced at the phenomena, releasing the fish he'd just caught back into the water. Xiao Ye and Xiaona looked in confusion at the sky's phenomena. The phenomenon induced by Lin Shen appeared to be the 3 realms' divine skill in unity form. Seeing such a phenomenon should bring happiness, proving Lin Shen mastered the 3 realms' divine skill. But Xiao Ye was not at all happy, because a unified 3 realms divine skill shouldn't cause Ghost God phenomena. There's no Ghost God corresponding to the 3 realms divine skill in the cosmos. Additionally, after mastering the 3 realms divine skill, one should transcend beyond the 3 realms, not within the 5 elements, thus no Ghost God should correspond with it. Having a Ghost God brings bonds, meaning falling under cosmic rules, lower realm. Lin Shen didn't care much, 3-star system continued operating, and the void Ghost God light grew stronger. The next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. The 3 heads and 6 arms Ghost God light slowly performed in void, depicting a cultivation technique. Those able to see the Ghost God were speechless in awe. Inducing Ghost God phenomena was one thing, but this Ghost God was performing cultivation techniques in the open, aiming to spread its path throughout the cosmos. Star God Palace's great divine officials hadn't grasped the severity of the problem, since they didn't know that not only Celestial Court, but all ancient realm areas could see the Ghost God's phenomenon. And the cultivation technique performed by this ghost god was as profound as the 9 great divine skills, even surpassing them in some aspects. No one knows what consequences such a technique spreading throughout the cosmos might bring. Lin Shen wasn't aware the phenomena he induced would extend this far. If known, his heart would be even more joyous, as the cultivation technique performed by the 3 heads and 6 arms ghost god was precisely the inheritance great method on the folding fan. Chapter 189 Realm God. All heavens and myriads of worlds have witnessed the cultivation technique performed by this top ghost god. What's more, as the ghost god performed the technique, an ethereal and undecided voice emerged from its mouth. Although the voice sounded eerie, the content was indisputably the spell of this cultivation technique. Not only were the people from the ancient realm stunned, but the celestial court was equally shocked. Even the ancient divine being who had lived the longest and seen the most phenomenon had never seen a ghost god phenomenon speak. A ghost god can indeed speak, but the ghost god phenomenon triggered during the lower tier ascension is not a true descending of ghost god, merely the emergence of a ghost god shadow. There have been instances where a ghost god shadow opened its mouth, but at most, it uttered some simple ghost god words, nothing extensive. Furthermore, this ghost god shadow was reciting a spell of a divine skill. This was enough to scare anyone to death. A top-tier ghost god, a top-tier divine skill, directly imparted by the ghost god, the entire celestial court went mad at this moment. In contrast, in the ancient realm, while many quietly noted down or recorded the technique, they were unaware of the value of this phenomenon, unlike the divine beings of the celestial court, who were greatly excited. At this moment, the most distressed were those great families within the celestial court. Originally, they possessed secret top-tier divine skills, relying on innate advantages to stand above other smaller families, taking the largest portion of the 6 great star region's benefits. Now, with a new top-tier divine skill suddenly open to the entire cosmic sphere, if everyone can practice it, their advantages would completely vanish. The current differences may not be apparent, but after thousands of years, when more strong individuals emerge from smaller families, their benefits will gradually be diluted. Some are pleased, some are worried, but Lin Shen remains unconcerned with these matters. He continuously pushes the 3-star system to operate, envisioning the form of the 3 heads and 6 arms, practicing according to the movements of the 3 realms divine skill. If one says he is practicing the 3 realms divine skill, the problem is it is practiced in reverse, and the foundational basis is the 3-star system, essentially the combined power of Lin Shen, the contrarian, and the inheritance fan. One might say it isn't the 3 realms divine skill, yet it indeed possesses some characteristics of the 3 realms divine skill, but these characteristics are reversed. As Lin Shen practiced, the phenomenon in the void also changed. The original ghost god light shadow of 3 heads and 6 arms became more refined with practice, gradually merging into one, finally transforming into the normal appearance of 1 head and 2 arms, but its aura became even more terrifying. Until the ghost god light shadow bore no difference from a normal human form, the performance and the spell simultaneously ended. The brilliance on the ghost god phenomenon had grown so strong it was unimaginable, visible only as a striking glow hanging in the void, resembling a giant sun. All heavens and myriads of worlds, only I reign supreme, King of kings, God of gods, I am the realm god. A voice like an ancient primordial ghost god echoed through the cosmic sphere, making the name of realm god known to everyone. Surely a new god has emerged. Shi Zhongqing's expression was somewhat complex. As the voice echoed back in the void, the phenomenon did not gradually fade like ordinary ghost god phenomena, but became increasingly resplendent. In an instant, light radiated out, like a cosmic explosion, illuminating the entire universe brightly. Everyone was temporarily blinded as if they were seeing blind. After a long time, they gradually recovered, but the phenomenon in the void had already disappeared. Everyone was surprised and uncertain. Such a bizarre phenomenon had never been seen nor heard. Many secretly studied the realm god's skill. This kind of technique was surely top tier in the universe, and who could afford to miss it? At the same time the phenomenon disappeared, above Lin Shen's head appeared a light shadow of a divine soul of 3 heads and 6 arms, guarding Lin Shen like an ancient ghost god. With a thought, Lin Shen made the divine soul appear instantly before him. Lin Shen wore a strange expression. The law array had already condensed into a divine soul, normally indicating an advancement to the middle tier. Yet now he remained at the nirvana level, without ascending. The divine soul formed by the law array was named Realm God, but its capabilities and attributes were not reflected within Lin Shen's own attributes. Lin Shen felt its attributes and abilities, as the Realm God evolved from his law array, and Lin Shen understood its nature. What is your situation? Can a middle tier trigger a ghost god phenomenon? Or have you undergone another lower tier ascension and immediately connected to ascend to the middle tier again? DEC asked with a face filled with curiosity. Let's not talk about this now. Try to see if you can break through Wall Mountain. We've all failed. If you can't penetrate it either, we'll be stuck here cultivating until the day we can break Wall Mountain and leave, Ouyang said. Let me try. Lin Shen focused his mind, and the realm god ascended skyward, facing Wall Mountain, and punched it. Bang! The Wall Mountain was shattered into pieces by that punch. The miles-long mountain wall collapsed instantly. The earth shook with continued thunderous sounds. Everyone was stunned, including Lin Shen himself. A divine soul, after all, is not a true entity and generally cannot combat freely like a divine soul, mainly serving to augment the physical self, akin to inviting a ghost god for possession. Lin Shen initially intended only to utilize the realm god's power to augment his law array, but who knew that with a thought, the realm god flew out, punching and blasting Wall Mountain apart. Xiaoye and Xiaona's eyes also widened. They had naturally seen the three realms' divine skill of the ancient realm king, and the divine soul formed from the three realms wasn't like this. Even at the same rank, it shouldn't have such terrifying potency. The power of the Trinity is indeed terrifying. Such strength at the divine soul stage. Upon reaching great emperor level, Father's current life can certainly become something more terrifying than a great emperor. Overthrowing the celestial court's reign, Xiaoye and Xiaona were speechlessly excited. Little did they know, what Lin Shen had conjured was by no means just a simple divine soul. Amid the astonished crowd, Shi Zhongqing and 5 great gods joined forces to enter the secret god star, seeking the temple of the new god on the secret god star. But after searching the secret god star extensively, they failed to find the realm god's temple, though these matters unfolded later. Lin Shen himself realized the realm god was not merely a simple divine soul, it could well be the actual body of a ghost god. Otherwise it couldn't possess such formidable strength, shattering Wall Mountain with a single punch. His own power couldn't possibly achieve this, let alone a mere half-baked divine soul. Dec, Ouyang Yudu, and Wei were all staring at the realm god, seemingly pondering something. Chapter 190, Blood Shadow. After Wall Mountain was blasted apart, an ancient altar unexpectedly emerged from behind the mountain wall. On the altar, there were no monuments or pillars, only bloodstains on the ground, resembling a human figure. Before the crowd could get a clear view, the bloodstains emitted a blood-red light, moving as if they were a shadow brought to life, slowly standing up from the ground. Having passed the 4 tests to arrive here, you have already earned the qualification to receive the inheritance of this king. Open the altar. Below is the king's lifelong accumulation. But before that, this king must make it clear. Accepting the king's accumulation means taking on this king's grievances and entanglements. Are you sure you want to accept this king's inheritance? Bloodshadow spoke as he was standing up, his gaze falling on the crowd, hesitating slightly. Why are there so many people? Clearly, Bloodshadow did not expect that the person who passed the test was not just one person, but so many people. Among you, who exactly passed the 4 previous tests? Bloodshadow asked again, surveying the crowd. What is this thing? Lin Shen turned his head and asked Xiaoye. Xiaoye was staring intently at Bloodshadow. Hearing Lin Shen's question, she shook her head and said, I don't know. This king is asking you a question, didn't you hear? Bloodshadow said impatiently. Who are you? Dec looked at Bloodshadow and asked, Isn't it obvious? This king is, of course, the shadow of the ancient realm king, Bloodshadow said haughtily. This king left a shadow here to prevent some petty thieves from taking this king's lifelong treasures. Only those who pass the 4 tests may inherit this king's accumulation. Lin Shen glanced at Xiaoye and Xiaona again. This thing claims to be the ancient realm king's shadow, and apart from them, likely no one else can see the truth. You are the ancient realm king's shadow. Then, do you know who I am? Xiaoye stepped forward a few steps, looked at Bloodshadow, and asked, This king cares not who you are. Among you, who solved the 4 tests? Bloodshadow asked again. Everyone felt something was wrong. This Bloodshadow claimed to be the ancient realm king's shadow, yet failed to recognize the ancient realm king's daughter. Clearly, there's a problem. What exactly is going on here? Lin Shen asked Xiaoye and Xiaona, unsure if done purposely or if something went wrong. Xiaoye's eyes grew sharp, intently staring at Bloodshadow, her hand gripping the jade purifying bottle tightly. She thought of a possibility. Perhaps the reason Lin Shen has issues might be due to a problem during reincarnation. If the ancient realm king reincarnated here, then this thing might very well be the cause of the issue in the ancient realm king's reincarnation. Let me ask you again, what exactly are you? Xiaoye stared at Bloodshadow, coldly questioned. Haven't I already told you? This king is the ancient realm king's shadow. Bloodshadow's words suddenly stopped, upon seeing Xiaoye lift the jade purifying bottle, tilting its mouth towards him. Jade bottle, purify this vile creature. Xiaoye immediately uttered the secret language to activate the jade purifying bottle. Within an instant, a bizarre spectral light shot out from the jade purifying bottle, illuminating Bloodshadow. Bloodshadow suddenly erupted with blood-colored smoke, leaped into the sky, freeing itself from the jade purifying bottle's beam. The Great Emperor's divine artifact, Golden Transformation, Vase of the Western District, Bloodshadow identified the true name of this Great Emperor's divine artifact. This name was unknown even to Lin Shen, Xiaowei, and Xiaoena. The ancient realm king only told the 2 sisters that it was called the Great Emperor's Jade Bottle or Jade Purifying Bottle. The one you're holding is the golden transformation vase. Then the gourd she holds must be the purple gold gourd of the Southern District. Blood Shadow's gaze lingered on the jade bottle and gourd. Now you know, you better confess. What on earth are you, and why are you here? Otherwise, I will turn you into blood water, Xiaoye coldly stated. Xiaoye cooperatively raised the gourd, aiming it at Blood Shadow, ready to absorb him at any moment. Haha, how delightful. Didn't expect you to come willingly. Haha. Blood Shadow laughed wildly towards the sky. What's so funny? Xiaoxie's gaze turned cold, directing the jade purifying bottle's beam at Blood Shadow. Blood Shadow moved like an illusion, dodging as the jade purifying bottle's light couldn't keep up with his speed, shocking everyone greatly. Don't waste your effort. The golden transformation vase hasn't returned to Great Emperor level. It's useless against me. Blood Shadow murmured, appearing on the other side, examining Xiaoye and Xiaona, calmly saying, You must be the daughters of the Ancient One. Blood Shadow clearly admitted he wasn't the Ancient Realm King's shadow. Everyone prepared for battle, watching Blood Shadow cautiously. His supernatural speed was far beyond everyone else. All felt they couldn't keep up. Exceedingly dangerous. So what if we are? Xiaona said, readying to use the Great Emperor Gourd to absorb Blood Shadow. Don't act yet. In some ways, I'm still your benefactor. How could you be so ungrateful? Blood Shadow suddenly remarked. Nonsense, I am your father, Xiaona scornfully retorted. If not for me, how would Ancient know to let you reincarnate with the divine artifacts, creating a symbiotic relationship to secure your lives? Without me, you'd have died just like your brother long ago. Blood Shadow humorously proclaimed. Lin Shen, hearing these words, suddenly realized who Blood Shadow was. He had previously heard the tale of the Ancient Realm King and the 3 treasure chests. A person brought 3 chests to the Ancient Realm King, asking him to place his 3 most precious items inside. If indeed he put what he deemed most precious, then his predicament would be solved. Otherwise, those close to the Ancient Realm King would face calamity. The legendary outcome witnessed the Ancient Realm King's only 3 blood relatives. The 2 young princesses survived, yet the young prince met a tragic fate. Listening, Lin Shen couldn't shake the feeling that Blood Shadow seemed to be that person who presented the 3 treasure chests to the Ancient Realm King. You, Xiaona retreated in fear, retreating to Lin Shen's side, her body trembling with fear. Clearly, she too anticipated who that person was and feared him greatly. Xiaoye's gaze shifted to one of hostility, glowering at Blood Shadow, angrily swearing, It was you, you're still not dead, return my brother's life. As she spoke, Xiaoye, brimming with fury, lifted the jade purifying bottle, launching an attack on Blood Shadow. However, Blood Shadow's speed was too swift, leaving only a series of afterimages, the jade purifying bottle's beam only managing to hit those afterimages, failing to touch Blood Shadow's true form. With all Ancient's calculations, never anticipated you'd arrive before reaching the Great Emperor level. Truly, fate has favored me. Blood Shadow's words were filled with fanaticism. Chapter 191, The Secret of the 3 Treasure Chests. Gourd, assist me in alchemy. Xiaona held the gourd and directed it toward the Blood Shadow. The mouth of the gourd produced an unparalleled suction force, seemingly trying to draw everything into the gourd. Yet, the terrifying suction power of the gourd appeared to have no effect on the Blood Shadow. The Blood Shadow stood there without even bothering to dodge and said disdainfully, The purple gold gourd hasn't returned to the Great Emperor level yet. It can only absorb tangible objects. I am now in an intangible form, so it cannot affect me. Xiaoye, what exactly is he? Lin Shen pulled Xiaoye, who was intent on continuing attacking the Blood Shadow, and asked, He's a beast. Xiaoye gritted her teeth and replied, You don't have to ask. She doesn't know who I am at all. The Blood Shadow stood there, leisurely watching the group, and said, I truly don't know who he is, but it was he who brought the 3 treasure chests to father, causing harm to us and elder brother. If not for him, elder brother wouldn't have died, and we wouldn't have been forced to reincarnate with the Great Emperor's divine artifact, Xiaoye said. What exactly is the story behind the 3 treasure chests? Lin Shen asked curiously. Xiaoye and Xiaona assumed that Lin Shen wanted to know about past events, so Xiaoye straightforwardly said, The 3 treasure chests are a divine artifact brought by the bastard, rumored to be the upper ultimate divine artifact, second only to the Great Emperor's divine artifact. The chest's true name is the Final Mercy of All Gods. At this point, Xiaoye glanced at Lin Shen but didn't continue speaking. Xiaona, having fewer reservations than Xiaoye, continued speaking openly. Dad, in your past life, you encountered a cultivation issue that was hard to cure. That vile thief came to you with the final mercy of all gods, claiming he could solve your problems but required your 3 most precious items in exchange. They must be placed inside the chest to activate the final mercy of all gods. Dad, you presented many treasures, but the thief said those weren't your most precious items, thus failing to activate the final mercy of all gods. Xiaona fiercely glared at the Blood Shadow. In the end, that vile thief claimed that we 3 siblings were your most valuable treasures. He said putting us into the 3 treasure chests would be the only way to activate the final mercy of all gods. We volunteered to enter the chest to restore father, but unexpectedly, elder brother died later. Because we entered the 3 treasure chests, our bodies were destroyed. Dad, you had no choice but to use the Great Emperor's divine artifact as our vessel to protect our souls for reincarnation. Blood Shadow had been listening all along, and upon hearing this he laughed out loud, with the laughter being exceptionally piercing. What are you laughing at? Shauna demanded angrily. I'm laughing at your naivety. Blood Shadow restrained his laughter and said coldly, Did that ancient old scoundrel tell you this? If so, you are truly pitiable. What do you mean? Xiaoye frowned and glared at the Blood Shadow. When I gave the Ancient One the 3 treasure chests, I made it very clear you must exchange your 3 most cherished treasures to activate the final mercy of all gods, and after activation, the 3 treasures wouldn't suffer any loss. Blood Shadow said, smiling, It's just a pity your father is inherently suspicious, yet unwilling to miss the opportunity for self-restoration. He put you into the 3 treasure chests, but couldn't part with his only son, so he didn't send that son into the chest. You're talking nonsense. We voluntarily entered the chest to help Dad. Shauna immediately retorted, her anger causing her to tremble all over. Xiaoye was more rational and said to Blood Shadow, Your words don't make sense at all. It had to be 3 cherished things, meaning we 3 are all precious. Leaving one out is useless. If anything, either all or none should have been put in. Haha, Blood Shadow laughed heartily. When did I ever say you were the ancient old thief's most cherished? That's just what he told you. His true treasures were never you, but the golden transformation vase, purple gold gourd, and chaos gourd. Ah, you are merely pitiful substitutes used to replace the golden transformation vase and purple gold gourd. As for that chaos gourd, the ancient old thief ultimately couldn't bear to part with his own son, so he finally placed the chaos gourd into the chest. Ironically, all calculations fell short, and you survived after being placed into the chest, while his most cherished son died instead. All 3 siblings entered the 3 treasure chests. You mentioned precious items needed to be placed inside, if alternates were possible. Why even mention precious items? Xiaona said. Generally, replacements aren't feasible, but blood relatives are exceptions. It also requires the ancient old thief to be ruthless enough. That said, since he dared to risk the chaos gourd for that son, it was true love indeed. You 2, however, are rather pitiful. Blood Shadow pretended to be sympathetic. Your story is full of holes, not even credible for children, yet you want to fool us? If Father valued these 2 Great Emperor's divine artifacts more than us, why would he use them as vessels to aid our rebirth? Xiaona identified the flaw in Blood Shadow's words. That's because it's not you in need of rebirth. I already said earlier that using the final mercy of all gods doesn't damage those 3 treasures. It's just that your ancient old thief didn't believe, hence there was never anything wrong with you. The purple gold gourd and golden transformation vase suffered damage during his injury, and with the Great Emperor's divine artifact being hard to repair, he could only resort to using this method, making you rebirth together with the Great Emperor's divine artifacts, forming a symbiotic fate. This way, once they grow alongside you, these damaged Great Emperor's divine artifacts can be repaired. Impossible. You're spewing nonsense. Xiaoye and Shauna shouted angrily in unison. Believe it or not, it's up to you. I was the one who told him about this method, so I'm quite aware of the details, Blood Shadow said with a cold smile. To exist alongside the Great Emperor's divine arts is your fortune. That old thief had planned well. Once you help restore the Great Emperor's divine artifacts, he intended to reclaim them for his own use. Too bad his calculations fell short, as you ended up arriving here early, which turned out to be my luck. What exactly are you? Lin Shen stared at Blood Shadow and asked. A dying person. Knowing so much is pointless. All you need to know is that the one who killed you is none other than the cosmic's first ever divine being, Blood Shadow said lightly. As he spoke, Blood Shadow suddenly transformed into seemingly infinite blood shadows, making it impossible to see his movements clearly. Boom! A divine soul with 3 heads and 6 arms, resembling a deity, appeared before Lin Shen and slapped Blood Shadow on the head, pinning him to the ground. The surrounding blood-colored residue vanished. At this point, Blood Shadow truly became a shadow stuck flat against the ground. Chapter 192, Cloud Immortal. The Blood Shadow struggled to get up, but just as he raised his head, 1 foot of the Realm God had already stepped on the Blood Shadow's head, pinning him back to the ground. No matter how the Blood Shadow struggled under the Realm God's foot, he couldn't get up. It was as if all of his strength had been stomped away by that foot. What is this thing? Could it be the Great Emperor Avatar? The Blood Shadow was shocked, angry, and afraid, yet he didn't know what exactly was pinning him to the ground. Experience told him that this thing appeared like a divine soul, but divine souls generally don't possess such combat ability. Normal divine souls can only exert their power by relying on their physical bodies, and very few can fight independently. Even for those divine souls with a certain ability to fight independently, it's unlikely that they could materialize to such an extent. If it's not a divine soul, then the only guess Blood Shadow could make was the Great Emperor Avatar, possessing the characteristics of a divine soul and the ability to fight independently. As for the Ghost God personally descending, Blood Shadow never considered it because he knew full well that the Ghost God was trapped within the temple and couldn't come out. Any ghost gods who were fortunate enough to escape the temple wouldn't appear in the cosmic with a ghost god form. Most would seek ways to acquire a flesh body or parasitize within a certain body's shell. Xiaowei and Xiaona looked at the blood shadow being stepped on by realm god with stunned expressions on their small faces. If this blood shadow was truly the person who once offered the 3 treasure chests to the ancient realm king, then his power would be formidable, especially in terms of escape, such that even the ancient realm king could not guarantee to keep him. Yet now, surprisingly, Lin Shen's divine soul had stomped him down, unable to escape. Lin Shen's divine soul simply defied imagination with its terror. "Can we talk properly now?" Lin Shen asked the blood shadow being stepped on by realm god. "Who are you?" Blood shadow repressed his inner horror with all his might and asked. Even though he had lost his physical body, trapped here by the ancient realm king, his power was incomparable to the past. But even with this blood shadow form, he was not some ordinary divine being to be matched. Moreover, this blood shadow form couldn't be harmed by ordinary strength, much less suppressed. Bam! The realm god stepped fiercely on blood shadow again, sending bloodlight scattering from blood shadow and almost shattering him. Blood shadow didn't experience pain, but if his blood shadow form were destroyed, he would immediately vanish, his soul scattering in fear and rage. Blood shadow didn't know what to say for a moment. "I'll say this only once, remember? Now I am asking you," Lin Shen said indifferently. "What is your name and origin?" "I am Cloud Immortal, the first immortal in the cosmic." Blood shadow wisely refrained from asking again this time. "You're the first immortal?" Lin Shen slightly frowned, exchanging a glance with Ouyang Yudu, both somewhat puzzled. Jade Bone Demoness had said the first immortal reincarnated into Ouyang Yudu, so why had another first immortal appeared again? "It seems you truly do not wish to live, still daring to lie at this point. If you're the first immortal, why don't you summon the undying immortal for me to see?" Lin Shen said, ordering the realm god to step on blood shadow again. Don't step. I am Cloud Immortal, truly the first successful immortal. That one who claims to be the first immortal is only a failure." Blood shadow immediately spoke in desperation. "Oh, you're the successful one, but you don't look much. You're much worse than that failed product you mentioned," Lin Shen said, looking at Cloud Immortal with interest. "That's because your standards for success differ. The first immortal merely has strong evolution ability and brain computational power, but he has lost human nature, so no matter how strong, he is only a failure. While I am the first immortal with human nature, representing the humanization of the smart brain, making me the first truly successful immortal," Cloud Immortal explained. "That makes some sense. Go on." Lin Shen felt it was reasonable. "What do you want to know?" Cloud Immortal asked. "Start from when you became the first immortal. Take your time. We are not in a hurry," Lin Shen said. "If I tell you everything, can you spare me?" Cloud Immortal hesitated and asked. "Someone at your level, whether to kill or not makes little difference. Depends on how I feel," Lin Shen said disdainfully. Cloud Immortal was enraged inside, but did not retort, and inwardly thought, "Down and out yet insulted by dogs, you wait. When I restore my power, I will make you wish to live but can't, and wish to die but won't." Cloud Immortal thought this but said aloud, "Someone like you, your words must count." Organizing his thoughts, Cloud Immortal began to narrate. Though the first immortal was touted as the first true immortal to the Celestial Court, he was a failure. The Celestial Court did not cease its research but became more cautious and secretive. If an experimental product showed any bit of inconsistency, it would be immediately destroyed, ensuring no recurrence of a first immortal-like existence. Cloud Immortal emerged afterward as the first truly successful immortal in that sense. He possessed human nature and the smart brain's calculation. In every sense, he was like a divine being. Yet his brain's computational power far surpassed divine beings. Even the great divine official could not compare. But advantages come with drawbacks. Human nature made Cloud Immortal less inclined to pursue absolute rules like the first immortal, yet human nature also imbued Cloud Immortal with human drawbacks. Curiosity, greed, vanity, and other weaknesses of human nature existed in Cloud Immortal. Because of these, Cloud Immortal began to feel unsatisfied with everything he had and was unwilling to remain subordinate to the Great Emperor. Thus Cloud Immortal began seeking various methods to promote himself to the Great Emperor level. Cloud Immortal quickly discovered his evolution ability differed from the first immortal. The first immortal's brain could easily evolve to the Great Emperor level, whereas it was difficult for Cloud Immortal to enhance his brain's computational power, more proficient in human nature instead. He tried numerous cosmic treasures, but no matter how he enhanced his brain, he was always just shy of achieving the Great Emperor level, like a hair's breadth across the world, never able to cross. Lately, Cloud Immortal realized promoting to the Great Emperor level couldn't rely purely on external power. It was akin to an old computer platform. No matter how upgraded, the platform's ceiling is fixed, unable to become a more advanced computer unless the platform is remodeled, completely replacing the 3 major components. Achieving this isn't easy. Cloud Immortal struggled greatly before a solution came to mind: brain replacement. Having the idea was one thing, but where could he obtain a brain that would elevate him to the Great Emperor level? Seek out a Great Emperor tier expert, perhaps? If Cloud Immortal had that ability, he wouldn't need a brain replacement. until Cloud Immortal discovered the existence of the Ancient Realm King and also uncovered one of his secrets, a realization that solidified Cloud Immortal's resolve to seize the Ancient Realm King's brain for his own. Chapter 1193, Reincarnation of the Great Emperor. Everyone was astonished at what they heard. They've heard of possession, heard of borrowing a corpse to resurrect oneself, and even heard of swapping heads, but swapping brains was truly a first. What secret does the Ancient Realm King have that makes you determined to swap his brain? Ouyang Yudu asked curiously. The Ancient Realm King is not human, the Cloud Immortal said slowly. You're not human, Shauna immediately retorted. The Cloud Immortal said, don't rush, let me finish. I say, the Ancient Realm King is not human because I discovered he, like me, has had his brain integrated with a smart brain, only our integration methods are different. His method is more mature and perfect, and furthermore, what? Shauna pressed. Furthermore, he is integrated with an Emperor-level smart brain, the Cloud Immortal said deliberately. Impossible, there are only 6 Emperor-level smart brains in the cosmos. If one were missing, wouldn't someone have found out? Lin Shen frowned. Listening to you, I reckon you must be someone from the Star God Palace. What position? A great divine official. Before Lin Shen could say anything, the Cloud Immortal continued, no matter what position you hold, even if you are a great divine official, you probably haven't seen the Great Emperor's true body, right? What are you trying to say? Lin Shen felt a vague suspicion, but needed the Cloud Immortal to say it out loud to confirm. Because the Great Emperors haven't been in the Star God Palace for a long time, once smart brain technology matured, they have all reincarnated as humans. The Ancient Realm King should be one of the 6 Great Emperors in reincarnation. I discovered this secret when I saw the Ancient Realm King. Otherwise, I wouldn't have believed that the Great Emperors are no longer in the Star God Palace. The Cloud Immortal sighed. Initially, I planned to swap his brain before he returned to the ranks of the Great Emperors, but ultimately I fell short, failed miserably, and was even destroyed and imprisoned here. Everyone looked at each other, unsure if what the Cloud Immortal said was true or false. This truly was an astonishing revelation. The Great Emperors who dominate the cosmos are no longer in the Star God Palace, reincarnated as humans, truly difficult to believe. But upon reflection, it seems not many have seen the true body of the Great Emperor, just a few avatars. The only ones possibly seeing the true body of the Great Emperor are the Great Divine Officials. But whether or not they actually have seen it, no one knows. If Lin Shen were a Great Divine Official and discovered the Great Emperor's real self were gone, he wouldn't reveal it. In fact, he'd likely keep it secret. If anyone knew the Great Emperors were no longer around, the entire Celestial Court could be overturned, and the authority of the Star God Palace would naturally vanish. What exactly are the 3 treasure chests? Lin Shen asked. The final mercy of all gods. These are 3 divine artifacts I created using all of my abilities. Each is an upper ultimate divine artifact. When combined, they can be called a half-step Great Emperor's divine artifact. Originally, I prepared these artifacts for myself with the power to change fate, but when I discovered that changing fate could never achieve true Great Emperor status, I planned to use them to seize the Ancient Realm King's brain. The Cloud Immortal detailed the story behind the 3 treasure chests, similar to what he said earlier but with more specifics. Although the Ancient Realm King is a reincarnation of a Great Emperor, for some unknown reason, he doesn't have the Great Emperor's memories and even aims to defeat the Great Emperor to become the Cosmic Supreme. This naturally seemed ridiculous to the Cloud Immortal. Until the Ancient Realm King clashed with the Star God Palace, his physique and his 2 Great Emperor divine artifacts were injured and unable to self-heal. The Cloud Immortal knew his chance had come and sought the Ancient Realm King with the 3 treasure chests, telling him they could heal his injuries but required the 3 most precious treasures to be placed inside to activate. The 3 treasure chests indeed have this ability, but the Cloud Immortal, naturally, didn't have such good intentions. Once the treasures entered the chest and the chest's power activated, there would be a dormant period. He planned to take the purple gold gourd, the golden transformation vase, and the chaos gourd into the 3 treasure chests for himself. With these 3 divine artifacts, even if the Ancient Realm King healed, he could subdue him. Unexpectedly, the Ancient Realm King used a blood sacrifice technique, substituting his own daughter for the purple gold gourd and the golden transformation vase, only putting the chaos gourd inside. The Cloud Immortal didn't even know such a method existed. The 3 treasure chests were activated, and the Ancient Realm King's injuries healed, disrupting the Cloud Immortal's plan. But just as the Cloud Immortal stated, everything inside the 3 treasure chests was intact, merely needing a period of rest to recover. The Ancient Realm King consequently developed some trust in the Cloud Immortal. The Cloud Immortal restrained himself, planning with one unsuccessful strategy after another. He told the Ancient Realm King that if he wanted to repair the purple gold gourd and the golden transformation vase, he could use the rebirth coexistence method. If he couldn't take the Ancient Realm King's 3 divine artifacts, he would make him lose 2 Great Emperor divine artifacts, and just dealing with the Chaos Gourd would be much easier. Sure enough, The ancient realm king trusted the Cloud Immortal's words and cruelly deceived Xiaoye and Xiaona, destroyed their physical bodies while they were asleep, and reincarnated them together with the purple gold gourd and the golden transformation vase. The Cloud Immortal originally thought everything was going smoothly, with the ancient realm king trusting him deeply. The Cloud Immortal used his brainpower to calculate multiple times, predicting a more than 90% chance to succeed at an opportune moment. But no matter how much the Cloud Immortal calculated, he couldn't foresee the ancient realm king launching a surprise attack on him first, directly destroying the Cloud Immortal's physical body. Only then did the Cloud Immortal realize that the ancient realm king had been anticipating his schemes all along, finally imprisoning him here, using him to guard and suppress the treasure vault below, exploiting every last bit of his value. You're lying, Dad wouldn't treat us like that. Shauna's face turned extremely unpleasant, and she was about to rush forward to hit the Cloud Immortal. If you don't believe me, you can verify it yourself. The 3 treasure chests are in the treasure vault below. You can try using them to see if the treasures inside remain intact, the Cloud Immortal said. These words made Xiaona stop in her tracks, and everyone's eyes turned to the altar. How do we open the treasure vault? Lin Shen asked. Only someone who masters the 3 realms' divine skill can open the treasure vault. The ancient old thief never intended to give the vault's contents to anyone. Only he could master the 3 realms' divine skill, and only he could open the treasure vault. The Cloud Immortal's gaze turned to Lin Shen, evidently believing him to be the reincarnation body of the ancient realm king. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Lin Shen contemplated aloud, then let's give it a try. As soon as he spoke, the divine body suddenly emitted divine light, stepping heavily towards the Cloud Immortal's blood shadow form. You double-crossed me, the Cloud Immortal was stomped on, blood light scattered everywhere, and the blood shadow dimmed significantly, seemingly about to dissipate at any moment. I only said I'd spare you if I'm in a good mood. Right now, I'm not in a good mood, Lin Shen said flatly. The divine body stomped repeatedly, without giving the Cloud Immortal any chance to speak, crushing him directly into pieces, dispersing into countless blood-colored light dots, fading into the void. Chapter 194. Realm King Treasure, Realm God, open the entrance to the treasure vault, Lin Shen ordered the Realm God. The Realm God's hands emitted divine light which fell upon the altar, causing the grooves within the altar to illuminate. The light only illuminated 1/3 of the grooves and could go no further. The remaining 2/3 of the grooves remained dark. Continue, Lin Shen commanded. The Realm God's other 4 hands also emitted divine light, which fell upon the altar like the previous beams. The grooves on the altar gradually lit up, and before long all the grooves were illuminated, forming the character Realm. What should be done next? Why hasn't the treasure vault opened? Lin Shen saw that all the grooves on the altar were illuminated, yet the treasure vault remained closed. He regretted killing the Cloud Immortal too early. Is the energy insufficient? Xiaona suggested. Lin Shen urged the Realm God to exert its full power, yet the realm marker nearly ignited, and the altar remained unresponsive. At this moment, Lin Shen realized the problem. The Cloud Immortal had said that only the 3 realms' divine skill could open the treasure vault, but what he practiced might not qualify as the genuine 3 realms' divine skill, thus failing to open it. Despite the Realm God's full release of energy and attempts from various angles, the altar stood immovable. The material of the altar was unknown, as not even the Realm God's full force could damage it. Xiaona and Xiaoye were bewildered. Lin Shen had evidently mastered the 3 realms' divine skill, which seemed even stronger than before reincarnation. Why couldn't it open the treasure vault? Could the Cloud Immortal have lied? Is the method for opening the treasure vault not the 3 realms' divine skill at all? Xiaona speculated. Xiaoye shook her head. It should be opened with the 3 realms' divine skill, otherwise the mark on the altar wouldn't be activated. If that's the case, why won't it open? Xiaona asked, puzzled. I don't know what's wrong, Xiaoye admitted, unable to identify the issue's cause. Let me try. I, too, have mastered the 3 realms' divine skill, though mine differs slightly from yours. It might work, Ouyang Yudu suggested. All right, Lin Shen stepped the Realm God back to make space for Ouyang Yudu. Ouyang Yudu invoked his version of the 3 realms' divine skill, creating waves on his jade umbrella before infusing them into the altar, causing its grooves to illuminate. But once the grooves lit up 1/3, they stopped, and nothing further happened. Looks like it's not working. You should try as well, Ouyang Yudu said to Wei Wufu and Dec. After the 2 tried, they found their learned 3 realms divine skill could only light up 1/3 of the marker, even less than Lin Shen. Lin Shen could at least illuminate the entire marker, although it wouldn't open the treasure vault, they couldn't even fully light the marker. Together, Wei Wufu suggested, staring at the altar for a while before addressing Ouyang Yudu and Dec. Immediately understanding, Ouyang and Dec stood at different corners of the altar and invoked the 3 realms divine skill. The 3 different strengths entered the altar, causing the grooves to light up rapidly. Xiaoye and Xiaoyona initially thought it impossible to open the vault even with combined strength and doubted the marker could fully light. Yet soon, they were astonished to find the realm marker entirely illuminated. Then came the sound of cracking. The realm character split open in the middle, and the altar divided in 2, sliding slowly to the sides. Quickly, beneath the separated altar, a stone staircase was revealed, descending deep underground with no visible end and uncertain depth. Lin Shen was overjoyed. Someone had opened it, and it didn't matter who. Retrieving the treasure within was what mattered. Lin Shen had the realm god lead the way, with everyone following in single file. The spiral-shaped staircase descended an unknown number of levels, leaving them dizzy. Though crystalline stones provided light, it wasn't dark. They descended at least 10,000 meters underground, yet a slight breeze from holes beside the steps kept the air fresh and free from staleness. They found no mechanisms, just a long spiral staircase. Suddenly, the space opened up ahead, revealing a huge circular palace at the staircase's end. Around the circular palace were various stone platforms, each holding a crystal cover containing different objects. Besides these, nothing else was present. The palace had no other levels or pathways. Whether hidden passages existed was unknown, but they found none. Using his supervision, Lin Shen confirmed no hidden passages existed, as nothing could escape his sight. Are the items within these crystal covers the ancient realm king's treasure? Why so few? Ouyang Yudu questioned. There were 12 stone platforms like the points on a clock, each holding one item, just 12 in total. For ancient realm king's treasure, it seemed scant. Moreover, 3 items resembled coffin-shaped boxes, presumably the final mercy of all gods mentioned by the Cloud Immortal. I thought the 3 treasure chests would resemble gem boxes. Why are they shaped like this? Quite ominous, Lin Shen pondered aloud. He assumed the boxes previously obtained from Xiaoye and Xiaona would, if not the real 3 treasure chests, resemble similar items. Unexpectedly, the actual 3 treasure chests were thus shaped, more like 3 Yinshen wood coffins, though smaller, the size of drawers. Besides the 3 treasure chests, other items within the crystal covers included books, swords, bottles, tripods, furnaces, guns, watches, beds, and clothing. The book was a copy of Realm King Chronicles. The sword was a short sword in a sheath, all black with various gemstones set in it. The bottle, a small porcelain flask palm-sized, sealed with wood and wrapped in red cloth, its contents unknown. The tripod was a stone-carved small vessel holding a clear liquid. The furnace, a 3-legged copper furnace adorned with mysterious symbols, emitted white mist resembling a mini smoke dragon flowing like water around the furnace, continually circulating without dispersing. The gun was a tiny, less than hand-sized miniature handgun with an unknown significance. The watch looked familiar to Lin Shen, identical to his mechanical wristwatch, possibly similar or from the same batch. The bed was a jade crystal bed, exuding a smoky aura akin to an immortal's resting place. The clothing seemed ancient, bizarre in style, unfamiliar to all. Chapter 195, Divine Artifact Chooses Its Owner. The crowd was examining these items when a holographic image was projected from the ceiling, revealing a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses with a refined appearance, long legs, and exuding male charisma. "Dad!" Xiaona called out excitedly when she saw the projection. Xiaowei, however, just stood there watching, her expression somewhat complex. "Being able to come here already proves your excellence and qualifies you to inherit my legacy. The 12 divine artifacts here are the ultimate artifacts I've collected throughout my life. Each has its own remarkable features, and they all have the potential to become artifacts of the Great Emperor level. However, it's not easy to turn an artifact into one of the Emperor's artifacts. Even dedicating one's entire life may not achieve this level for a single artifact. I've exhausted all means in my life to elevate the Chaos Gourd to the Great Emperor level but can progress no further. I suggest that you each choose only one artifact that resonates with you and focus on elevating it to the Great Emperor level. Greed is of no benefit. Artifacts like these have a spirituality that is no less than that of humans. Not only do you choose them, but they also choose you. If the protective cover is opened and the artifact doesn't resonate with you, it will vanish on its own to find its rightful opportunity. Therefore, choose carefully. I won't tell you about the origins and names of these 12 ultimate artifacts so that you won't be swayed and fail to choose the one that matches you. Lastly, let me share a small secret. Among these 12 ultimate artifacts, there is one that has already received the Emperor's opportunity. With time and accumulation, it will surely ascend to the Emperor level. Good luck. I hope you can find it and resonate with it." With that, the projection of the ancient realm king faded away. Does he mean to say that these artifacts can move on their own? If they don't like us, will they just leave? Ouyang Yudu asked. That seems to be the case. If these are all upper ultimate artifacts, if they decide to leave, we might indeed find it difficult to stop them, DEC replied. Then we need to seriously consider how to keep them all here, Lin Shen thought. He didn't believe that everyone should only choose one. If possible, he'd want them all. However, keeping them isn't an easy task. The red gourd and the jade purifying bottle haven't yet returned to the Great Emperor level, and their power is likely only comparable to the upper ultimate artifacts. The Chaos Bell also hasn't reached the Emperor level, so whether it can trap these ultimate artifacts remains uncertain. Lin Shen was puzzled. The ancient realm king admitted himself that he only had the Chaos Gourd at the Great Emperor level, so why wasn't the Chaos Gourd here? Xiaowei and Ya only knew that the ancient realm king's exclusive artifact was the Chaos Bell, not the Chaos Gourd. The group examined these ultimate artifacts, but there were no labels indicating their names or origins. They could only rely on their own knowledge and observational skills to discern something. Could the artifact the ancient realm king mentioned, the one that could become an emperor's artifact, actually be the 3 treasure chests? Lin Shen pondered. Everyone studied the artifacts for a long time, but apart from the 3 treasure chests, they really didn't recognize any others. Lin Shen looked at Xiao Ye and Xiao Yaona, who also appeared bewildered, obviously unfamiliar with these artifacts and unaware of their origins. Since we don't have any leads, let's open one and see, Lin Shen said, already heading towards the stone platform where the book Realm King Chronicles was placed, planning to lift the crystal cover and take the book out. Although the ancient Realm King stated that the 12 artifacts here are all ultimate artifacts, this book was clearly handwritten, even the title. It seemed merely a memoir, and it was hard to believe a memoir could be an ultimate artifact. Though not impossible, it seemed highly unlikely. Lin Shen suspected that this might be a trick left by the ancient Realm King, as Realm King Chronicles might not be an ultimate artifact, but could actually contain secrets, potentially recording information about the origins and usage of the other artifacts. Wei Wufu and the others had similar thoughts, so they agreed with Lin Shen's decision when he decided to lift the crystal cover. Despite this conclusion, Lin Shen took all necessary precautions before opening the crystal cover. He summoned the Chaos Bell, and Shauna held the gourd aimed at the book, prepared to seize it should any changes occur, and the Realm King Chronicles attempted to escape. This was the only artifact with text content among the 12 artifacts, so even if it didn't document information related to the 12 artifacts, Lin Shen wanted to see what was inside. As Lin Shen cautiously lifted the crystal cover, the Realm King Chronicles emitted a white glow. As if a breeze had passed, the pages turned on their own and quickly flipped to the middle. To the surprise of Lin Shen and his companions, the opened pages contained no text at all. Apart from the cover, the book was blank. Lin Shen reached out to take the book, his movements swift, but the book vanished in an instant, the pages fluttering like a swallow flying through the air, disappearing into the void in a moment. The red gourd's suction power barely had time to react, and the Chaos Bell didn't manage to suppress it. What the heck? It's gone just like that? Lin Shen was momentarily stunned, realizing the ancient Realm King was telling the truth. If it didn't resonate, it was indeed difficult to hold on to these artifacts. In that case, we can only find an artifact that resonates with us, DEC said, carefully observing each artifact until he stopped in front of a 3-legged copper furnace. Strange, why do I feel familiar with this copper furnace? Yet I'm sure I've never seen it before, DEC said, staring at the 3-legged copper furnace with a look of confusion. Maybe it's destined for you, precisely the artifact that resonates with you. Why not open it and see? Lin Shen suggested. DEC nodded slightly at this suggestion and reached out to lift the crystal cover. As he lifted the cover, the smoke emerging from the 3-legged copper furnace wrapped around DEC like a white true dragon, coiling around him and swirling in the air, emitting a dragon's roar. The smoke dragon's tail pulled the 3-legged copper furnace into the air. It floated before DEC as he extended his hand, and the copper furnace settled into his palm, radiating divine light. Heaven and Earth, Qian Kun. One-day furnace, DEC murmured, as if the name suddenly popped into his mind, inexplicable, yet he knew it was the name of the 3-legged copper furnace. Chapter 196, A Forced Melon is Not Sweet. It truly is the divine object choosing its master, Lin Shen exclaimed in awe. Ouyang and Wei were both eager to try. Even Xiaoye and Xiaona were tempted to see if there was a divine artifact that resonated with them. But after staring at each divine artifact for a while, none of them felt that sense of familiarity Desi mentioned. Lin Shen was no different. He examined the remaining divine artifacts but felt no familiar sensation. Hey, it seems a bit familiar now, Lin Shen said, staring at a coffin-shaped treasure chest. The more you look, the more familiar it gets, Wei Wufu commented. Ouyang Yudu quipped. Of course it feels familiar. You've looked at it so many times, at least 10 times, haven't you? Lin Shen knew well that if something really felt familiar, it should be apparent the first time one sees it, not only now. Yet, among so many people, only Desi managed to obtain a divine artifact that recognized him. With so many divine artifacts left, Lin Shen couldn't bear to give up. Having spent so much effort to get here, he couldn't just return empty-handed. Fate is sometimes something you strive for yourself. Like chasing a pretty girl, whether there's fate depends on whether you try to pursue her. If you don't pursue her, even if there's fate, it's useless. But if you do, you might create that fate. I think we should give it a shot, Lin Shen suggested. How do we strive? I've seen pursuing girls, but how do we pursue a divine artifact? Ouyang Yudu asked curiously, looking at Lin Shen. Just listen to me, Ouyang, Lin Shen said as he summoned Realm God and placed the Chaos Bell atop the crystal cover. Tell me what to do, Ouyang Yudu approached. First, siphon off its vitality. When its vitality weakens, I'll have Realm God forcibly capture it, Lin Shen instructed. Ouyang Yudu responded with a peculiar expression. That's not pursuing, it's forcing, it's all the same. Forced fruit may not be sweet, but it quenches thirst, Lin Shen urged. Try it quickly, see if you can siphon its vitality. Ouyang Yudu tried as Lin Shen suggested but shook his head. I can't siphon it. This crystal cover seems to have some isolating ability. Can't sense the divine artifact's vitality inside. Lin Shen felt disappointed hearing this but quickly said, never mind, just keep it in anyway, just don't let it run away. Lin Shen directly had the Chaos Bell's mysterious strands of light envelop the stone platform and ordered Realm God to lift the crystal cover. As the crystal cover was lifted, silk-like bloodlight emerged from the pitch-black treasure chest, the lid almost unable to keep it contained. The moment Realm God reached out to grab it, the treasure chest transformed into a bloodlight, dodging Realm God's hand and attempting to escape into the void. Unfortunately, Realm God had 6 arms. After the chest dodged 2 of Realm God's hands, more hands endowed with terrifying divine light came down like a shadowy curtain covering everything. The treasure chest ultimately failed to escape completely and was slapped down by Realm God, landing heavily on the ground and rolling several times. Before it could stabilize, the Chaos Bell's mysterious light had already wrapped around it to pull it into the bell's body. The chest emitted bloodlight, trying to shake off the strands to escape. Realm God hammered it several times, scattering the bloodlight, and within moments, it was sucked into the Chaos Bell. Got it, Lin Shen rejoiced, then applied the same technique, dizzying the divine artifacts one by one and collecting them into the Chaos Bell. Shauna and Xiaowei assisted with the gourd and jade purifying bottle, as Realm God delivered major blows to suppress, with Chaos Bell encompassing them all. Watching as each divine artifact was packed into the Chaos Bell, regardless of whether they had fate, consent, or willingness, Lin Shen locked them up first, planning to tame them gradually later. Suddenly, a cold light flashed, and Realm God's mighty blow couldn't strike the divine artifact down. The jade crystal bed, which seemed small within the crystal cover, enlarged to the size of a double bed upon emerging, emitting frightful cold. Realm God's hand repeatedly slapped it, but couldn't bring it down. The Chaos Bell's mysterious strands wrapped around it but were frozen by the bed's cold light, shattering upon collision. Xiao Ye and Xiao Yona hurried to use the jade bottle and gourd, their light shining, suction like a rainbow, but they couldn't knock the jade crystal bed down. The 3 artifacts competed against the jade crystal bed, with Realm God exuding terrifying Ghost God's force field, hammering the jade crystal bed but still unable to absorb it into the Chaos Bell. This bed is formidable. Could this be the one the ancient Realm King said could definitely ascend to the Great Emperor's divine artifact? Everyone couldn't help but entertain this thought. Wei Wufu and others rushed in to assist in suppressing the jade crystal bed, and Dizi even summoned the 3-legged copper furnace he just obtained. From the copper furnace, smoke dragons flew out, entwining around the jade crystal bed. The dragon fire invisibly flickered, the cold from the bed finding it hard to freeze them. Under everyone's combined efforts, the jade crystal bed's cold scattered and weakened, forcibly absorbed into the Chaos Bell. Once absorbed, the chaotic space within the Chaos Bell could confine it, easing worries about it. Aside from the fleeing Realm King Chronicles and Dizi obtaining the 3-legged copper furnace, other divine artifacts were trapped in the Chaos Bell, planning to be tamed gradually. After collecting the divine artifacts, Lin Shen meticulously searched the vicinity, ensuring no other items remained, then left the Realm King planet. This venture yielded significant results, with Lin Shen acquiring these 10 upper ultimate divine artifacts. Though temporarily unusable, it was a matter of time. Returning to Crystal Charm Star, Lin Shen saw Xiao Yu standing there, seemingly stunned. Xiao Yu, what are you doing? Lin Shen nudged Xiao Yu, but Xiao Yu remained in a daze, ignoring Lin Shen. Gazing at the sky, Xiao Yu murmured to himself, seemingly crazed, "It's not right. Why isn't it right? It shouldn't be like this. Xiao Yu, what's wrong?" Lin Shen shook Xiao Yu's shoulders, feeling somewhat anxious. Though Lin Shen often bullied him, after being together for so long, some affection had developed. Xiao Yu finally snapped back and looked at Lin Shen. "Did you see the Ghost God's phenomenon? Have you seen its cultivation technique? Can you see it here too?" Lin Shen was slightly taken aback, assuming it could only be seen on the Realm King planet. Not just here, the entire cosmic saw it. But the Ghost God's cultivation technique is wrong. It's wrong, Xiao Yu glumly said. Wrong? What's wrong? Lin Shen puzzledly asked Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu gritted his teeth. I clearly sensed that the Ghost God was aligned with me, the foundation for my path, but the cultivation technique it displayed doesn't match me. Something must be wrong. Chapter 197, Xiao Yu's Promotion. Lin Shen had no mood to listen to what Xiao Yu said next. He hurriedly opened the internet for a glance and was instantly shocked. Now, the Celestial Court's network is buzzing. Realm King Divine Skill is crowned the top divine skill of the Celestial Court, personally bestowed by Ghost God. Some divine beings have already started cultivating the Realm King Divine Skill. The so-called Realm King Divine Skill is naturally the inheritance cultivation method interpreted by the phenomenon, and actually has little connection with the real Three Realms Divine Skill. However, others don't know this. Many from lesser families have switched to cultivating the Realm King Divine Skill. Even young prodigies from elite families who couldn't make their mark otherwise yet have talent have started studying the Realm King Divine Skill, treating it as their lifeline to success. What surprised Lin Shen even more was that even people from the ancient realm region saw the realm god phenomenon. Unlike the Celestial Court's people, after seeing the realm god phenomenon, they discovered that the spell mentioned by the realm god was very similar to Lin Shen's Peerless Divine Skill beginner chapter, just longer and more comprehensive. Lin Shen felt uneasy. He was unsure whether the Celestial Court had spies in the ancient realm region. The god-making race undoubtedly has spies. If they compare the beginner chapter of his Peerless Divine Skill with the spells described by the realm god, it's hard not to associate them with him. If the god-making race informed Shi Zhongqing of his identity, wouldn't he be in danger? How could such a huge commotion occur? Lin Shen pondered internally, thinking about how to solve this problem. Who knows who caused this realm god phenomenon? I must find him, even if it means calling him my godfather. I need to learn his real cultivation methods. Xiao Yu said through gritted teeth beside him. Isn't he already your godfather? Do you want to acknowledge him again? Ouyang Yudu said with a laugh. Ouyang, what do you mean? Just as the words left her mouth, Xiao Yu realized something. Her eyes widened in disbelief and she looked at Lin Shen, saying, Are you telling me that the realm god phenomenon was caused by him? That's impossible. Wasn't he already promoted to lower tier? So, you don't want to learn my cultivation methods anymore? Lin Shen said with a smile. Xiao Yu's expression immediately became elaborate. The next second, she slid right up to Lin Shen, hugging his leg indulgently and said, You are the real father. What's a godfather compared to a real dad? Did you really cause the realm god phenomenon? Teach me the actual cultivation methods, and when I grow up, I'll definitely be filial to you, Dad. I'll thank heavens if you don't kill me when you grow up. Lin Shen handed a communicator to Xiao Yu, saying, I recorded the cultivation methods inside. Take a look for yourself. A real dad is indeed a real dad. Once I make it big, I'll let you enjoy your old age and send you off. Xiao Yu was overjoyed, quickly seized the communicator and extracted its contents. Soon, Xiao Yu saw those tiny images inside. Upon seeing them, she immersed herself in observing each tiny image attentively, neither moving nor paying anyone else any mind. She flipped through them swiftly, unknown how much time had passed, when suddenly Xiao Yu began triumphantly laughing and gesticulating. With this divine skill, I can finally ascend to immortal. After laughing, Xiao Yu casually tossed the communicator back to Lin Shen, boasting, Just wait, when I soar, I'll take you along. Lin Shen and the others could only shake their heads with wry smiles. Just now she was pretending to be his child, and in the blink of an eye she became grandfather. This Xiao Yu is indeed incorrigible. Before Lin Shen could say anything, Xiao Yu's body began to change bizarrely, transforming into a figure with 3 heads and 6 arms. It wasn't an illusion, nor was it light and shadow. Xiao Yu's cute childlike form distorted bodily, expanding and enlarging, simultaneously sprouting 3 heads and 6 arms, assuming an extreme phenomenon-like appearance, resembling an evil ghost. Her body grew nearly 3 meters tall, brimming with muscle as strong as steel, making her nickname Asura Ghost somewhat fitting. Xiao Yu transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms, practicing according to the cultivation technique of the 3 realms divine skill. However, Xiao Yu herself didn't realize she was seeing the 3 realms divine skill in reverse order, just as Lin Shen had viewed, hence she and Lin Shen were both practicing it backwards. As she trained, Xiao Yu's 3 heads and 6 arms body gradually returned to normal, transforming back into her usual cute human form. When Xiao Yu restored her usual adorable appearance, a glow surged into the void, triggering Ghost God phenomenon, officially entering the lower tier of Ghost God realm. Lin Shen thought, although Xiao Yu possesses unmatched talent, able to directly cultivate the 3 realms divine skill with her 3 heads and 6 arms body, she ultimately started practicing a step late, likely hindering her from attaining the Dharma King status, right? While he was pondering, suddenly saw the sky split into fissures, chains of order extending from within, accompanied by an immortal crown. The phenomenon continued in the void. Phenomena frequently occur within the Celestial Court, and they could arise anytime, even now. It's just a matter of scale and range. Generally, phenomena raised by divine beings might not be visible to everyone even on a single planet. Only a small region on the planet might witness the phenomena. Phenomena observable throughout a single star system are already quite remarkable. Those large-scale phenomena visible across all 6 great star regions of a single celestial court are typically triggered only by cosmic-level geniuses. Previously, the realm god phenomenon shocked the celestial court, and now another phenomenon observable throughout the entire celestial court has appeared, which seldom happens. What kind of world is this, where someone has raised such a terrifying phenomenon again? The emergence of talent signals the coming of an era, but also the harbinger of chaos. What is this phenomenon now? The people eagerly watched the phenomena. Recently, too many terrifying phenomena occurred, causing many families to secretly worry whether these foreshadow severe disaster. A scene of harmonious Buddhist light spread in the void, revealing the shape of a Buddha sitting upon a lotus. Strangely, the Buddha phenomenon atop the lotus was plump and chubby like a baby, round and smooth, a never-seen baby Buddha phenomenon. Another unfamiliar ghost god phenomenon. Could there be a new deity emerging? The face of the star divine officials in the star god palace turned mixed with fluctuating hues. Baby Buddha's form solidified gradually, sitting on the lotus. Even the lotus was Q version styled. The baby Buddha itself was extraordinarily charming, yet the baby Buddha was stately despite being adorable, its tiny fat hand pointing above and below, a serious little face voice spreading through the cosmic, above and below, solely I reign supreme. Chapter 198, crowded with people in the celestial court. Oh my heavens, what is that? Another talking phenomenon, and these words are truly arrogant. Above heaven and earth, I alone am supreme. This really disregards all ghost gods. What kind of creature could trigger such a phenomenon? By the way, does anyone know what this baby Buddha phenomenon really is? There are many Buddhist phenomena, like Arhat Bodhisattva phenomena, which are often seen. Buddha phenomena are also not uncommon. The strongest Buddhist phenomena are three: past Buddha, present Buddha, and future Buddha. But none of them look quite like this baby Buddha, and none are this arrogant, as they are merely shadowy phenomena. There's nothing this wild. People were discussing and speculating who could have triggered such a phenomenon. None of them would have guessed that the cause of the phenomenon could be a pet. Lin Shen and others watched as little Jade, the Asura ghost, was crowned with the immortal crown, becoming a Dharma king of a lineage. Lin Shen felt somewhat puzzled. They had all practiced the three realms' divine skill. How is it that the phenomena they triggered were so different? Little Jade's baby Buddha, even he could not determine its origin. While patrolling the secret god star, he had seen many temples of Buddhist ghost gods and numerous statues, but he had truly never seen such a baby Buddha. Little Jade was finally one step closer to the lower tier, extremely happy. I found my path. As long as I have resources, reaching the upper rank is just around the corner. Little Lin, get me some resources, and when I ascend to the upper rank, I can immediately take you to ascend. No, Lin Shen said calmly. But, didn't you see how strong I was just now? With just a little bit of resource, I could take you to the sky, then we could bully whoever we want, Little Jade hurriedly said. No need for such trouble. Bullying you alone is enough. No need for such hassle, Lin Shen said. Ahem, Brother Lin, Dad Lin, I spoke a bit loudly just now. It's just because I was a bit excited. You know me, I've been with you since birth. I've long considered you as my own father. Little Jade immediately put on a flattering appearance. That cute guise mixed with this crafty expression would evoke a strong sense of disconnection in others. I still prefer your arrogant look from before. Restore it, Lin Shen said solemnly. Little Jade still wanted to plead a bit more, hoping Lin Shen would get him some resources, but Lin Shen's communicator rang. Lin Shen answered the call, and Shi Zhongqing told him to return to the Star God Palace immediately for an urgent meeting. Shi Zhongqing didn't explain why it was so urgent, but judging by his expression, something major had occurred. Once Lin Shen arrived at the Star God Palace, he immediately went to the meeting room and saw many high-ranking divine officials from the Central Heaven Star Divine Palace had gathered. Each one's expression was quite strange. Lin Shen's heart skipped a beat. Why is everyone here, and with such odd expressions? Could it be related to me? Did the god-making race discover my identity so quickly? Sit here. Shi Zhongqing, sitting in the main seat, pointed to a side seat next to him. Lin Shen quickly walked over and sat down. Once everyone was settled, Shi Zhongqing spoke. Everyone must have heard about the current situation. A large number from the ancient realm area have ascended into the celestial court. Now the 6 great gateways are already full of people, and more from the ancient realm area continue to ascend. At this rate, the Star God Palace won't be able to accommodate all these ancient realm people. Lin Shen was slightly taken aback to realize the emergency meeting had nothing to do with him. However, he was also perplexed as to why suddenly so many people were ascending from the ancient realm area, when previously there was only one person ascending into the celestial court after a long period. All this trouble was caused by that realm god phenomenon. We've been blocking the ancient realm area for so long, preventing those experimental subjects from escaping control, and due to one awakening, they all discovered the ghost god path and learned the ghost god technique. With so many ancient realm areas, if even 1 or 2 individuals from each can grasp the ghost god path and ascend, there will be monsters numbering in the billions, and only more will come in the future. How do we manage that? Said one 9-star divine official. I think that realm god phenomenon is most likely a trick by the god-making race, said another 9-star divine official. It shouldn't be. If the god-making race wanted to do something like that, they'd have done it long ago, not waited till today. They just want to replace us, not really destroy the order, so it likely isn't them. Even if one of them is responsible, it probably wasn't intentional. The star divine officials were expressing their opinions one after another, but none could propose a definitely feasible plan. We can discuss other matters later. Right now, over 10 million ancient realm people have gathered outside the Central Heaven sect, and the same is happening outside the gates of the other 5-star regions. People will only keep increasing. Our main task today is to solve this problem. Shi Zhongqing tapped the table to quiet the crowd. The crowd quieted down, and 9-star divine official Ji Wuyin said, We can't use this many experimental subjects, why not send them to develop new star domains? Sending them all to outer star domains with so many from the ancient realm, all top talents of the lower tiers, what if they rebel? It could become a huge hidden danger, even potentially greater than the god-making race. My suggestion is simply to kill them all and keep only a few experimental bodies. Kill them all? Can you kill them all? Given that ancient realm will keep sending people up incessantly, can you kill 1 billion, 10 billion, 100 billion? Why can't it be done? You easily obliterate a planet. The life on it would be tens of billions. We can't kill them. Even if they're experimental subjects, they're still intelligent life. How can we treat them like cattle and sheep? Numerous 9-star divine officials spoke, which left Lin Shen utterly shocked. From their discussions, Lin Shen heard information that astounded him immensely. All humanoid life forms in the ancient realm areas are experimental subjects released by the Celestial Court. Lin Shen retraced the entire situation, finally gaining a relatively clear understanding of the relationship between the Celestial Court and the ancient realm. Ascending humans of ancient eras, the primordial clan's great gods of various races, were pure humans, and they are now the main tribes in the Celestial Court. As to why later the path of human ascension to the Celestial Court was blocked, and the ascended were either imprisoned or treated as experimental subjects, it's because all humans from the ancient realm areas since then are no longer pure humans. Like Lin Shen's ancient realm area, the Celestial Race, Supreme Clan, Phoenix Clan, and other such races are all experimental subjects sent from the Celestial Court into the ancient realm so they can proliferate and develop within. Although they didn't say why this was done, combining the information Lin Shen knew, he deduced that it likely has something to do with Smart Brain merging with humans in the experiment. To be precise, Smart Brain is seeking a way to become human, and those humanoid life forms are the early products of this experiment. Placing them in various ancient realms is likely to observe the experimental outcome and any subsequent problems that might arise. D.A. Chapter 1199, Star Constellation Camp. Lin Shen also heard an even more explosive story. Originally, there was no blockade between the ancient realms and the Celestial Court. Divine beings from the Celestial Court were always free to enter and exit the ancient realms, selecting experimental subjects to bring back for research or as labor. It wasn't until the emergence of the first immortal who used supreme power to sever the connection between the ancient realms and the Celestial Court, preventing divine beings from entering the ancient realms, that the people of the ancient realms avoided the fate of enslavement by the divine beings. One could even think of it in reverse. It wasn't the ancient realms that were sealed off, but the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court, though vast, is merely a corner of the cosmic compared to the countless ancient realms. The divine beings of the Celestial Court being unable to enter the ancient realms is equivalent to being sealed within the Celestial Court. However, because the ancient realms are also blocked off from each other, relatively speaking, the Celestial Court is much larger than any single ancient realm. The first immortal founded the god-making race, which is why they possess a method to enter the ancient realms since the blockade was set by the first immortal. But to prevent the god-making race from enslaving the people of the ancient realms, the method left by the first immortal requires a significant price, making it extremely difficult to remove people from it. The more Lin Shen listened, the more he felt that the first immortal and the god-making race were the righteous side in this universe, while the Star God Palace and the 6 great emperors were the evil antagonists toying with life. After discussing for half a day, the group reached no conclusion. Shi Zhongqing frowned and said, I communicated with the other great divine officials beforehand. In principle, excessive slaughter cannot be created, but we also cannot let the people of the ancient realms run rampant in the Celestial Court. Since there is no better solution, let's temporarily send the people who ascended to the Central Heaven Sect to the Star Constellation Star System to establish a Star Constellation Camp and temporarily accommodate those from the ancient realms. Are any of you willing to go to the Star Constellation Camp to manage the people from the ancient realms there? Shi Zhongqing's gaze swept across the faces of those present. The Star Divine officials looked at each other, but none volunteered. Though it was due to the leak of the Ghost God technique that those experimental subjects could ascend to the Celestial Court, those from the ancient realms who managed to ascend are undoubtedly the top talents within their respective realms. None of these individuals are easy to handle. Imagine managing billions of such troublemakers. It would be a headache for anyone. If anything were to go wrong, the head of the Star Constellation Camp would surely be the scapegoat, and who would want to take on such a thankless task? Since no one is willing to go, I'll decide then. Shi Zhongqing's gaze swept once more over everyone's face. The 9-star divine officials all felt their hearts racing, not daring to meet Shi Zhongqing's gaze, fearing they would be chosen. Tian, you go to the Star Constellation Camp for some training. Shi Zhongqing finally turned his gaze to Lin Shen and spoke. Everyone was delighted, repeatedly saying Lin Shen was the best candidate. As the future great divine official of the Central Heaven Star Divine Palace, gaining some management experience at the grassroots level was a good thing. When Lin Shen heard the place called the Star Constellation Camp, he suspected Shi Zhongqing intended for him to go there. So, when Shi Zhongqing announced it, he wasn't surprised. Moreover, Lin Shen also wished to become the head of the star constellation camp. While it was meant to accommodate people from the ancient realms, it was essentially similar to imprisonment. The star constellation star system is not one system, but a cluster of 28 star systems. The environment there is harsh, resources scarce, and it is situated at the junction of several star regions surrounded by them. Initially, the star constellation star system was rich in a special kind of star iron, sparking prolonged disputes among the major star regions. Later, a large-scale incident occurred there, leading to the sealing off of the entire star constellation star system, turning it into a wasteland. Shi Zhongqing and several great divine officials intend to send the individuals from the ancient realms there, essentially imprisoning them within the star constellation camp. Lin Shen wanted to become the camp head to provide convenience to those from his own ancient realm who ascended, potentially even helping them escape the star constellation camp. After all, the star divine officials imprisoning these people in the star constellation star system is just a temporary measure. Who knows how they will be handled in the future? Being taken as experimental subjects or turned into slaves is likely quite normal. After Lin Shen accepted the task, Shi Zhongqing announced the meeting's end and briefed him on the situation of the star constellation camp. Although Lin Shen would be going to the star constellation camp as a camp head, there are 4 camp heads in total, as the star constellation star system is divided into 4 regions, each managed by a camp head. These heads are all star constellation masters. Except for Ji Shisan, who is about to become a great divine official and cannot participate, and Zhang Shishan, who is too old to participate, the other 4 star constellation masters must go to the star constellation camp for experience. The star constellation camp is divided into the Eastern Azure Dragon District, Western White Tiger District, Southern Vermilion Bird Zone, and Northern Xuanwu District. Pan Zhenjing, the star constellation master of the North District, is assigned to the Northern Xuanwu District, while Yao Ji of the West District is assigned to the Western White Tiger District. Naturally, Dongfang Buyang is assigned to the Eastern Azure Dragon District. Lin Shen is allocated the Southern Vermilion Bird Zone, which greatly delighted him. Because the Southern Vermilion Bird Zone, in addition to accommodating people from the Central Heaven Star region, also accommodates those from the South District's Southern Heaven Gate. Those from Lin Shen's ancient realm ascend through the Southern Heaven Gate, which is a perfect fit. Tian, this is an opportunity. Although the starting point of the people from the ancient realms isn't as high as that of the divine beings, those who came here are 1 in a billion geniuses. If they can be used, they might be of great importance in the future. Shi Zhongqing paused and added, but you also need to be cautious. The god-making race has always relied on the talent supply from the ancient realms for continuous development. With this new situation, most of the elites from the ancient realms have gone to the star constellation camp. The god-making race surely won't sit idly by, so there might be some action. Moreover, among those who came from the ancient realms, there might be spies from the god-making race. Shi Zhongqing advised Lin Shen on many things, thoughtfully covering every detail for him. Rest assured, great divine official, I will manage the southern camp well and try to avoid any issues, Lin Shen said. Just do your best. Shi Zhongqing patted Lin Shen's shoulder, then let him prepare to set off for the star constellation camp the next day. He also needed to lead the star divine officials of the Central Heaven Palace to properly subdue the people from the ancient realms who ascended to the Central Heaven sect and prepare them for transfer to the star constellation camp. After returning, Lin Shen explained the situation to Wei and the others, realizing that this might be an opportunity. The people from the ancient realms might be able to take this opportunity to overturn their fate, no longer being oppressed by the divine beings of the celestial court or treated like experimental subjects and slaves. Chapter 1200, Pan Zhenjing's request. Lin Shen was immediately awestruck by the scene before him when he teleported to the star constellation camp at the agreed time. Huge starships, carrying a large number of ancient realm people, descended onto various planets in the star constellation star system. Millions of ancient realm people were driven like cattle into those seemingly desolate planets under the escort of numerous star divine officials. In the star constellation star system, besides this teleportation station, there were no other teleport stations, making it absolutely impossible for the ancient realm people on those planets to escape via teleportation. Furthermore, when they were captured and imprisoned by the star divine officials, their blood was drawn to create genetic archives. All teleporters in the celestial court had already been programmed not to transport any of them. Pan Zhenqing, Yao Ji, and Dongfeng Buyang, like Lin Shen, stood under the transparent dome, watching the starships continuously ferrying ancient realm people through the starry sky. Suddenly, a blaze erupted from one of the starships, and an ancient realm person punched through a hole and burst out, radiating light that transformed into thousands of ice dragons, roaring toward the surrounding starships, attempting to crash all the starships to help the ancient realm people inside escape and create chaos. However, in the next second, a star divine official in an 8-star divine robe appeared in the starry sky, pressed down with one hand, and the countless ice dragons instantly shattered. The strong individual who might have been invincible in the ancient realm couldn't even withstand a single palm strike and was directly smashed, turning into a mist of blood spreading across the sky. The power of the upper divine being had an absolute suppressive force on the ancient realm people who had just ascended, completely unmatched. The starships restored order and continued transporting those ancient realm people to various planets. Now the four of us together manage the star constellation camp, and we can help each other out if there's anything, Yaoji said with a troubled face. Managing so many ancient realm people without even a single star divine official assigned to us, how are we supposed to manage them? I have no clue and worry about mishaps. The great divine officials didn't assign any star divine officials to us. It seems they want to assess our management abilities. After all, we're meant to lead the star divine officials someday. If we can't manage mere millions, how could we manage the Star God Palace? Dongfang Buliang said with a smile. Though that might be true, the people who ascend from the ancient realm are undoubtedly outstanding geniuses, incomparable to ordinary people and prone to problems. We need to help and support each other, Pan Zhenjing said. Dongfang Buliang, however, nonchalantly said, no matter how talented they are just lower tier only. In this star constellation camp, with no resources and assistance, with their limited strength, if there's any unrest, I can suppress it in minutes. What's the big deal? It's about time. The ancient realm people on my end should be transported almost entirely. I'll leave first. Let's keep in touch if anything happens. Both of you, I should go too. Let's keep in touch and help each other as needed. Yaoji spoke a few words with Lin Shen and Pan Zhenjing before leaving first. Lin Shen and Pan Zhenjing hadn't left yet because they needed to oversee the ancient realm people from 2 regions, and the transportation wasn't completed quickly. Pavilion Master Tian, when you patrolled the Ghost Godland, did you see the Pangu Temple? Pan Zhenjing asked. Yes, but I didn't dare enter. Lin Shen knew Pangu was the ghost god gathered by the ancestor of the Pan family, deeply linked with the Pan family. If you have an opportunity to enter the Pangu temple next time, go inside. There's a Pangu stone that might be helpful to you, Pan Zhenjing said with a smile. Lin Shen looked puzzled at Pan Zhenjing, not knowing his intentions. He wasn't familiar with the Pan family, nor did he have dealings with Pan Zhenjing. By inviting him like that, it was akin to telling a stranger to go see my ancestor's tomb, maybe you'll find some benefits. What benefits? Dig up his ancestor's tomb? Seeing Lin Shen's peculiar expression, Pan Zhenjing laughed and explained, God Pangu is the deity who split heaven and earth, transformed into all things, embodying all the laws of the world. No matter which law you cultivate, observing the Pangu stone in the Pangu temple, you will gain insights that will aid your law comprehension. Lin Shen was still confused. Despite such benefits, why would Pan Zhenjing tell him? Pan Zhenjing awkwardly said, the reason I told you this is that I wanted to ask for your help with something but felt awkward bringing it up. If it's a simple matter, I can help. If it's troublesome, I might be unable. Lin Shen didn't want to get involved in any trouble. Pan Zhenjing pondered for a moment and said, my younger brother reincarnated and was reborn in the ancient realm due to some issues. That ancient realm belongs to the southern region, so if he ascends back, he'd surely go through the southern heaven gate to your camp. I just want to ask Pavilion Master Tien to keep an eye out. If you find him, hopefully you can transfer him to my camp and I will generously reward you. I thought it was a big thing. That's simple. Do you know what your brother looks like after reincarnation or his name? If I find him, I'll send him over. Lin Shen thought it wasn't a big deal. Transporting a person or even killing tens of thousands wouldn't make a difference. I don't know what he looks like after reincarnation, but I've asked Great Divine Officer Shi to calculate his name, and it should be Wan Yahao in this life, Pan Zhenjing said. Pavilion Master Tian, once you find someone with that name, just notify me to take a look, and I'll know if he is my brother. Wan Yahao? Lin Shen's normally inactive mind worked for the moment upon hearing the name. This name he knew, although not too familiar, he did indeed know the name. The owner of this name had another name, a name Lin Shen was more familiar with. Could it merely be a case of the same name and surname? It can't be Wan Yanbei, right? Lin Shen recalled Wan Yanbei's original name before he changed. It was Wan Yahao. Elder sister's first love, due to Catherine's influence, ultimately died, leaving only a Six Paths Phoenix life base. Pavilion Master Tien heard this name? Pan Zhenjing asked when he saw Lin Shen's strange reaction. I have heard similar names, Pavilion Master Pan. With so many ancient Rome people, are you sure your brother will ascend at this time? Lin Shen spoke rather tactfully. Pan Zhenjing understood his meaning, smiled confidently, and said, my brother practices the Six Paths reincarnation technique. The more he reincarnates, the stronger he becomes. Even if killed, as long as a trace of karma remains, he can reincarnate infinitely. No one can kill him. Therefore, he surely became an unparalleled power in the ancient realm, just waiting for an opportunity to return to the celestial court.